Chapter 241. Work 1 day and rest 3 days. Lazy donkeys poop a lot. It took more than a month to hand in wood, stones, sand, steel bars, and tiles, and successfully accumulated 60,000 points. Jiangning looked through the list of exchange materials, which were all food, clothes, cigarettes, alcohol, etc., and there was nothing she wanted. So she gave up the idea of continuing to accumulate points. With so many materials handed in, there was a lot of space available for planting. Huishan was worried that she was exhausted. Why don't you find the sharp-mouthed monkey and see if you can exchange it for a planter and a harvester? Okay. Now we are just waiting for the new city to be built. So we are just sitting there doing nothing. Who knows? The sharp-mouthed monkey disappeared. We searched for him on the trading street for several days, but couldn't find him. Jiangning remembered that when he came here on a 28-inch bicycle last time, he seemed to have said that Lao Luo lived near Ouyuan. So he looked for Lao Luo first, and finally caught the sharp-mouthed monkey. Sister, what do you want from me? The sharp-mouthed monkey was covered in dust, and hurriedly said, I am rushing to pick up trash. His wife was clamoring to live in a house in the new city. Even if he was exhausted, he couldn't get the points. Isn't this risking his life to earn it? Jiangning frowned. How did you end up like this? Alas, it's all tears when I talk about it. The sea water was polluted by ancient viruses, and this way of making money was completely cut off. The extreme heat ended, and it became cooler day by day, and there was no longer a shortage of water. The super-strong earthquake buried almost everything under the ruins except for the survivors. The new urban area was built, and the municipal government took advantage of the rich and went door to door to do ideological work, lobbying them to donate as much as possible, which scared them so much that they had to eat bran and vegetables every day. The landlords didn't have any surplus food. The materials were destroyed. The lower class couldn't afford to consume, and the rich dared not consume. Isn't it hard for these middlemen like them? Forget it. They are busy moving bricks. Jiangning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your boss watched you move bricks every day? Our boss suffered even greater losses, and many materials were destroyed in the earthquake. Although he was often beaten, the sharp-mouthed monkey was still determined to protect his parents. He is trying to buy a villa, but he has so many brothers. We can't just let him eat. We have to fight for ourselves, and the boss will cover the loss in the end. How many points can you earn by scavenging in a day? Well, just a few dozen points. It was possible at the beginning, but not now. Jiangning thought about it, and not only wanted a tiller and harvester, but also a few more bicycles, tricycles and donkeys. If you can do it, I give you half a truck of steel bars. The sharp-nosed monkey dropped his jaw in shock. Sister, are you serious? Really? More real than pearls. Look at his inexperienced look. Half a truck of steel bars is at least 2 tons. And the sharp-nosed monkey's heartbeat accelerated. Sister, I help you get it within 3 days. 3 days? It seemed a bit rushed. She was not in a hurry. 2.5 days. Sharp-mouthed monkey was afraid that others would steal his business. Sister, I can do it. You must not treat me as a human being. Jiangning mouth twitched. Okay. Then 3 days. But this matter must be kept secret. Don't make a fuss. Silly. Who would make a fuss about this? Afraid that no one would come to rob. 3 days passed in a flash. And sharp-mouthed monkey really got the machine. Although, well, it was relatively small. But at least it was intact. Bicycles and tricycles are fine. But the donkey has been kept for 3 years. I don't know if the battery is broken. Knowing that the machine is small, the sharp-nosed monkey felt a little guilty. So he gave a bunch of accessories as compensation. Sister, there will be absolutely no problem. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. The acceptance was fine. Jiangning was quite satisfied, and specially gave 2 more circles of steel bars to make up for the 3 tons. The sharp-nosed monkey was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Now he didn't have to be scolded by his wife. Jiangning was useless at machinery, but Huishan got the hang of it after a few tries. He sat on the seed drill. What to plant? The corn is almost grown, and it will be a good harvest when the house is delivered. Jiangning calculated the time. Now the weather is getting cooler. It should be okay to plant potatoes. So, all the empty space was planted with cold-resistant potatoes. Normally, I dare not plant them. They are too eye-catching. After sowing the seeds, there are still several hundred kilograms left, which will be left there anyway. Jiangning came up with an idea. Why not give it to He Tianming and his family? There are more than 100 people in Aoyuan. Even if they work hard, not every household can afford to buy a house. I'm afraid they can't even share a house. During this period, even the children have joined the battle. It's like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. But the reality is very cruel. But even if they can't take care of themselves, the community still has patrols every day to ensure the safety of the community and the planting area. Jiangning thought that he couldn't do this. So he admired He Tianming very much. Huishan asked, "How are you going to give it? There is no free lunch in the end times. Even if you are willing to give it, others may not believe it. It's definitely not okay to give it away for free." Jiangning turned his mind. Lend it to them. Not only will they return the seeds, but we will also collect an additional 20% of the yield. What do you think? Huishan thought it was feasible. I asked him. He took out the walkie-talkie and found He Tianming. He Tianming was so excited when he learned that the merchant who traded seeds last time was willing to provide potato seeds. Okay, 20% is no problem. But you must help us keep the beans and don't let others grab them. Huishan played the whole game. After spending a long time with Jiangning, he became more professional. Okay, but if you don't have a good harvest or something happens, you have to pay for planting beans. What do you want to mortgage? He Tianming thought for a while. Solar generator. What do you think? Okay, I go there tomorrow and tell you when I have news. After the deal was done, Jiangning took out the potatoes and put them in a ventilated place to make them look old. The deal was done the next day, and the deal was made on the third day. The potatoes were exposed to the wind for 2 days and became wrinkled. Hundreds of kilograms of potatoes were exchanged for the community's solar generator. In the future, life will become extremely inconvenient without the ability to charge. But He Tianming encouraged, potatoes can be harvested in 3 months. Besides, we may not dare to use solar generators in the new urban area. Let's adapt in advance. Hundreds of kilograms of potatoes can be cut into pieces and planted in 2 or 3 acres of land. With more fertilizer and care, there may be a good harvest. And there is no need to eat sweet potato seedlings every day. The members comforted themselves, quickly accepted the fact, and hurried to work. Huishan reminded, Captain He, be careful when planting potatoes. Don't let anyone steal them in the dark. So, they took turns to guard the fields. After dinner and washing dishes in the evening, Dowda looked outside. Sister-in-law, why is it not dark yet? When it is extremely hot, it is usually dark at 7:30. But now it is 8 o'clock. Jiangning stared outside for a long time, then took out the thermometer. 28 degrees. The extreme heat is completely over, and the polar day has come. Chapter 242. Before going to bed, Jiangning took out the quilt. Dowdu, if you feel cold at night, cover yourself with the quilt. The radio was notified in time. He Tianming's loudspeaker was not heard. It might be that the radio was out of power. Huishan conveyed the news. The meteorological department notified that the polar day has come, and the temperature difference between morning and evening is very large. So, the loudspeaker sounded again, reminding members to wear more clothes and quilts to prevent colds. This is not a joke. Once you get sick and your body can't survive, you will die. I slept till dawn, and when I opened my eyes, I found a blanket covering me. Jiangning looked up at the thermometer on the wall. 20 degrees. The pillow was empty. Huishan was gone. I opened the curtains, and sure enough, he was exercising with the dog on the terrace. Even Dowdu was there. She was depraved. 20 degrees in the morning, 37 degrees at noon, 18 at night. The temperature was like a roller coaster. The time of night was delayed again. 9 o'clock. Day after day. I ate all the time, and I was tired of watching TV. I could only practice for 2 hours, and I was nervous reading books. Making salted fish is not easy. Seeing that she was really bored, Huishan suggested, how about making something to eat? The single-family house is far away now, so the smell is so light that it won't spread. When we move to the new city in the future, even villas won't have such wide distances between buildings. Jiangning had no objection. Making steamed buns and wontons? This time I'm not busy. I'm just killing time. I only make it when I want to. Meat buns, vegetable buns, flour rolls, bean paste, steamed buns, wontons, dumplings, stuffed cakes, chive boxes, noodles. Keep improving. The appearance is very beautiful. After a month, they still stocked up a lot. It was dark at 1 a.m. and light at 5 a.m. with a high temperature of 30 degrees during the day and only 10 degrees at night. Thanks to the polar day, most survivors had to change clothes every 2 hours. If they went out, they didn't need to bring anything else. And the backpack was full of clothes for all seasons. One negligence and they caught a cold. The dog was very upset by the horrible weather. And he didn't know whether he should grow hair or lose hair. Jiangning put on the constant temperature clothes for it. Although it was polar day, the three of them still followed a schedule. If they felt the sun was too glaring, they could draw the curtains to avoid messing up their biological clocks. The benefits of polar day are long hours of sunshine, which accelerates the growth of crops, and shortened nights, which reduces the crime rate. However, it has nothing to do with Jiangning, who is lying idle. Daodu is very happy. Sister-in-law, the peanuts I planted have sprouted. The little guy loves planting. Not only peanuts, but also vegetables. The dog is helping to dig the soil next to him. No matter how affectionately Mingming calls downstairs, it doesn't pay attention. Jiangning sees that the falling flowers have feelings. But the flowing water is ruthless. Standing on the terrace, I saw the carpenters in Building 3 making furniture. Jiangning was a little curious, so he walked over to fetch water in the evening. Master 2, can you make a boat? Boat? Master 2 is a local, and he was an apprentice in a dragon boat factory when he was young. A small boat is no problem. Fengcheng is a land of fish and rice, with a complex and developed water network. The older generation of locals have wooden boats at home, and they shuttle along the water network. Master 2 was curious. You want to make a boat? Jiangning nodded. My rubber boat froze and hardened in the extreme cold. If there is a flood in this damn weather, I will have nowhere to hide. How about you help me make two? You need old fir wood to make a boat, and you have to apply tung oil. He did have tung oil, but he couldn't handle wood. He didn't have many auxiliary tools. A wooden boat can only be 1.8 meters wide and 3 meters long. Any larger will easily cause problems. Jiangning thought it was okay. If he really had to drift on the sea one day, rubber boats and speedboats would break easily, so wooden boats would be more durable. Although there are also yachts and cruise ships. Who would complain about having too many resources? After chatting with Master 2 for a while, Jiangning learned that he could also make bathtubs and wooden barrels. So he decisively ordered 7 or 8 more sets. Carpentry takes a lot of work, and Master 2 asked for 80 kilograms of sweet potatoes as compensation, including the cost of tung oil. Jiangning pretended to hesitate, then agreed. 2 days later, she drove a truck back and unloaded the required wood at the door of Building 3. My friend also wants a wooden boat, as well as buckets and basins. As time goes by, many high-tech products cannot be brought out, and old items are needed to fill the storefront. Master 2 was very happy to earn 160 kilograms of sweet potatoes, and his face was wrinkled with smiles, and he did not forget to ask his son to help. The boats were delivered in 2 batches, the first batch in half a month, and the second batch in a month. I have to admit that the wooden boats are not only thick but also polished and smooth, and even the oars are painted with tung oil. Jiangning put them into the space for testing, and they really did not leak water. So, she found Master 2 again. My friend has resold the wooden boats, and I want to order 6 more from you. The quality must be guaranteed, and there may be more business in the future. The 2 family was very happy to receive the new business, and they were one step closer to stocking up food and buying a house. At this time, there was no night at all. After adjusting their biological clocks, the people of Ayuan had gotten used to it. The patrol members worked in 2 shifts, and their main task was to keep an eye on the crops. The herbs planted in the black soil garden grew well, and herbs like the yellow grass grew particularly fast. Jiangning had already done several cuttings and planted more than a dozen square meters. It would be harvested and dried in a while. The dragon knot grass grew a little slower, but it had already branched and sprouted, and several new buds had emerged in the soil. Jiangning took pictures of it every now and then to record its growth process, comparing it with the pictures in the medical books over and over again. Well, they are getting more and more similar. However, there are still some differences. What he was very sure. It is this one. No doubt about it. Alright, If he says yes, then yes. Anyway, this guy is always steady. Not a person who talks nonsense. Since we have solved one type, what about the other one? Jiangning asked. Where did you go to find the medicine at that time? Dongqiao Mountain. Dongqiao Mountain is not only one of the 4 famous mountains in the province, but also one of the 7 famous rivers in Taoism. It has a high altitude and steep terrain. The top of the mountain is always shrouded in clouds and mist. It is located in the county-level area under the jurisdiction of Huicheng. Jiangning was surprised. It's hundreds of kilometers away. How did you find it? The haze makes the environment worse. The professor traveled through mountains and rivers to search everywhere around, and finally had to try his luck in Dongqiao Mountain. Unexpectedly, he really found it. It's polar day now, and it's relatively safe to travel. Jiangning was a little tempted. How about we go there? Even he can be infected. Not to mention her and Daodu. Jiangning didn't want to cough out her lungs. Huishan was silent for a while. I go there. You and Daodu stay. Why? Although the earthquake did not collapse Dongqiao Mountain, the mountain is already very dangerous. If you are not careful, it will collapse or boulders will roll down. In the previous life, 3 members of the escort team died in the process of looking for medicine. Huishan did not want Jiangning to go through this. It is too dangerous. So I want to go with you. If you can't escape in time, you can still enter the space. He was lucky in his previous life, but it does not mean that he will be lucky this time. However, Huishan disagreed. Jiangning eyes moved, and he gave up. Let's go to Jinshe Mountain first, and we will talk about it if we can't find it. Jinshe Mountain is one of the 4 famous mountains in the province. It is a dormant volcano that has been silent for hundreds of millions of years. It is not as steep as Dongqiao Mountain in terms of altitude and terrain. Its unique landforms nourish many animals and plants. The key is that this mountain belongs to Fengcheng, only about 80 kilometers away from the urban area. Huishan didn't want to discourage her. I looked for it last time, but I didn't find it. Chapter 243. In the face of his persuasion, Jiangning insisted. The environment was bad at that time, and even if there were any, they might have died. But now it is different. After the previous rounds of natural disasters, all things have temporarily had a chance to breathe, and even wild vegetables have grown by the Fengcheng River. Besides, even if there are no herbs, they may be able to find other herbs. So it is still worth a trip. After all, the medicines they have stockpiled are limited and cannot cure all diseases. Diseases do not discriminate people. What if one day you get sick and you happen to have no medicine? I'm tired of lying around all day. I can go out to find medicine and stretch my muscles. Why not? Huishan agreed. It's better to go out now than to wait for a day. Jiangning opened the rabbit house. Do you want to go out with me or stay at home? Maybe she has finally come to her senses. Since the last time she took them out, they have been indifferent. In the past, they would jump to her feet to compete for her favor. Oh, they actually treated her like air and ate the grass without even raising their heads. Okay. Anyway, I have stockpiled a lot of rabbit meat in the past 3 years. Whether it's braised, steamed, spicy or oily, it's enough to eat for a long time. Jiangning left them a few bundles of dry grass and water, and left without worry. The road was very difficult to walk on, but with Daodu and Guzi, riding a donkey was not safe. So he had to use a Hummer. The road was cracked, and ruins were everywhere, making it difficult to move. Fortunately, Fengcheng's most famous transportation is the ring road, which can reach the destination by going around it. If the road is cracked, we can take a small road, stop and go, and drive 80 kilometers in 4 hours. On the way, we encountered 2 groups of robbers. Jiangning, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was too lazy to talk nonsense. So he lowered the window and took out the submachine gun. Not only did he scare the robbers away, he also quickly moved the roadblock away. Sister, take your time, and have a safe trip. We went to the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Let Daodu and Guzi go to guard the wind, and put the car into the space. Jinshe Mountain did not collapse, but the film and television city and shops at the foot of the mountain were all reduced to ruins. Thinking of the former glory here, people can't help but sigh. We walked along the winding mountain trail for about half an hour, and suddenly a voice came from a distance. Help! The voices were male and female. With panic, Those who come to Jinsha Mountain at this time of year are probably not ordinary people. Taking out the telescope, he found that there were several men and women at the other end of the valley, being surrounded by a group of evil people with knives. Alas, it has been 3 years since the end of the world. If you don't have strong skills and dare to come out wearing a jacket, you must lack life experience. Jiang Ning didn't say anything and handed the telescope to Huishan, who knew that he just took a look and walked towards them without hesitation. His speed surprised Jiang Ning a little, but he swallowed the words in time. It was true that others had knives, but Huishan had a gun, and it didn't take much effort at all. And the situation was reversed in an instant. Seeing that they had no chance of winning, the gang raised their hands in surrender and left. However, Huishan didn't give them a chance. They were very close, and a few bursts of nail guns were enough to get them done. He didn't rush back, but chatted with the gang for 10 minutes, and then brought them back. Aining. They came from Wecheng, from the traditional Chinese medicine research group of the Provincial Health Bureau. The leader was a middle-aged man named Ma Guangyan, who took the initiative to introduce, "Thank you for your help. We are members of the traditional Chinese medicine research group. Due to the sudden natural disaster, many Chinese herbal medicines have become extinct. This time we came to Jinshishan to find herbs and bring them back for indoor cultivation." Traditional Chinese medicine research? Jiang Ning looked surprised. "So you should be very knowledgeable about Chinese herbal medicine." "Right," Ma Guangyan said modestly. "Not bad. I know a little more than ordinary people." Huishan has read a lot of medical books in the past few months, since he dared to bring them here. He must have passed the test. But Jiang Ning was still worried. "We are also here to find medicine. To find life-saving medicine for the rich. It seems to be called nailing raffinus. I wonder what effect it has. This herb is not common, and those who are not proficient in Chinese herbal medicine cannot answer it at all." Nailing sedge, also known as the king of songs. The root is mainly used to treat bruises, syphilis, arthritis, tuberculosis, whooping cough. Ma Guangyan not only talked about the efficacy, but also the method of use, the growing area, etc. Listening to him, he really seemed to know a lot. The few people were powerless and came here with passion. Thinking about it now, they were really scared and sweating. "Since you are also here to find medicine, why don't we go together?" Jiang Ning thought for a while. "Okay, how about we split the medicine in half?" The two men had guns in their hands, and they came out with children and dogs. Whether they were dressed or mentally, they looked quite capable. Ma Guangyan agreed. "Okay." So, it was done. Instead of taking the tourist trail, they searched along the foot of the mountain, especially in the humid places. The two walked behind, and Huishan lowered his voice and said, "Ma Guangyan is the professor's student. They went to Dongjiang Mountain together at that time. No wonder he, who has always been vigilant, brought them back like this." Jiang Ning was surprised. "What kind of fate is this? I hope to find the other medicine here. Shorten the research and development time and avoid detours. Not to mention, these people don't have much survival experience, but they know a lot about herbs. This is medicine. That is medicine. Even a stone you accidentally stepped on is medicine. Everything can be used as medicine. This is the magic of Chinese medicine." Ma Guangyan and his friends were very grateful for Huishan's life-saving grace. When they learned that he did not know medical knowledge, they did not forget to teach him verbally when they collected the medicinal seedlings. This is Paryza urulensis, which is good for prostatitis. Huishan, who is in good health, Daodu and Guzi were responsible for keeping watch, keeping an eye on all directions, and listening to all directions. With an extremely vigilant expression, Ma Guangyan and his friends were very happy. They dug out the soil around the medicinal seedlings to increase their survival rate. "We made the right decision this time. We will take them back and cultivate them well. There will be hope in the future." Yes, Western medicine has been destroyed. Chinese medicine is the last hope for mankind. I hope we can find more varieties this time and preserve the Chinese medicine civilization. Plants have strong vitality. As long as there is no worse natural disaster, I believe they will recover soon. Jiang Ning thought. The more terrible thing is still to come. However, she did not forget the purpose of this trip, and quickly regained her mind and concentrated on finding dragon grass. The foot of the mountain is relatively moist, which is conducive to plant growth. Everyone worked together for several hours, and found dozens of varieties in total. Some varieties with a large number of them were not dug up at once, but left some to continue to grow and reproduce in nature. There is no night in the polar day, even though it was already evening. Ma Guangyan and his team did not plan to go back. Brother Hua, we want to finish climbing Jinshe Mountain before leaving. What about you? Chapter 244. Traveling with Ma Guangyan slowed down the pace. But the harvest was also quite rich. Huishan thought for a while. We haven't found all the medicines we want, so we go back tomorrow. So, the group slowly walked up the mountain. When they were almost halfway up the mountain, Ma Guangyan suddenly said excitedly, Brother Hua, this is the Nanling calamus you are looking for. There was only a seedling, less than half a palm high, so it couldn't be used as medicine. It would take at least half a year of careful cultivation. He carefully dug it out and handed it to Huishan, not forgetting to teach him how to plant it. Rest when tired. Add or remove clothes when the weather changes. Just like a fashion show. The temperature was nearly 40 degrees at noon, and it was almost 0 degrees at night. The herbs were too precious, and Ma Guangyan was afraid that the seedlings would be frozen to death. So he took off his jacket and wanted to protect them from the wind and keep them warm. Jiang Ning thought for a while and took out the insulation film from his bag. Use this. They are the professor's right-hand men. If they fall ill and die here, the anti-smog virus medicine may not be successfully developed. Ma Guangyan thanked him repeatedly, and the team members helped to protect the herbal seedlings. Time is precious. No one complained about being tired, and no one stopped working because of the cold. Although the weather was cold, after experiencing the test of extreme cold, 0 degrees was not a disaster. But the frequent temperature difference made the body very uncomfortable. The head was heavy and the feet were light, and the muscles were sore, making people feel like they had a fever and a cold. They quickly made a fire to boil water and eat. Jiang Ning and Huishan were fine. Their physical fitness was much better than theirs. The two of them were also fine, and they didn't even breathe under the protection of the constant temperature clothes. How about we take a break? When the biological clock came, Jiang Ning felt a little sleepy, and he was tired after all the journey. Ma Guangyan and others had no objection, so they started to set up the tent, drinking boiled water and eating toasted buns. Jiang Ning led the topic to liver and lung diseases. Brother Ma, I have a relative who lived in a city with serious smog in his early years. His liver and lung functions are very poor as he gets older. I wonder if there is any medicine that can improve it. It is difficult to maintain a bad liver and lungs. Western medicine is not very effective. Chinese medicine requires long-term medication. Ma Guangyan said several prescriptions, including verified folk prescriptions, all of which are for nourishing the lungs and liver. If the apocalypse hadn't come, an expert of his level would have to pay 1,200 yuan for a registration fee at the hospital. Not only was the number of appointments limited, but the appointment had to be made 3 months in advance, which was all based on luck and hand speed. Jiang Ning listened carefully and memorized all the prescriptions. He listed many names of medicines, but there was no dragon grass. Jiang Ning had to hint further. This time, my relatives asked me to help find dragon grass, saying that it was a folk secret recipe that was very effective. Is this medicine really effective? Dragon grass is quite effective, but this medicine is picky about the growing environment. In the past few decades, the society has developed too fast, causing great pollution. Even artificial cultivation is not efficient, so it will gradually become extinct. Jiang Ning asked politely. Besides dragon grass, are there any rare special herbs? Traditional Chinese medicine does not have special medicines. Only combinations can maximize the efficacy of the medicine. Jiang Ning certainly knew, but Huishan couldn't remember the name of the key herb. Right? Forget it. There are more than 13,000 kinds of Chinese herbal medicines, many of which are not commonly used or are on the verge of extinction. Even experts like Ma Guangyan can't guess them accurately. Just the medicines for the liver and lungs alone. It would probably take 3 days and 3 nights to finish. Jiang Ning was a little depressed. His eyes almost popped out today, but he still didn't find the medicine he wanted. I hope there will be good news next time. Not only can he cultivate the space, but he can also share it with Ma Guangyan and others. When the disease really breaks out, he can speed up the development of medicine. The weather was cold, so he said hello and went into the tent to sleep. Although Jiang Ning was not in a hurry, the outdoors was not as comfortable as home, so he still focused on efficiency. After sleeping for 2 hours to recover his strength, Everyone packed up the tent and continued to look for medicine. The higher you go, the fewer herbs there are. When we were almost at the top of the mountain, we saw the lake left behind by the volcanic eruption billions of years ago. And it was desolate and barren everywhere. In the past, during the flood season, this place would host the World Lion Dance competition every 2 years, attracting countless tourists to watch. Now, there are dead branches and fallen leaves everywhere, and the world is no longer the same as it was before. We successfully reached the top of the mountain, and the Taoist temple collapsed, and the Guanyin fell to the ground and shattered. Looking around, the mountains and rivers were devastated. Standing on the top of the mountain, Ma Guangyan couldn't help but sigh. How did our home become like this? Everyone was feeling heavy-hearted. But life had to go on. They didn't return the same way, but went down the mountain along another road. It was already noon when they reached the foot of the mountain, and it was 40 degrees hot again. Everyone sat down in the shade and began to divide the collected herbal seedlings. Jiang Ning was not greedy, and divided them according to the number of people. She and Huishan got 1/3. Those with more were divided according to the number. Those with only 2 plants were divided in half. Those with single plants could be given to Ma Guangyan and others. But they still had to do the superficial work. You cultivate them first, and give us some when they grow well. Jiang Ning called Huishan to the side. We can only go to Dongxia Mountain if we can't find the life-saving medicine. The risk of going during the polar day is relatively small, but going during the eternal night or smog will really cost you your life. Seeing Huishan hesitation, Jiang Ning said straight to the point. If you insist on going by yourself and you really encounter an accident, what will Dao and I do? I know you want to protect us, but no one can protect anyone for a lifetime in the end times. Besides, if you really want to protect us, you have to make sure nothing happens to you. With me following you, you will be safer. Right? Huishan was worried. Where are Dao and Kailei? If they stay in a Yuan, won't it be more worrying? Take them with you, and keep a close eye on them. Huishan thought for a while, and agreed. He looked at Ma Guangyan and others. We have to pass through Yuecheng to go to Dongxia Mountain. There are many evil people in this area. It's not safe for them to carry so many herbs. How about giving them a ride? Since they have spoken, Jiang Ning can't refuse. And the medicine they brought back will eventually benefit the survivors. Who knows? There may be medicine to treat smog disease in it. Okay. So, Huishan said to Ma Guangyan, we have something to do in Yuecheng, and I'd like to give you a ride on the way? Yesterday, they almost became the souls of the evil people's swords, and they were worried about how to go back. They were overjoyed when they heard the invitation. Thank you so much. You wait here. We will go to get the car. So happily decided, Huishan and others walked to get the car. After walking for about 10 minutes, Huishan took the two to eat lunch on the roadside, and Jiang Ning drove over from the other side of the mountain. There were too many people, and the Hummer couldn't fit in, so they just forced it in. Huishan drove. Jiang Ning held Dao in the passenger seat. Guzi lay under the seat in grievance, and Ma Guangyan and others sat sideways in the back row. The posture was quite difficult, but it was safe. If we walk back, the road is full of dangers, and it is hard to say whether we can get to the research institute alive. Shijinshan is not far from Yuecheng, only 40 kilometers. If we take the highway in the end times, it will only take half an hour. But the highway was destroyed, so we can only take the national and provincial highways, and we have to keep switching routes. The Hummer is tough enough, but it was targeted without suspense. As we walked, a stone slammed on the glass window of the passenger seat. Chapter 245. Fortunately, the glass is bulletproof. Otherwise Jiang Ning would have died on the spot. Ma Guangyan and others were frightened and screamed, but Huishan was concentrating on driving, and his calmness was particularly surprising. The car has been modified. Not only the glass is bulletproof, but also the tires are puncture-proof and bulletproof. Of course, if Ma Guangyan and the others were not there, Jiang Ning would probably ask to stop and send the robbers to the high-speed train to the underworld. Evil gangs can be seen everywhere, but scientific researchers and medicine are more important, so don't make any extra trouble. Arriving at Yuecheng, this one super first-tier prosperous metropolis. Except for a few strong buildings, all you can see are broken ruins and the dazzling reflection of sunlight on broken glass. Its tragic experience is even worse than that of Fengcheng, and it cannot be described in words or pictures. Sadness, sorrow, and despair. Buildings collapsed. Walls fell. But there are still survivors holding on. They either live in shanties or dig holes under the ruins to live. Jiang Ning retracted his gaze and didn't want to look anymore. Ma Guangyan pointed the way, and the Hummer drove to a building not far from the municipal center. The research institute collapsed, and this was a temporary shelter. After returning safely, several staff members walked out of the building. Did you gain anything from this trip? A lot of gains. But it was too dangerous. Fortunately, we met enthusiastic comrades who helped us. Otherwise we would have died in Jinsher Mountain. Ma Guangyan thanked him again, and did not forget to tell Huishan which area in Yuecheng was more dangerous, and he should never go there. Huishan nodded lightly, turned the car around and left. Compared with Fengcheng, Yuecheng is relatively safer. Not only is there a military headquarters here, but there are also more troops to maintain order. There were many roadblocks, and it took an hour to get out of the city and successfully find the way to Huicheng. Jiang Ning took turns driving because he was afraid that Huishan would be too tired. When it was extremely hot, nearby cities went to the Huicheng military base to get water. The roadblocks were cleared and the roads were compacted, which was much smoother than the city. The two sat in the back seat, eating snacks and playing. When teaming up with Ma Guangyan and others, they didn't even dare to eat fine flour buns. They had coarse flour buns with boiled water every meal, and they were limited. Huishan was eating meat buns, and he didn't forget to pass fried dumplings to Jiang Ning for fear that she would be hungry. Woof! Brother, I want some too. Huishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really couldn't be careless for a moment. Jiang Ning was eating the delicious fried dumplings, turned on the music in the car, and didn't forget to sip milk tea before he swallowed it. Huishan suddenly said sternly, "Be careful." Fortunately, he had seen big winds and waves. Otherwise, he would have sprayed out a mouthful of milk tea. There was a sharp turn ahead, and it seemed that there was something on the road. Huishan's expression was stern. It's a nail board. Needless to say, we have encountered professional robbers. There is no way. This is the only way to the military base and the official base. Hell for survivors. Paradise for robbers. Every day, many survivors or vehicles pass by, and they can eat until they are full with their eyes closed and their butcher knives raised. Of course, they dare not attack the water-collecting convoys in various cities, for fear of provoking the military base to suppress them. In fact, the military base did send troops to suppress the bandits. But the robbers are like leeks. They grow again soon after they are cut, and they are really endless. Many of them were survivors who wanted to seek refuge at the base, but were either robbed on the way or could not hold on because they had no food. So they banded together and turned their butcher knives against the survivors who were in the same situation as them. Jiang Ning braked steadily and took out the telescope. Wow! The nail board was more than 3 meters long, and it was full of sharp steel nails. There was no trace of rust, which showed that it was often used. Bang! A sharp collision sound came, and the side window glass showed traces of bullets. It seems that they are not ordinary robbers. Jiang Ning got angry instantly and took out weapons and explosive packs from the space. Since they don't want to give her a chance to be a good person, then no one else can be blamed. Although she was agitated, she was still rational and sat in the car and waited. Guzi became angry and couldn't help grinding his teeth. Legs! Daodu was also alert and took out the gun given by his brother. After a stalemate of 20 minutes, they refused to get out of the car, to see who could outlast the other. If you have the ability to put down the acupuncture board, you have the ability to let me get out of the car. Finally, the other side couldn't hold back any longer. More than 20 people came out from the mound beside the road at the corner. There were men and women, some holding knives, some holding steel pipes, and some holding baseball bats. All of them looked indifferent, with murderous eyes. The leader was holding an illegally manufactured pistol and walked towards the Hummer with a gloomy face. Huishan's eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Except for the leader, the others don't have lethal weapons. A mob. Maybe it was for the people in the car. But the people outside didn't think so. The repeated success made them swell up. After opening for so long, the leader was particularly excited to catch a super big fish today. Hummer. This is a Doomsday war vehicle, and it is bulletproof. As long as you have it, there is nothing to be afraid of. You can annex other strongholds to become bigger and stronger. Daodu was alert. Brother, there are people behind. Huishan turned around and found that another group of people appeared 50 meters behind him. About 16 or 17 people, also holding cold weapons. Judging from the mutual vigilance, these are two completely different groups of people, but they are targeting the same target. Forget it. We are surrounded from front and back, and we are sandwiched. Jiang Ning did not expect that even highway robbery would be so complicated. Countless people are heading to the base. Can they really reach it safely? The one in front relied on the gun in his hand, and did not take the opposing team seriously at all. He shook the gun at Jiang Ning and threatened coldly, "Leave the car and food to me, and I will spare your life." The car and supplies belong to them, and these two-legged sheep are left to the ones behind. What did you say? I don't know if they are used to being arrogant, or if the ones they met before were too inexperienced. But their tone was so arrogant. Jiang Ning suppressed his smile and lowered the car window. It's too far. I can't hear clearly. Relying on the large number of people, the other party was really not afraid and walked forward more than 10 meters. In order to deter, they even stood in a group. You are lucky today. Before the voice fell, the car window was quickly lowered, and Jiang Ning fired a volley at him. Under Huishan guidance, she aimed more and more accurately, and a red dot appeared between her eyebrows. At the same time, Huishan was not idle either. He took the explosive pack and lit it, lowered the car window, and threw it hard into the crowd. Good guy. The group had just been killed by the boss, and they were shocked and hadn't recovered yet. And the explosive pack suddenly fell under their feet. The reversal came too quickly. Their heads didn't even turn the corner, and they saw the burning fuse. Chapter 246. There was no time to run away. The explosions were flying. The explosions were like 100 flowers blooming. The group of people behind the car witnessed the whole process. They were shocked at first, and soon turned into birds and beasts and scattered. The Hummer did not stop, rushed forward, and stopped steadily in front of the nail board. After making sure that there was no one around, the two put on bulletproof vests and helmets and got out of the car. The nail board was of good quality, and it could be used as a trap when taken home. Jiang Ning was reluctant to throw it away, and the two of them lifted it to the roof of the car and tied it tightly. Continued to drive forward. We encountered two more groups of people blocking the road. They were few in number and had no hard weapons. Seeing that the Doomsday chariot was too powerful, they hesitated again and did not dare to surround it. Dongqiao Mountain is about 30 kilometers away from Huicheng District. We got off the national highway and drove slowly towards the forest. Along the way, ruins appeared from time to time. They were all village houses in the past. And now there were no people. In the distance, the towering and steep Dongqiao Mountain came into view. Following the bumpy road, we finally drove the car to a flat and safe place at the foot of the mountain. There was no hurry to get off the car. He ate a meal in the car first, opened the window to let out the smell, and then lowered the seat to sleep. I didn't rest well in the past 2 days, so I needed to conserve my energy before going into the mountains. Although there were few people in the deep mountains and old forests, and the car was bulletproof, Jiang Ning still left a gap in the window. Once there was any movement, the dog could immediately detect it. This sleep lasted for 7 or 8 hours. Got off the car to stretch his limbs, came back to continue eating, and then put on the mountaineering protective equipment. After parking the car, the 3 people and the dog went into the mountains. The dog always likes to lead the way, but this time Jiang Ning scolded him repeatedly and stopped his bad habits. He followed his owner obediently and strictly followed the order not to exceed 5 steps. Huishan was the same, and he would never allow doubt to leave his eyes. The geological structure here is not as good as Jinsha Mountain. It is composed of countless rocks and soil. After the super strong earthquake, the safety index dropped sharply. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Jiang Ning was shocked by the scene in front of him. The entrance to the mountain has been blocked by huge rocks and collapsed soil. Huishan reminded, be careful. It has been more than half a year since the earthquake, and the structure is unstable, which is far more dangerous than 5 years later. That is why he did not want Jiang Ning and others to come. In order to find the medicine to cure the disease and save lives here, 3 team members paid the price of their lives. Even if it happens again, the thrilling memory has already penetrated into the bone marrow. To be honest, Jiang Ning was a little worried when he saw the scene in front of him, and did not want to let the two take risks. But if they were left alone, what if they encountered evil people? It might not be a problem for the two to deal with a few together. But what if a large group comes? Alas, the trouble of taking care of children. After thinking about it, Jiang Ning let the two decide. It's very dangerous in the mountains. Why don't you find a safe place to hide and wait for us to come out? Hearing the danger, the dog bit her trouser leg decisively. Dowdu looked determined. Brother and sister-in-law, I want to go with you. Jiang Ning and Huishan looked at each other, and finally had no choice but to take the children into the mountains. Climbing over the rocks, carefully stepping on the collapsed soil, leaving footprints. Many places on the mountain trail were destroyed, so he could only walk in safe places. Returning to Dongxia Mountain, looking at the mountains and plants in front of him, Huishan's memory became clearer, and he walked towards the place where he found the dragon grass. Fearing that they would get separated or get into danger, Jiang Ning thought of a good idea. She took out a rope and tied it to the wrists of the three people at a certain distance, and finally put it around the dog's neck. If they were in danger, she could immediately collect them and the rope into the space. Climbing the mountain and wading through the water, stepping on the soft ground, the soil collapsed, and the stones rolled down. It took 2 hours to reach the depths of the valley without any danger. Compared to 5 years later, the valley in front of him was withered and desolate, and there was not much greenery to be seen. Huishan was a little worried. Just because he could find the medicine 5 years later did not mean he could find it now. It was very likely that it had not grown yet. He looked around, but did not find anything. Jiang Ning looked around. Don't worry. We will look for it slowly. He used a hiking stick to pull away the dead leaves and weeds, and paid attention to the inconspicuous green buds and seedlings. After searching for 2 hours, Jiang Ning noticed a very short green seedling that was very similar to the dragon grass. After repeated confirmation, the two of them confirmed that it was indeed dragon grass, a young plant that had just sprouted. Jiang Ning took out a shovel and dug out the medicine and soil together. There are some here too. Dowdu was jumping for joy beside him. Woof! Woof! Guzi was not to be outdone and became excited about the weeds. Carefully searching the valley, he found a total of 12 dragon grass plants. It was a pity that there were none in Jinsha Mountain. Otherwise she could have given half to Ma Guangyan and the others. Of course, she had not forgotten the real purpose of coming to Dongxia Mountain. Back then, Huishan and his team also found the dragon grass without any danger. But the next step is the real danger and test. Another kind of medicine grows on the top of a mountain that is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. Dongxia Mountain is about 2,000 meters above sea level. Climbing is extremely steep and dangerous. It takes 8 hours to reach the top along the hiking trail. This is the speed of people with abundant physical strength before the end of the world. Now it is after the earthquake. Last time, Huishan and his team climbed for 2 days. Since he is here, it is impossible to give up. It's just that he is more nervous than last time. After all, this is the most important person in his life, and he can't afford any mistakes. Huishan walked in front, followed by Dowdu, Jiang Ning, Guzi. As they walked, they suddenly lost the road and a large area of the mountain trail collapsed. The mountain was extremely steep, so they took out the flying tiger claw and wrapped it around a dead tree, then climbed up carefully. I'm not being pretentious, but I was really tired, so I walked and stopped and rested. There were dangers everywhere, and it took a whole day to climb to the halfway point of the mountain. They took out the high-calorie braised pork, chicken soup, vegetables and rice noodles, and ate them to have better physical strength. After eating and drinking, they were about to get up and continue. But Guzi suddenly let out a sharp roar. It seemed like something was coming down quickly from above. Not good. Huishan's face suddenly changed. It's rolling stones. Jiang Ning looked up, although she couldn't see, but the sound was getting louder and louder. Rumbling. Hide quickly. Last time, a team member was killed by a rolling stone. Huishan subconsciously hugged Dowdu, who was next to him. The rolling stone formation came in an instant. In a flash, Jiang Ning put himself and the rope into the space. Huishan reacted quickly and pressed his sister's head against his chest. Don't be afraid, Dowdu. Close your eyes. She subconsciously closed her eyes because she was used to hearing her brother flashing into the space. The surroundings were silent. Seeing the familiar environment, the dog quickly calmed down and kept nudging Jiang Ning with his head. Jiang Ning ignored it, but looked down at his watch. About 5 minutes later, she and Huishan looked at each other. and then flashed out of the space. There were traces of being hit and crushed by boulders on the ground. And the mountain was silent. Huishan put his sister down. "It's okay." Daodu opened his eyes, a little scared, and didn't dare to hug his brother, and finally threw himself into Jiangning's arms. Chapter 247. Calm down and choose to continue. Huishan was very careful and avoided the places where there were rolling stones or landslides last time. He encountered several crises, but he avoided them in time. It took 26 hours and experienced the changes of 4 seasons in one day to successfully climb to the top of the mountain. The sea of clouds flows under the feet, and the pines grow on the rocks. The green mountains embrace the clouds and mist, and the clouds and mist wrap around the peaks. This is not the end of the world of natural disasters, but the most beautiful fairyland in the world. Not to mention that Daodu has grown up. It is the first time in his life to see such a beautiful scenery. Even the dog was stunned. It was the first time for it. Huishan looked around without paying attention to the beautiful scenery. Soon, his eyes locked on a green spot on the cliff. It emerged from the bottom of a withered vine, but it was only a dozen centimeters long and looked particularly fragile. He patted Jiangning on the shoulder and said with a strong sense of excitement, "Aining, I found it." Following the direction he pointed, Jiangning looked around for a long time, but she really couldn't recognize it because there were too many types of herbs. "Never mind. Pick them back first. The cliff is too dangerous, and picking herbs is a technical job." Huishan took out the climbing equipment. "You wait here." Jiangning held him back. "The cliff is not safe. The rock may not be able to bear your weight. Let me do it. You don't know how to climb. It's more dangerous." Huishan refused flatly. "It's okay. I will be careful. And I did a lot last time." He put on the heavy protective equipment and walked towards the cliff. Jiangning was very nervous, holding the rope with 2 ropes in his left hand and his right hand on the climbing rope to prevent any mistakes. Hui was like a gecko, moving forward slowly and steadily, getting closer and closer to the medicinal plant. The sound of the rubble rolling down made Jiangning's heart stuck in his throat, and he forgot to breathe unconsciously. Daodu covered his mouth tightly, fearing that his scream would scare his brother. He reached the medicinal plant in the gap with his shovel and dug the surrounding soil, and then pulled it out when it was almost broken. It was not broken, and it still had roots. When he finally climbed back, Jiangning went forward and hugged him tightly, unable to speak for a long time. Not only is the weather on the top of the mountain changeable, but danger is everywhere. There are not many roots, and it may not be able to survive. So the two continued to search. This thing likes to grow on cliffs, and the new plant is indeed hidden in the dead vines. If it weren't for Huishan's amazing memory, he wouldn't have found it at all. Fortunately, it was not as dangerous as before, and he finally picked it after some effort. This time the roots are well preserved, and Jiangning said happily, "It's no problem to survive. Let's go down the mountain. First, there are few roots that have just emerged from the soil, and second, it is too dangerous to dig them up. Just take them back and plant them well. There is no need to let Huishan take risks again. There are chances of taking risks, and you can't always retreat safely." Huishan didn't insist. 3 people and a dog went down the mountain. It was difficult to go up the mountain, and it was not easy to go down the mountain. My knees were shaking. However, the time was greatly shortened, and it took 10 hours to return by the original route. After successfully evacuating the valley and returning to the Hummer, I wiped my face with wet tissues, ate a hot meal, and fell asleep exhausted. After sleeping and waking up, 24 hours had passed before my body was fully recovered. Beer, Sprite, boiled beef, braised fish, Fengcheng drunken goose. Guzi ate so much that his stomach almost became a ball, and his mouth was full of grease. The life-saving medicine was ready, and he had various prescriptions provided by Ma Guangyin. Even if Jiangning couldn't figure out a special medicine, it would always be no problem to nourish the lungs and protect the liver. The stone in his heart fell a little after getting off the car and moving around. When his stomach was no longer full, Huishan said, "Go back to Fengcheng?" Jiangning thought for a while. "This place is not far from the military base. Why don't we go there and see how Liu and the others are doing? Living is a human instinct, and emotions are spiritual needs. Now that we are here, we can go to see them and feel at ease." Huishan has no objection. So, the 3 of them and the dog set off again. The road to the military base is much wider, and there are several broken cars going the opposite way on the road. If I guess correctly, they should be survivors in the base, who come out to scavenge for points. The powerful and domineering Hummer attracted many curious and envious eyes, but no one dared to mess around in the military's sphere of influence. The road was easy to walk, and we arrived at the 30 kilometers mark very quickly. From afar, we saw the military base, built around Wanshan Lake, with densely packed houses that stretched as far as the eye could see. A base that can accommodate 300,000 people. One can imagine its scale and layout. Even without seeing the full picture, one was still shocked. Driving along the highway, we encountered a checkpoint 5 kilometers away from the military base. The sentry soldier, holding a weapon, saw that the vehicle did not have an entry and exit card, and motioned to pull over. "What are you doing?" Jiang Ning lowered the window. "We are looking for someone." "Who is it?" "Cousin and his wife. We separated when it was extremely hot. They came to the base with supplies, and left some things at our house. They said they would come back to pick them up. It's been more than a year now, and there is still no news. Get off the car and walk to the right post. There are staff there to help you check." I didn't expect the military base to be so humane. Jiang Ning hurriedly thanked them. Cozy couldn't get off the car, so she simply asked Huishan and Dowdu to wait in the car. "Take your ID and walk to the right road. About 500 meters, you will see a bungalow with a few people in ragged clothes queuing in front." After waiting for a few minutes, it was soon Jiang Ning's turn. She handed over her ID card. "Please help me check Lu Yu, who came from Fengcheng more than a year ago." After verifying the identity, the staff used the computer to check. "What's the name?" "Lu Yu. Lu of land, Yu of rain. There is a person named Lu Yu. Lu of road, Yu of universe. In his 40s. Jiang Ning was dumbfounded. How could there be no Lu Yu? This is not scientific. Could it be that something happened on the way to Huicheng? Jiang Ning was a little panicked, and had mixed feelings for a while. So he quickly asked the staff to help check Zheng Weili and Zhang Chao. There was no Zheng Weili, but there were 3 people named Zhang Chao. But their ages didn't match. Jiang Ning was confused. What happened? After leaving the guard post and returning to the car, his mind was still confused. In the end of the natural disaster, life and death are unpredictable. Huishan comforted him. "Don't worry too much. Maybe they changed their minds and went to Jiaxing." Jiang Ning thought it was unlikely. The food they took away, except for the food they had to pay when entering the base, could last for a long time. Besides, Huishan had clearly reminded that the military base was much safer. Without special circumstances, most people would give priority to the military base. Don't forget that Zheng Weili not only has parents, but also brothers, sisters-in-law, nephews and nieces. Will she watch her family suffer? Huishan guessed. It is possible that the Zheng family cannot provide food, so they can only go to the official base as a second choice. Even if they can provide it, Zheng Weili has more than a dozen family members. And even if she meets the conditions of the military base may not accept her. Chapter 248. It's cruel to say this, but reality is sometimes so cruel. The military base is a fire base, and the survivors they selected are all the best and the least burdensome. In addition to convenient management, it can also increase their survival rate in more cruel natural disasters. Jiang Ning accepted Huishan's statement. Maybe they live well in the official base. Whether you are unwilling to accept reality or comfort yourself, try to think positively. The medicine has been found. Turn the car back to Fengcheng. The apocalypse chariot traveled through mountains and rivers, swept away all the monsters and demons, and returned to Aoyuan safely in 6 hours. I was out for several days, and I didn't know if the rabbits were still alive. When she opened the door, they were not only alive and well, but also changed their previous indifference and alienation, and gathered around to rub her feet. Xiaobai licked her legs and held them tightly. Oh! Did they recognize who was the master? Or were they just tired of eating hay? As expected, when Jiang Ning took out fresh grass, they didn't even look back. They are rebellious, and they are born with scum attributes. However, they have been treated unfairly these days. Jiang Ning rewarded them with a bowl of peanuts and mincemeat. Well, they ate with great joy. When cleaning the dirty and smelly rabbit nest, I found that Lao Lu had become a mother again and had given birth to several rabbit cubs. Back to 401. Soaked from head to toe. had beer and barbecue, and went to sleep after eating. I woke up at around 6 p.m., and the sunlight outside was like an incandescent lamp, shining all the time. The room was quiet. Huishan was in class. Daodu and Guzi were running circles downstairs, and Teddy Ming Ming was desperately chasing behind. Jiang Ning stood on the terrace, chasing Li He with a telescope. When the view angle was turned, the telescope's peripheral light swept across the distance. She was stunned for a moment, then swept back. After thinking for a while, she returned to the room, opened the curtains a little, and carefully observed the crops inside and outside Aoyuan. When Huishan led the two back, he saw Jiang Ning coming down from upstairs and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why did you climb the stairs? The crops in Aoyuan are almost ripe." Huishan understood. "Are you worried that someone will come to steal the food? The polar day accelerates the growth of crops. Whether it is sweet potatoes, corn or potatoes, they will soon be harvested one after another." The members of the cooperative took great care of the crops on the 10 mu of land, and did not waste any farmyard manure. It was not a bumper harvest, but it was not easy to get a good harvest under natural disasters. Women and children wanted to grow in the fields, fearing that the sweet potato seedlings would be frozen to death. When it was cold, they did not forget to cover the weeds. The cold-resistant potatoes were just the opposite. Who would not be jealous of the harvest of 10 mu of land? Food can not only buy a house, but also keep people alive. When the telescope swept over, the peripheral vision found a shadow moving. At first, I thought it was an illusion, but after careful observation I found that there were indeed people hiding in the dark. It is easy to grow food but difficult to keep it. If someone comes to rob it, what should Aoyuan do? Give up. After working hard for half a year to earn points, it was robbed at the last moment. Fight. No matter how many people there are, you will get hurt. Moreover, since they dare to make plans, they will definitely crush you in terms of numbers. Jiang Ning was a little worried. I'm afraid they want more than just food. They robbed the food, killed Aoyuan members, and then occupied the territory. It's not a wild guess. With the continuous construction of Wanwan, both ordinary survivors and police and military forces have moved there, and fewer people remain in the city. With fewer normal people, there are more evil people. Huishan picked up the walkie-talkie, but he couldn't contact Tianming. It was probably because the walkie-talkie was out of power. He took out a power bank. I go over and see what he plans to do. Jiang Ning didn't stop him and thought about what to eat for dinner. Less than an hour later, Huishan came back, washed his hands and went to the table to eat. The patrol team has discovered it at noon today. Someone is indeed targeting Aoyuan. Tianming pulled up a potato and estimated that it would take another half a month for it to fully mature. The corn was still in the grain-filling stage, and the sweet potato was also not in the best time. After half a year of hard work, if it was harvested early, the taste and appearance would be greatly reduced, and the grain would be at least 30% less. Jiang Ning frowned. What are their plans? Tianming asked the scavenging team to suspend their work and join the patrol team to protect the grain. At the same time, he made weapons out of the iron tools and steel pipes found by the scavenging team, and found thorns to spread around the crops. Protecting crops is important. But has he ever thought that if the other party steals the food, it will take time to harvest the crops? She felt that compared to the crops in the field, the people of Aoyuan were more dangerous. They just had to kill the people and wait for the crops to mature. As for why they didn't wait until after the harvest, it was probably because they knew that Tianming was a smart man and would directly ask the government to send a car to harvest on the spot. Pick and load into the car at the same time. Dare to steal official food? Peanuts are late, but they are here. Therefore, now is the best time to act. Jiang Ning sighed in his heart. It is not easy to live. He thought that Aoyuan was the Garden of Eden. But there is no real Garden of Eden in the end times. If you are weak, you will be eaten by the strong. If you are strong, you will be targeted. After sleeping too much during the day, Jiang Ning sat on the sofa and watched TV. On the contrary, the two usually lively ones went back to their rooms to sleep early. Huishan came out of the bathroom and wiped his hair with a towel. Did you take a shower? I took a shower early. Jiang Ning smelled himself. It smells good. As soon as she finished speaking, Huishan grabbed her by the waist and picked her up the next second. They had been running outside every day during this period, and they had not had any intimate behavior for a while. They both had that intention. They closed the door and couldn't wait to kiss. In the days of kissing, Jiang Ning suddenly pushed Huishan away. Aren't you afraid that Daodu and Keilei would hear it? They are all asleep. Today, he deliberately let the two run around the community for 2 hours. Not only were they tired and fell asleep, but he also closed the doors of the two. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you my brother? What should I do? Huishan kissed her. Don't you want to? After that, he reached out to dim the bedside lamp. Chapter 249. I woke up naturally at 10 a.m. After washing and eating breakfast, I continued to look through the Chinese herbal medicine encyclopedia, but I couldn't find the 2 herbs I brought back from Dongxia Mountain. Damn it. How mysterious is this medicine? Unwilling to give up, she continued to look through the pharmaceutical resources she downloaded before the natural disaster, and almost got EMO. Forget it. Let's grow it first. One day it will reveal its true face. There are only 2 plants. Jiang Ning pays special attention to them, and carefully plants them in the black soil garden. There are also hundreds of herbs collected from Jinshe Mountain, all planted in different categories, and then recorded in the notebook according to their medicinal properties. Although there are many herbs, not all of them can cure diseases in a timely and appropriate manner. Jiang Ning listed the common diseases in life, then prescribed medicines according to the symptoms, and then checked for omissions and made up for the gaps. You don't know until you check, and you will be shocked when you check. There is a lot of omissions. She made a list of the medicines she didn't have on hand, thinking that she would go out to find them when she had the chance in the future. Huishan didn't show up until dinner time. He came down from upstairs. Those people are not targeting the crops, but investigating Aoyuan. Jiang Ning thought for a while. What do you think we should do? How many people are there on the other side? Are they refugees, evil people, or evil forces? It is not a problem for her and Huishan to leave. It is okay to lend a hand occasionally within the scope of ability. If it is a large-scale conflict, or the other side is going to destroy them all, they still have hot weapons in their hands. It is impossible for her to rush up to block the bullet hole. Did he Tianming ask you to join? He asked for advice, but he didn't ask me to join. This made Jiang Ning feel a little more comfortable. If it really came to a life and death situation, she would definitely lend a hand. But she couldn't subconsciously rely on the 2 of them when something happened. Helping is a favor. Not helping is a duty. And the most feared is moral kidnapping. Dependence is a habit. If he Tianming asks for it as a matter of course, Jiang Ning will never agree, and may even move away directly. In fact, what the 2 did not know was that there were really members who asked He Tianming to call the people in Building 5 to discuss together. He Tianming also wanted to, but he still said rationally, with the abilities of Huishan and Jiang Ning, they are not afraid of having no place to stay. They are just passers-by in Aoyuan. Besides, they have helped enough. The last time the evil people attacked Aoyuan, it was all thanks to them to turn the tide. Otherwise, if the police and the military really arrived, there would be few of us left. Salt, seeds, tools, etc. They don't owe us anything. I know you are afraid and hope someone will come forward to protect us. But they are human beings, not gods, and they have no obligation to protect us. We still have to rely on ourselves. If we rely on others for everything, when they leave, we will not have to live. Listen to me. No one is allowed to go to them. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you. If something goes wrong, you will bear the consequences yourself. Everyone felt mixed emotions, and a child raised his hand and said, Uncle He, aren't Uncle Hua and Sister Ning heroes? Aren't heroes supposed to fight bad guys and protect humanity? And they are very powerful. Just move their fingers, and it will be done. He Tianming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No. They are just like us. They cry, shed tears, and are afraid of pain. But they just don't let us see it. It is a subconscious behavior for the weak to seek protection from the strong. Even if what He Tianming said makes sense, they still hope that the 2 can stand up. But they also know in their hearts that He Tianming has a long-term vision, and is more reliable in judging people and doing things than himself. So he naturally has his reasons. Why is it so hard to live? After talking, He Tianming continued to arrange the work. Divide into 4 groups. If someone comes with bad intentions, we have to fight with all our strength. Except for the elderly and children. Jiang Ning didn't ask about Aoyuan openly, but she still paid attention to it privately. When she went downstairs to get water, Even if the members still smiled and greeted her when they saw her, they could still detect a slight difference. But they didn't say anything. And the old man who fetched water was the same as before. On the way back, I happened to meet Yang Weiman, who was leading a patrol. Jiangning. The Agricultural Science Institute is distributing seeds. Are you going to get them yourself? Or in the name of the community? If you live in a residential area, you need to register your ID card. I'm going to go out in the next 2 days, so I pick it up on the way. Yang Weiman nodded. Okay. Remember to pick it up in time. I'm afraid it won't be issued in time. At night, Huishan came out of the study. There are a lot of people outside, and they might do it tonight. There is no night during the polar day, but most people's biological clocks are still there, and they tend to get sleepy at that time, which is indeed a good time to do it. Jiangning went back to the room to sleep, and asked the dog to watch on the terrace. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, she was woken up by the dog. Woof! When she opened the curtains, it was already a mess outside. A steady stream of people, armed with weapons, kept approaching Ayuan. She quickly took out the telescope and saw that the people who surrounded them were men, women, young and old, ragged, with numb and greedy expressions. It was easy to tell from their disheveled clothes that they were refugees first and then became evil people. There were probably more than 300 of them. It would be strange if there were no people behind so many evil people gathered together. Moreover, they obviously knew that Ayuan had gasoline and sprayers, so they were not reckless enough to rush in, but took the approach of surrounding without attacking. That's right. They just surrounded them from a distance. Jiangning was almost mad. What do they want to do? Huishan analyzed rationally, waiting for the people of Ayuan to fall into the trap. If the members rushed out, if there were few of them, they could surround and kill them. If there were many of them, they would disperse. If the members did not go out, they would go and steal the crops. Jiangning was speechless. Isn't this just like the monkeys that came down the mountain to steal corn? They would run away when chased away, and then run back again. And sooner or later they would be exhausted to death by repeating this. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing. I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. The crops are growing in the fields. So I asked the owner if he is anxious. Sure enough, the cat and mouse game started, and the members with sticks rushed out in a mighty force. And the evil people immediately scattered. As soon as this side retreated, they immediately came back, madly testing the edge of death. As long as you don't move, they will rush into the crops to rob. The other party is dead, and the members have homes and food. So the psychological pressure is naturally great. When they are tossed to the point of mental breakdown and make wrong decisions, it is time for them to die. I don't know how He Tianming felt, but Jiangning was furious. What a bunch of bastards! Huishan was calm and composed. He swept through the evil people dancing on the grave one by one and quickly cracked the key. The internal division of labor was clear. Each group was responsible for a direction, and the leader provoked the members in a round-robin manner. Aiming, give me the sniper rifle. It was inconvenient to sniper on the terrace. So Huishan went upstairs. Come on. I show you how to practice. He taught early, but he hadn't really practiced it yet. Jiangning immediately became interested. Going to the 10th floor, he opened the window, set up the machine gun, and Huishan took aim. At 8 o'clock, the one in orange closed. Jiangning held the telescope. Found it. As soon as he finished speaking, the sniper rifle equipped with a silencer made a bang sound. The man in orange clothes fell down, and the evil people who were dancing on the grave were stunned. Dead. Dead. Headshot. Huishan gave way. You do it. Jiangning happily took the sniper rifle, and he assisted him from the side. At 12 o'clock, the one in red clothes. People are constantly moving, so it's difficult to aim, considering that she has no experience and no feel. Huishan opened the secondary sight. Lock. She stared with sharp eyes, waiting for the best time. Shoot. As he spoke, Jiangning pulled the trigger, and the red figure more than 600 meters away fell down. The first time was a coincidence, and the second time was strength. After 2 people died in a row, the evil people were suddenly a little panicked and subconsciously wanted to retreat to a safe distance. But they obviously underestimated the long-range shooting range of the sniper rifle. Even if they retreated to 1,000 meters, the third person still fell down. 3 people died in a row, and they were all team leaders. What does this mean? Chapter 250. What does this mean? A spy. Someone betrayed them. The fourth shot. The fifth shot. Until they retreated to the ruins in the distance. For a novice like Jiang Ning, the mission was a bit difficult. Huishan withdrew his troops. Let them catch their breath. The two stood behind him. Especially Daodu, who was full of envy. Brother, I want to shoot too. It's not that Huishan didn't want to teach, but the sniper rifle had limited bullets. And Daodu's height was limited. Don't worry. I definitely do it next time. The sniper rifle was equipped with a silencer. And the distance was relatively far. When the first person fell, Tianming had not yet reacted. But then the second, the third. If he still couldn't understand, he would be really confused. Seeing that the evil people had temporarily retreated, Tianming was deeply moved. He didn't expect that Huishan and Jiang Ning had saved Aoyuan by themselves. This kindness, there is no way to repay. After shooting, draw the curtains and go back to sleep. My biological clock was messed up, and I slept until after 10 o'clock. After washing up, we had brunch together. After washing the dishes, Daodu watered the peanuts and sweet potatoes on the terrace, and suddenly said nervously, "Brother, they are here again. How could a group of hungry wolves give up the fat sheep just because of a failure?" Huishan was not in a hurry to take action, but taught Jiang Ning by words and deeds how to quickly find the person in charge in the seemingly chaotic crowd. Eyes, body language, gestures, clothes, and even standing posture. All of these can be used as code words to convey orders. Obviously, after yesterday's failure, they adjusted the leader and continued to dance on the grave, cautiously testing, approaching step by step. No matter how things change, they still remain essentially the same. Hui remained calm and watched them dancing wildly, and quickly locked onto the target that needed to be annihilated. Jiang Ning drew inferences from one example. Although she was still a rookie compared to him, she had survived the apocalypse twice, and her insight was far superior to that of ordinary people. After careful observation, she found them one by one. Hui praised deeply. Not bad. When I first started, I only had a 90% accuracy rate. Go up to the 10th floor to set up the gun. Eat peanuts one by one, and give out 5 high-speed rail tickets to the underworld again. Jiang Ning handed in a perfect answer sheet, and went downstairs with a sniper rifle. Daodu was a little sad. What about the next time? My brother lied. There is still a gap in the 6 senses between men and women. During dinner, Jiang Ning noticed Daodu's disappointment. So he closed the door and reminded Huishan. Daodu is older now, and it's not as easy to fool as before. Even though she doesn't say it, she has her own ideas in her heart. You have to pay attention. Huishan, who doesn't know how to take care of children, reflects on himself, and then teaches Daodu how to use a sniper rifle. The gun was empty, but Daodu was extremely excited, especially when he was praised by his brother, and his eyes were full of stars. Huishan touched her head and felt guilty. He should pay attention to his methods in the future. On the third day, the people dancing on the grave came again, just like playing a zombie game. This time, they didn't wear eye-catching clothes. They were even a little anxious. 2 teams went straight to the cornfield and wanted to grab the corn. The members were full of anger and rushed to fight with weapons. It was true that the evil people were extremely vicious, but they were thin due to lack of food and water. Their physical fitness was far worse than that of the members, who had been taught by Huishan. Although Huishan only taught 1 class, he selected excellent players to teach his apprentices, and the effect was quite obvious after 1 year. It was about food and life. So neither side showed mercy, and soon started fighting. Huishan was waiting for this day, and the mastermind behind the scenes finally couldn't hold back. A shadow quietly emerged behind the ruins. He thought he was careful and vigilant, but Huishan would not miss the opportunity, and directly loaded his gun. Jiang Ning used a telescope throughout the whole process, and only saw dust rising from the other side of the ruins. The cornfield was full of blood, and the members who protected their homeland won. Although many people were injured, it was a crushing victory, and no evil people were let go. The evil people in the distance were frightened, and no one dared to come forward for a while, and they all retreated to the ruins. 2 hours later, they began to disperse and retreat. They disappeared completely. Tianming led a team of people and bravely walked towards the ruins. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them, and turned around and vomited. After preparing themselves mentally, They not only cleaned up the scene, but also cleaned up the bodies outside the cornfield. It was late, and the intercom rang. Regardless of whether Huishan and Jiangning needed it, He Tianming still expressed his gratitude on behalf of Aoyuan. Knowing that the two did not want to bother them too much, he said briefly, "Don't worry. The members know the stakes, and will not spread it everywhere." He was referring to the gun. The evil people retreated, and Aoyuan returned to its former peace. But it did not let down its guard. Half a month passed in a flash, and more than 10 acres of land began to be harvested. Cold-resistant potatoes do not taste good. So He Tianming asked someone to send more than 10 kilograms of corn over, saying that the two of them should have a taste. Jiangning accepted the offer. Not to mention, the corn grown in 4 seasons in one day is not much different from the one grown in the black soil garden. But the taste of corn is much lighter, and the taste is not bad. Perhaps this is also the mutation of plants after natural disasters. Worried about the long night and many dreams, He Tianming ran to the official work center again and actually called a large truck. All members went out to dig potatoes, harvest sweet potatoes, and pick corn. It was so lively. With more people, everything can be done in one day. Weighing on the spot. Even if there are more than 10 acres of grain, there is still a gap in the materials for the house. He Tianming had no choice but to call on each family to bring dried vegetables to make up the number. Green vegetables grow quickly, and they are dried into dried vegetables after harvest. Each family contributed more than 30 kilograms, which barely made up the number. Fortunately, we have dug a lot of wild vegetables in the past few months. Otherwise, the family would really not be able to make ends meet. But no matter what, we finally have a house to settle down in the end times. Although the family can only squeeze into one room, it is better than wandering the streets as refugees. And it's just the beginning. Who knows? We may be able to get a bigger house after hard work. People should always have dreams. Otherwise, life will be too painful. The house is not built yet, and it will take some time before moving. The members still can't rest. Women and children continue to grow vegetables and plant their own seeds and those distributed by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences separately. Try to grow more crops before moving. After all, there will be no place to grow crops after moving, and the future livelihood is still uncertain. The young and strong continue to dig sand or scavenge, earning points to decorate the house. Apart from other things, doors and windows must be installed. Yang Weiman suddenly had an idea. When the time comes, we can rent a car and transport everything that can be dismantled from Aoyuan to the new city. Not only can we decorate it ourselves, but we can also sell it to people who need it. And then we can trade materials. Aoyuan doesn't have much else, but it has doors and windows, so we can just dismantle them. This is a good idea. But where can we get a car? Doesn't Huishan often drive a truck? When the time comes, ask him where he rented it, and we can just pay the rent. When this was mentioned, He Tianming thought about business. Is the potatoes we left behind okay? We want to redeem the solar generator. No problem. We left them all. He Tianming quickly contacted Huishan to return the beans and 20% interest. After making an appointment, Huishan drove a truck in from outside. Chapter 251. The members are pretty good. All the potatoes are good, and the size is relatively uniform. Together with the beans, the two of them got a total of 2,000 kilograms of fresh potatoes. After confirming that there is no problem, Jiangning returned the solar generator to Aoyuan. Just as they got in the car and were about to leave, He Tianming stopped them and said, "The villas in the new city area are just about to be capped. When I was doing the grain delivery procedures in the work hall yesterday, I accidentally saw some rich people secretly choosing houses. There are only 50 villas in the first phase, and building materials are relatively scarce now. It is not certain when the second phase will start construction. You should hurry up and choose a house." Jiangning was stunned. He didn't expect that. He was still naive and waited for the official notice obediently. Why did the authorities insist on building villas when there was such a shortage of building materials? Of course, they were greedy, and they had to give back what they had taken from the rich and entrepreneurs. Why did a villa with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room cost 50,000 points? Because it was not prepared for ordinary people from the beginning. 50,000 points was just to raise the threshold so that the bottom survivors could not reach it. "Thank you, Captain E." We got in the car and headed for the new city district. Driving on the bumpy road, Jiangning asked, "Are there any second phase villas in the new city district?" Huishan recalled carefully. Probably not. But there are plans for second and third phases of commercial housing. There is no way. Only a very small number of people can live in villas. And the government has to focus on the survivors at the bottom. So, it is not true that you can live in a villa just by accumulating enough points. Jiang Ning had a bad feeling that the villa was probably in jeopardy. Buying a house is never an easy thing. Those with connections had already chosen their homes before the sale started, while those who were waiting for the sale to start had to face the scene of being sold out as soon as the sale started, even if they lined up at 3 a.m. I hadn't been to Wangwan for 2 months, and there had been earth-shaking changes. The construction site was in full swing, and there were gray and unfinished houses everywhere. The commercial houses were all only 6 floors, with a room of 7 or 8 square meters, and you could bump into one when you turned around. Jiang Ning finally saw the so-called subdivided housing. The streets were neatly planned, and they were all simple dirt roads. The center hall was crowded with people, earning points and exchanging materials. After wandering around, I finally found the inconspicuous real estate center, where 2 staff members were dozing off. Jiang Ning said politely, "Excuse me. I'm here to choose an independent courtyard." The female staff member didn't even raise her head. "It's not open yet. Go back and wait for notification." Jiang Ning was not angry. "Isn't it almost all selected? What does it have to do with the opening?" "Independent courtyard. Right." The male staff member on the right looked up. "How many points do you have?" 50,000 points. Housing selection is based on points. Those with 50,000 points didn't get a chance this time. You have to wait for the next batch. Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes. According to the regulations at the time, 50,000 points would be enough. There was no mention of points. "You're right. But under the same conditions, only those with higher points will be given priority. Please understand." "Okay. This explanation is indeed official enough." "That's right. In the work hall. If it was outside, Jiang Ning would have drawn his sword long ago." What a cover. The final right of interpretation belongs to the authorities. But killing people won't solve the problem. There are only 50 villas, and making a fuss is useless. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, took out 2 bottles of Mutai from his bag and stuffed them over. Smiling, "Please do me a favor." "Mutai?" The 2's eyes lit up immediately. They looked at each other and quickly hid the wine. "Well, you came in time. There is only one left." Jiang Ning believed her. It was a ghost. They were all reserved for the upper class. The staff took out the drawings, and Jiang Ning quickly pointed to the C-position villa. "I want this one." The staff member with a twitching mouth said tactfully, "This one needs 500,000 points." Jiang Ning, who only has 50,000 points, 50,000 versus 500,000? Although the paper drawings are the same. Smart people know there is something fishy. The woman took out a pen and drew 3 circles on the drawings. "You can choose one from them." It was indeed the one left over. There is no way. Those who can live in a villa with 500,000 points must have provided significant help to the government. Facing the reality, Jiang Ning was not jealous and decisively pointed to the one in the corner. "This is it." She took out her points card and handed it over. The staff swiped the card and issued an order. "Do you want to pay refined grains or coarse grains?" "Coarse grains will be doubled. Refined grains refer to rice, flour, corn, etc. And coarse grains refer to sweet potatoes, etc. Jiang Ning did not hesitate. Half each. The space is clearly divided into day and night. Although the potatoes were planted at the same time, they can only be harvested half a month later. However, the 6 acres of corn planted before are ripe. Half is kept fresh for daily consumption, and the rest is dried and threshed. Fortunately, there are harvesters and threshers. Otherwise people would be busy. After the receipt was issued and handed over, the staff instructed, "Pay the grain within 3 days, and bring the receipt to apply for the certificate after the grain is paid." Jiang Ning thanked him, and then handed over 2 more cards. "My friend has 2 commercial houses." The staff was speechless. Maltai is really hard to get. It doesn't matter who you apply for it for. But the wine is a good thing. So the 2 of them still applied for it. "Which house do you want?" Jiang Ning thought for a while. "Is there one opposite the police station?" "It's right under the nose of the police station. Even if there are thugs in Yongya who are rioting, they should not dare to commit crimes opposite the police station." The staff handed over the drawings. "Yes, but it's not built yet. After a brief discussion with Huishan, Jiang Ning asked for 301 and 302 on the third floor. He had mixed feelings, but it was still a good deal to use 2 bottles of Matai to book the house. It was not easy to come here. Jiang Ning wanted to hand in the grain before going back. Huishan had no objection. The climate had been relatively stable in the past 6 months, and many survivors took the opportunity to plant crops. Even if they handed in new grain, it would not be conspicuous. So, Jiang Ning prepared 3,000 kilograms of cold-resistant potatoes and 1,500 kilograms of corn, and took the truck out when he got to a remote place. Drive to deliver goods. It's true that it's easy to get things done if you find the right channels. Rules can only bind honest people. There are many vehicles coming to deliver grain, with carts of rice, wheat, and corn. You can tell from the appearance that they are from the hands of rich people. There are also carts and tricycles. These are the survivors of the middle and lower classes who have connections. Most of them buy commercial houses. After waiting in line for 2 hours, it was finally Jiang Ning's turn to deliver grain. Whether it was potatoes or corn, the quality was not to be chosen at all, and they were weighed and invoiced quickly. I took the receipt back to the work center, but I didn't expect that there were dozens of people queuing in the real estate center, all waiting to choose a house. Most of them were middle-aged and elderly people, and they were dressed better than ordinary survivors. Jiang Ning listened to a few people in the back row and found that they were family members of scientific research units. Researchers contribute to the country day and night, and their housing is free, without paying points or housing food. Just as I was listening, a familiar voice sounded. Xiao Jiang. Chapter 252. Jiang Ning looked up and saw Mother Zhong queuing up in front. She hurried over. What a coincidence. You are here to choose a house too? Jiang Ning nodded. Is Grandma Zhong's illness healed? Much better. Mother Zhong was very happy and said in a low voice, Xiao Jiang. Thanks to your medicine, my mother no longer coughs. The sequelae of concussion have eased a lot, and the old lady is in a better mood. Life-saving medicine is not cheap, and Auntie doesn't have anything valuable. I will return the food to you in a few months. Do you think it's okay? Both father and son have jobs, and when the research institute moves in, her job can be restored. The family can always save money by saving every penny. Jiang Ning gave it to him, so he didn't plan to accept the Zhong family's things. But saying no openly can easily breed dependence. No hurry. Take care of Grandma Zhong's health first, and other things will come slowly. It was a rare encounter. So Jiang Ning asked curiously, You got a 2-bedroom apartment? Zhong mother nodded. According to regulations, a researcher can get a 2-bedroom apartment. Both Zhong Ping and his son are in the research institute. So our family got 2 apartments, both in the research institute's family building. The environment there was too bad before, so we moved here some time ago and lived in a rough building. Today we are here to register and apply for a certificate, thanks to the good jobs of the father and son. Otherwise we would have to sleep on the street. Jiang Ning did not expect that the government would give free housing to scientific researchers. This policy deserves praise. The team moved forward slowly. Jiang Ning and Zhong mother chatted from time to time. The new city area not only has houses, but also factories, schools, and related units. Many units have merged with Yuecheng. The 2 cities are developing in the middle. The Agricultural Science Institute of Yuecheng has been merged to Fengcheng. The Chinese Medicine Research Institute is in Yuecheng. When the 2nd and 3rd phases are built, the 2 new city areas will be adjacent to each other. Schools, factories? The reconstruction plan is good, but no one can guarantee whether it can be protected. If the 2 cities are adjacent, the security will be relatively improved. But when the construction of the new urban area is completed, the eternal night will probably come. Darkness is a paradise for criminals. Jiang Ning hopes that he is overthinking. The authorities have gone through so much trouble to rebuild, and they should make corresponding arrangements for this area. When he saw Jiang Ning again, the staff reminded him while entering the registration. If the house is sold or rented in the future, you can come to the real estate center to register. We can help with the connection, and we will charge a certain handling fee. Jiang Ning couldn't help gossiping. If the independent courtyard is renovated and sold, how much materials will it cost? It depends on the willingness of both the buyer and the seller. If the house is in short supply, at least double the price. The property information has been entered into the electronic card, but the paper house title will take a month to get. The staff reminded. The independent courtyard will be completed the day after tomorrow. And you can decorate and move in then. Jiang Ning thanked him, and walked out of the work center to return to Aoyuan. After returning to Building 5, Jiang Ning told He Tianming the news. Captain He, you can also go to choose a house. Only by being quick can you choose a good one. By the time the news came out, all the good houses had been picked up. He Tianming actually thought of it, and was discussing with Yang Weiman how to get the staff to give in. But there was nothing to discuss. Grain can make the devil work, even in the end of the world. After dinner, Jiang Ning discussed, when will we decorate? Hui thought deeply. We make plans after the completion. First look at the site, then discuss the specific decoration plan. There were 2 days left, and the empty corn field was replanted. This time, all 6 acres were planted with wheat. With a seed drill and the tireless Huishan, the work was done quickly. On the day of completion, Jiang Ning drove over and happened to meet He Tianming and Yang Weiman at the gate of the community. So he took them along. There were many people traveling to the new urban area, so the road became a little easier, and it took more than an hour to get there. After sending the people to the work center, the two drove to the villa area. TSK. It really is good to mix pheasants with phoenixes. The road in the villa area is actually a cement road with green belts on both sides. But the upper class is also divided into different levels. Jiang Ning is too young after all. The king of villas with 500,000 points is located in the C position. The main building alone occupies thousands of square meters and has 4 floors. Not to mention the large garden in the front yard and the swimming pool in the backyard. This is not buying a house with points. It is clearly a high-end customization. Expanding from the C position to both sides, the status is clear at a glance. The further you go to the back, the more inconspicuous the specifications are. The last 2 buildings are very simple 2-story courtyards, 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, which are barely comparable to the scale of commercial houses before the end of the world. The only good thing is that they have their own bathrooms. There is a cement road on the side, and the wall is beyond it. I think the authorities also know that the villa is too eye-catching, so they specially built a wall to protect it. The corner location is not easy to plan, and there is a triangular wasteland left, which looks to be more than 100 square meters. Jiang Ning made a prompt decision. Let's build a wall to enclose the yard and include it. The villa originally had a backyard, and with the wasteland, it is more than 200 square meters. The distance between the 2 villas is about 30 meters, and it is fairest to divide it in half. Huishan prepared for the rainy day. The stone wall of the outer courtyard is built 3 meters, and iron nails and broken glass are inserted on the top of the wall, so that ordinary people can't climb in. Jiang Ning had no objection. He had stored a lot of stones in the space, which was enough. Building glass houses on the roof and in the backyard can not only plant crops, but also resist acid rain erosion. The acid rain continued for half a month, not only destroying the soil and making it impossible to plant crops, but also the cement walls could not withstand the erosion, leaving potholes and holes, and the thinner walls were corroded. If this is the case, it is necessary to store soil that can be planted. Otherwise, even if a glass house is built, the soil in the backyard will be penetrated and damaged by acid rain. The two plan their future home, freeing up a room on the first floor for a garage, a room for a utility room, and another room for the dog. The second floor is the master bedroom, one for Daodu, and one for the study. Jiang Ning patted the wall. It's too thin. It doesn't keep warm. The temperature is around 0 degrees during the cold polar day, and the temperature difference is getting bigger and bigger. It will be more obvious when it comes to the eternal night, and it is common to be minus 30 or 40 degrees. Huishan nodded. Well, it's not soundproof. It needs to be thicker. Jiang Ning blushed when he said this, suspecting that he was not pure. But there was no evidence. After roughly planning the direction of the decoration, the two drove out of the villa area to pick up He Tianming. When we arrived, He Tianming had already finished his work and seemed to be in a good mood. After sending half a bag of corn, the house selection was finally settled. All the Aoyuan employees successfully shared a house and were arranged to live in the same building. Yang Weiman smiled again and again. Old He is still smart. Our house is opposite the police station. 3/5 of the people in the building are Aoyuan people. If something goes wrong, it can be said that there is strength in numbers. Jiang Ning, who also has a house opposite the police station. Chapter 253. What a coincidence. Not only did they choose the same building, but Tianming also bought a house in 303. But this also made her feel relieved. At least she didn't meet a bad neighbor. She laughed. Captain has a good eye. My relatives just bought houses in 301 and 302. It's because you reminded us that we acted early. Otherwise, how could we have grabbed the house? Let's share what we have. If Tianming hadn't reminded us, Jiangning wouldn't have been able to choose a villa even if he had points. On the way, Yang Weiman discussed installing solar energy and planting on the rooftop balcony. With more than 100 people, it's hard to solve the problem of eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. When they arrived at the community, Jiangning said, Captain thank you for your care over the past year. We will move to the new city in 2 days. Tianming was stunned. So soon? Every day is extremely long. But looking back, it's just a blink of an eye. The two have been in Aoyuan for a year. During this period, the community has experienced several storms. If it weren't for their great help, Aoyuan might have fallen long ago. When are you leaving? Tianming asked. You have helped Aoyuan a lot. We want to see you off. Jiangning said politely. We are also members of the community. There is no question of helping or not helping. And living here feels like home. If it weren't for the current situation, I really don't want to move. I still have to thank them. If it weren't for the help of the two, Aoyuan wouldn't even have the chance to share a room. But they won't move so quickly. They have to accumulate more supplies. Huishan reminded. There are factories in the new city area, and it's not far from the plantation of the Agricultural Science Institute. There are many job opportunities. You can pay more attention to recruitment information. It was still early to come back. So after a nap, the three of them and the dog went out to store soil. Before the development, this area was originally a good farmland, and the soil was still very fertile. After digging, they loaded the soil into the truck and stored it in the space. Although they only stored one truck, they actually stored a lot in the space. After eating and sleeping, they started to dismantle the house the next day, not even leaving the doors and windows. They left without giving Tianming a chance to treat them. Huishan drove the truck, and Jiangning drove the Hummer. Mingming's heart was broken, and she ran after the car. The dog was cold-hearted and heartless, acting like a scumbag. Don't be obsessed with me. I'm just a legend. Looking back at Aoyuan, it stands alone in the world. But this Eden in the end times will be abandoned soon. Who can tell what will happen in the future? 2 cars drove into the new city villa area, one in front and one behind. Jiangning was fast enough, but she didn't expect that there would be someone faster than her. Several high-end villas have already started to be renovated, and workers have arrived one after another. Hui was afraid of tiring Jiangning. Should we hire someone? No. We can do it slowly by ourselves. Since there was nothing to do anyway, it would be better to stretch my muscles as exercise. Don't rush to decorate the roof. Build the outer wall first and occupy the land that should be occupied. She took out the bed and furniture. The toilet has not been repaired yet, so she can only use a mobile toilet instead. It's physical work, so you have to eat a good meal. Take out a few hard dishes, digest them, and then go to dig the foundation, starting with the triangular piece. Days are spent. Jiangning is not in a hurry to work, and takes a break from time to time. Huishan, on the other hand, is very good at hard work, and the foundation is not only wide, but also deep. When the stone wall is built, it will not collapse even if a large truck hits it. Jiangning did not forget to tease him. You are not building a wall. You are simply building a bunker. Huishan smiled. Then we will build a bunker. Even if the sky falls, it will not hit it. After digging the wall for a few days, more and more people came to the villa area to decorate. Jiangning and his colleagues worked on time, while they worked in 2 shifts day and night, digging a swimming pool, building a garden, and laying a green belt. Fortunately, they were far away. Otherwise, they would be killed by the noise. After the foundation was dug, Jiangning went out and pulled a truck full of stones back. The two studied the infrastructure video for a long time, slowly thinking about building the wall. Mix cement and river sand, and stir with a hoe. Huishan has obsessive-compulsive disorder. He always feels that the wall he built at the beginning is not flat enough. He repeatedly pushed it down several times, and then it looks decent. Jiangning pouted beside him. Fortunately, his obsessive-compulsive disorder only affects him. Otherwise his life would be in chaos. When the wall was half a person's height, a large truck suddenly drove to the door, and more than a dozen men jumped out of it, holding weapons in their hands. Sensing their arrival, Jiang Ning subconsciously wanted to draw his sword. "Hey, man, your decoration is unique." His voice was ruffian, with a cigarette in his mouth, and he walked with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. Jiang Ning looked up. When he saw who it was, the man's cigarette fell out of his mouth. "Damn, it's my sister-in-law." Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Qin Chuan quickly smiled and changed his words, instantly becoming steady and enthusiastic. "Why are you here?" It was like the face-changing of Sichuan opera, and it was completely different from the style just now. Sure enough, the second-hand dealers all have two faces. Jiang Ning was also surprised. "Brother Qin, you brought so many brothers here? Look at them, either with sharp faces or shifty eyes. You can tell at a glance that they are not good people." Qin Chuan laughed happily. "Do you know whose house next door is yours?" Since he asked this, how could Jiang Ning not guess? "Brother Qin, did you take it?" "Fate." Qin Chuan took out another cigarette and put it in his mouth. "I came here before and liked your current one at first sight. The corner is relatively quiet. I didn't expect that when I was choosing a house. I was told that it was taken away by someone else. I was curious about who had such good vision, so I came here today to see it. I didn't expect it to be you, my sister-in-law. I'm sorry. I took away your beloved brother Qin. It's okay. We be neighbors from now on. It's better to get along with these two than to be neighbors with those high-handed rich people." Having been dealing with rich people for many years, how could he not know that the rich people's class concept is deeply rooted? Even if he has a lot of materials in his hands, he is just a nouveau riche in their eyes. If it weren't for the relative safety of the villa area and the desire to give his son a good environment to grow up, he really wouldn't have bothered to move in. Now it's good. There are actually people who share the same interests. Looking at the thick wall, Qin Chuan couldn't help but be curious. "Are you going to build a bunker?" They were all old acquaintances, and Jiang Ning had nothing to hide. "Didn't you hear the official announcement that the climate may be even worse in the future? The polar day has come. So how far can the eternal night be? If there is a hurricane or acid rain, there will be starving people everywhere and freezing bones on the road. I'm a timid person, so I'd better make the house safer. Not only safety, but also privacy. Some rich people are much more capable than evil people." Qin Chuan originally asked his brothers to come over for decoration, but when he saw that the two men were working as slowly as a snail, he couldn't help but wave his hand. "What are you guys still doing? From today on, help Brother Hua and finish the decoration directly." More than a dozen brothers were stunned for a moment, and then responded one after another, rolled up their sleeves, and came to help without saying a word. Jiang Ning quickly stopped them. "No need to trouble you. We can do it ourselves. You have to work until the end of time?" Qin Chuan was extremely enthusiastic. "Don't be fooled by their ugly looks. They are good at work. There is nothing they can't do. Really, no need. However, some people really force themselves to help. Mixing river sand, laying stones, piling up ash. Although they don't look like good people, they are very efficient at work." Jiang Ning was speechless, but Qin Chuan was still shouting, "Hurry up. If anyone is lazy, I will punish you." As he said that, he took a deep puff of cigarette. Chapter 254. Hoarding and Jiang Ning, who wanted to take their time to do a good job, had no choice but to passively accept. "Okay. We take care of the food and pay you wages and food when the time comes. Don't spoil them. I still have the indentures of these guys." Qin Chuan asked the two to come over to rest, and asked excitedly, "How do you plan to decorate?" Jiang Ning didn't hide it, and roughly mentioned it. "Building a high outer wall, building a glass house on the top floor and in the backyard, and then growing vegetables and raising chickens and ducks." Qin Chuan's cigarette almost fell out again. "Other people build swimming pools in their yards, and you actually use it to grow vegetables? We've emptied our family savings for this house. So how can we have enough money for some fancy gimmicks?" Jiang Ning spoke directly. "For me, I won't die if I don't swim, but I starve to death if I skip 2 meals." Qin Chuan laughed. "What my sister-in-law said is that we shouldn't do those fancy things. It's better to grow vegetables and raise chickens. When your decoration is done, I just copy your homework. Both of them are smart. Especially Jiang Ning, who won't suffer losses. 3 years after the end of the world. Many rich people have lost everything. But she is getting better and better. So, you can't go wrong if you do it as you say. But when Qin Chuan learned that he had to put broken glass on the high wall, he was a little disgusted. Why bother with that? It's not safe enough. I get you some electric fences to surround it. It's not that Jiang Ning doesn't want to save trouble. But it takes a lot of electric fences to surround the whole yard. It's been 3 years since the end of the world. And this stuff is not easy to find. But when it comes to dealing with materials, there are very few things that Qin Chuan can't handle. Jiang Ning smiled and said, Then I leave it to Brother Qin. There are some things to pay attention to when it comes to electric fences on high walls. If it's too high, there is a risk of collapse. And if it's too low, it can't be prevented. The two of them estimated the height and asked Qin Chuan to help find it, and then exchange it for food. Qin Chuan readily agreed. See if you need anything else. And I'd do it together. Basically everything is ready. But it's difficult to assemble the glass house. And neither of them has experience. It's not difficult. Lao Luo knows this. Let him help you when the time comes. It was getting late. And Jiang Ning saw that the sharp-mouthed monkeys were working hard. So she planned to go back to the house to show them her skills. I go cook. And don't be disgusted when you eat something. Having tasted her cooking skills, Qin Chuan was looking forward to it. Took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves to help with the work. Jiang Ning cooked. Daodu and Kailei helped. It was really casual. Sweet potato and old rice. Dried beans fried with bacon. Dried radish fried with bacon. Dried cabbage. And a big bowl of sweet potato leaves. Plenty of salt. Little oil and water. After the meal was ready, Daodu called them over. Sharp-mouthed Monkey and his friends brought their own bowls and chopsticks. The rough guys didn't care at all. They filled the rice with vegetables and sat on the ground with their butts sticking out. Well, sister, you cook really well. Sharp-mouthed Monkey was hungry and ate the rice with big mouthfuls. Although he could make money, he had a wife and children to support at home. So he couldn't have a full meal every day. The food that his sister cooked was not only rich in oil, but also very fragrant. Unlike his wife's cooking, which was worse than pig food and had to be held in the hands. The same was true for several other people, including Qin Chuan. He had enough food, but he didn't know how to cook. Most of the time, his brothers cooked. Compared with Jiang Ning cooking, it was simply not human food. Brother Hua, you are so lucky to marry your sister-in-law. Hui deeply agreed. Yes, it's a blessing from the previous life. After finishing the physical work, the sharp-mouthed Monkey and others finished eating, packed up their things, and went to Qin Chuan's villa to sleep on the floor. After sleeping for 2 hours, I got up and continued to work. I didn't expect that they were proficient in all kinds of skills, and the wall was built very quickly. Jiang Ning and Huishan were so busy that they drove to get materials and almost couldn't catch up with their speed. In less than a day, the 3-meter-high wall was perfectly completed. Next is the villa decoration. The rough house needs to be plastered, because the wall is too thin. 3 layers need to be applied. Cement mortar, mixed mortar, and white lime mortar surface layer engineering. The thickness of each layer is required to increase, and the focus is on sound insulation. Old Zhang used to work in a renovation team. After the apocalypse, he became a middleman with Qin Chuan. He can't say he has enough food and clothing, but compared with most survivors, he is doing pretty well. Now, he is very confident in his old job and directs the sharp-mouthed monkeys to work on the spot. He accidentally turned his head and pointed at Qin Chuan. No, boss, the plaster you applied is not even enough. Qin Chuan didn't rush to speak, and hit him on the back of his head with a pot sticker. Are you teaching me how to do things? Old Zhang immediately admitted his fear. No, 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 I don't dare. Boss, you've worked hard. Sit down and have a drink. I do the plastering. Qin Chuan threw the tools to him. Everyone, be active. I find out who's lazy, and you have a hard time. Jiang Ning and Huishan didn't have time to participate at all. These people were too efficient. They kept getting materials from outside. Cement, river sand, coarse gravel, lime, tiles, waterproof paint, latex paint, doors and windows, etc. Where did you get them from? This made Qin Chuan jealous. How about you set up a connection so that we can get the decoration materials in the villa area and split the profits in half? Jiang Ning smiled. Brother Qin, don't joke. It took us more than half a year to find all these things. If it's that easy, why don't we do this business first and give you a chance to ask? Qin Chuan thought about it, and it was true. Non-renewable materials are becoming less and less. And they are also damaged by a super strong earthquake. It is not easy to find all these materials. However, this tile is really good. A high-end product. He can find other things. But he is really greedy. Can you give me a set of tiles? Jiang Ning agreed. Okay. I ask for you. But it may not be the same model. Scrape the floor. Lay tiles. Apply waterproof coating. Install toilet. Anti-theft doors and windows. A middleman who doesn't know all the skills is not a good decoration engineer. But in just a few days, the villa became like magic. The bathroom is bling. The floor tiles are shiny. And the garage is remodeled. As for the exterior wall decoration, laying tiles is too luxurious. Just apply cement slurry, which can resist the erosion of wind, rain, fog and haze. The high walls protect the courtyard. Full of security. The cement slurry is poor and low-key. If the villa area is really targeted by the evil people one day, the first target will also be the glittering luxury villa. In less than 10 days. Except for the construction of the glass house. All other projects have been completed. The newly renovated house needs to be ventilated. So all windows are open for ventilation. And tents are set up on the roof at night. After measuring the size and calculating the quantity, Jiang Ning handed the high-strength light-transmitting glass to Qin Chuan's people. There is no rush for the glass house. You can do it when you have time. And focus on the urgent things first. Other materials are needed to build the glass house. But since Qin Chuan asked, I believe there is a way to get it done. Jiang Ning also gave him some tiles and glass, which were enough for him to renovate the villa, which was considered to be the cost of the glass house and the power grid. Qin Chuan was quite satisfied with the exchange of materials. Jiang Ning specifically asked the construction team of the villa area for the labor fee of the sharp-mouthed monkey and others, and asked them to give them 10% more on top of their salary. You should know that other families don't provide food, but she provides fullness. They were given dried corn, which was not only fresh but also fragrant. They wanted it in their hearts, but they didn't dare to accept it because of the boss's power. Chapter 255. Seeing their cowardly and useless appearance, Qin Chuan was somewhat amused. Why are you looking at me? Just take it if I give it to you. He didn't want to accept it, but everyone had to support their families. So how could he let his subordinates' families go hungry just for the sake of face? When it was time for the sharp-mouthed monkey to collect food, Jiang Ning asked with a smile, Buy a house? I bought it. The sharp-mouthed monkey said happily. If it weren't for you helping with the business, I really wouldn't be able to get it. The points were enough. But everyone was short of food, and the boss covered it all. The monkey was very happy. Sister, our house is right opposite the police station. When it is renovated, you can come and have a seat. This location is very popular. They had no chance at all. It was the boss who got it through the back door and gave gifts. Jiang Ning almost choked. You are a dealer, but you dare to live opposite the police station. You are really brave. Aren't you afraid that they will come and take down your nest? The monkey was very proud. Sister, you are superficial. The most dangerous place is the safest. Alas, what a fate. Jiang Ning never thought that Aoyuan, she, Huishan, and the sharp-mouthed monkey and others would actually buy a whole building. Well, at least they all know each other well. And the possibility of a big mess is low. The big project came to an end for the time being. And the sharp-mouthed monkey and others moved to renovate Qin Chuan's villa in a hurry. Good guy. It's okay to copy homework. But he didn't even change the punctuation marks. Not to mention the wall. Qin Chuan even asked for the same brand of cement. Jiang Ning still had a lot of finishing work to do. And he had already been paid. So he didn't go over to help and repay the favor. The outer wall was thick. So Huishan decided to install 2 doors. A stainless steel door with electricity on the outside, and a heavy wooden door on the inside. It was similar to the ancient city gate, which couldn't be opened even with a wooden stake. But there was nothing suitable. But Jiang Ning quickly came up with an idea. Let's install the stainless steel door first, and then ask Master 2 to make it later. The backyard was used to grow vegetables and raise rabbits. And the front yard was not cemented. So 2 flower beds were built first, so that honeysuckle could be planted later. Huishan smoothed and compacted the ground, while Jiangning took out the pebbles he had stored when digging river sand and spread them on the ground. A solar generator was installed on the roof, and wires were installed in each room. Refrigerator, washing machine, air conditioner, heater, induction cooker, gas stove. Natural disasters are unpredictable. Enjoy life in time. The space has stored a lot of electrical appliances, but almost all of them that can improve life have been taken out by Jiangning. All are placed on the second floor, and the living room on the first floor is relatively simple. Huishan also installed a door at the staircase, which can be opened at ordinary times, but it is better to close it when there are guests or naughty children. The reason is easy to find. The end of the world is not safe. If someone sneaks in, it can be an extra layer of protection. The second floor is relatively luxurious, not to mention the sofas and tea tables. There is also a 6-digit massage chair. In the corner is a 6-digit 3-door refrigerator, which is filled with various fruits and snacks. The two can take them whenever they are hungry. There are also vegetables and meats. If Jiangning wants to go out or oversleep one day, the two don't have to wait for food. Daodu is 8 years old, and his cooking skills need to be improved. It took a few days to clean up inside and out. The 3 of them and the dog ended their days of sleeping in tents and had their own house again. Daodu's house was next to the study, and the master bedroom of Jiangning and Huishan was just beyond it. The windows were double-layered thick anti-peep glass, and the door was also thick. After trying it, the sound insulation effect was good, but the dog on the first floor was not satisfied. It gave up its own house and dragged the lazy sofa to the second floor, occupying the living room. Alas, a sensitive and clingy dog. Jiangning took out 30 fertilized eggs from the space, 10 each for chickens, ducks and geese, and put them all in the incubator. 3 years after the natural disaster, the 3,000 eggs that were previously stored are almost used up, and there is not much chicken, duck and goose meat left. It is time to continue to replenish. If there are no special circumstances, it should be possible to live in the villa for 6 or 7 years, as long as the poultry is well raised. It is not a problem to store meat for several years. Huishan expressed his support. Bring out some bamboo or wood tomorrow, and I will build a chicken and duck shed and raise them outside. Jiangning asked with a smile. Can you do it? Is there anything I can't learn? After 3 years of hard work, Huishan has gone from being a kitchen disaster, planting waste materials, and being a master of housework to now building walls and brushing knees. What else can stump him? TSK. Men really can't be praised. They will become arrogant if praised. Jiangning deliberately suppressed his family status. Mr. Hua, I suggest you don't be too confident. Huishan suddenly came over and pecked her lips. I have something more confident. Do you want to try it? No. She didn't seem to have booked a high-speed rail ticket. It was too late to get off the train. The door was closed and locked, and the curtains were drawn. Jiangning was depressed. You didn't seem to be like this before. Really? Huishan opened a drawer to take something. That's because you don't know me well enough. Yes, this man is very bad. When we first met, he had a cold and righteous face. But what happened? He was a black-bellied man who pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger. I made too much and got up late. When I finished washing up, Daodu had already cooked rice noodles with huiwan, pork offal, and chopped green onions. It was so fragrant. Fortunately, a high wall was built. Otherwise the smell would have spread to other houses. I ate breakfast while listening to the radio. According to the latest official news, the first batch of houses have been built, and those who meet the score requirements can subscribe from now on. The second phase will continue to be developed in the future to solve the housing problem as much as possible. In addition, new recruitment is open. Official stores, food factories, lime factories, plantations, security patrols, etc. At the same time, some civil service positions are released, and those who are capable are sincerely invited to come for interviews. The new urban area is gradually improving and operating. Jiangning just listened casually. Anyway, she couldn't work, and was determined to continue to be a rotten to the end. Just after finishing the meal, a car horn sounded outside the door. Qin Chuan appeared with his son. Sister-in-law, my home is not safe for construction, and I am afraid that the child will be accidentally injured. Can I leave him at your house? Survivors continued to migrate to the new urban area, and the old urban area became increasingly unsafe. He was busy with renovations, and stayed at the construction site all day long. He was really worried about leaving his son at home. Qin Mu, Qin Chuan's beloved son, was about 8 or 9 years old. Fair and tender, wearing a handsome suit and carrying a huge school bag. Unlike his father, an eloquent second-hand dealer, Qin Mu was gentle and handsome, with a shy and awkward look. From now on, they will be neighbors separated by a wall. Besides, since it was delivered to his door, Jiangning couldn't say no. Okay, let Dao play together, but don't forget to pick him up on time. Okay, thank you for your help. Qin Chuan did not go in, but stood at the door to encourage his son. Play with your sister. Dad is next door, and will come to pick you up later. Qin Mu was a little uneasy, but nodded. Jiangning led Qin Mu into the house. Dao, a new friend is here. Dao, who was eating bananas with Guzi on the second floor, quickly wiped his mouth, hid the food, and rinsed his mouth before going downstairs. A strange two-legged animal? Guzi, who was going downstairs, narrowed his eyes and quickly closed the door at the staircase with his claws, not allowing him to go up to the second floor. Chapter 256. The dog spirit's tricks almost made Jiangning burst out laughing, and the two of them were getting more and more in sync. The living room on the first floor was much rougher, and it was filled with furniture from the Jinrong community, which looked ordinary. Seeing Qin Mu's restrained expression, Jiangning suggested, Dao, didn't you say you wanted to plant something in the backyard? Take Xiaomu with you to play. The cute little girl looked sweet and loved to laugh, with clear eyes full of smiles. She took the initiative to reach out and pull Qin Mu. Brother Xiaomu, I take you to turn the soil and plant vegetables. Seeing such a clean and smiling sister for the first time, Qin Mu was not so nervous immediately. Yeah. He put down his school bag and followed Dao to the backyard, fearing that the little kid would suffer. Guzi followed decisively. After a while, the laughter of two children came. Jiangning went over and saw Dao teaching Qin Mu how to hoe the ground. Brother Xiaomu, your movements are wrong. Children are easy to get along with. So she did not disturb them, but went into the space to try to plant lotus roots. She took out a jar and placed it in the corner of the black soil garden, poured a few buckets of water and mud into it to stir, and then planted 2 lotus roots. There weren't many lotus roots stored before the disaster, and almost all of them were eaten up by making braised food. I hope the trial planting will be successful. Otherwise it will become extinct. Coming out of the space, Huishan took the car keys and was about to go out. I'm going to Yun to see if Master 2 can make a door? Originally, the 3 people and the dog would go. But now that Qin Mu is here, the adults have to stay at home. Jiangning warned. It should be getting more and more chaotic over there. You have to be careful on the road. In recent days, people have moved into the renovated villas one after another. Large trucks are coming in and out day and night, and the rich people are constantly moving things in. Yesterday, I was exercising on the rooftop. A rich lady happened to be out for a walk when she saw the towering exterior walls and the cement-plastered house. Her smile instantly disappeared and her face was full of disgust. Look at this natural disaster. Anyone can get in. I'm afraid there will be no peace in the future. Who said it wasn't? The authorities are really good. They promised that they would do their best to protect our safety. But what about now? What kind of messed up people can buy houses here? Guess who I ran into when I went out just now? That middleman surnamed Qin. What kind of world is this? Even he can live here. There's nothing we can do. You guys give him too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to live here. He's just sucking blood from us. Jiangning took out a telescope and memorized their faces. What the hell? It's been 3 years since the end of the world, and they still look down on others. They can only live a life of luxury because of their good family background. If they were thrown out, they wouldn't survive for half a day. They have to bring bodyguards with them when they walk in the villa area. They've been spoiled. At noon, Qin Chuan came to pick up his son for lunch. Seeing that his face and body were covered with mud and dust, he was surprised at first and then laughed. It's rare that you can be naughty. Not bad. The son is very introverted. Even if he often invites his brother's children to play at home, he rarely speaks, let alone playing in the mud. 3 sticks can't make a fart. Today, the sun is rising from the west. Qin Mu was reluctant to leave. Dad, I haven't finished turning my land yet. I still have to plant sweet potatoes and potatoes. Go find Uncle Luo and the others for dinner first. Qin Chuan touched his son's head. We have landed home. And you can grow sweet potatoes every day. After sending his son away, he explained to Jiang Ning. This child has mild autism. He is not only timid but also dumb. How do you make him lively? I have tried all kinds of methods over the years, but nothing works. You may have protected him too well. Jiang Ning thought for a while. In fact, I didn't care about anything. It was just Daodu who took him to play. And the dog was fooling around. It's rare that he can get along with others. Let Daodu come to my house more often. Daodu also needs friends. It depends on her own wishes. Jiang Ning did not refuse. After everyone left, she asked, Daodu, how are you getting along with Xiaomu? Brother Xiaomu is very good and obedient. Do you want to play with him in the future? Daodu thought for a while. Sister-in-law, is it okay? Jiang Ning knew her concerns. You can make friends, but you must be careful. You can't trust others unconditionally just because you have been together for a long time. Well, I go play with him occasionally. Huishan came back on time, and the three of them and the dog started eating. Master 2 said it can be done. Beechwood is highly stable, has strong impact resistance, and has a high hardness. It is very suitable for making a door. Beechwood? Jiang Ning didn't recognize it. The space has stored a lot of wood, but they were all cut after they died, except for 2 or 3 types. The others are really unknown. After eating, the two entered the space to pick wood, knocked and picked the ones they thought were the strongest. After delivering the wood, Huishan drove back to pick up Jiang Ning to go to the commercial building. The commercial building is a spare part, although there is no plan to renovate it. The most basic doors and windows cannot be missing. He Tianming and others have not moved in yet. But there are voices coming from the 5th and 6th floors. It is estimated that it is the family members of Jianzuo and others. Practice makes perfect. In less than half a day, the door and windows were installed. There are many people here, so just in case, iron bars are installed on the windows first and then glass. Open the door and you will see the room. And then, there is another room. I am used to living in a big house, and I am not used to living in a subdivided flat. I think He Tianming and others will have to share a room. Difficulties can be foreseen. Moreover, there are many conflicts because they are close to each other. It is estimated that there will be headaches in the future. It may not be as harmonious as Aoyuan. It depends on how he solves it. After locking the door and leaving, footsteps were heard from upstairs. Then, a woman in a floral dress appeared. Seeing her face, Jiang Ning was stunned. Except for the rich area, she couldn't remember how long it had been since she saw a woman wearing makeup. Bright red lips, slim figure, beautiful face, 2 big eyes, with a shrewd and fierce momentum. It is not easy to live so brightly in the end times. Either you have strong abilities, or you find a powerful man. Jiang Ning glanced at her white and tender hands, and probably knew whose wife she was. The other party also looked over, looking quite surprised. Jiang Ning didn't stay too long and went downstairs with the key. Qin Chuan's house was renovated very quickly, and the glass of the 2 houses was also done. The steel frame was erected, and the glass shed was built to cover the entire rooftop. 2 glass rooms of about 100 square meters are spacious enough. Although some rich people look down on others, they are still amazed when they see the glass room on the top floor. Someone actually sent someone to ask. Jiang Ning pretended not to hear it and didn't say anything at all. Qin Chuan was quite enthusiastic. He wanted to do business with the rich and came to ask if he could get glass resources. If there is, take it from her first. There is plenty of space. But Jiang Ning doesn't want to make money. No. Yours is the last batch. Qin Chuan still took the business, but he made a lot of money. He is not deaf or blind. How can he not see the sense of superiority in some people's bones? Who else to kill if not them? The power grid came back, and Jiang Ning was not in a hurry to install it. This is a consumable product, and it is relatively safe during the polar day. It is not too late to install it after the eternal night. Are you free the day after tomorrow? Qin Chuan invited. I will hold a party for the new members. Come over and have a drink then. Chapter 257. Jiang Ning and Huishan were not friends, and they had already had a family dinner. Foie gras, Japanese beef, caviar wrapped in Iberian ham, and 1982 Lafite. The dog also had a share, and licked the plate clean. Jiang Ning could not find a reason to refuse the neighbor who was always there. So he agreed. Okay. Just come. No need to bring anything. Knowing that his son liked to play with Daodu. Qin Chuan specifically reminded him, remember to call Daodu and Coke. The father and son felt lonely living in the villa. The monkey and others would come over whenever there was no business. And they would often get together to eat or play cards. Life was comfortable, but boring. Hu Yishan was particularly enthusiastic when he drew the curtains. But he was silent most of the time. Working, reading, practicing, eating, and sleeping. Jiang Ning was almost always the one looking for topics. Just now, he tickled him with his hand while lying on the bed. Qin Chuan will hold a party to join the family tomorrow. What gift should I give? Hu Yishan was not good at socializing. So he thought for a while and said, a bottle of wine and a pack of cigarettes? Qin Chuan had no shortage of supplies. So the wedding banquet would not be too bad. The appetite of 3 people and 1 dog was not bad. Especially the dog who loved to eat. Jiang Ning thought it was okay. Okay. The next morning, the next door became lively early. More than a dozen brothers under the second-hand dealer came with their families. There were laughter and joy in the yard. Women teased each other. And children gathered together and made noise. Jiang Ning was not good at joining in the fun. Especially with people he didn't know well. Fortunately, the glass was silent. So he quickly closed it. At about 11 o'clock in the morning, the voice of the intercom sounded. Brother Hua, bring your sister-in-law and others to eat. After a while, Qin Mu knocked on the door downstairs, followed by several children, all of whom came to pick up Daodu and Guzi. Jiang Ning carried the gift, and the family went to eat across the street. As soon as they went out, Qin Mu came up to them. Brother and sister, I'm here to play with Sister Daodu. He still had candy in his hand, and handed it directly to Daodu. Daodu didn't take it, but subconsciously looked at his brother. Hu Yishan gave an order. Thank you, Brother Xiaomu. Daodu took the candy and thanked him, but didn't eat it but put it in his pocket. Qin Mu pulled Daodu home. I have a swing at home. You can sit on it. Compared to the 2 of them, the other children looked pale. Their clothes and shoes were old, but they were still better than most of the children in the lower class. Just out of place in the villa area. As soon as I entered the door, I found the sharp-mouthed monkey in the front yard, being grabbed by the ear by a tall woman in a red skirt. Did you ignore what I said? The sharp-mouthed monkey was in pain, and he could only beg in a low voice. Oh, my wife, please be gentle. Today is the boss's wedding banquet. Please give me some face. One was skinny, short and ugly. The other was tall and beautiful. Too eye-catching. Jiang Ning finally understood why the sharp-mouthed monkey would rather be beaten than buy a house. If she could marry such a beautiful woman, she would not be afraid of being beaten. Well, how should I put it? Monkey version of Wu Daoang. Seeing who was coming, the woman was a little surprised and quickly hid the evil hand that beat her husband. The sharp-nosed monkey rubbed his ears and smiled subconsciously when he saw Jiang Ning. Sister, you are here. Come on. Come on. Let me introduce you. This is my wife Meili. Jiang Ning greeted with a smile. Sister Meili. As expected before. In the end times, no one else would treat his wife as a treasure. Not fighting back when hit or scolded. Holding her in his hands for fear of dropping her. And holding her in his mouth for fear of melting. Only the sharp-mouthed monkey would do that. Wang Meili was surprised. I saw you a few days ago. On the 3rd floor of our house. So this is the sister in the legend of the dead monkey. I thought she was an old woman in her 30s or 40s. But I didn't expect her to be in her early 20s. Young. Beautiful. With fair and rosy skin. Delicate and beautiful facial features. She was so dazzling and shining in the end times of natural disasters. Making her, who was always confident, feel ashamed. Jiang Ning nodded. Yes. What a coincidence. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Ning and Hu Yishan stepped into the living room. After being neighbors for so long, this was the first time for them to come here. After seeing the layout and arrangement of the house, they couldn't help but sigh again at his ability to copy homework. And he actually learned from her to install a door at the staircase. All the people who came were Qin Chuan's men. Some gathered to play cards. Some gathered to eat peanuts and chat. And the women were busy setting the table, putting dishes and chopsticks, and cooking in the kitchen. Unlike Wang Meili, they had a relatively low status at home, and everything was decided by their husbands, who supported the family. However, men also envy the sharp-nosed monkey. If they have such a beautiful woman, they would be happy to be slaves to their wives. Not to mention being slaves to their wives. They are all very familiar with each other. After greeting each other, Jiang Ning handed the gift to Qin Chuan. The gift was the national wine and divine cigarettes, which surprised Qin Chuan. These rare things are becoming less and less, especially after the super earthquake. Even if he wants to get some, he has to spend a lot of effort. These two people are quite capable. Qin Chuan himself usually doesn't dare to smoke the top brands, but he immediately became addicted when he smelled the smell. He quickly opened the pack and gave one to his brothers, not forgetting to give one to Huishan. Huishan politely refused. "Thank you. I don't smoke." The others were not polite. Like cats smelling mint. All of them were intoxicated. The party was very rich, with cured chicken, cured duck, cured meat, fresh pork belly, various dried seafood, drinks and liquor. There were 4 tables in total. 2 for women and children, 1 for men, Qin Chuan and his son, Jiang Ning, and 1 for Lao Luo and others. The monkey with the sharp mouth automatically lowered his seat, and sat at the same table with his wife. Wang Meili was indeed a bitch, but she was also cunning, secretly putting meat into her husband's bowl. Everyone said congratulations, and sat down to eat. Jiang Ning noticed that although Qin Chuan was smiling, his mood was obviously not as high as the previous 2 days. He would glance outside from time to time, looking a little disappointed. Judging from the position, there was room if the children were excluded. The guests he really invited did not arrive. In the end of the world, there is only today and no tomorrow. But the food cannot be wasted. Jiang Ning put his thoughts aside and concentrated on eating. It was probably because several sisters-in-law were in charge of cooking. Some dishes were a pity, but some were very good. The children were short and shy, so Jiang Ning would give Dao to a taste of the dishes he thought tasted good. It had been a long time since it was so lively, for tables of people sat together to eat. The men drank, the women chatted, and the children desperately shoveled food into their bowls, making noises from time to time. The noise made Jiang Ning ears buzz. Especially this group of second-hand dealers. They were not only good at selling things, but also almost boasted. The aroma of meat, the aroma of vegetables, and the noise kept interweaving. Qin Chuan and others were really good at persuading people to drink. Even Huishan, who almost never drank a few cups. And Jiang Ning was not spared. Leave quickly after eating and drinking. Otherwise they will chat for 3 days and 3 nights. Being surrounded by many children, their eyes could not hide their greed for meat. The dog was in a very bad mood. He always felt that some unruly people wanted to harm him. And he didn't even eat a bite of food. Woo woo woo. Dao took out the dried meat and fed it. Don't be afraid. Coke. What is he afraid of? He is worried that his legs will be upset if he eats too much. After eating too much, the 3 of them, and the dog, took a walk around the villa area to digest the food. There are many beautiful and stylish houses, white wooden fences, gardens, fountains, swimming pools, sun umbrellas, and beach chairs. Each house is vying for beauty and artistic transformation, making people feel like they are at a romantic and exotic street. Unfortunately, there are 2 villas that spoil the view. The villas are almost occupied, and each one has either a solar generator or a generator. The celebrities hold tea parties in groups of 3 or 5, with exquisite makeup and beautiful dresses. Fortunately, Jiang Ning never envied. But it was nice to have a feast for the eyes. This is the advantage of living in a villa area. No matter how high profile you are, you don't have to worry. The most abundant thing here is show. After a long walk, I found that the seat position villa was not only renovated, but also had a new building added next to it. It was as beautiful as a castle in a fairy tale. On the main road, the wives of wealthy families wore high-end cheongsams. The men wore suits and leather shoes, and the ladies wore exquisite dresses that showed off their shoulders and beautiful backs. These are all rich people in the villa area. Now they are standing on both sides of the main road and chatting in a low voice. I don't know which country they use to welcome dignitaries. Jiang Ning glanced at the villa in the center position. I guess the Rong family is coming. Even though he has been in Fengcheng for more than 10 years, Huishan is still unfamiliar with them. Rong family? The richest man in Fengcheng. Started his career in real estate, and topped the national rich list a year before the natural disaster. Afraid that he had no impression, Jiang Ning continued to gossip. Although Fengcheng is not big, there are many local tyrants. The 3 super wild cars we collected belong to the 3rd son of the Rong family. As soon as he finished speaking, the rich people on the main road lined up to welcome him. Chapter 258. Several off-road vehicles drove in, and all the bodyguards were dressed in black suits and black sunglasses. They lined up every 3 steps until they reached the entrance of the villa in the center, blocking the auxiliary road. Then, a Unimog RV, and then an Ilium Mint Palazzo. And more than 20 people came down one after another, including men, women, young and old, luxurious and noble, without a trace of dust in the end times. The rich showed what they thought was the most appropriate smile, and walked forward to chat and compliment. Hello, Mr. Rong. Hello, Mrs. Rong. Jiang Ning didn't expect that he would have such a close chance with the richest man. He continued to gossip with Huishan. The man in the middle, who is almost 60 years old, is the person in charge of Rong Group. Before he finished speaking, another Maybach SUV arrived. The door opened, revealing a pair of Hermes slippers, and then 9-point casual pants. As soon as he got out of the car, he instantly attracted the attention of all the unmarried ladies. When Jiang Ning saw his appearance clearly, his face changed instantly, and he dragged Huishan away very quickly. Go! 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 Huishan was puzzled. What's wrong? What's wrong? The owners of the 3 super off-road vehicles appeared. What the hell? Isn't it good for the richest family to stay in the base? They have to take root in Fengcheng again. With him around, I can't show off my beloved car. Huishan explained to her. If the natural disaster hadn't come, the Rong family would be praised everywhere. But the strong in the end times hold power, and the military base will not tolerate this problem. As for the official base, not only are there people fighting for power, but there are also many second-generation military and political people with prominent status. It is not easy for the Rong family to stand out just by relying on wealth. Besides, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Rather than being targeted in the official base, it is better to return to Fengcheng and be free. Jiang Ning thought about it, and it was true. The natural disasters have eased temporarily. The super-rich, who had gone to the base to take shelter earlier, have been tortured for 3 years. Now that the cities are being rebuilt, they have no shortage of wealth and materials. But they are scarce in the local area. One side wants status, and the other side is willing to flatter. So they hit it off. When the Rong family came, the boss of the villa area was settled. But these have nothing to do with Jiang Ning. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others. She just wants to stay in a quiet corner. Go home, close the door, and take a nap. In the evening, Qin Mu called Daodu on the balcony. Daodu was playing with the dog. As if he didn't hear, Jiang Ning was puzzled. Why did Daodu ignore Xiaomu? Did he bully you? Daodu hesitated for a while before saying, Brother Xiaomu is very good to me, but his friends beg me for food and drool over Coke. I don't like them anymore. Humph. I won't play with them. It turned out that it was those kids who made Daodu feel in danger. Although the little girl looks soft and cute, she is actually quite vigilant. All these years of teaching have not been in vain. The day agreed with Master 2 to pick up the goods has arrived. The truck was not equipped with bulletproof glass. Jiang Ning was worried about the safety. So 3 people and a dog formed a team to set off. One person drove, and one person kept watch. It was only more than a month, and there were few people in the old city, except for the dazzling sunlight. It was dead in the eyes. When we arrived at Aoyuan, Master 2 had already made the door. Not only was the door panel of high quality, but there were 5 bolts alone. It was not easy to break it open by brute force. At the same time, the 2 family began to pack up their belongings, saying that they would form a team to move in the next 2 days, and everyone in the community would set off together. After lifting the heavy door panel into the car, Jiang Ning chatted for a few words and drove away. His wife complained to Master 2. You are really stupid. We have a lot of things at home. Why didn't you ask Jiang Ning to take some? Do you think I don't want to? But Captain, he said that they have been helpful enough. How can we expect everything from them? Master 2 glared at her. Besides, she never bargained when she asked us to make wooden doors. You should try someone else. Don't be greedy. My wife thought about it, but she was a little worried. Tomorrow, so many people will move. I don't know if the road will be safe. We have more than 100 people. If it is still not safe, then it will be our fate. Master Tu sighed. Don't think too much. Captain, he has found jobs for us. The young and strong can be security patrols or plantations. My son and I can do carpentry. We don't have to worry about not earning enough food. When the car drove to the gate, he ran into Tianming, and Jiangning greeted him with a smile. Captain, long time no see. Tianming was in a good mood. Long time no see. Are you and Brother Hua okay? Not bad. Jiangning waved goodbye. See you in Xinqing district. On the way, they met soldiers on security patrol. They had not completely evacuated, but they would probably be soon. Back in Xinqing district, the two of them worked together to lift the gate down. It was a bit difficult to install the gate, and Qin Chuan happened to drive back and lend a hand. Did you know that the community has established an owners committee? Jiangning didn't interact with people, so he really didn't know. However, his tone seemed to be both depressed and angry. It seemed that he had just received the news. Even the owners committee had been elected, but no one notified the two families. The boundary between the two families was really clear, even though they lived in the same villa. The rich people excluded the two families and elected the owners committee without authorization. Jiangning didn't care, as long as she could eat, drink, defecate and urinate openly. And it would be best if she could be treated as transparent. But Qin Chuan was different. He wanted to integrate into the upper class. If I guess correctly, he should have invited the rich people he knew when he held the housewarming party. But no one came to attend. The name of the community was chosen by the Rong family. It will be called Guangming New City in the future. A security patrol team will be established. It is expected to recruit 40 security guards to patrol continuously in 2 shifts. In the future, each family will pay 20 kilograms of food per month to offset the property fee. In the first month, 50 kilograms will be paid to build security booths and dormitories, as well as community environment construction, etc. Thinking that he was the one who was notified, Qin Chuan couldn't help cursing in his heart. These dogs looked down on others. Jiangning was fine. The chairman of the owners committee is the Rong family. The Rong family's housekeeper will take on the position concurrently. And the other 6 seats were also nominated by the Rong family. Oh! The richest man is indeed very imposing. And he has the final say as soon as he returns. Jiangning pondered. It's understandable to pay more in the first month. But isn't it too much to pay 20 kilograms every month? 50 households means 1,000 kilograms. Is it that serious? Qin Chuan didn't care how much to pay. He was angry because these guys looked down on others. Other families collected fine grains, but only their 2 families collected coarse grains? What does that mean? Who are you looking down on? This is clearly a humiliation. Other families pay refined grains, but her family pays coarse grains? That's fine, as long as they don't take kickbacks. Jiangning is happy to pay 20 kilograms of sweet potatoes or potatoes every month. Seeing that the two had no reaction, Qin Chuan wondered, aren't you angry? What are you angry about? Jiangning told the truth. As long as you pay coarse grains, you can enjoy the same security services as them. They are helping the poor. Qin Chuan was so angry that he lost his temper. So I am narrow-minded. Jiangning joked with him. That's not the case. Living in a big house and being able to drink and eat meat, the one who can survive to the end is the winner. And the others are all empty. Chapter 259. The door was installed, and it was quite solid. Huishan bumped against it several times, but it didn't move at all. He felt much safer. Qin Chuan copied the homework decisively and took out his mobile phone to take pictures, intending to copy the whole set. The owners' committee was efficient, and no one came to collect the food. However, the security patrol team had already arrived. There were 10 people in a group, divided into 2 teams, east and west, with a total of 20 people in each team. Jiangning stood on the rooftop and looked at the team passing by downstairs. They looked okay. They looked young and strong. I guess some of them knew martial arts. After dinner, Jiangning tied a leash to the dog and took a walk in the community. In the open space, the bodyguards of the Rong family were training the security guards, teaching them defensive and offensive moves. They looked very professional, but it was unknown how effective they were in actual combat. As they walked, several celebrities who passed by suddenly spoke up and said delicately, Yin Fei, did you get your hair done? Jiangning took the dog for a leisurely walk. Unexpectedly, Someone came over to pat her on the shoulder. Yan Fei. Sensing that someone was approaching, Jiang Ning subconsciously grabbed her wrist. The woman cried out in pain. Ah! If she hadn't retracted her defense in time, she would have been thrown out with an over-the-shoulder throw. Jiang Ning turned around. His eyes were sharp. The woman, whose wrist was strangled, was about to curse. But when she saw Jiang Ning's face clearly, she was stunned. You? Sorry. I recognized the wrong person. The dog bared its teeth and took an attacking posture, which frightened the socialites so much that they all screamed and retreated. Since it was a misunderstanding, Jiang Ning didn't continue, and led the dog away. The socialites were furious, and waited until the vicious dog walked away before angrily saying, "What kind of person is this? So uncultured. Where is she from? I've never seen her before. You can tell by the way she's dressed. She came from those two slums. You know what? She looks a lot like Yanfei." Jiang Ning didn't care. But that didn't mean she didn't have a temper. Forget about the owners' committee. No notice was posted about the property fees that should be paid, and no one came to collect them. This is clearly looking down on people. If she doesn't want to collect them, then forget it. She won't deliver them to your door. All the medicinal plants collected from Jinshe Mountain have been planted. The two mysterious medicinal herbs collected from Dongxia Mountain are gradually growing under her careful care. It took 2 days to process all the cuttings and divisions. For herbs that grow very fast, she cut them with a sickle, washed them, cut them into sections, dried them, and then stored them in categories for future use. At the same time, she moved a dragon grass plant to a flower pot and placed it in a glass house on the rooftop to let it gradually adapt to the extreme weather. Then she compared it with the one planted in the space to observe whether the medicinal properties would change. Medicine is different from other things. If you neglect it, it will not only fail to cure the disease, but also easily lead to death. According to the latest official news, the trading market in the new city area has opened. There are both official stores and free stalls. It mainly sells various daily necessities. Those who need it can go there to trade. Jiang Ning planned to go out for a walk, familiarize himself with the layout of the new city, and collect useful supplies. The community is patrolled continuously, so it is still very safe for now. Leaving the dog at home, the three of them went out happily. Leaving the community, dust was flying everywhere, and the smell of soil rushed straight into the nose. So I quickly covered it with a mask. The commercial building was decorated, and some were naked, with dense clothes hanging on the windows. The visual conflict was great, but the atmosphere of life was particularly strong. From a distance, the smell of the public toilet could be felt, so I quickly avoided it. The trading market is not far away, and it takes less than an hour to walk there. With the arrival of the polar day, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences not only distributes vegetable seeds, but also improves the varieties of sweet potatoes and potatoes, so that they can better adapt to the climate of the 4 seasons in a day, and even shorten the growth cycle a lot. For example, potatoes can be harvested in just 70 days. After the earthquake, there are fewer and fewer supplies such as furniture, clothes, tools, etc. Even those dug out from the ruins are old and worn out. Any decent ones are not cheap. The daily necessities are relatively abundant, including dried wild vegetables, dried sweet potato seedlings, dried vegetables, and fresh vegetables, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Not much, but not cheap either. I finished shopping quickly, and then went to the official shopping mall. The storefront is not very big, and it feels similar to the supply and marketing cooperatives of decades ago. There is a counter between them. They will help you get it after you confirm that you want to buy it. There are tea, cigarettes, and alcohol, not to mention potatoes, vegetables, etc. The variety and appearance are much better than the trading street. Most of the official supplies should come from the purchase of grain, and they do not barter, but only accept trading coins. Trading coins? Seeing her puzzled, the waiter explained, it is equivalent to the bank card in the past. If you want to earn trading coins, you can go to the work center to exchange for materials, or earn them at work. Now our salary is paid in trading coins. Jiang Ning remembered that a bottle of ordinary mitai can be exchanged for 100 trading coins, but it costs 130 to sell it in the store. The official profit is the price difference. Since he was here, Jiang Ning still went there. Sure enough, a lot of information was updated. 1 kilogram of sweet potatoes is 1 trading coin. and potatoes are 0.8 trading coins. Tea, salt, wine, and sugar are luxury goods, but medicine is more expensive than them. Cold medicine, antibiotics and the like are astronomical. But Chinese medicine is not cheap either. Different medicines have different prices, and the specific price is negotiable. The materials that I want to trade are not on the official list. Jiang Ning stopped thinking, and the three of them walked around the new city area and accidentally walked to the street of the police station. They saw two familiar Yuan members, who had moved into the commercial building. The police station was open for work. But thinking of what happened in the past 3 years, the two subconsciously took a detour, walking back to Guangming community. My feet were numb from exhaustion, and I saw a group of people gathered at the entrance of the community from a distance. And it seemed that there was a dispute. "What's your attitude?" An excited voice sounded. "We used to come here every now and then. Why can't we go in now?" The security guard looked stern. "Sorry. The community has unanimously decided for safety reasons that non-local owners cannot enter. If you need to come in for something, you can notify the owner to come and take you in." "What do you mean for safety reasons? Do we look like thieves or robbers? If you won't let us in, how can you let the owner come and take you in? I think you are just a dog who looks down on people, wearing a dog's skin, and your eyes are on the top of your head." The security guard remained calm. "We've already told you what's required. Please don't make trouble here." "What's wrong with us making trouble? We used to come here every day and nothing happened. Why are you not allowed in now?" The man who was talking got a little excited, gesticulating and almost poking the security guard. The security guard twisted his arm, causing the man to scream in pain. The security guards and his team rushed forward, took out anti-explosion batons, and surrounded the few people. "Don't blame us for being rude if you make trouble again. We take you to the police station." Jiang Ning came over and frowned when he saw who the people surrounded were. "Stop. They are friends of the owners of Building 49. Chapter 260. Sister. Seeing Jiang Ning, the sharp-nosed monkey was overjoyed. "We came here to find the boss, but these guard dogs refuse to let us in," the security captain explained. "It's not that they don't let us in, but for the sake of the community's safety, non-locals are not allowed to enter unless the owner comes to get them. The property management committee is right to make such a request. After all, it is really chaotic outside now. If any cat or dog can get in, it will. Safety will not be guaranteed." "But why didn't she receive the notice?" Jiang Ning suggested. "Since there is a rule that we cannot enter, you can help convey it." "Sorry. Our security team has no obligation to do so." "Oh, that's interesting." Jiang Ning asked back. "You won't let me in. You won't help convey it. And there's no phone contact. So what should I do?" Sharp-mouthed Monkey and others were so angry. "Sister, they are clearly deliberately making things difficult." Both sides refused to give in, and the situation was tense. Although the sharp-mouthed Monkey and others are good at selling goods and attracting business, they are definitely no match for the security team. It would be strange if they didn't suffer a loss if they really fought. The security team was clearly doing it on purpose, clearly not letting them in. Jiang Ning made a concession and said to the sharp-mouthed Monkey, "Do you have any urgent business? I tell Qin Chuan to come out and pick you up later." "How dare the sharp-mouthed Monkey and the others let the boss pick us up? It's nothing urgent. We just came here to find the boss. Why don't you go back first, and then let your boss register and handle the formalities, and then you can come in?" This was the only way now. But everyone was furious. These bastards were bullying us. Jiang Ning was also uncomfortable with the disgusting methods of the upper class. But the request was issued by the property management committee, and it was useless to ask the security team. Taking a deep breath to control her temper, she pulled Dowdu inside. "Madam." The security guard stopped her. "You can't go in." Jiang Ning's eyes deepened. "I live in Building 50. Didn't you see me when I came out? I'm sorry. It's not registered in the information. We can't prove that you are the owner of Building 50. And the owner of Building 50 has not paid the property fee." Jiang Ning's temper flared up instantly. "Did you notify me about the establishment of the homeowners committee? When did you say that I had to pay the property fees? Was there a notification about the new entry and exit requirements?" "Sorry. We are just carrying out the tasks from above. So, I bought a house there, and now I can't go home. Sorry. If you can't prove that you are an owner of this community, we can't let you in." Jiang Ning completely understood that this was the rich people working together to exclude and target, trying to drive out the aliens, who did not belong to their class. Very good. Very good. Jiang Ning's eyes were cold. What if I must go in today? Then we can only follow the rules? Please understand. Jiang Ning let go and let Dao to walk away. Then, he strode inside. The security guard stretched out his hand, trying to hold her down by force. Jiang Ning suddenly clenched his fist and hit the Guan Yuan point on his stomach hard. The move was as fast as lightning, using all his strength. The acupuncture point was hit hard, and the security guard fell several steps and fell to the ground. He fainted without catching his breath. Seeing her hitting someone, other security guards rushed over. Huishan attacked, and screams rang out one after another. If he didn't attack, it would be fine. If he attacked, he wouldn't let the other person have a chance to fight back. 2 were kicked away, and 3 had their arms dislocated. He grabbed one of the security guards by the neck and slammed it against the glass of the booth. The glass shattered. Dowdy was not idle either. He suddenly spun and flew up, kicked the opponent's chin with a high kick, and punched him several times in a row. After years of studying acupuncture points, Jiang Ning punched at the acupuncture points he had specially selected, and his punches were so accurate. Of course, she controlled the force, which only injured them, but not killed them. They had to be thankful that this was the new city, and Jiang Ning would live here for several more years. Otherwise she would have taken out her assault rifle and fired at them all without hesitation. 10 security guards were knocked down in an instant, and they fell to the ground wailing one by one. Another group of patrolling security guards heard the noise and rushed over with their weapons. Ah! The sharp-nosed monkey almost screamed like a marmot. Sister is so cool. Beat them. Beat them to death. A bunch of bastards. Facing their aggressiveness, Jiang Ning didn't even blink, and vented all the anger he had been holding back on his fists. Some people are born to push their luck. If you take 1 step back, they think you are scared, so they take 10 steps forward. If you take 2 steps back, they are so proud that they want to trample you into the dust. If I don't show my power to them today, will they really think that they are rats in the ditch, who are afraid of people or something? Jiang Ning stopped hitting the acupuncture points and snatched their anti-explosion sticks. Beat him. Avoid the fatal part. Beat him to death. The kind that beats meatballs. Several people surrounded Huishan, and he was as fast as to tear off their arms and kick them hard. Maybach passed by from the other end and was about to drive into the community with manic music in the car. Bang! A shadow hit him hard. The airbag popped out instantly, and Rong Sanshao in the driver's seat subconsciously stepped on the brakes. Bang! 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 When he pushed open the car door and climbed out of the airbag, there were already 4 or 5 screaming security guards lying on the hood. Shit! Who is so awesome? Killing everyone. Men. Women. Children? Ah! A shadow flew towards his face, and Rong Sanshao subconsciously squatted with his head in his hands. Good boy. It was just a little bit short. Stop! A rough and angry voice sounded. A bodyguard in a black suit appeared, pointing a gun at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning kindly suggested, I don't like others pointing guns at me. You are so brave. You dare to cause trouble in Guangming community. Don't you see whose territory this is? Are you deaf? If you point a gun at me again, you will bear the consequences. What a crazy tone. Ah! The gun in his hand suddenly fell, and the bodyguard in the black suit had a sharp military dagger stuck in his hand. Huishan shot it. Jiang Ning didn't even have a chance to perform. She walked over to pick up the gun, then put it against the bodyguard's forehead and sneered, How does it feel to be pointed at by someone with a gun? Blood was flowing non-stop, and the bodyguard's face turned pale with pain. Jiang Ning was extremely sarcastic. With such poor skills, who would hire you? I'm afraid you won't even know if your head has been chopped off. The bodyguard gritted his teeth. I take the gun away, as payment for your offense. Jiang Ning looked at the rich people watching from a distance, raised his hand, and shot without hesitation. Screams came one after another. The man dodged in panic, and the woman was pale. How refined and respectful they were in the past. How embarrassed and out of control they are now, looking at the injured security guards on the ground. Jiang Ning said coldly, Now, can we go in? Chapter 261. There were whales everywhere. But no one answered. The three of them left easily without blinking, witnessing the whole process. The sharp-mouthed monkey and others almost dropped their jaws. Awesome. Awesome. Rong Sanshao was stunned. Damn. There are such powerful people in the community? They are no less capable than the Special Forces soldiers in the base. These 20 people who eat for nothing can't hurt anyone. What's the use of them? After kicking away the wounded lying on the hood, Rong Sanshao moved the airbag to the side. But the car couldn't start. Oh my god. The car is broken. The three most awesome super off-road vehicles disappeared out of thin air. And this is his last super off-road vehicle. Damn it. Carmen King. Kaibei War Shield. Paramount Predator. Thinking of the cars that he spent countless money and connections to get back. Especially the Paramount Predator, which is the first in China and the wildest armored vehicle in the world. He was so angry that he kicked it. My car. Damn. If I knew who stole it, I would kill their whole family. Hiss. The foot seems to be twisted. Young Master Rong pulled his foot back, and it got stuck in his slippers. Damn. The slippers are broken. His slippers are worth 200,000 yuan. And this is the last pair. He pounded the steering wheel wildly, and the shrill horn sounded continuously. This is good. Crushing 20 security guards. And many rich people who witnessed the three people's violence were frightened. Look. Even the pace of walking is so crazy. Who lives in building 50? I won't talk about the adults. The little girl looks soft and cute. But who knew she was a violent loli? Flying into the air and kicking someone's jaw out of joint. They even disabled the bodyguard's hand. Clearly not taking the Rong family seriously. Who are they? Could they be evil forces? Oh my god. How can such a harmonious community be infiltrated by evil elements? What should we do in the future? No. No. We have to find a way to deal with it. Stay calm. Don't panic. And see what the Rong family's attitude is. In the past, the rich people who openly or secretly sneered at the last two villas and felt that their existence polluted the air in the community, especially those rich wives who had nothing to do, saw the people from the 50th villa coming and quickly hid back at home and locked it, afraid that if he moves too slowly, the opponent's flying knife will be thrown at him. Return to building 50. Open the iron door, then the heavy wooden door, and the dog will pounce on him instantly. Wash hands and wipe face. Huishan handed Jiang Ning a handkerchief. Are you hurt? A bunch of rabble. Jiang Ning didn't take it seriously. A useless embroidered pillow. Usually walking and patrolling. They are so proud and arrogant. But when they fight, they are like tofu dregs. They are all here to cheat wages and food. Ha! With such a high monthly salary and food, they only hire such a useless person. The food of the rich is really easy to earn. Daodu. Are you okay? Daodu shook his head. Brother. I'm fine. Woof. The dog was instantly angry and dissatisfied when he smelled the blood on the trainer. He was fighting without being called. Don't say it. After going out for a long time, he came back to fight again. And he was really hungry. It's important to eat. Braised pork. Stewed chicken with mushrooms. Fried crab. Chopped pepper fish head. And vegetables. Daodu ate happily. I can pick the vegetables I planted. Well, Daodu is great. I eat the fried vegetables you planted for the next meal. The vegetable seeds developed by the Agricultural Science Institute are a bit like white cabbage, with thick and wrinkled leaves and full of slag inside. They don't look delicious, but they grow fast and can adapt to the extreme climate of the 4 seasons. So, at night, I think about the sweetness and remember the bitterness. Sweet potatoes, cold-resistant potatoes, white cabbage. They are all made by Daodu himself. And Jiang Ning is beside him to give instructions, knowing that resources are precious. Daodu, who can't earn materials, is particularly frugal, even saving oil. The result is, it's hard to swallow. It tastes like chewing dregs in the mouth, without a trace of cabbage taste. They had all been hungry before. So no one was disgusted by the 3 people and the dog. And no one was allowed to waste food. Sitting on the sofa watching a movie at night, the intercom rang. Qin Chuan's voice was extremely surprised. What happened to you today? I just came back, and several people asked me about you. No big deal. Just a fight. Fight? Qin Chuan was surprised. Who did you hit? It was others who hit us. That's impossible. She was the only one who got to hit others. Jiang Ning did not hide anything and told him what happened. The other end was silent at first, then angrily said, "Are you at home? I come over now. The second floor is a private space, and only the first floor can entertain guests. It is not difficult to imagine that after what happened today, they will only be at loggerheads in the future." Qin Chuan hurried over, probably because of this concern. Tired of the endless calculations and precautions outside, he thought of hiding quietly in the rich area, but the upper class was even more advanced. Qin Chuan came over quickly, leading his son with peanuts and beer. Judging from the situation, he probably won't come back until he's drunk. Jiang Ning had no choice but to take out the mini electric grill and let Dao to cut leeks, pick eggplants, and pick corn. Qin Mu hurriedly followed. "Dao, I help you." The two went to the backyard, and he took out a lollipop from his pocket. "Dao, why are you ignoring me?" Dao smiled and said tactfully, "Brother Xiaomu, I've been sick these days. Don't you like them? So you don't play with me?" Qin Mu suddenly took her hand. "I won't play with them anymore. From now on, it's just the two of us." In fact, he didn't like them either. When eating, they always gathered around and stared at him eagerly, swallowing their saliva. They touched his clothes without washing their hands, and sometimes stole things. Qin Mu knew that it was very chaotic and difficult outside, and it wasn't that he hated them, but every time he was with them, he felt like an alien. But his father was still happy and always asked the uncles to bring the children over. On the day of the family banquet, they still surrounded Dao and drooled at Coke. But Dao hesitated. "I'm busy. I can't play with you every day." "When you're not busy, play with me." Dao thought for a while. "Okay, but I can't play with you for a long time." Qin Mu was very happy and stuffed the lollipop into her hand. The dried squid was quickly roasted, and the whole room was filled with fragrance. It was especially fragrant when it was torn into pieces and dipped in soy sauce. It has been 3 years since the end of the world, and Qin Chuan didn't expect that the upper class is still so exclusive. What's wrong with the upper class? They all eat grains. So is it possible that their farts are especially fragrant? Others are fine. They have been tortured by the end of the world for 3 years, so they usually speak politely. Now they are all living together, and all kinds of comparisons and bullying have begun again. They have supplies, and some of them have some connections with the government, but they don't have strong connections. In the end, it's all because of the rich wife's bad mouths. 3 women make a drama, and they can't find a sense of existence without stepping on others. However, the Rong family is different from them. They still have strong connections with the government, and they have also made a lot of efforts in the construction of the new urban area. The government has given the Rong family many conveniences this time. Not only are the Rong family bodyguards allowed to carry guns, but a large piece of land has been allocated in the new city area for them to help develop and revitalize the industry, open factories and plantations, and promote the development and employment of the new city area. You fought today and killed their bodyguards. I am worried that the Rong family will not let it go. You still have to be careful. Chapter 262. Jiang Ning didn't take these to heart. She only believed in the principle of a strong fist. In order to survive, she has retreated again and again. But people have bottom lines. Don't think of shitting on her head and still have to smile. She can't do it. Rong family? She even took down 2 private bases. How can she be afraid of them? Thank you, Brother Qin, for reminding me. Jiang Ning smiled. If people don't bully me, I won't bully others. If people bully me, I will return it 100-fold. Since we have moved in, we have no plan to move out. This time, only the bodyguard's hand was injured, which gave them enough face. If there is a next time, it will not be solved by one hand. If anyone does not believe this, let them try it. She left her words here today. No matter who asks you in the future, just tell the truth. Qin Chuan was in a complicated mood. In addition to being angry that they looked down on others, he felt that the two of them had made this matter a big deal. It is difficult to support it alone. In fact, there is still room for maneuver in this matter. There is no need to go all the way to the end. After all, the Rong family is not easy to mess with. But after listening to Jiang Ning's words, he couldn't help but get excited. When he was young, he also ignored the consequences. But reality kept hitting him hard, forcing him to learn to bow his head and bend his waist. In the last years of the end of the world, he had to fight for survival. But reality was still as fierce as thunder. Jiang Ning was right. The house was bought without stealing or robbing. And the official property rights were registered. But these rich people worked together to exclude him, and didn't even let him in. There was no way to retreat. So there was no reason not to fight back. He took the beer and drank it all. Even if it's a sea of fire. I will go with you. Damn it. It's fate. With a companion? You are not alone. At the same time, the lights in the Rong family were bright. Mr. Rong, who was not angry but intimidating, sat on the sofa and looked at the housekeeper with a sharp look. What happened today? The housekeeper lowered his head and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Master, what happened today has nothing to do with the Rong family. It was actually a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Mr. Rong had a gloomy face. It is understandable that the property management strengthens the management of people entering and leaving to ensure the safety of the owners. But who gave the order not to let even the owners in? The housekeeper told the truth. Master, I was indeed negligent in this matter. The Rong family is only the honorary chairman of the property management committee. The vice chairman of the Xiao family, Mrs. Xiao, who actually manages the sales committee. At the beginning, we agreed that she would take care of daily affairs, and important matters would be decided by the property management committee. I didn't expect that she would take the initiative to not only exclude the owners of buildings 49 and 50, but also arrange security guards to make things difficult for them. A bunch of people who have nothing better to do, just looking for trouble. Master Rong closed his eyes and said after a while, what are the backgrounds of these two families? The people living in building 49 are middlemen who take advantage of every opportunity. They have made a lot of money by reselling materials in recent years. The people in building 50. The housekeeper hesitated. They have close contacts with building 49. They should be friends or have interests. Their origins have not been investigated yet. Unknown origins? Master Rong took a deep breath. You dare to do this without even knowing the details? The housekeeper wiped his sweat and lowered his head. What should we do now? Master, the property management committee was indeed wrong first. But the people in building 50 were really cruel. All 20 security guards on the day shift were injured. And some were seriously injured. Not only did they injure people, they also crippled the bodyguard's hand. And even took away his gun. This clearly showed that they didn't give the Rong family face. If the property management committee was not properly managed, they could communicate rationally and let the person in charge apologize. However, the other party not only injured people, but also shot at the owners of the community. This is clearly the behavior of evil gangsters. If there is a dispute in the future, won't they go on a killing spree? The safety hazard is too great, and the evil trend must not be allowed to continue. I suggest that the police handle it. And it would be best if they can be sentenced. It is really dangerous to keep them in the community. Master Rong frowned. Is there no better way? He started from nothing. And it took him decades to gain a significant position in the business world. Business is about harmony. And the homeowners committee was wrong before. And they only did shameful things. The brains of these people were swallowed by natural disasters. Master Rong is a first-generation entrepreneur who started out as a home appliance business. He encountered obstacles everywhere in order to attract business. And he deeply understands the feeling of having his dignity trampled underfoot. If possible, he does not want to go to the end. Master, if we give in this time, how will the community view the Rong family? If we don't punish them severely, won't anyone be able to climb over the Rong family and bully them in the future? Uncle Guan, you are probably getting old and confused. A lazy voice came from upstairs, and the sound of slippers rang out. Young Master Rong came downstairs in his pajamas and slippers, yawning and saying, Are you doing this for the good of the Rong family? You are afraid that the Rong family won't die fast enough. Seeing his careless appearance, Master Rong was furious. A playboy who didn't care about his manner. Young Master Rong sat down next to him and casually put his hand on Master Rong's shoulder. Dad, you were not there at the time. Those three people were really ruthless and beat the security guards like tofu dregs. In the afternoon, I deliberately walked around building 50. This family is definitely a tough guy. I guess it's more difficult to deal with than the desperate criminals. They must have a complicated background. Master Rong frowned. So powerful? I found out everything. Their family was one of the first to come in for renovation. The courtyard wall was built like a bunker, with several solid doors, and the roof was fully enclosed by glass. Today's incident was originally caused by those rich wives who have nothing to do after eating. It's been 3 years since the end of the world, and they still think they are cool and noble. They bully and make things difficult for others. They treat others as dead even though they don't care about them. The other party didn't want to fight at first, because the security guards were too difficult, and it was clearly a humiliation. If it were me, with their skills, not only would I beat them to death, I would also shoot all the people in the community. Shut up. Mr. Roan slapped him on the head, and his eyes of disdain for him were more smelly than shit. Look at what you look like now. Wearing a nightgown with his leg hair exposed, and crossing his legs. I want to beat him to death. Young Master Roan continued to cross his legs. Dad, it's the end of the world now. Do you still have time to care about my sitting position? He waved his hand to let the housekeeper leave, and changed to a more bad sitting position. Please trust me this time. The man in Building 50 is more skilled than the special forces of the base. He can break people's arms and feet. And the woman is even more ruthless, punching people on their acupuncture points. Just now, he was seriously injured, but he didn't kill him. This accuracy is not something that ordinary people can control. The little girl was only about 7 or 8 years old, and she kicked the man chin crooked. At such a young age. How long did she have to practice to have such accuracy today? What does this show? These three usually kill people like crazy. It's easier than cutting melons and vegetables. The family turned the villa into a fortress. Even prepared glass. Do you think they know something? Chapter 263. Mr. Roan pondered. Are you saying that they have a connection with the authorities or the base? And know something in advance? 2 years of polar day. 3 years of eternal night. And then, there is smog. Mr. Roan changed his previous carefree demeanor. We spent so much effort to get the secret information from the official base. But their decoration is aimed at these. I have been running around a lot these days. The day before yesterday, I met someone working in the police station, and it took a lot of effort to get the information. The confidential information we got from the official base first came from Feng Chung. Someone sent a prophecy letter to the police station, and it was unexpected that it really came true one by one. However, the news was too horrifying, and the higher-ups strictly ordered confidentiality. They dared not announce it to the survivors in advance, fearing that it would cause greater panic. The reason why the authorities stockpiled building materials in advance was because the prophecy mentioned a super strong earthquake. And it really happened. Mr. Roan narrowed his eyes, slightly tilted his body to look at his son, and felt that he seemed to be different. Young Master Roan resumed his carefree attitude. Dad, don't look at me like that. It's been 3 years since the end of the world. Not to mention a person. Even a pig will become better. Yes, in the past, he was a womanizer, and he was able to pick up girls every day. The aura of his family allowed him to walk sideways in any city. But the damn disaster came, and money and jewelry were like dirt. Power is the most important thing. In the past, politicians had to flatter and smile when they saw him. But what about now? The second generation of military and political officials in the base are countless, and the era of the Roan family shaking their feet is gone forever. Instead, they are clamped everywhere and used as guns. And their teeth are knocked out and blood is swallowed. That's why he took the opportunity to return to Feng Chung. As long as it's not the last step. He doesn't want to go back. In the past, he thought he was ruthless. He was always roaming the streets late at night, picking up girls in nightclubs, and driving bumper cars when he didn't agree with them. But he saw the real ruthless people after entering the base. Once provoked, he would fight for his life. He couldn't rely on family background or money to deal with him. Thinking of the eyes of the man and woman, Rong Sanshao knew very well that they were not ruthless people that anyone could afford to provoke. Even with a gun pointed at his head, he had never seen such calmness and sarcasm in the end times. Don't think the Rong family is still prosperous now. To put it bluntly, that's because the government is willing to support them. If they don't want to one day, there will be a lot of evil people outside. This kind of thing happens frequently in the base. Many second generations are rampant in the base, but they are chopped into mud when they leave the base. I've seen it a lot. As long as you want to live, there will be a day of fear, Mr. Roan said in a calm voice. Could it be that the Roan family should apologize on behalf of the Property Management Committee? Young Master Roan touched his chin. It's impossible to apologize. Our Roan family can't afford to lose this person. The best way is to deal with it coldly. Put it aside for a while, and find out their details first. Thinking of the man agility, his walking pace and posture, He had already judged in his heart that he was most likely a military police officer. And his identity was not simple. Mr. Roan was puzzled. Military police? He thought for a while. I leave this matter to you. If you don't handle it properly, don't blame me for punishing you. Okay. I'm bored enough. Young Master Roan was very interested in the people in Building 50 and decided to take charge as the chairman of the Property Management Committee. However, if all these security guards are fired, they are just liars. They can't even withstand a punch from others. If something really happens one day, no one in the community will be able to escape. They have the nerve to ask for such a high salary. It would be strange if there is no trick. I say, you should consider getting married. Dad, are you okay? It's the end of the world and you're still forcing me to get married? If you don't get married in the end of the world, do you want to wipe out our Roan family? Ouch. My stomach hurts and I'm going to have diarrhea. Just when I got up in the morning, Dowdu shouted downstairs. The chicks are born. Jiang Ning went downstairs and saw that the eggs in the incubator had broken their shells, revealing their yellow fluffy little heads. She hadn't seen a live chicken for 3 years, and she was a little excited. The weather changed a lot, so Jiang Ning took out a cardboard box, put a layer of chopped straw on it, and put the chicks that had just broken out of their shells in it. There was no chicken feed, so she used a wall breaker to mix corn and wheat, added some water, and put it in a cardboard box. The chicks were a little silly when they were born, chirping, and it took a while for them to come and peck at the food. There were new species at home. Not only the dog was curious and wanted to paw at them with his claws, but even the rabbit came to join in the fun. In about 2 days, all 10 chicks were hatched. For them, the extreme changes of the seasons in a day are hard to adapt to. 3 of them died in just a few days. Dowdu took good care of them every day, and was so sad to see them die that she cried. Fortunately, the ducklings hatched. 2 days later, the goose eggs also hatched. With the previous experience, Dowdu took better care of them. When it was hot, he turned on the fan, and when it was cold, he covered the box with a blanket. Sometimes he even brought the dog to tell them stories. Once upon a time, there was a crow. It was flying and it got thirsty. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she didn't erase her innocence. Xin Mu was surprised and excited. Can I touch them? Dowdu said seriously. Yes, but be gentle. Don't damage them. The two squatted beside the nest, and Xin Mu was very curious. Can I raise them? Afraid that she would disagree, he quickly added. I exchange them with you. Dowdu thought for a while. Yes, but you have to wait until they grow up and lay eggs before you can raise them. Why? There are too few now, and our family has to raise them until they lay eggs for us to eat. Okay, I wait. In the evening, Xin Chuan came to pick up his son. These days, many people have been asking about you and Brother Hua in a roundabout way. I have made up stories for you. He never asked about their backgrounds. Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask curiously. What did they say? Brother Hua is a descendant of a military officer from Beijing. You once worked in a foreign mercenary group and were the leader of the group. You killed people without shedding blood. Jiang Ning laughed. Where is Dowdu? Xin Chuan said humorously. This killer is not too cold. But despite what they said, the Roan family not only did not find fault, but also made rectifications to the Property Management Committee and replaced the entire security team. They also notified him to pay the property management fee and register in and out. For safety reasons, no outsiders are allowed to enter or leave, and owners who are in urgent need can come out to receive them. The property management fee is treated equally, and no special treatment will be given. In order to make up for the last mistake, the property management fee for buildings 49 and 50 will be exempted for 3 months. It really proves the saying that a strong fist is the hard truth. Jiang Ning was slightly surprised. Those people have no opinion on the Roan family? You are not as powerful as others, so you have to keep your opinions to yourself. Besides, it was just a few rich wives who had nothing better to do, and it's good enough that someone cleaned up their mess. It's not that men don't have problems, but at least they don't show it on their faces. But they are all 1,000-year-old foxes, Xin Chuan reminded. But they are more sinister in their actions, and they may just do superficial work. So you should still be careful. Chapter 264. Jiang Ning listened, but didn't take it to heart. No matter who comes, one will take the blame, and the other two will benefit. When walking the dog at the door of the house, The security patrol team happened to pass by. The captain stopped and greeted. Miss Jiang, your family has not yet registered the owner's information. You need to take photos and enter them into the computer. If you have time, please come to the guard post. In addition, he also gave the intercom channel on duty at the guard post. If the owner needs help, just open the channel and communicate in time. The attitude is good? Jiang Ning agreed. Huishan was worried that there was something fishy going on with their completely different attitudes. I go record the information first and find out their background first. Jiang Ning had no objection. Be careful. It took less than 15 minutes to go back and forth. But Huishan took half an hour. Jiang Ning was puzzled. So long? The procedures were completed quickly. And I didn't notice anything unusual about them. I walked around the villa again before coming back. Some people secretly looked at them. But they were obviously more restrained than before. Without any surprises, 50 buildings became famous in one battle. Not only people, but also pets need to be entered into the system. Huishan was worried about Jiang Ning taking the two out alone. I accompany you. To take pictures, don't forget to dress up the two dogs. The three of them and the dog went out and went to the guard post to go through the entry and exit procedures. Just halfway there, the patrolling security team came towards them. And someone in the team suddenly said in surprise, Instructor Hua, Sister Jiang Ning? The patrol team wore uniforms and looked particularly energetic. Jiang Ning was stunned. Yang Jie? Yang Weiman's son. A former member of Aoyuan. Didn't expect to meet in this way. Yang Jie requested to step out of the line. And the captain agreed. Why do you work here? Yang Jie said happily, not only me, but there are several others who came from Aoyuan. And they're in the same class as me. Thanks to Huishan's selfless teaching. The students he personally trained are all good. After moving to the new city, Yang Jie had not found a suitable job for the time being. He originally wanted to apply for a security patrol officer in the police station, but accidentally saw that Guangming New City was also recruiting, and the conditions were very attractive. Captain he analyzed that Guangming New City had less work and more food, and the safety of the polar day was guaranteed, and suggested that they could give it a try. A total of 8 people were interviewed, and not only were they provided with food and accommodation, but they also received 10 kilograms of rice or flour every month. My family hadn't eaten rice and flour for many years. Yang Jie cherished the hard-won job opportunity, especially meeting Instructor Hua and Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning asked, How are Captain He and his family doing? Not bad. The new neighbors on the 5th and 6th floors are easy to communicate with. We installed a solar generator on the rooftop and built a shed to grow potatoes and vegetables. By the way, the relevant municipal departments came to Captain He and asked him to do the work of the government department. There are transaction coins issued every month, which can be used to purchase supplies. Captain He had refused at first, but after the municipal government came several times, he finally agreed to go to work, which seemed to be a high position. After several rounds of natural disasters, the number of staff in the relevant departments dropped sharply. He Tianming is indeed a talent, and it is not surprising that he was discovered because he has been dealing with the higher-ups for many years. A person with a strong will like him deserves to benefit more survivors. Jiang Ning's admiration for him arose spontaneously. After a brief chat, Yang Jie ran back to the team, and Jiang Ning went to the post. Newcomers. New atmosphere. This group of people are obviously more polite. Register your name and room number. Take a photo card and save it. And the process is completed in a few minutes. After coming out, take the dog for a walk. Start planting saplings in the green belt, including wildflowers and weeds, so that the land can be revitalized as soon as possible. 36 socialites celebrate their birthdays, and many handsome men and beautiful women come to hold a lively pet party. Corgi, Papillon, Persian cat, British shorthair, and alpaca. Coke's eyes widened, as if he had discovered a new continent, and his blood awakened, and he was a little out of control. However, under Huishan's caress, it immediately entered the state of a police dog, mature and stable. It walked forward with great strides, vigorous and proud. The party was very exciting, especially when Rong Sanshao appeared. The whole audience was screaming, but no one noticed that the alpaca walked out of the yard. As Jiang Ning walked, something suddenly appeared on her face. It was wet and warm. When she realized what it was, she was petrified. Then, a puppy-like scream sounded. The dog had already pounced on the alpaca, biting its inflated legs and tearing it apart. Huishan called out, "Coke!" The dog didn't listen and bit the alpaca's leg, and blood soon oozed out. Jiang Ning hurriedly stopped him. "Cola!" Cola finally let go, but still felt angry and kicked the alpaca's head and face. The party was interrupted by the alpaca's screams, and a group of young men and women came out. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone covered their mouths in shock. "Oh, my God!" A young girl rushed over and wanted to hit the dog with a bag. "Mimi." The dog dodged and showed her fangs at her legs. Jiang Ning stopped him again. "Cola, come back." Cola returned to his owner, but the vigilance in his eyes did not diminish at all. The girl yelled at Jiang Ning, "Are you sick? You walk your dog without a leash and let it bite my Mimi. My Mimi has a precious bloodline. A foreign pet that has traveled across the ocean is not something you can afford. I don't know how much more precious its life is to you." Seeing that Jiang Ning was wearing ordinary sportswear, she said without thinking, "If something happens to Mimi, your whole family will not be able to pay for it." Her pet was bitten and bled. She was heartbroken and slapped Jiang Ning in the face. "What kind of owner raises what kind of dog? Can you afford the compensation?" Huishan reached out to stop him, but Jiang Ning was faster than him. He slapped him back before she could hit him. The girl was caught off guard and fell to the ground with a heavy slap. "Ah! First of all, I was holding the dog leash. You were blind if you didn't see it. Secondly, your alpaca spit at me first, and then my dog bit it." Jiang Ning stared at her coldly. "Your alpaca is so noble. Why don't you tie it around the neck and let it spit at people at will? No matter how cheap my life is, it's not as cheap as yours." Alpaca spitting is an animal stress response. It is the nature of dogs to protect their owners. But they are indeed over-defending. There is no absolute right or wrong in this matter. The two families can understand each other and talk it out. Jiang Ning can even pay for the medical expenses. Good guy. He attacked people without any reason and was so arrogant that he hit people. If I don't let her taste the power of the slap, I'd be sorry for her. It's been 3 years since the end of the world, and you're still playing the game of who's nobler than who? Who's going to eat it? The girl got up in a panic, still shouting, "What evidence do you have to say that Mimi spit on you?" Jiang Ning got angry instantly, grabbed her collar and dragged her up, wiped her face with his hands, and then wiped it on her mouth. "You want evidence? Right? Smell it carefully." The saliva of the alpaca is not just saliva, but a mixture of grass and saliva in the stomach. This saliva has a very strong smell. The peculiar smell choked the nasal cavity, and the girl retched instantly, just when he was about to push her away. When Jiang Ning saw her facial features clearly, he was stunned. This face is a little familiar, as if he has seen it somewhere before. Chapter 265. Jiang Ning's shock made the celebrities and young men react. Seeing that people in their circle were bullied, they all expressed their support. "Why did you hit someone?" Someone ran over, helped the girl up and asked with concern, "Yanfei, are you okay?" When Qin Yanfei saw Jiang Ning's facial features clearly, she was also stunned. Earlier, they mentioned that there was a woman in the community who looked like her, but she didn't take it seriously. After all, there were many people who had plastic surgery before the end of the world, especially those internet celebrities, who couldn't recognize who was who when they stood together. She thought others were exaggerating, but she didn't expect it to be true. I dare not say that they are exactly the same, but at least they are 50% similar, except that she is taller than herself, and her eyes are cold and sharp. Facing the bossy attitude of the socialites, Jiang Ning said coldly, "Are you blind? Didn't you see that she was the first to attack? She didn't do it on purpose. You are too cruel, aren't you? Besides, it was your dog that bit the alpaca and seriously injured it. So, I deserve to be spit on by the alpaca?" Qin Yanfei explained. "The alpaca didn't do it on purpose. Spitting is its instinct. 3 years into the apocalypse, my instinct is to kill people. If I kill you now, it's not intentional. So I can kill you if I want to?" Qin Yanfei refused to admit it. "You are simply making trouble. Who saw the alpaca spit on you? The alpaca will not spit on you for no reason. It will do so when it senses danger. You must have threatened it first. Yes. Call the police. You dare to hit people." Everyone started to make a noise. "Catch her. Look at what these people are capable of." Jiang Ning laughed angrily. "Okay. Call the police quickly. I wait. Security. Security. Seeing the patrol team, someone hurriedly greeted them, arrogantly saying, "She hit someone maliciously. Quickly arrest her and send her to the police station." The patrol team came over and saw that the situation was a bit chaotic, and it seemed that there were two factions. They were all owners, and they couldn't afford to offend either side. The security captain was very smart and said, "This is an internal conflict among the owners. You should solve it peacefully first. If it doesn't work, we will let the police come to deal with it." The security captain knew how the previous batch was fired, and Yang Jia happened to be in the team, so he had a little understanding of the origin of Building 50. Besides, they were hired by the Rong family. Since the Rong family didn't say anything, it's better to keep it fair. Seeing that the security guards didn't cooperate, someone shouted, "What do you mean? We pay so much property management fees to support you, and this is how you treat the owners? Everyone, please be patient. If there is anything, sit down and solve it slowly." A young man came out and slapped the security captain. "Solve it? Bullshit. I think you are just cowards who are afraid of hardship and are afraid of softness. It's better to raise a guard dog than you." They didn't dare to attack Building 50, but beating the security guards was a piece of cake. For food, these people would not hesitate to be slapped, let alone kneeled on the ground like a dog. As expected, the security captain, who was slapped, dared not say anything and was slapped. "What are you doing?" A lazy and casual voice sounded. "Why didn't you call me when it's so lively?" Hearing the voice, everyone made way. "Third master," some flatterers immediately explained. "Third master." The woman across the street arrogantly beat Yanfei. Qin Yanfei suddenly felt wronged and said in a coquettish voice, "Third master. She is obviously deliberately making things difficult for us and looking for revenge." Jiang Ning shot back coldly. Although one thing is one thing. When she thought of the 3 super off-road vehicles in the space and the pink diamonds worth 80 million swallowed by the space, she felt a little guilty when she met the eyes of Third Master Rong. But she concealed it very well, and it was gone in a flash. "Really?" Third Master Rong smiled and put his hands in his trouser pockets. "So arrogant?" Qin Yanfei's best friend agreed. "Yes. We saw it with our own eyes." Many people followed suit. "Yes. She deliberately attacked the alpaca and then let the vicious dog attack and cause trouble. This is clearly looking for trouble." One by one, in the end, everyone stood on Qin Yanfei's side, and their attitude gradually became arrogant. They are really rebellious beggars. They really think that they can do whatever they want in the community just because they beat up the security guard last time. Do they think they are all dead? Even if they can endure it, can the Rong family swallow this breath? Young Master Rong smiled, and his eyes fell on Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning waited for him to make a move, but he turned to look at Qin Yanfei and others. "But I saw your alpaca spit at her first." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. They never thought that young Master Rong, who had always been arrogant and rude because of his family background, would side with outsiders. Is he sick? They are the same group. And he actually associates with beggars? Young Master Rong looked at Qin Yanfei. "You knew that alpacas would spit, so you should have taken good care of them when you brought them out. No matter what. Isn't it right to get beaten?" Qin Yanfei blushed, wishing she could dig a hole and crawl into it. She didn't expect that the third master would become a different person after returning from the base. Jiang Ning was also surprised. You know, she had worked as a summer intern in his car modification club. He was an arrogant second-generation rich kid. But now, I've never seen such a thing in my life. Maybe it's just a bad taste. He was moody. Qin Yanfei had never been so embarrassed before. She felt that her dignity was thrown to the ground and stepped on. For a moment, she burst into tears, covered her face and ran home, not even wanting the injured alpaca. The ladies and young men reacted quickly. "Yes, it was Yanfei who didn't tie the rope. We made a mistake. Sorry." Their apology was not to Jiang Ning, but to Rong Sanshao. Rong Sanshao waved his hand and returned to the courtyard to continue the party. The farce ended just like that. Jiang Ning didn't say anything, turned around and left with the dog. "Wait," Rong Sanshao called out, walked over calmly and stretched out his hand. "Miss Jiang, should my gun be returned?" Jiang Ning asked knowingly. "What gun?" "The gun you took from the bodyguard." Jiang Ning corrected him. "I picked it up from the ground." "No matter where you picked it up, It's mine. Jiang Ning didn't lack guns, and didn't want to deal with the Rong family, so she reached out and took it out from her pocket. However, she was still cautious and unloaded the bullets and only returned the empty gun. The second generation had a fickle temper, and who knows how many rounds he would give her with the gun. Mr. Rong took the empty gun and shook it, smiling meaningfully. The bodyguard should be grateful for your grace of not killing me. Jiang Ning returned the same smile. I won't offend others unless they offend me. Just after walking 2 steps, Mr. Rong spoke again. Why do I feel that you are a little familiar? As if I have seen you somewhere? Chapter 266. Not only had she seen him before, Jiang Ning had also been harassed by him in the car modification club before. He acted like a big shot. If it wasn't for the video material to earn traffic, she wouldn't be willing to swallow her anger. Jiang Ning smiled. Third Master. Are you trying to seduce me? Ah? This would make Third Master Rong unable to handle it. Yes. She was pretty and had a strong personality, like a gorgeous red rose with thorns in the gray and simple end of the world. But let's be clear. Although he likes challenges, he is not indifferent to strangers. Others saw him as a playboy and had dated countless women. But since he spent 80 million to buy the pink diamond, he planned to stop playing around. But his girlfriend disappeared in a natural disaster. Speaking of which, he hasn't touched a woman for a long time. Sorry. I already have a husband. Jiang Ning took Wei Shen's hand. Besides, it's been 3 years since the end of the world, and your way of chatting up is really low. Please improve it next time. I'm not interested in you. Please stay away from me in the future. Okay? The soft and cute girl jumped out. Her little face was angry. My brother's sister-in-law is yours. You are a bad guy. Woof. The dog bared its teeth, its eyes full of ferocity, wishing to tear his legs apart, surrounded by murderous aura. Rong Sanshao. Ah. No. They are all sick. Which I saw that he was interested in her. When he came to his senses, Jiang Ning and his group had already gone far away. Wait. They are playing a trick on him. Looking back, the security team is still there. Rong Sanshao took a deep breath, suppressed his temper, and said to the security captain, who among you knows the situation of Building 50? Although the security team is protecting the safety of the entire community, the security captain knows who the real party A is. Yang Jie is on the list, so Yang Jie was left behind. Rong Sanshao was very satisfied with the performance of the security captain. Looking at the slap mark on his face, he smiled and said, I'm sorry for today's matter. Go and get 5 kilograms of food later. Thank you, Sanshao. After the patrol team left, Rong Sanshao lit a cigarette and started smoking. Do you know the people in Building 50? Yes. How did you know them? Rong Sanshao instantly became interested. Where are they from? They came to Aoyuan to rent a house when it was very hot. We don't know where they came from, but they know martial arts. And they exchanged the right to live in a separate building for the pretext of teaching us. Instructor Hua never contacted us except for class. Instructor Hua? Rong Sanshao narrowed his eyes. Is he a soldier? I don't know, but he taught military boxing, so we all called him instructor. Whenever we asked him about anything other than schoolwork, he would not answer, and we stopped asking after a while. Rong Sanshao has been in society for many years. He may have been unruly in the past few years, but he was taught a lesson in the last days. Now he could tell at a glance that the young man in front of him was lying, or at least hiding something. 50 buildings. Really interesting. Young Master Rong didn't make things difficult for him. Waved and left. Yang Jie rubbed his hands and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The 3 views of the rich area really made people feel miserable. He didn't understand why these people wanted to make things difficult for Sister Jiang. Fortunately, Captain he had reminded that no matter who asked about it in the future, they should not mention too much about Instructor Hua and Sister Jiang, especially what they had done to protect Aoyuan, which must be kept to themselves. I didn't understand why heroes don't like to leave their names behind before. Now I know that the world is so complicated. Just as Rong Sanshao was about to leave, he was stopped by the man and woman in the yard. Sanshao. Let's continue playing. No. You guys have fun. Rong Sanshao left with a cigarette in his mouth. Today was supposed to be a day to praise Sanshao, but he wasn't interested at all. In addition, Chen Yanfei's incident made the second generation lose interest instantly, and they were like deflated balls. What is the origin of the 50 buildings? Even young Master Rong has to flatter them. After returning home, Jiang Ning was a little absent-minded, and Qin Yanfei's face floated up unconsciously, and her heart became a little agitated. Hui Yishan made her a cup of hot tea. Are you worried that young Master Rong will cause trouble? Jiang Ning shook her head. The car was placed in the space, and no one would know as long as it was not taken out. Because of the woman who raised alpacas? Jiang Ning still shook her head and said nothing. Hui Yishan sat down next to her. Aining, no matter what happens in the future, we will not cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it. Jiang Ning leaned on his shoulder and closed her eyes to rest. Her hands were a little cold, so Hui Yishan covered them. In fact, he probably guessed that she was in a bad mood. But since she didn't want to say it, he wouldn't ask deliberately. The truth can't be hidden. Qin Chuan contacted through the intercom. Jiang Ning, are you okay? Draw the curtains and sleep. And nothing happened when you wake up. Jiang Ning's mood returned to normal. Thank you, Brother Qin, for your concern. I'm fine. This incident today undoubtedly offended the rich people in the community again, and the confrontation in the future will be more obvious. Jiang Ning never fights unprepared battles. Do you know where the family that raises alpacas in the community came from? There are many people in the community, and the middlemen don't know all of them. But when it comes to alpacas, they are very impressive. That's the Chen family, who got rich by selling home appliances. Do you still remember the extremely hot fresh water and ice cubes? The Chen family bought them, saying that they were going to hold a pool party for their daughter. Pool party? How could Jiang Ning not remember it? If it wasn't for the expansion of space, this deal would never have been made. It seems that the Chen family is still quite powerful. The last gasp of a dying force. Qin Chuan saw that the man was powerful, and did not hide it from Jiang Ning. After the end of the world, the Chen family gradually declined. The reason why they spent money to hold a swimming pool party in Gyre was just to show off and find a good marriage for their daughter. Find a marriage for Qin Yanfei? Jiang Ning subconsciously thought of her pretentious appearance towards young Master Rong. It was indeed a good golden turtle. I hooked it, but it didn't seem to be stable. Jiang Ning wanted to continue asking about the Chen family, but in the end, he didn't ask. For a while, she did not go out again. Most of the herbs in the space were planted and grown. Those that needed cuttings were planted. Those that needed seedlings were divided. And those that needed harvesting were harvested. Jiang Ning was busy, and the glass house in the backyard was divided into two parts. One for raising chickens, ducks, geese and rabbits, and the other for growing vegetables and grains. The outside was taken care of by the brother and sister, and the dog often made trouble nearby. Qin Mu would come to help from time to time. Seeing that he liked small animals, Jiang Ning also gave him a pair of rabbits. You must take good care of them. If you don't understand? Asked Daodu. Qin Mu was overjoyed. Thank you, sister. The glass shed on the rooftop was used to grow herbs, and it was filled with flowers and plants. Jiang Ning was thinking that when they grew stronger, he could try to move them to the yard to see if they could withstand the extreme climate, and then compare them with the medicinal properties of the space to see if there were any mutations. At lunch, a piece of news caught my attention. Chapter 267. The Chinese Medicine Research Institute of Yuecheng is recruiting in Fengcheng. Those who are interested and have a certain foundation can sign up. Since the natural disaster, the number of doctors has dropped sharply, especially those in the Western medicine department. They either died in natural disasters or due to lack of medicines or equipment, and civilization has almost disappeared. Once the survivors get sick, they either bury it or wait to die. Forced by the current situation, Chinese medicine has to take up the banner and take advantage of the relatively mild natural disasters to not only protect Chinese herbal medicines as much as possible, but also cultivate a new echelon of talents. It is said to be calm, but in fact it is getting worse. The highest temperature has reached 45 degrees, and the lowest temperature can reach -15 degrees. Fortunately, the house has taken measures to keep warm, and there are constant temperature clothes to protect the body. Otherwise, sometimes in the furnace, sometimes in the ice cellar. Who can bear it? Many people outside are sick. Those who can endure it will endure it, and those who can't will disappear. Those who have relatives know that you have been in this world. Those who don't have relatives can only wait to be found by the corpse collection team. There are cardboard foam at home. Otherwise the chickens, ducks and geese with long hair can't stand it. But the rabbits are used to it. If they are in a good mood, they are willing to cover the chickens. ducks and geese. They have been covered by the dog brother. And now they cover other cubs. Maybe this is the inheritance of love. In short, the cubs love to follow behind the rabbit. Huishan asked, "Do you want to apply for a job?" Jiang Ning nodded. Although he has been self-studying in recent years, Chinese medicine is profound and many essences cannot be learned from books or videos, but more from the inheritance of predecessors and the accumulation and extraction from countless experiences. The most important thing is that only by participating in it, maybe we can find an opportunity to study the prescription for liver and lung diseases caused by haze as soon as possible. She really didn't want to cough up her lungs. Anyway, she was free anyway. And for now, the community was relatively safe. Jiang Ning suddenly had an idea. Why don't you and Dao go too? The natural disaster was crazy, and no one knew how long they could be together. If they were separated in the future, they would be able to go further with their knowledge of medicine. Right? Huishan had no objection, and Dao was even more diligent and studious. Woof! Although the dog treated himself as a human, this might not work. The three of them went out and left the dog at Qin Chuan's house, which made Xiaomu very happy. Dao, I wait for you to come back. Remember to teach me somersaults. That's right. The introverted boy not only learned to grow vegetables and raise small animals, but also wanted to challenge himself further with his father's encouragement. Jiang Ning was driving and was about to turn the corner to go out, but suddenly a car rushed out from the side. Bang! With a loud bang, the two cars collided heavily. At that moment, Jiang Ning subconsciously turned the steering wheel, but it was too late to avoid it. Fortunately, the three of them were wearing seat belts, but their bodies were almost rushed out. The sky was spinning and the ears were buzzing. Fortunately, the Hummer had been modified, and the body steel plates and glass were bulletproof. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Jiang Ning's lungs were so painful that his forehead almost hit the steering wheel, but Huishan was quick to hold it. His sister was sitting in the back seat, and Huishan asked quickly, "Is Dao okay?" Dao was frightened, but fortunately she was protected by the seat belt. "Brother, I'm fine." Seeing who hit him, Jiang Ning was instantly furious. The Maybach SUV was young Master Roan's car. Without saying a word, Jiang Ning started to reverse. "Hold on tight." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and crashed into the Maybach SUV. Bang! With a loud bang, the Maybach SUV was knocked several meters away. The two consecutive collisions made a sharp sound, which quickly attracted the Roan family bodyguards and patrolling security guards. The bodyguard saw the Hummer crashing into the Maybach, and without hesitation drew his gun and pointed it at Jiang Ning. "Stop!" Huishan took out the explosive pack and the lighter. The bodyguard saw it and quickly stepped back. Jiang Ning reversed and crashed into the Maybach again, causing Rong Sanshao to turn blue in the face and climb out of the car in a panic. As soon as he climbed out with his front foot, Jiang Ning stepped on the horsepower to the bottom with his back foot, instantly pushing the Maybach out, and directly turned in the air and flipped sideways. Although Maybach is a world-class luxury car, Hummer is the king of off-road and the best vehicle in the end times. Moreover, Huishan armed it to the teeth and installed a solid anti-collision barrier in the front car. Although Maybach has also been modified, its off-road performance is far from that of Hummer. When it hit, Jiang Ning turned the steering wheel to avoid it, causing the front of Maybach to hit a stone, and then was hit 3 times by Jiang Ning, who was possessed by the flat-headed brother. In the end times without high-end car modification clubs, this car is basically scrapped. Young Master Rong pushed aside the bodyguard's obstruction, covered his head that was about to explode, and pounded on the Hummer's glass window. "Open the door." Jiang Ning lowered the car window a crack. "Sister, are you sick?" Young Master Rong was groggy and raged at Jiang Ning. "My car had a problem, and I accidentally hit your car. Do you really want to kill me?" Just now in the car, through the glass window, he saw the murderous look in Jiang Ning's eyes. This woman really wanted to kill, and her ruthlessness was no less than that of the desperate criminals near the base. At that moment, his heart trembled. Jiang Ning stared at him coldly. "You are the third son of the Roan family, the owner of the car modification club, and a master of cars. Who dares to compete with you in driving skills? You will know whether there is a problem with the car when you drive it. Don't make lame excuses. To you, our lives may not be as valuable as grass, and you can play with them as you like. But for me, No matter how rich and arrogant your family is. As long as you dare to joke with my life, I dare to die with you. Anyway, there is only one life. So come if you are not afraid of death. The three of them were safe today not because of good luck, but because the Hummer was armed to the teeth. If it was just an ordinary vehicle, it would have been smashed into scrap metal by the Maybach. And even if it didn't die on the spot, it would have been seriously injured. If she really got hurt, would these people save her? In fact, Jiang Ning knew that young Master Rong was just testing her. But so what? Because he was the son of the richest man. He could test anyone he wanted, without considering whether it would cause the death of others. In his eyes, it was just 3 lives. No different from ants. Since he doesn't take other people's lives seriously, he has to bear the corresponding consequences. Young Master Rong was choked. Sister, I have always loved peace. Don't think I'm so cruel. It's just that the car broke down. Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Ning interrupted coldly. I'm saying this today. My house is here. I live here. If you don't like me, just come at me. Anyway, I'm just wasting my life. If you come, you won't lose. If you come, you win. If you die, we die together. Let's see who can survive to the end. Rong Sanshao was speechless. Do you have paranoia? Stand in front of my car now, and see if I dare to hit it? Rong Sanshao's throat tightened, as if a little afraid. However, he still stood up straight and even said something harsh. I should be fully responsible for the car accident. But you maliciously speculated and deliberately retaliated. I tell you that this matter is not over. Wait. No need to wait. I can do it now. Jiang Ning took out a grenade and asked with a smile, Tell me, how do you want me to die? One of them was holding a bomb, and the other was holding a grenade. What could young Master Rong say? Crazy. She was a lunatic. For a moment, everyone who heard the noise came to watch. Young Master Rong was embarrassed in front of everyone. The security captain came out to help. Miss Jiang? It was really a misunderstanding. Young Master Sen's car broke down yesterday. He was going to drive it out for repairs today, but he didn't expect an accidental collision. Since the misunderstanding has happened, why don't you sit down and talk it over? If she sits down and talks, will she still be alive? Chapter 268. Jiang Ning couldn't understand why she became the thorn in the eyes of so many people when she just bought a house. However, she had to stop when things were going well. She finally said, Since it was a misunderstanding, I will let it go this time. But I won't be so easy to talk to next time. After saying that, she stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the Hummer sped away. Rong Sanshao was almost blown up by the exhaust gas. Damn. His last super off-road vehicle just became a pile of scrap metal. Damn it! After leaving the community, Jiang Ning asked in confusion, What do you think the third young Master Rong wants to do? Huishan couldn't understand the thinking of the rich second generation, and spoke after a while. Last time he spoke for you without caring about his companion's face. And this time he deliberately drove into you, probably looking for a reason to get close to you. Jiang Ning couldn't figure it out either. Who knows what the rich second generation's brain is made of? Do you think he knows something? So he deliberately approached you? She was referring to the 3 cars. Or the secret of the space. Perhaps. He traced the matter of Aoyuan through Yang Jia, and even pushed it back further. The Rong family was able to live a glamorous life in the last 3 years of the apocalypse with its astonishing wealth. And even let Fengcheng municipal government invite it back to develop the economy. They are not simple-minded people. Moreover, when they met again, how could Jiang Ning not see that the third young Master Rong had changed? Huishan looked serious. No matter what he wants to do, we must always be vigilant. The newly built school has not yet enrolled students. After communication with the superiors, it was temporarily lent to the Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine for use in recruitment and herbal planting and processing points. When Jiang Ning drove in, many people who were interviewing and asking questions had already gathered. Many survivors at the bottom of society had no medicine, and they thought that learning some medical skills or planting some herbal medicines would be a good deal. Unfortunately, not only did they require basic knowledge, but they only provided 1 working meal, and no salary. Isn't this just using love to generate electricity? They can't even fill their stomachs. After learning about the situation, many people left in frustration. People at the Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine were also frustrated. Without funding, Everything was difficult to start. They also wanted to recruit people and pay them salaries. But the weather during the polar day was bad. And it took a lot of effort to cultivate herbs. All the funds were spent on indoor constant temperature planting alone. They were also generating electricity for love. Just to pass on thousands of years of civilization. Teacher Ma. Will we return empty-handed this time? A student said depressedly. We took care of the herbs we brought back last time. But half of them died. And the rest didn't grow well. Ma Guangnian felt heavy in his heart. But still comforted him. Take it slow. It will get better. The Hummer was too conspicuous, attracting everyone's attention as soon as he entered the school gate. Ma Guangnian just felt that the car seemed familiar, and saw Hua Yishan and Jiang Ning getting out of the car. And he was immediately overjoyed. Comrade Hua? Comrade Jiang? Why are you here? We just live nearby and are very interested in herbal cultivation. So we came to take a look. We talked about it last time when we picked herbs. Jiang Ning is a student of the medical school. Ma Guangnian was very impressed with her. Are you here to apply for a job? It is impossible to sit in the office every day and squat to grow herbs. Jiang Ning came here today mainly to build relationships, so that he can have a reason to interact with Ma Guangnian in the future. Teacher Ma. It's actually like this. We want to make a living in the field of herbal medicine. But we are not very good at planting. So we want to come to learn from you. Living by growing and selling herbs? Ma Guangnian immediately became interested. How are the medicinal seedlings you collected last time? Jiang Ning modestly said. Not bad. 70% to 80% of them survived. The staff was surprised that only half of them survived despite their careful care. How did they do it? Faced with doubts, Jiang Ning did not hide it. We built a glass shed. And the temperature change inside is not that big. If it's too cold, we just burn some charcoal. It can be seen that those who can drive a Hummer in the end times have good family conditions. Unlike them, they are a Chinese medicine research institute. But it is difficult to build a glass shed. It is not that the relevant departments do not support it. But glass is really precious after the earthquake. Even if there is glass, it is used to grow food first to ensure the food supply of the survivors. The research institute already has a glass shed. And it is impossible to approve the construction of a new one. A glass shed can't grow many herbs, let alone large-scale production. Jiang Ning words gave Ma Guangnian a new inspiration. Just because the research institute can't build it doesn't mean that others can't build it. 3 years into the apocalypse, anyone who still holds medicine in his hand undoubtedly controls the lives of others. No matter how expensive it is, there are people willing to buy it. If the government cannot cultivate it on a large scale, why not encourage private cultivation? Whether it is inheritance or benefiting the people, it is of great benefit to society. Especially when he learned that Jiang Ning had a glass shed of more than 100 square meters. Ma Guangnian's heart was moved. One does not want to work, and the other does not have a glass shed. It is simply a match made in heaven. Ma Guangnian extended an olive branch. We can teach you scientific planting, basic Chinese medicine, acupuncture, acupoint massage, and related medicine. But you need to give us 20% of the medicinal materials you grow. If you need us to provide medicinal seedlings, you need to give us an extra 10%. What do you think? Jiang Ning pretended to discuss with Hua Yishan, and agreed after thinking for a while. Okay. We will find a way to get the medicinal seedlings ourselves. The two parties hit it off, and signed the contract on the spot. Ma Guangnian planned the varieties to be planted for the two. There are 4 seasons in a day, and the weather is unpredictable. It is most likely to catch a cold, which can cause fever at the mildest and lung infection at the worst. This type of medicine is the most in short supply now. He wrote down nearly 30 kinds of herbs, all of which can be used in combination to treat diseases. You can find medicinal seedlings according to the list. If you have any problems in the cultivation process, you can come to the station to find staff at any time. There was no problem in the discussion. He wrote down the best planting method and growth environment for each medicine, and tested the medical skills of the 3 people. The brother and sister hardly understood. But Jiang Ning had a foundation and studied by himself for a few years. So he taught the 2 of them the basics of entry level. This is a good idea. Jiang Ning medical books are still there. Speaking of the Rong family, the 3rd young master Rong returned to the villa with a dark face, and the housekeeper hurriedly asked someone to invite a private doctor. Throwing off his slippers, the 3rd young master Rong sat on the sofa angrily. You won't die. No need to invite. Don't try to hide what happened in the community from Master Rong. He will be back from outside soon. Seeing his son's forehead was bruised, he suppressed his temper and asked, "What happened?" "I drove my car and hit the car in Building 50. What do you want to do?" If it wasn't his own son, Mr. Rong would have thrown a cup at him. Before he found out the bottom line of Building 50, he spoke for the people in Building 50 and offended most of the people in the community. Those people just didn't dare to express their opinions for the sake of the Rong family. That's fine. A bunch of second and third generation people who only know how to eat, drink and have fun, living a glamorous life relying on the influence of their ancestors, and not knowing the cruelty outside. Hanging out with them will only lower your IQ. He agreed with his son on this point. But what's the matter with him hitting the car in Building 50? Are you mentally ill? They dared to hurt the bodyguard, which shows that they are desperate. Now they have even taken out explosive packs and grenades. Why don't you dare to fight them when you are so stubborn? Chapter 269. Young Master Rong was dizzy from the collision, and the pain was even worse after being scolded by his own father. He couldn't help but said depressedly, "Dad, I just want to find out their bottom line." "Touch?" Mr. Rong almost hit him on the head with his cane. "You are so powerful. You will die if you try." Despite scolding, Building 50 was indeed too presumptuous. He dared to hit the Rong family's Maybach several times in a row, and even took out explosive packs and grenades. What? Do you really think the Rong family is dough? You can do whatever you want. Mr. Rong was so angry that he asked the butler to invite the police chief over. This kind of person is too dangerous and must not be allowed to stay in the community. "Dad, I will handle this myself." "Don't call the police. You can't handle anything." Mr. Rong couldn't stand it anymore and hit him with his crutch. "Hasn't he caused enough trouble? You don't know how you will die one day." If he wasn't his biological son, he would have thrown him out long ago. The Rong family's status was there, so Director Ling was quickly invited over. He didn't rush into the Rong family, but first inspected the damaged Maybach, and then listened to the witnesses' accounts. Whether it was the security guards or the rich people and their families who were watching, their testimonies were surprisingly consistent. Building 50 is home to a group of extremists. They had explosive packs, grenades, and took away guns with bare hands. They were 3 against 20, and they slapped people in the face if they were not happy. It sounds really evil. After entering the Rong family, Director Ling asked the person involved, "Young Master Rong. Young Master Rong. Can you tell me what happened?" Young Master Rong didn't expect the matter to be so big. He was indeed very interested in Building 50, but he couldn't find a suitable reason to approach it. This method was relatively extreme, but he never expected that Jiangming's reaction would be more extreme. "Actually, my car is not broken." After thinking it over again and again, he told the truth. Mr. Rong's face changed immediately. What kind of person is Director Ling? He understood at a glance that there was something going on. How could Director Ling not know the details of young Master Rong? He was very familiar with him before the end of the world. He was the son of the richest man in Fengcheng and a playboy who was always getting into trouble. If he wasn't wearing a uniform, he would really like to say that he finally met someone who could deal with him. Come on. Beat him to death. This kind of person deserves to be beaten. Director Ling was quite curious about Building 50. He fought against the entire community alone, directly took out dangerous goods, and did not even give the Rong family any way out. Brave enough. The people from Building 50 had not returned yet. So Director Ling asked, "Do you have their photos?" "Of course. There are files in the security room." Director Ling stared at the photo carefully and looked at it. It looked very familiar. "Do they have a horse dog, which is very strong and beautiful?" "Yes, there is indeed a dog. It almost bit another family's alpaca to death some time ago." Seeing Director Ling staring at the photo for a long time without any response, Master Rong felt something was wrong. "Director Ling, is there something wrong with these people? There must be a problem. But how to say it?" Director Ling pondered over and over in his mind. The first meeting was at the public trial. The second meeting was at the Qingying base. And he left him a lot of gifts, although he didn't see it with his own eyes. According to the survivor's testimony, he couldn't think of another dog that could carry a bomb and climb a tree. The third time they met, Tianming concealed it very well. But not everyone in the community had the same calm attitude as him. Director Ling didn't even need to ask. Just knowing that there was a dog was enough. Now, they came to Guangming New City again. How should I put it? Director Ling always had a feeling that the first meeting might not be at the public trial, but should have been earlier, such as the Dragon Slayer Society in Hoarding. Of course, all this is just his speculation. If the speculation is correct, they are really interesting. Director Ling thought about it several times and slowly said, Master Rong, can you please have a word with me? Master Rong was stunned and quickly asked his son and everyone to leave. After clearing the scene, he said carefully, Director Ling, please speak. Director Ling organized his words. These two people are indeed a bit special. As for why they are special, I can't explain it to you now. After a pause, he continued, let's put it this way. 2 private bases involved in organized crime were destroyed a year ago. Did you know? I've heard something about it. The police took down 2 gang-related bases within 1 day. Half a year ago, there was a riot in the temporary resettlement camp. More than 300 refugees tried to rob the residents of Aoyuan. As a result, they not only suffered no casualties, but also drove the refugees away. Do you know about this? The Rong family returned to Fengcheng and naturally wanted to find out everything. Master Rong knew, but he didn't know what the inside story was. The more it is the end of the world, the more we should treat people equally. Respect and understand each other. As long as you can do it, I believe Guangmingdu City will not have any problems. It was impossible to say everything. So Director Ling stopped there and stood up and said, we will continue to investigate the case and tell you the latest progress as soon as possible. Mr. Rong's expression changed and he personally sent him out. I'm sorry for your trouble, Director Ling. This time it was my son who caused the blunder. I will definitely teach him a lesson. The case should not be publicized. I hope you can keep it confidential before the result is out. Director Ling reminded again. In addition, natural disasters are ruthless, but people are righteous. I hope Guangmingdu City can work together with the municipal government to build a new round of prosperity in Fengcheng. Instead of focusing on intrigue, Master Rong has been in the business world all his life. How could he not understand what he said? Director Ling is right. It must be a natural disaster. Otherwise it would not be the turn of the police chief to look at the Rong family. As soon as Director Ling was sent away, Master Rong called his son to him. Without saying a word, he threw the coffee cup. Young Master Rong quickly dodged. Dad? What's wrong? Master Rong was furious. If you don't want to die, stay away from Building 50 in the future. What's wrong? Young Master Rong asked curiously. Are their identities very special? Master Rong didn't believe that his son, who had no hair on his mouth, could make the police chief speak up to protect him. His power must not be underestimated. No wonder he acted so arrogantly. He warned his son. Don't ignore my words. If I see you approaching them again, I will break your legs. After coming out, Director Ling didn't rush to leave, but stopped the car at the entrance of the community. About half an hour later, a Hummer slowly appeared, and the person involved appeared. Seeing the police car, Huishan slowed down the car. Do you want to stop? Stop. What is coming will come, and you can't avoid it. So, the Hummer stopped next to the police car, and the window slowly lowered. Director Ling got out of the car, looked at the Hummer from front to back, and smiled. This car is really good. Was it modified before the natural disaster? Chapter 270. In response to Director Ling's question, Huishan said truthfully, it has been modified before and after the natural disaster. The quality is really good. Your car is not damaged at all after the Maybach was hit like that. Did you spend a lot of money on the modification? It didn't cost much. I just messed it up myself. Director Ling looked at the two of them. Can you tell me what happened today? Jiang Ning looked calm. The ice is 3 feet thick, and it didn't freeze overnight. The woman is good at talking nonsense. She told the truth about the rich people in the community banding together to squeeze out the money. And then about the third young Master Rong driving over. She talked for more than an hour. Tired Director Ling almost fell asleep, but he tried hard not to yawn. According to the testimony of the witnesses, one of you had a bomb and the other had a grenade, which are prohibited by law. That's not true, Jiang Ning said without blinking. They are just trying to mess with us. If you don't believe me, you can search at will. Director Ling did search, and asked his officers to check the vehicle carefully. Then, his eyes fell on the timid little girl. Little girl, you really didn't have a bomb or a grenade. Daodu hid behind Huishan in fear, revealing half of his head and said, Uncle Police, we don't have it. They are all bad guys. They stopped us from entering the community. The alpaca also spit at us. I feel so much pain on my body. It was hurt by the belt of the car. I didn't lie. Dowda's tender shoulder was injured. I searched inside and outside the car, but there was nothing at all. Director Ling's eyes were deep and sharp. Can I go to your place to take a look? Jiang Ning said generously. Sure. When the whole family went out, she put all the things that shouldn't be there into the space. Just as he was about to get in the car, a voice rang on the intercom. Director Ling. There was a murder in the West District of Xinjiang. 6 or 7 people died. Director Ling looked regretful. That's it for today. The police will contact you later. The police car left, and Director Ling sat in the back seat with his eyes closed. Find 2 skilled people to sneak into the security team and monitor 50 buildings on a daily basis. Don't alert the enemy. And report to me in time if anything happens. Looking at the police car going away, Jiang Ning and Huishan didn't say anything and drove the Hummer home. Hearing the sound of their own car, Guzi was clinging to the door next door. The door opened, and the dog rushed towards Jiang Ning. Woo woo woo. Driving the car into the garage, Huishan checked inside and out, and locked the door after making sure there was nothing unusual. Are you worried that they installed monitoring equipment? It's better to be careful. Ordinary people don't have it. But it doesn't mean that the police station doesn't have it. Enter the house and lock the door. Jiang Ning asked. Why do you think Director Ling gave up halfway? With the pressure from Rong family? They should have done their best on this matter. Huishan thought. Director Ling should have recognized us. It's not that he's familiar with her face, but that he might be able to guess what happened at the Qinging base. In his previous life, Huishan worked with him. He was a very wise, brave, resourceful, and broad-minded person, and he could adapt to the changing times in many things. There were too many loopholes before and after, and there was no reason why he couldn't find them. Even if he couldn't guess that Jiang Ning had a space, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find the two with his ability. Huishan didn't tell the truth, just to comfort her, regarding what happened at the base. Director Ling didn't disperse police forces to conduct an in-depth investigation. Obviously, he had his own ideas, including what happened today. But no matter what, we can't take it lightly. Aining, if you feel uncomfortable living here, we can find another place. I feel very comfortable. Jiang Ning has never seen those people take it to heart. Don't you and Dowda want to live here? It's easy to find a place to live, but there will be troubles wherever you go. There are 2 more apartments opposite the police station, and you can move there at any time. But where there are people, there are disputes and grievances. In a cramped room, you can bump into people when you turn around, and there are still endless troubles to deal with. It's relatively better here, and I can ignore what's happening outside. Even if the Rong family throws a bomb in, there's a 3-meter-high wall between them, so they can't hit it. For Huishan, anywhere is fine, as long as she and Dowda are home. Woof. Yes. And Coke. Both are indispensable. No matter what. Just take it one step at a time. It's useless to think too much in the end times. After dinner, Jiang Ning sorted out the information given by Ma Guangyan and planned to replan the glass house on the rooftop. More than 30 kinds of herbs, excluding those already in the space. There are still a full 10 kinds missing. It seems that we have to go deep into the mountains and find as many medicinal seedlings as possible to prevent them from being completely extinct by unpredictable natural disasters. The police came and left, and Building 50 was unscathed. The Rong family suffered a loss. The news spread secretly in the community, and people were panicked for a while. What was the origin of Building 50 that even the police couldn't do anything to them? The Rong family didn't even mention it. No. Young Master Rong. He came to apologize. Oh my God. What happened to this world? Jiang Ning. Young Master Rong put his hands on his waist and shouted upstairs. All that was called was the barking of vicious dogs. Jiang Ning didn't want to pay attention, but young Master Rong just wouldn't leave. This bastard has his own aura, and wherever he goes, people's eyes follow him, and he quickly attracts a bunch of people. Why is it so difficult to live a Loki life? Fortunately, young Master Rong came alone, without security, and there was no ambush around. So Jiang Ning planned to make a quick decision, seeing that Huishan wanted to accompany him for protection. She refused. No. I'm wearing a bulletproof vest, and you can keep an eye on the upper floor for a wider view. Open the door and walk out quickly. The dog jumped out, with a vigorous posture, fierce eyes, and a step that didn't recognize anyone. Who is it? According to the smell, it successfully locked onto the puffy leg, and its muscles instantly tightened, and it let out a low roar of attack, just waiting for the order from the shit shoveler. To be honest, Rong Sanshao had seen dogs, and even played in a dog fighting arena, but he had never seen such a fierce one. It could no longer be described as murderous, but wanted to grind him to ashes. What was the origin of Building 50? It was fine to train a child into a master, but even a dog. Rong Sanshao suddenly felt a little regretful. He was indeed impulsive today, and thought that he could solve it with the previous method. After all, who in Fengcheng didn't give face to the Rong family? Now I finally understood. I don't know who gave me the courage. The sky has really changed. But I still need to save face. Rong Sanshao touched his nose. Jiang Ning. That me? Seeing the onlookers, Rong Sanshao glared, and the onlookers, who felt his displeasure, left instantly. He waved to Jiang Ning. I have something to tell you. Jiang Ning stood still. Just say it if you have something to say. No. He doesn't care about face when talking from such a distance? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang Ning turned around and was about to leave. Rong Sanshao subconsciously blurted out, I am attracted to you. Ah? Is he sick? Jiang Ning looked at him with suspicion. Because of my beauty? Chapter 271. Of course not. Rong Sanshao was almost choked by her brain circuit. He admitted that Jiang Ning was indeed good-looking. But what he lacked the most was women. What kind of beauties had he not seen? Top stars, internet celebrities, young models, grassroots. As long as he beckoned, there was nothing he couldn't get. You think too much. Rong Sanshao's face was full of black lines. I'm just attracted by your mystery. That's okay. Jiang Ning was almost scared. Being liked by him would be a disaster. So what? I was curious about you guys. So I accidentally hit you with my car today. Jiang Ning smiled. Third Master. I'm curious about your brain circuits. Do you think I should take a knife to open it and see? Well, she is definitely the first woman who dares to talk to him like this. Third Master Roan looked a little awkward, looking away. I didn't expect today's incident to be so serious. Sorry. Oh, it turns out that the second generation rich will also have a day to apologize. If it were someone else, Jiang Ning might not let it go. But, thinking of the vehicles and accessories in the space, as well as the swallowed pink diamond, she still felt a little uneasy. Besides, her ultimate goal was to continue to live in the villa. The Rong family was not easy to mess with. Since he gave her a way out, there was no need to go all the way. I accept it. Jiang Ning looked at the third young Master Rong. I have always kept to myself. I just want to live a quiet life behind closed doors. I am really not interested in you. Let's just live in peace in the future. It would be best if we could treat Building 50 as transparent. Of course, if you insist on making trouble, we are not afraid of it. You refer to the rich people in the community who claim to be the upper class. This was said not only to young Master Rong, but also to those self-righteous people. Young Master Rong was embarrassed, but thinking of his father's completely different attitude after meeting Director Ling, he finally chose to swallow his anger. He waved his hand and left gracefully. The dog stood stubbornly in the same place, staring at the puffy legs that were gradually moving away. Baring his teeth, Jiang Ning patted it and went home. After closing the gate, Hui Yishan came down from upstairs. What did he tell you? Jiang Ning told the truth. He said he was attracted to me. Hui Yishan frowned and spoke after a long while. What about you? Jiang Ning stepped forward and sniffed in front of him. What smell? It seems a bit sour. Hui Yishan hugged her. Are you attracted to him too? Jealous? Jiang Ning smiled. Are you so unconfident in yourself? Of course not. But I still feel uncomfortable. You think too much. I guess he was stunned. And there is something wrong with his brain circuit. Jiang Ning sat down and explained. Young Master Rong is the youngest son of the Rong family. He has been spoiled since he was a child. Wherever he goes, he is praised by everyone, which makes him arrogant and domineering. But he was taught a lesson by the natural disaster of the end of the world. I guess the Rong family didn't have an easy time at the base. Otherwise, they wouldn't have returned to Fengcheng to keep a low profile. If it were before the natural disaster, anyone who dared to give the Rong family such a low profile would probably be dead. After the bloody trials of the end of the world, The Rong family has become more low-key and cautious. But the pride in their bones has not been lost, which has led to the third young master Rong being a little schizophrenic. In any case, as long as the Rong family does not take the initiative to provoke, Jiang Ning is willing to keep peace. But she never thought that the third young master Rong was not schizophrenic, but was seriously ill. He actually sent someone to deliver food. Jiang Ning was speechless and ignored him. Who knew that he sent someone to deliver drinks the next day? He also said it was a misunderstanding, and went to the police station to close the case. Jiang Ning ignored him, and let the vicious dog roar. The herbs were planted in the glass house, on the rooftop, and wilted for several days in a row. Later, they gradually adapted to the climate and recovered. They were well raised in the space, so they could gradually transition to the glass house. If the medicinal seedlings found in the wild were planted directly, most of them would probably die. Not to mention outdoor planting. It seems that it is still difficult to cultivate herbs. Ma Guangnian gave a relatively complete range of categories, which can cure colds and pneumonia caused by them, which is equivalent to giving a standard answer. Jiang Ning wanted to go into the mountains and find as many herbs as possible. Huishan had no objection. Other things could be put into the space. But chickens, ducks, geese and rabbits were difficult to deal with. Daodu volunteered. Let Xiaomu brother raise them. He likes Dahui and Xiaobai very much. There are too many poultry, and children may not be able to take care of them. Besides, everyone can see how much Qin Chuan cherishes his son. Jiang Ning thought about it, and took out the intercom to ask. Qin Chuan readily agreed when he learned that the family was going out for a few days. Don't worry. Just bring it to our house. Xiaomu has been clamoring to raise poultry chicks recently. I find him somewhere to get some, so that he can have fun. Raising poultry is dirty and smelly, so it's better to let the stinky boy have a taste of the bitterness, so that he won't be ignorant of the sufferings of the world. So, 2 large cages of poultry were taken over, as well as a large bag of feed mixed with crushed corn and sweet potato seedlings. The 3 people and the dog set off again. We didn't choose Jinsher Mountain, which must have been searched by many people. We chose the area of the villas on the hillside at the junction of the city, but we went into the mountain from another direction. A direction we hadn't searched before. The 4 seasons became more distinct in one day, and many of the early sprouts of grass and trees were frozen to death. Of course, there are also some with strong vitality that are still fighting against natural disasters. During this period, we have been cramming herbal knowledge for the brother and sister. We went into the mountain to search separately. I was afraid that Daodu was not safe, so I asked Guzi to be a bodyguard. At the end of the day, they harvested dozens of herbs, and put them all in the space to keep them fresh. It was cold at night, so Jiang Ning took out the mummy's sleeping bag. She and Huishan shared one, and Daodu shared it with the dog. A lot of insecticides had been stockpiled before, and Jiang Ning would give them to the dog every once in a while, so there was no need to worry about parasites on it. The weather was good in the morning, and thinking about the last time, they paid a lot of wood for buying a house. The 2 took out the chainsaw and electric saw and stockpiled another batch. In the evening, they climbed over the mountain, and Daodu, who was standing on the top of the mountain to take a walk, was surprised. Brother, there is smoke in the valley. To be more precise, it was fog. The endless fog lingered in the valley. The earthquake in this area was quite serious, and the 3 people and the dog approached the valley cautiously. A large lake with a sulfur smell. It was a hot spring. It should be a product of the earthquake. Otherwise it would have been developed into a tourist resort long ago. The lake was quite large, and it looked like 3 or 4 acres, with waves rolling in the middle of the lake. Jiang Ning tried it, and estimated that the temperature was about 50 or 60 degrees. She was very tired these days, sleeping outdoors, and the temperature difference in the wild was too big, so she couldn't help but suggest, how about taking a hot spring bath? Who can resist the temptation of hot springs? It's just that the temperature of the spring water is too high, and there may be unknown dangers in the lake. Jiang Ning had asked Master Tu to stock up a lot of wooden bathtubs before, which could just be taken out and used. 1 bucket per person. Make sure the temperature is suitable before entering. Not to mention, the space also stocked a lot of swimsuits. 1 for each person. They were all conservative. Jiang Ning and Huishan wore the ones they wore in Lianhaoding. Daodu wore a skirt. And Guzi, what difference does it make whether he wears it or not? When changing, Jiang Ning couldn't help but glance at Huishan, and then blushed. Ahem. Chapter 272. Dao grabbed the edge of the tub in fear when he first entered. Brother, I'm floating. Don't be afraid. You float when you soak in the hot spring. After getting used to it, Dao became happy. It turned out that this was a hot spring. Basking in the sun. Soaking in the hot spring. Each with a glass of juice. It was indescribably comfortable. With the spring water, the lake area was green, and the vegetation was obviously more lush than other places. The three of them searched along the lake and indeed found a lot of herbs. And the medicinal plants were all growing very well. At night, we set up a tent not far from the lake. After soaking in the hot spring, Dao fell asleep quickly due to his relaxed body. Hot springs are good for health and can even cure diseases. Jiangning got up at night to collect hot springs. He emptied the water stored in the space water tower and replaced it with hot spring water. He could soak in it whenever he wanted when he got home. There were quite a few water towers, as well as various barrels. Enough to enjoy for several years. After soaking in the hot spring, he slept very comfortably at night. If it weren't for the dog guarding the night, Jiangning probably wouldn't have known that he was carried away. After searching for a while, he stayed in the mountains for 3 days and searched the entire forest. He collected everything that could be used as medicine. As the climate became more extreme, many medicinal seedlings were dying. Even if the space environment was good, they might not be saved. Once these species died, they would most likely become extinct. After returning to the city, Jiangning went to the Fengcheng station of the Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Ma Guanyin was not there, but there were staff stationed there. After checking the medicinal seedlings that Jiangning took out, the staff took out the nutrient solution and growth agent. We often encounter this situation. You can try it. It can increase the survival rate of the medicinal seedlings. The medicine was developed by the Chinese Medicine Hospital and has been used in the glass bottles of the institute. It is impossible to get it for free. You can exchange it with food or medicinal seedlings. The institute has official subsidies, which may not be enough to fill their stomachs, but they will definitely not starve to death. The medicinal seedlings are what they need most. She took out the extra herbs from her backpack. I will exchange them with medicinal seedlings. The staff was very happy, and they picked out either those that the institute did not have or those with a wide range of medicinal value. In the end, 30 medicinal seedlings were exchanged for a bottle of nutrient solution and growth agent, and both parties were very satisfied. With the medicine, he drove back to the community. I haven't been back for a few days, and I don't know what happened to the house. When the car drove into the community, he saw someone sneaking around the gate from a distance, and when he stepped on the accelerator to accelerate, the sound of the car startled the man, and he ran away and soon disappeared at the corner. As soon as he stopped the car and opened the door, a strong stench choked him. Jiangning quickly covered his nose and retreated to the car. The door of his house was splashed with disgusting excrement, which was a great shock to his vision and smell. The dog suddenly jumped out, spreading its limbs and chasing in the direction of the bend. Worried that the dog was in danger, the two hurriedly drove to catch up. As soon as they turned the corner, they saw the dog leap up and pounce heavily on the man who hid in the corner of another villa. Screams rang out, and the man and the dog fought on the ground. As soon as the car stopped, Jiangning rushed out like an arrow from a string and punched the man several times. Facing the vicious dog, the man had no power to resist at all. He was bitten with several bloody wounds all over his body. He was hit by Jiangning punches, and his teeth were knocked out. Thinking of the filth thrown on the door, there was no need to interrogate him. Just beat him up first. The screams continued, making Huishan feel a little embarrassed. The security guards patrolling in the distance hurried over. What happened? Jiangning stopped at this time, but the dog refused to do so and bit his throat. As long as the shit shovel gave the order, it would send this two-legged beast to heaven and eat the steaming legs. The man whose trachea was bitten was so scared that he'd lost control of his bladder on the spot. Jiangning ignored the security team and stared at the man on the ground coldly. You only have one chance to live. Choose whether to live or not. The man was trembling with fear. Yes. 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 Help. Help. Who told you to do this? As soon as Jiangning finished speaking, the dog teeth biting his trachea tightened a little, frightening the man to scream. It was Miss Yanfei. She hated you for hitting her last time, and you were shameless enough to seduce Rong Sanxiao. She was so angry that she wanted to teach you a lesson. Originally, She wanted to do it when 50 buildings were not at home. But who knew that she was so unlucky to be hit? Qin Yanfei? Jiang Ning didn't associate with rich people. But because Qin Chuan was there, he still knew some gossip about many people. The Qin family held a swimming pool adult party for their daughter in Jire, just to catch a rich husband. The rich husband was none other than Rong Sanshao. Women's jealousy and resentment are so strange. Not only did she not learn a lesson from the beating last time, but because Rong Sanshao sent someone to deliver something, she resented Jiang Ning even more, thinking that she had snatched away her beloved man. Anyone with a little bit of brains would know that she and Hua Yishan were lovers. Jiang Ning didn't understand. He didn't even show mercy to Rong Sanshao, who gave Qin Yanfei the courage. Are you hired by her? At the critical moment of life and death, the man dared not lie. I am his servant. Miss Yanfei gave me 10 kilograms of rice, and she is the master of the house. I dare not disobey her orders. Please let me go. I don't want 10 kilograms of rice. It's not that Qin Yanfei doesn't want to hire people, but the community is strictly managed. You need to register when entering and leaving, which makes it easier for people to find out. Yang Jia happened to be in the team. I have seen him. He is indeed a servant of the Qin family. The patrol team was embarrassed after learning the whole story. What should they do now? They just want to work and earn money. Why do they always encounter owners fighting each other? Intervene. No one is a match for 50 buildings. Turn a blind eye. What if someone dies? Hua Yishan said to the security team. You continue to patrol. We will handle this peacefully. The security captain woke up. Right. Right. Patrol. Patrol. The safety of the community is the most important. However, he still reminded, you too. We are all owners of the community. Let's be harmonious. Sit down and discuss and solve any problems. Hua Yishan smiled. Okay. As soon as the patrol team left, Jiang Ning grabbed the man by the collar and headed for Villa 39. It's the end of the world. Who would sit down and resolve it peacefully? The front yard of Villa 39 is a garden, with a white painted fence, newly transplanted flowers and plants, and a pink swing. Jiang Ning kicked the door. Once, twice. Soon a servant came out to open the door, and was startled when he saw the murderous Jiang Ning. You? Jiang Ning stretched out his hand to push her away, and dragged the man into the yard. A woman in her 40s, wearing a cheongsam and a white shawl, came out. Who is it? She was well maintained, and still had the charm of a middle-aged woman. But when their eyes met, they were both stunned. Rather than saying that Jiang Ning's facial features resembled Qin Yanfei, it would be better to say that she looks more like Mrs. Qin. Jiang Ning's head buzzed, and he felt like a sharp knife stabbed his heart. Mrs. Qin was also like this. Her pupils dilated instantly. You? Chapter 273. A charming voice sounded, followed by a slender shadow. Mom? Who is making noise outside? Qin Yanfei, who was dressed in jewels and precious stones, was wearing a limited edition dress of an international luxury brand before the natural disaster. She was bright and charming, like a flower carefully cultivated in a greenhouse. Jiang Ning woke up instantly and pushed Mrs. Qin away. Mrs. Qin was wearing high heels and almost fell down. When Qin Yanfei saw the servant, who was beaten black and blue, she reacted immediately and subconsciously retreated into the house. She wanted to hide, but she was not as quick as Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning grabbed her hair and dragged her out. Qin Yanfei screamed, "Let me go! What do you want to do? You crazy woman? Help! Help!" Mrs. Qin was frightened and staggered to chase him out, but she sprained her ankle. Jiang Ning dragged Qin Yanfei back to Villa number 50, ignoring her screams like a dead dog. Without saying a word, he kicked her against the door covered with filth. Qin Yanfei grew up in a honey pot, so she had never touched such dirty things. The filth was still wet, and her body, hands, and precious skirt were all covered with filth. The stench was so strong that she vomited. Just as she was about to get up, Jiang Ning kicked her and stepped on Qin Yanfei's face. Half of Qin Yanfei's face was pressed against the door, and it was smeared all over her face. When she struggled a little, it was all over her mouth and nose. Don't you like splashing? Jiang Ning stepped heavily on her charming face. If you like it so much, don't think about leaving here if you don't lick the door clean today. Qin Yanfei vomited and cried, cursing Jiang Ning. What on earth do you want to do? You crazy woman? Dare to do it but not admit it. It doesn't matter. Huishan didn't forget to drag the perpetrator over. He didn't even need to say anything. The man who was afraid of death shook himself completely. Miss Yanfei, you were jealous and hated her. So you asked me to teach her a lesson. I didn't want to do it, but you threatened to fire me. If I lose this job, my family will starve to death. I really had no choice but to agree to you. Qin Yanfei denied it flatly. You are talking nonsense. I didn't do it at all. You did. In addition to threatening, you also gave 10 kilograms of rice, and said that you could increase the salary after the matter was accomplished. The instinct of survival made him rush to quarrel with the owner. I have no grudges against Building 50. Why would I provoke her for no reason? You hated her for beating you. And you seduced the third young master Rong you liked. Shut up. I didn't. A farce attracted more than half of the people in the community. Seeing the former delicate lady now covered in filth, everyone quickly covered their noses and stepped back. Among them were Qin Yanfei's best friends. The sisterhood they had before was as deep as it was now, and there was even a flash of gloating in their eyes. Qin Yanfei knew that she was finished. She was covered in filth, and she would never be able to get along in this circle in the future. She hated Jiang Ning to death. He made her a joke last time, and this time was even more excessive. This bitch not only looked like her, but also became the talk of the town by bullying her. With her shocking behavior, she attracted the attention of the third young master, making him always around her. She has liked the third master for so many years, and has been looking forward to marrying her when she grows up. But the third master is lukewarm towards her. Who knew that Jiang Ning would attract all his attention as soon as she appeared? If it were someone else, Qin Yanfei might not be so angry. But Jiang Ning's face looks so much like her. She is not as young and beautiful as her, and looks rustic. How can she seduce the third master? And she clearly took off her clothes in front of the third master. And he didn't even look at her. But he licked Jiang Ning like this. Stop! Mrs. Chen hurried out with the help of the servants, seeing her precious daughter being bullied and covered in dirt, which caused the Chen family to lose face in the community. She was furious and subconsciously raised her hand and slapped Jiang Ning in the face. Jiang Ning grabbed her wrist and said coldly, Mrs. Chen, it is the mother's fault if the daughter is not well educated. You have raised such a shameless daughter who can't distinguish right from wrong. What right do you have to hit me? Is it because of your age or your high status? It's the end of the world. And you still bully the weak and fear the strong. I take anything but not a loss. If you dare to touch me today, I chop off your precious daughter. Mrs. Chen was so angry that she was shaking all over. What do you want to do? It's your daughter who wants to do it. Jiang Ning asked back. Not only did your daughter slander me for seducing young Master Rong, she also had people throw feces and urine at my house. Is this what you call upper-class cultivation? Don't say I have a family and a husband. Even if I don't, what does it have to do with which man I want to associate with? It's not her turn to teach me a lesson. Mrs. Chen denied it flatly. You are slandering me and forcing me to confess. Jiang Ning was too lazy to waste time with her. There are witnesses and evidences, and you all want to deny it. So call the police. Mrs. Chen knew her daughter's temper, but she couldn't admit it. It was wrong for Jiang Ning to hit someone. But if the police were called to prove it, Yanfei's reputation would be ruined for the rest of her life, and she would never be able to find a good family in the future. Looking at the eyes of the onlookers, they were either good friends with the Chen family or friends who played well with Yanfei. But no one stood up now. It's easy to see the king of hell, but hard to deal with the little ghosts. They are all afraid of being related to Building 50. Yanfei was also confused. She repeatedly warned them not to provoke Building 50, who didn't even care about the Rong family. It was useless even if the police came. After thinking about the interests, Mrs. Chen softened her words. This is just a misunderstanding. It was caused by the servants, who acted on their own initiative. I asked him to apologize to you and clean up this place. Is there something wrong with your ears or your brain? Jiang Ning didn't give her any face at all. She is still breathing here. You want to confuse right and wrong. But you have to see if I agree or not. You know whether it's a misunderstanding or not. If you want me to give you a way out, you have to see if you give me face. I didn't expect her to be so difficult. She insisted on making Yanfei admit her mistake in public. How can the Chen family gain a foothold in the community in the future? Mrs. Chen blushed. You have to do this? Why not? Jiang Ning asked back. Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? Mrs. Chen was so anxious that blood rushed to her head. What happened? Mr. Rong-san came late with the patrol security team, walking with a step that did not recognize any relatives. What happened? There was no need for the parties to say anything, and those who wanted to curry favor with the Rong family took the opportunity to get close and explained it vividly. Seeing Mr. Rong-san appear, Chen Yanfei, who was covered in filth, was angry and ashamed, but also felt a little aggrieved and expectant. Mr. San. Chapter 274. The smell was too pungent, and the scene was even more irritating to the eyes. Rong-san covered his nose and walked away. Seeing his disgusted look, Chen Yanfei wanted to die, but her body was stepped on by Jiang Ning, and she couldn't struggle at all. She didn't want to live. Putting on a filter mask, Rong-san walked over carefully. It was not easy to get a pair of new slippers, so don't let them get dirty. As the chairman of the Property Management Committee, he has the obligation to mediate the conflicts among the owners of the community. Do you want to settle it publicly or privately? Once the police come, the matter will be settled. Mrs. Chen doesn't want to make a big fuss. Third Master. There is a misunderstanding here. Third Master Rong looked at Jiang Ning. What about you? Jiang Ning had already calculated that the Chen family didn't want to call the police, and said coldly, we can settle it privately, but she has to lick my front door clean. Come on. It's wrong for people to throw filth at your door, but you beat them to the point of almost killing them. So you should forgive them when you can. If I forgive her, who will forgive me in the future? Third Master Rong patted his chest and guaranteed. I am now the chairman of the Property Management Committee. If anyone dares to make things difficult for you without reason in the future, you can come to me to seek justice. Jiang Ning refused. I don't believe you. Sister. Young Master Rong took a deep breath. Sister Jiang, give me some face. Okay. This was so twisted that Jiang Ning almost burst out laughing. It was rare for a second-generation rich man to bow his head and bend his waist. It was really rare to see such a thing. Okay. Since the steps were given, Jiang Ning was not the kind of person who would not let go. Okay. I give you young Master Rong some face today. If anyone dares to mess with me again in the future, it won't be as easy to deal with as today. So, the security guards dispersed the crowd, and young Master Rong asked Mrs. Chen to arrange for someone to clean up the gates of the 50 buildings. After saying that, he ran away faster than a rabbit, fearing that the filth on Chen Yanfei's body would stain him. Ugh! Chen Yanfei looked at his back as he left, and cried bitterly. At this moment, she knew that it would never be possible for her to be with the third master, Jiang Ning. It was all caused by that bitch Jiang Ning. She was waiting. Mrs. Chen looked at Jiang Ning with a complicated expression, asked the servants to come and clean up the scene, and hurriedly took her daughter home. All the way, Chen Yanfei cried and vomited. Mom, what should I do now? I don't want to live anymore. Mrs. Chen was silent, her mind wandering unconsciously, and she didn't hear what her daughter said. Mom, I'm talking to you. Do you dislike me too? Yanfei, you stay at home during this period of time, and you are not allowed to go anywhere. People are forgetful, and everything will be fine in a few months, and no one will remember this anymore. Young Master Rong returned home, and his face almost burst into laughter. Dad, do you know what happened outside? Mr. Rong glanced at the useless waste. You mess with Building 50 again? It was the Chen family. Chen Yanfei ordered her servants to throw filthy things into Building 50, and was caught red-handed. Young Master Rong was so proud. Dad, you don't want a daughter-in-law who eats shit, do you? Don't match me up with Chen Yanfei anymore. Ugh. Now whenever I think of her, I want to vomit. Master Rong's face was full of black lines. The three people and the dog sat in the car, watching the servants of the Chen family repeatedly fetch water to clean the gate. Jiang Ning found faults in the egg, and asked them to use washing powder, dishwashing liquid, and air freshener to clean it repeatedly for more than 10 times, and then let them go after making sure there was no odor. When they got home, everyone washed from head to toe. When Hui Yishan came out of the bathroom, Jiang Ning was drinking in the room. There were 2 empty beer bottles on the table, and she was holding a bottle of white wine, pouring it into her mouth. He hurried over and snatched the bottle. Jiang Ning's face was flushed from drinking. Her eyes were blurred, staring straight at Hui Yishan and smiling. Putting the bottle aside, Hui Yishan pulled her into his arms. Aining, If you are in a bad mood, just tell me what you have. Talk? Jiang Ning didn't know what to say, let alone where to start. She suddenly hooked her arms around Huishan's neck, stood on tiptoes and kissed his lips hard, and reached out to untie his belt. Wait. I locked the door. She closed the curtains and slept soundly. When she woke up, it was already the next day, and Jiang Ning's mood had returned to normal. Dowdu had already brought the chickens, ducks, geese and rabbits back, and was feeding them carefully. Brother Xiaomu, thank you for helping me take care of them. When they grow up and lay eggs, I treat you to a meal. Sister Dowdu, I've learned to do somersaults these days. When you come to my house to play later, I show you how to do somersaults. Okay. Dad gave me some delicious food. I saved some for you. Thank you, Brother Xiaomu. Dowdu took out some dried sweet potatoes from his pocket. I planted sweet potatoes here, and made them into dried sweet potatoes. I treat you to some too. Huishan made breakfast in the kitchen, and went upstairs to wake Jiang Ning up. Are you tired? Do you want to sleep a little longer? Tired? Her body was about to fall apart, but she felt extremely relaxed. She sat up and leaned on his shoulder. Thank you. Huishan rubbed her head. You're welcome. Don't forget what you said yesterday. What did you say yesterday? You have a family. Huishan reminded her. Smiling, you have a husband. Jiang Ning old face flushed. Without a certificate, it doesn't count. How can a de facto marriage not count? Jiang Ning found that Comrade Hu was not only getting thicker and thicker, but also more and more talkative. Get up, wash, and eat rice noodles. After eating, work, sort the collected medicinal seedlings, mix the nutrient solution and growth agent, and soak the roots of the medicinal seedlings that have been damaged by the climate. Those in good growth condition are directly planted in the black soil garden and transplanted after they grow vigorously. For a period of time, Jiang Ning did not go out again. The visible work outside was taken care of by the brother and sister, and she took care of the plants in the space, and then taught the two the basics of medicine. Ma Guangyan spent most of his time doing research in Yuecheng, but he would take time out every week to come to Fengcheng to stay, teaching qualified students for half a day and prescribing medicine for survivors in need for half a day. He did not want Chinese medicine to be lost, so teaching students was free, and the only requirement was to have a foundation and qualifications. He was too busy, so he could only selectively take them. And as for those with relatively poor foundations, the students would teach them. So far, Jiang Ning is the only student he has accepted. As for opening appointments, there is a fee. It is not expensive. 2 taels of grain are enough for each patient. After all, they only see patients and prescribe medicine, and do not provide medicine. Acupuncture requires half a pound of grain. Not only he sees patients, but also other doctors in the institute. The grain raised is used to maintain the operation of the planting shed. Ma Guangyan has explored Jiang Ning's background. It is very rare that he can learn Chinese medicine to this level in the end times. The basic knowledge has been consolidated, and the most lacking thing now is experience. Therefore, Ma Guangyan took Jiang Ning to the clinic and assigned her a few simple cases. Not to mention, not only the prescriptions were good, but also the massage and acupuncture were very good. When encountering difficult cases, Ma Guangyan would call Jiang Ning over and explain to her while treating the disease. Following the top experts who are willing to lead people, you can indeed learn a lot of knowledge. Jiang Ning was stationed at the station all day. Finally, in order to thank Ma Guangyan for his selflessness, she drove the group back to the research institute in Yuecheng. Chapter 275. Although the two new cities are heading in both directions, there is still a distance between them. The transition zone is relatively chaotic, and there are many risks in going back and forth. Knowing Jiang Ning's ability, Ma Guangyan did not refuse. The Yuecheng Chinese Medicine Research Institute is much larger than the temporary station in Fengcheng. The Hummer stopped at the door, and just happened to see someone walking out with a medicinal plant. It is estimated that the cooperative planting model is doing well. Xiao Jiang, if you hadn't started it, we wouldn't have thought of this good idea. Ma Guangyan was very happy. I'm here most of the time. If you have something to do in the future, you can come directly. Thank you, Teacher Ma. I will come to bother you often in the future. I hope you won't find me annoying then. Ma Guangyan is not annoying, and even hopes there will be more people like Jiang Ning. It is too difficult to train an excellent Chinese medicine practitioner. How many doctors have been sacrificed in this sudden end of the world? The talent gap is the most terrible. He took out a very old book from his bag. This is a book my teacher gave me in the early years. It has been out of print for decades. It records the difficult and complicated diseases and solutions encountered by Chinese medicine practitioners for thousands of years. Now I'm lending it to you to take it back and study it carefully. Remember to keep it well. The thick book was yellowed and old after being read, which showed how precious it was. Jiang Ning was flattered. Thank you, teacher. Ma Guangyan's teacher should be the old professor who developed the prescription for treating liver and lung infections caused by smog. I hope to get in touch with him one day. Waving goodbye, Jiang Ning drove back to Fengcheng. Just as he arrived at the border of Fengcheng, a shadow rushed out from the roadside. He didn't have time to brake, and was thrown out with a bang, and couldn't move at all. Isn't it that the end of the world is so crazy? Jiang Ning was a little confused by the collision, but he didn't get out of the car to check, but took out his gun to be alert to the surroundings. Not far away, a shadow came running, with an agile figure, a security patrolman armband on his arm, and a blast baton in his hand. Looking at the man lying in a pool of blood, he was stunned for a moment, then squatted down to check. He was dying. There was no hope of saving him. Taking the cloth bag tightly held in the man's hand, he dragged the man to the side of the road, then looked at Jiang Ning and gestured for her to get out of the car. Jiang Ning looked at the person outside the car window, and blood rushed to his forehead instantly. The four looked at each other, and they were both stunned. Jiang Ning opened the car door. The other party was happy at first, then complicated, and then rushed over to hug excitedly. Aining. She didn't expect to meet Liu in such an occasion. In fact, she almost didn't recognize him. After 2 years of separation, Liu was a completely different person. His skin, which was whiter and more delicate than that of a girl, was gone, and became rough and dark, and there was even a scar on his side face. He was a boy with a girlish appearance, but he was turned into a rough man. On the other hand, Jiang Ning had almost no change, and could even be said to be more beautiful, with a bit of brightness and charm in his clean and sassy appearance. Two people who started from the same point. Meeting again is like a chasm. Why are you here? Jiang Ning was immersed in the joy of reunion. Huishan and I went to Dongqiao Mountain a few months ago, and we went to the military base to look for you. But the base said there was no such person, and thought you went to the Jiaqing military base. When mentioning the past, Liu forced a smile. After arriving in Huicheng, we went to the official base. It was unsafe to talk while standing on the roadside, so Jiang Ning pulled Liu into the car. How are Zhang Chao and Wei Li? Isn't the official base good? Why did you go back to Fengcheng? The weather was quite cold. Seeing that he was not wearing thick clothes and his face was frozen purple, Jiang Ning handed him a thermos cup. Hot water. Liu did not take it, and did not know how to tell her about the past 2 years. Aining, do you have cigarettes? Jiang Ning was stunned. She did not like the smell of cigarettes, and Liu almost never smoked before. But the general environment made people depressed and suffocated, so it was not surprising that he learned to smoke. Jiang Ning handed him a cigarette. Liu smoked 3 cigarettes in a row, rubbed the cigarette and said, Zhang Chao and Wei Li are still here, and we are patrolling in different places. Wei Li is in the east of the city, and Zhang Chao is in the center of the city. They still rotate every half a month as before. Seeing him smoking so skillfully, Jiang Ning knew that the 3 of them had encountered difficulties, and it was not an ordinary difficulty. What kind of thing could torture a person who is naturally optimistic and a little silly into what he is today? On the way to Huicheng, we encountered several groups of robbers, but we got through them safely. Zheng Weili's home is in a village in the county town. After experiencing typhoons, floods and freezing, she returned home with great difficulty, but she was still a step late. My parents are gone. According to neighbors, they died of heat stroke. After burying their parents, the Zheng brothers and sisters moved to the official base in Jiaqing. Brothers and sisters have fought since childhood, and I dare not say that their feelings are very deep, but they share the same blood, especially for Zheng Weili, who did not even see her parents for the last time. The 2 brothers are the last relatives in the world. Liu and Zhang Chao wanted to enter the military base, but after discussion, they accompanied Zheng Weili to Jiaqing. After paying 30 kilograms of food, they successfully entered the base and found 2 pairs of brothers and sisters. The nephews and nieces are still alive, perhaps to make up for the family ties. Zheng Weili took great care of the two families. The nephews and nieces would come to ask for food when they passed by. Liu didn't mind at first. After all, she was his beloved woman, and Zheng Weili was more capable than him. In the years they had been dating, she had always paid more. But some things, once opened, could not be closed at all. The two families tried their best to find reasons to ask for things, one more powerful than the other. Although the three of them brought a lot of food and medicine, they could not withstand such consumption. In order to settle down in the base, the three of them actively looked for jobs and planned for the future. As they had no connections when they first arrived, they could only do the hardest labor and could only eat half full, and they could get even less food. Today, one child in the Zheng family was sick, and tomorrow, another child fainted from hunger. There were always problems. A bystander can see clearly. Liu mentioned it to Zheng Weili very tactfully, but at that time, she was trapped in the grief of her parents' death, and was kidnapped by two pairs of brothers and sisters-in-law. She gave away everything she should and shouldn't have given. The labor intensity at the base was high, and it could not meet their basic needs. So the three of them later became wasteland collectors. Once Zheng Weili was injured, Liu asked the Zheng family for antibiotics, but neither family was willing to give them out. In the end, it was Zhang Chao who took them. After experiencing life and death, Zheng Weili also saw through it and gradually distanced herself from the Zheng family. But later, she got pregnant unexpectedly. Giving birth in the end of the world is undoubtedly gambling with your life. But if you don't want to get pregnant, you're still gambling with your life after having an abortion. So you can only take the risk. With the arrival of a new life and the passage of time, Zheng Weili completely saw the true face of the Zheng family, who didn't even let them ask for a grain of rice. The nephews and nieces were bewitched by their parents and thought that their aunt was giving food to a gigolo, and now she was raising a bastard. In desperation, they cursed Zheng Weili and even hit her stomach. Zheng Weili was frightened and slapped each of them. The slapped children rolled on the ground, and one of them cried loudly, "You are a money loser, and you are pregnant with a bastard who wastes food. When he is born, starve him to death, just like you starved your grandparents to death." Chapter 276. Zheng Weili didn't expect that there was a hidden reason for her parents' death. They didn't have heat stroke at all, but were starved to death. They were caught and beaten one by one. The child was frightened and vomited everything in a hurry. Zheng's father and mother had land and stored food at home. Although the natural disaster forced the two sons to bring their families back to rely on their parents. As long as they were thrifty, they could still live a good life. But no one expected that the natural disaster would last so long. At first, the family was quite harmonious, but gradually selfishness arose. The eldest brother thought that the second brother family ate too much, and the second brother thought that the eldest brother secretly hid warm clothes. In the end, they all took out their parents' coffin money. They had to separate the family, but they all performed at the top level, completely emptying their parents. And they all felt that they had suffered a loss, that their parents were selfish, and that they did not treat each other equally. The two brothers who guarded the food bag were unwilling to give in and let their parents starve to death. But they still had face, knowing that their parents died undignified. So they found other reasons. Zheng Weili, who knew the truth, went crazy and rushed to her brother and sister-in-law's house and beat these beasts half to death. If the soldiers who were maintaining order had not arrived in time, someone would have died. Due to the shoving and collision, coupled with emotional excitement, Zheng Weili had a miscarriage, and the heavy bleeding could not be stopped. Fortunately, there was a doctor at the base, so her life was saved. But due to the lack of medicine, she could not be treated in time, resulting in repeated infections, and her iron body completely collapsed. What's more troublesome is that Zheng Weili was kicked out of the base due to the bad nature of the fight. In desperation, the three had to return to Fengcheng to make a living. It was after the earthquake, and the Jinrong community had already collapsed, and there was no trace of the past. In order to survive, they had to go back to their old ways. Jiang Ning couldn't help but sigh. They left with hope, but came back with scars all over their bodies. Liu still had to patrol, so he couldn't stay in the car for too long. He smiled bitterly and got out of the car. He didn't walk 2 steps, then turned around and said, "I forgot to tell you that Zhang Chao has found a partner." Jiang Ning was stunned. "Auntie? We went out to scavenge, and he saved his sister." To repay him, the sister treated us to a meal. But the sister accidentally drank too much and slept with Zhang Chao. The elder sister felt okay and slept with Zhang Chao a few more times. And then the two of them got together. The elder sister is 3 years older than him. And she is capable. She used to lead a team. But later the team became bigger and there were all kinds of people. So she became a lone wolf. I guess lone wolves got tired of it. So they started sleeping with men. We've been together for more than half a year. But the elder sister just won't make any promises. And no one knows how long they can sleep together. Liu gave the address and said that he could come and sit when he was free. Looking at the receding back, Jiangning sat in the car for a long time before driving home. As soon as the car stopped, the dog jumped out and grabbed her anxiously. Huishan went downstairs. It's so late. Did you encounter any trouble? No. I sent teacher Ma back to Yuecheng. Jiangning thought for a while. I met Liu on the way back. Liu? Huishan was a little surprised. Shouldn't he be happy to meet her? She seemed to be worried instead. What happened to them? Jiangning sat on the sofa and told the story. Huishan looked indifferent. Under natural disasters, almost every low-level family will experience it. Even if Zheng Weili's parents are not dead, they will have to go through this sooner or later. Parents, brothers and sisters-in-law, nephews, not everyone can stand the test in the end times. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. And if you are rich, you should help the world. Huishan held her hand. Everyone has his own way to go. We just need to take care of ourselves. Jiangning thought so too. After the joy of meeting, there was complexity. If it were before, she might have gone to see Zheng Weili as soon as possible. But she didn't. And even began to think about when to meet her, and what to say when they met. In 2 years, not only Liu has changed, but Zheng Weili has also suffered both mental and physical torture. Is she still the optimistic and positive girl who loves to laugh without considering gains and losses? Jiangning even worries that her appearance will create a strong contrast and make her feel uncomfortable. Although it is only 2 years, it is longer than a lifetime for some people. When we were on the 18th floor, everyone started from the same point, and the mental journey was far less complicated than it is now. When turning off the lights and going to bed at night, Jiangning discussed with Huishan. I want to go see Zheng Weili tomorrow. Do you want to go with me? Where do they live? Jiangning told the address Liu gave him. Hui thought deeply. That place is full of people of all kinds. And all the people living there are survivors from the bottom of society. Which is no different from a slum. After moving to the new city for a few months, Jiangning still has some understanding of the surrounding area. That area is close to the edge of the city. And because the rent is relatively cheap, the living environment is indeed much worse. I go with you. But I won't go up. Firstly, he and 1803 were just partners before, and there was no deep personal relationship. Secondly, he was not good at speaking. And with him around, Zheng Weili might not be willing to open her heart to talk to Jiangning. Jiangning thought about it and said, I can go by myself. You stay at home to take care of Daodu and Kiki. It's too far. It's not safe for you to walk. The next day, Jiangning picked some herbs, such as Houtuania cordata, motherwort, aloe, moneywort, and Artemisia argi, which can treat various gynecological diseases after miscarriage. She didn't take any expensive herbs, but fast-growing herbs. She would make plans after finding out the situation. Building 50 has a bad reputation. No one dares to provoke it recently. If they see it on the way, they will take a detour. Huishan took the two and drove the Hummer to send Jiangning to Changming Street in the south of the city. There was garbage everywhere. Sewage was flowing everywhere. And there were children running naked under the building. As soon as the car stopped, many pairs of eyes came over. Jiangning deliberately wore half-new clothes, but still felt unsafe after getting off the car. Come pick me up in an hour. He took out a butcher knife from his bag and stepped into the cramped and narrow building. The subdivided flat was very crowded, and the corridors and stairs were filled with all kinds of junk. People had to walk sideways, and there was a smell everywhere. In this way, there were many pairs of eyes in each building. All of them were old, weak or children, with tattered clothes and turbid eyes. Endless gloom, chill rising from the soles of the feet. Jiangning carefully went to the 5th floor, knocked on the door for a long time, and heard a hoarse voice from inside. Who is it? Jiangning was stunned for a long time. Weili? After a while, The door opened, revealing a tired and thin face. Jiang Ning thought he had found the wrong room number, but he didn't expect it to be Zheng Weili. This is not Zheng Weili. Her face is withered and yellow, and she even coughs to the point of being unable to stand steadily. Zheng Weili, who was once the National College Sanda champion, could knock a man away with one punch and kill a wild boar with 2 fists. How come she is now as thin as a skeleton? The thighs that were thicker than Lu Yu's waist are gone. The clothes on her body seem empty. Zheng Weili was stunned. Aiming? Chapter 277. From Zheng Weili's expression, Lu Yu had already told her about their encounter, but she didn't expect Jiang Ning to come. I met Lu Yu yesterday and learned that you were back in Fengcheng. I came to see you today. They shared the house. Zheng Weili and Lu Yu lived in the inner room, and Zhang Chao and his sister lived in the outer room. The 7 or 8 square meters of the subdivided flat had little space left except for a bed, and there was a separate cooking area, which was full of things and looked messy. Zheng Weili endured the discomfort and cleaned up for a long time before inviting Jiang Ning into the room. There's no place to stay. It's okay. I'm not an outsider. Jiang Ning sat down on the bed. After you left, Huishan and I went to the seaside in Yuecheng and did some seafood business there. In the past few years, I have been traveling around Fengcheng. I take business when there is business, and read medical books at home when there is no business. I heard from Lu Yu that you didn't take good care of your body after the miscarriage, and you have many diseases. Do you mind if I recommend myself? If you trust me, I can help you. Zheng Weili looked bitter and guilty. I am a burden to Lu Yu. Otherwise he would be able to live a good life. What nonsense are you talking about? You two are an old couple. How can you not be a burden? Aining, you don't know how much he spent to treat my illness. Jiang Ning comforted. Then you should be stronger and take care of your body. Lu Yu is an orphan, and you made him feel at home. If you give up on yourself, he will really have no home. Zheng Weili smiled bitterly, wanting to speak but not knowing where to start. Jiang Ning asked about her illness, and it was indeed quite serious. It was not difficult to treat, but because of the lack of medicine, it had to be endured. And finally it became more and more serious. It's not a big problem. It's just caused by inflammation. It will be fine with acupuncture and massage, and taking medicine for a while. In fact, Zheng Weili took medicine, but because she couldn't find all the medicine, she could only take it intermittently. It was like she didn't take it at all, and various inflammations recurred. Jiang Ning taught her acupoint massage. There are a few acupoints that require cooperation. I write down the method, and you can ask Lu Yu to help. After the massage, she was given acupuncture. Jiang Ning took out the prepared herbs from his bag. I don't know your specific illness. I brought a few medicines. You can take them for a few days. Nowadays, medicine is invaluable. Where did you get so many? Zheng Weili was surprised and waved her hands quickly. These can be exchanged for a lot of trading coins. There is no need to waste them on me. She had nothing at home, and she couldn't take out good things to exchange with Jiang Ning. The weather was good this year. Hui and I went deep into the mountains to dig a few medicinal seedlings for cultivation. These were all grown by ourselves, so there was no need to buy them extra. Afraid that she would think too much, Jiang Ning said generously. I won't give it to you for free. You should cure your illness first. Then you will worry about whether you can earn money to pay me back. We are friends. There is no need to be so polite when encountering problems. After massage and acupuncture, Zheng Weili felt much better. Aining, thank you. Everyone has difficulties. Let's help each other, and maybe we can get through it. Jiang Ning patted her shoulder. Take care of your body, and start all over again. I want to see you box again. And you will still be the sister Zheng who can knock down wild boars. When the agreed time came, Jiang Ning stood up and left. You have a good rest. I will come again tomorrow. Zheng Weili wanted to keep her for dinner, but in order to treat her illness, the two families took out everything they could. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Only bitterness in her heart. Jiang Ning told her to lock the door. When she walked to the side of the road, Huishan's car was already waiting, and the two of them greeted her warmly. When he got home, he asked, How is it? Zheng Weili is in a very bad condition. She not only has physical problems, but also suffers from depression. Jiang Ning could see that she had already thought of committing suicide out of disgust. If she hadn't still had feelings and guilt for Luyu, she might not have been able to endure it. Physical illness is easy to treat, but mental illness is the most tormenting. Hui thought deeply. What are you going to do? I talked to her today, and her cognition and sense of right and wrong are still normal. But living in such a bad environment and being tortured by two diseases, big problems will arise sooner or later. Jiang Ning thought for a while. When they left Fengcheng, they left behind 1/3 of the food and medicine. Hui Yishan knew that Jiang Ning wanted to help Zheng Weili. She had only 3 friends, 2 of whom were childhood friends, and Zheng Weili had helped her in her previous life. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. And if you are rich, you should help the world. Hui Yishan had no objection. But people's hearts were unpredictable in the last days. He hoped that she would pay attention to the methods and not lose their friendship in the end. How could Jiang Ning not understand this? It was impossible to return the food and medicine intact, and there had to be a proper reason to give them things. First of all, Zheng Weili's disease had to be treated. Jiang Ning prepared antidepressants before the natural disaster, but because of the company of Hui Yishan and the two this time, her mood has calmed down a lot, and she doesn't need medication. A portion can be given to Zheng Weili. In addition, the insulin for Haishan Group also has a share for them. Their contribution to the expansion of space and cruise ships cannot be erased. If conditions permit, we should return the materials to them appropriately. However, the trouble is that Zhang Chao has a sister who is a third-year college student and has a golden brick. In order to avoid trouble and disputes, the distribution of materials must be fair and just, so as to avoid complaints from both sides. Hui Yishan suggested, helping people has to be done in a targeted way. There's no need to rush to give. Let's see what they need first. Deeply poisoned by emotional magazines, and also afraid that Hui Yishan would have opinions, Jiang Ning was very soft, holding his hand and leaning on his shoulder, and asked, what do you think we should give first? I listen to you. No matter who it is, men will fall for this trick, and Hui Yishan is no exception. He put his arm around Jiang Ning's waist, thought for a while and said, first cure Zheng Weili's illness, and give her some seafood and food. We will explain the situation first, and then see what they need, and exchange the previous medicines for corresponding supplies for them. Okay. Jiang Ning took a few boxes of antidepressants, and went to the study to find some inspirational books for Zheng Weili to pass the time. At the same time, she also supplemented some herbal medicines for curing diseases. Zhang Chao had collected a lot of electronic products in the office building. When he left, he gave her all the unopened ones. She charged her phone, and copied some relaxing music and TV dramas. There were all kinds of people there, and giving more food might not be a good thing. Jiang Ning took 2 kilograms of dried seafood and 5 kilograms of crushed corn kernels. After packing up in the morning, Hui Yishan also sent her to the intersection. The bad thing about the slums is that whenever someone who looks a little bit glamorous appears, they stare at him like they are watching a monkey show. Their eyes are full of scrutiny and calculation. I went upstairs and knocked on the door. A sister opened the door. She was wearing shorts and a short t-shirt, had a buzz cut, and wheat-colored skin. They were all from the same business. But Jiang Ning had already caught her aura after just seeing her. She was someone who had taken on tough jobs and rolled on the edge of a knife. The sister's eyes were sharp. Who are you looking for? Chapter 278. A Ning? A surprised voice sounded. Zhang Chao in the room hurried out and hugged Jiang Ning. Finally, I see you. We went to Jinrong community when we returned to Fengcheng, but it was already in ruins. I thought you and Brother Shen had an accident. Hey, where is Brother Shen? Jiang Ning felt relieved when he heard the familiar voice. It's great. Zhang Chao's funny personality is still there. However, his appearance has changed a lot. He is rougher and more mature in appearance. The biggest difference from Lu Yu and Zheng Weili is that there is still light in his eyes. Probably because she has been hurt so much by the Annies. Her heart is so strong. Especially after being nourished by love. She can get up quickly even if she keeps falling. Jiang Ning smiled. He has something to do at home. Come next time. Come. Introduce me. Zhang Chao naturally put his arm around his sister's waist. Aining. This is my wife Ding Qi. Ah Qi. This is the Aining we often mention. The 3 of us grew up wearing the same pants. Don't mention it. Although it is a sister-brother relationship, they are quite compatible in appearance and height when standing together. Ding Qi is not a beauty. Her face is rather serious. and she exudes a fierce aura that keeps strangers away. But she has a good figure. After 3 years of hard work, Zhang Chao has become tougher. He is no longer weak when he stands, and his face is filled with a confident smile. Sister Aki, Jiang Ning greeted with a smile, and then punched Zhang Chao. Congratulations. You finally found your home. It happened to be a shift break today. Liu came out, smoothed his messy hair with his hand. Ning. Jiang Ning walked into the room and patted him gently. How is Weili? Zheng Weili prepared a place for her to sit. He gave me a massage every 2 hours, and it was much more comfortable. The room smelled of cigarettes and medicine, probably because she had just taken medicine in the morning. Seeing that she was in a better state of mind, Jiang Ning was also in a good mood. 3 years after the natural disaster, they were both still alive and able to meet again, which was something worth celebrating. After the greetings, Jiang Ning briefly told Liu and Zhang Chao about what happened after they separated. Huishan and I went to the seaside to do business, and at the same time sold some medicines, and accumulated enough money to buy a house in Guangming New City. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. She took out the account book from her bag. When you left a batch of food and medicine. Food is not easy to store. We ate it all. And some medicines that were about to expire were sold. Antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs are too precious. I have been keeping them, and I am reluctant to sell them. Expired medicines can still be taken, but I can't guarantee the efficacy. She took out a bag of medicine from her bag. The rest are here. You can divide them up. She took out all the dried seafood and crushed corn kernels. I didn't dare to bring too much here, because I was afraid it was not safe here. You can ask me for more when you use them up, or you can give them to you all at once. You can decide which method is safer. Then, he handed the account book to Zhang Chao. I have recorded what the expired medicines were exchanged for. They can be exchanged for food or medicines. Or I can find someone to exchange for whatever you need. On the 18th floor, they knew how Jiang Ning and Hu Yishan took care of 1803. They said they kept the food and medicines for 1803. But they didn't even think about returning them. They didn't expect Jiang Ning to not only keep them for them, but also give them out selflessly. For a moment, the three of them were in a very complicated mood. Especially Zheng Weili. After 2 years of separation, I have seen too much evil in human nature. People would fight to the death for a moldy steamed bun. Especially my brother and sister-in-law who are worse than pigs and dogs. But Jiang Ning has not changed, and is still willing to take care of them. Zheng Weili's eyes are sore, and she looks out the window. Who doesn't want medicine? But Zhang Chao pushed it back after considering it. Ning, these were originally for you and Brother Shen. I just found this excuse because I was afraid you wouldn't accept them. It's true that we are in a bad situation now, but I can't break my promise to you. He can be mean to others, even dare to take a knife to rob, but he can't break his promise to Jiang Ning. This is the last bottom line of friendship. Liu also wants it, and can use it to treat Zheng Weili's disease. But, thinking of the past, he couldn't say it out loud. Who are we with? Since Jiang Ning took it out, it was not just for show. When we went to find medicine, Hu Yishan and I had a share. We don't need you. Treat the disease if you need it, and exchange it for materials to improve your life. Don't be so fussy. Don't be a man. The two looked at each other, and Zhang Chao said, Okay, then we won't be polite to you. When we make money in the future, you will definitely get your share. Jiang Ning continued to take things out of his bag, giving Zheng Weili the herbs and the two families' electronic products to kill time. Zheng Weili took out a box of antipyretic medicine. Ning, this medicine is equivalent to the herbs you gave me. If it's not enough, I buy it on credit first. It's true that the two families are in poverty, but their temperaments have not changed much from before. Okay, I won't be polite to you. Jiang Ning happily accepted it. Look at the account book. Tell me in advance if you need it, and I find a way to get it when the time comes. Even though they are so poor that their pants are worn out, security patrolmen can still make money. But dealing with criminals and robbers is very risky. As long as Zheng Weili's illness is cured, the two families can't say that they will become rich, but they will definitely have enough food and clothing. This is why they don't want to be policemen, but insist on being security patrolmen. With their skills, it is not a problem for them to be policemen. But being a policeman is not only a job, but also a responsibility. When they put on that uniform, They will feel guilty when they take things that no one owns. But they won't feel guilty when they are patrolmen. Jiang Ning gave Zheng Weili acupuncture and chatted with Zhang Chao and Li while waiting, occasionally glancing at Ding Qi. She was like a lonely wolf, isolated from the world, sitting quietly beside without saying a word, looking very out of place, but not uncomfortable at all. Jiang Ning could see that this was a sister with a strong heart, and felt that Zhang Chao was more like a passerby or a rest stop for her. It was probably not that easy to capture the sister's heart. She looked like a stranger was not allowed in. But she should not be a person who cared about gains and losses. Otherwise she would not be willing to take out supplies to exchange for medicine to treat Zheng Weili's illness. This shows that she can get along well with the three of them. After the acupuncture, Liu invited Jiang Ning to have lunch, but was rejected. It's inconvenient for you to cook here. You have to be careful not to smell the porridge. Come to my house when you are free, and then we can have a good reunion like before. Jiang Ning got up and left, and suddenly thought of something. Is your walkie-talkie still there? When they went out to collect rubbish, the three encountered a robbery and lost the walkie-talkie given by Hu Yishan during the fight. However, Ding Qi still had one in her hand. Jiang Ning was very happy to learn that her walkie-talkie had an effective call range of 10 kilometers, and told her own communication channel. Contact us if you have anything to do, especially Zheng Weili. If you feel unwell, you should tell her in time. Don't keep everything in your heart. She brought a solar charger, but Jiang Ning saw that there was one in Zhang Chao's room, so she didn't take it out again. Chapter 279. The past 2 years of separation were not good memories for them, but even more of a disaster for Zheng Weili. So Jiang Ning tactfully did not ask any more questions. After saying goodbye and going downstairs, Hu Yishan was already waiting at the intersection outside. The three people and the dog went home, and Jiang Ning shared with Hu Yishan. Zhang Chao is in good condition, but Zheng Weili is greatly affected by depression. Although Liu smiles and seems heartless, he actually swallows all the bitterness in his stomach. I think he is about to be tortured to the point of being sick. If Zhang Chao had not counseled him normally, he would probably have followed in Zheng Weili's footsteps. The end of the world after natural disasters. The cruelty of reality. The mental torture. How many people can still maintain mental health? Back in the community, there is a new notice at the security booth. The Property Management Committee will hold the first owners' meeting to collect property and jointly create a green environment. The meeting will be held at 8 o'clock in the evening. It is true that you will know the pain after being beaten. This time, no one dares to ignore Building 50. After dinner, Jiang Ning and Hu Yishan attended on time. Almost all the families are here, flattering each other, and the atmosphere is peaceful. If you don't know, you might think they are holding a cocktail party. The two of them didn't like to join in the fun, so they found a corner and sat quietly. As his peripheral vision wandered, Jiang Ning saw a familiar figure. Mrs. Chen, wearing a cheongsam, came in with the arm of a middle-aged man, wearing a suit, tie, black leather shoes, and a slightly protruding beer belly, and greeted people everywhere. This should be Mr. Chen, Qin Yunfei's father. Brother Hua. Qin Chuan followed to the venue, and sat down next to the two of them decisively. The middlemen always love gossip to quickly get closer to each other, especially after learning that Jiang Ning fed shit to the owner of the swimming pool party. It was even more exciting. He glanced at the crowd, lowered his voice, and broke the news. Sister-in-law, look at the man in a suit and glasses. He is the male owner of the Yangtua family. Although he looks like a decent person, he is actually a scumbag. The red flag is flying at home, and the colorful flags are flying outside. He brought the illegitimate child home to be raised by the main wife. Jiang Ning frowned. How do you know so much? Ha! In our business, everyone knows it. Qin Chuan continued to break the news. Speaking of which, Mrs. Chen is also pitiful. She seemed to be a rich lady before, but later her family fell into poverty. In order to solve the corporate crisis, she married into a marriage. Unfortunately, she was injured by giving birth and could not get pregnant again. She could only turn a blind eye and let her husband mess around outside. Rich people are almost all like this. Couples appear to be affectionate on the surface, but they are actually having fun behind the scenes. Jiang Ning smiled and said nothing. Most of the owners had arrived, and young Master Rong came out to the BGM, instantly blinding everyone's eyes. He wore a floral shirt, cropped pants, slippers, and a military coat. Ah! Is he really not from a mental hospital? Even so, he still captured the hearts of all the celebrities present, and they were all full of love and admiration, wishing to stick to him on the spot. Jiang Ning wanted to say that the charm of the richest family is really great, even if young Master Rong is a pile of shit. In their eyes, it is chocolate-flavored shit. Very delicious. Young Master Rong looked around the venue, stepped on his slippers decisively to the corner, sat down in front of Jiang Ning, then turned his head and smiled at her. Sister, please wake up. She really doesn't want to be splashed with filth on the door of her house again. It is said that you should not hit a smiling person. But Jiang Ning did not give him a good look. I'm sorry. You seem to be older than me. Young Master Rong smiled frivolously. In the end times, age doesn't matter. All capable beauties are called sisters. Capable? Thinking back to when I worked under him, I was almost scolded. But I didn't expect that I would be able to rise up and sing in the end times. Jiang Ning was too lazy to deal with the lunatic, and his attention was attracted by the man next to him. He was in his early 30s, with cold and arrogant features, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a high-end custom-made Armani suit. His long legs had nowhere to rest, and his spotless leather shoes shone with a cold light. The aura of the domineering CEO swept over Jiang Ning, almost choking him to death. No, it has been 3 years since the end of the world, and the domineering CEO's vitality is so tenacious? Sure enough, the end of the world is only the end of the world for ordinary people. The owners' meeting was presided over by the vice chairman, Mrs. Xiao, who wore a cheongsam and a fox fur coat. She was not only noble, but also spoke nicely. Jiang Ning remembered her. She was the one who took the lead in the last incident of exclusion and insult. The owners' meeting was very simple, and the key point was the calculation method of the property fee. Where there are people, there are right and wrong. Not to mention that the upper class will also be divided into different levels. In the past, several members of the property committee met and decided that the property fee would be calculated according to the household, and each household would temporarily pay 20 kilograms of rice and flour per month. The upper class made a one-size-fits-all decision, so naturally the lower class had some opinions. They were not coveting the supplies, but they were upset to see 50 buildings become the owners. So they proposed that the property fee should not be one-size-fits-all, and it would be reasonable to collect it according to the area of the villa. Even the Rong family kept a low profile, so Madame Xiao did not dare to make a decision privately. After several people discussed, they held a meeting. Seeing that Sister Jiang ignored them, young Master Rong crossed his legs, showing his leg hair and talking nonsense to the man next to him. Cousin, do you have a way to help me get a few off-road vehicles? The boss is very rich. I have a Land Rover. I give it to you. Young Master Rong thought the Land Rover was not high-end. At least give me a Umoni. The man pushed his glasses and glanced at him sharply. If I remember correctly, you seem to have a Predator. It is the only one in the country, and it was he who came forward to complete all the procedures. Don't mention it. It would be murderous. Young Master Rong's heart was stabbed to pieces, and he wanted to burst blood vessels instantly. Damn it. I don't know which bastard stole my 2 super large containers. He didn't even have time to touch the 3 top-notch off-road vehicles, and the containers full of top-notch accessories that he had been dreaming about. Not only did they steal the valuables, but they even took the slippers. Lost? Cousin, do you think you saw a ghost? The lock of the club's door was still good, but the window of the toilet on the 2nd floor was broken. How did they get 2 containers that big to disappear out of thin air? The boss didn't even blink. It was probably done by your internal employees. Breaking the window on the 2nd floor was just a diversion. Impossible. Young Master Rong was very confident. The club door needs my fingerprint, facial and pupil recognition, and the 3 must be combined to open it. Otherwise, it is a fortress of copper walls, and no one can open it. These 3 things can only be recognized with the help of electronic equipment. The boss was worried about his IQ. Since you are so sure, how did you open the door after the flood? The 2nd generation of slippers whose IQ is insulted. Ah. He was dissatisfied and suddenly changed the subject. Cousin, I heard that your office was also pried open. Could it be that it was also done by internal employees? It was pried open. The boss pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. But it was not an internal employee, but a survivor who collected supplies. Young Master Rong, who was bleeding severely, gloated. Tell me what you lost, so that I can be happy. Chapter 280. Facing his stupid cousin. The boss had a blank expression on his face. Dozens of boxes of mitai. A batch of antiques. Golf clubs worth millions. Diving suits. Watches. Cash. Pistols and bullets. Tang swords worth 5 million. And a batch of high-end ingredients. Pistols and bullets? Young Master Rong was shocked. Cousin, you are really cruel. The boss glanced at him. You are also very cruel. Damaged cars. Gang fights. Tax issues. If the end of the world has not come, it is not something that can be solved by going in and stepping on a sewing machine. What you threw away is not as valuable as my car. Originally, he wanted to have fun. But Rong Sanxiao was even more depressed. Diao, why did you put these things in the office? At that time, I imprisoned Yutong in the villa. She made a lot of trouble. Not only did she smash everything she saw, she also stabbed me a few times. She went crazy whenever she saw me. So, he lived in the company for a long time, and only went back to the villa when he really wanted to see her. Imprisonment? Rong Sanxiao was shocked. With your status and position, you can have any woman you want. You only need to beckon your fingers, and the women lining up can circle the earth 3 times. Do you really need to use such means? You don't understand how good she is. The boss's deep eyes revealed sadness. I broke her legs and chained her up, just to get her heart. There is no shortage of women in this world. But I only want her. Fuck. This is not a cousin. It's just half of the criminal law. Young Master Rong worldview was challenged. What happened next? She didn't listen. So I starved her for half a month as a punishment. In fact, she only needed to admit her mistake. But unfortunately, she would rather drink the water in the bathroom and eat tissues to fill her stomach. But she was unwilling to bow to me. Later, a typhoon came, and she stabbed me and jumped from the 2nd floor. Dead? Dead? No. The boss fell into painful memories. She was hungry for half a month. So thin that only skin and bones were left. And she was lame on one leg, and was blown away by the typhoon. He searched like crazy for a long time, but couldn't even find a bone. Jiang Ning, who had excellent hearing in the back row, no. These 2 bosses and 2nd generations, who each memorized half of the criminal law, thought the people sitting in the back row were air? They actually discussed it so recklessly. That's right. It's the end of the world. Even if there was no legal bottom line before the natural disaster. Who will hold them accountable now? But why did she feel that the list of lost items reported by the boss sounded so familiar? Jiang Ning thought carefully, and her pupils dilated instantly. Damn. The things that the boss lost were all in her space. There were a few bottles of Maltai missing. But there were still a lot of steaks, hams, etc. If they knew, I'm afraid there would be nothing left of me. But it's the end of the world. Who doesn't have blood on their hands? Jiang Ning, who was a bit timid at first, suddenly became full of courage. It was impossible to return it. If you don't agree, come and fight. Thinking so in his heart, he still had to be low-key and try not to let them know his presence. So, he pretended to concentrate on the meeting. People who can live in Guangming New City are all well-fed. The property fees are collected according to the building area of the villa, and all the owners have no objection. Jiang Ning almost raised his hands and feet to agree. Her family has the smallest area, and she still pays 20 kilograms of grain every month, while the Rong family pays no less than 150 kilograms. In this way, the property management company can collect more food. Mrs. Xiao suggested that in addition to security guards, some cleaning and landscaping staff could be hired. After all, many families have pets, and they need to take them out for a walk to relieve themselves and deal with household garbage. The Rong family had no objections, and even if others had objections, they would not dare to say anything. In fact, young Master Rong was just idle, and he was itching to drive a bumper car. Alas, a Land Rover is a Land Rover. It's better than nothing. Who knew that the Land Rover of the domineering boss was not easy to get? Although young Master Rong was careless. Cats have their own ways, and dogs have their own ways. He still had good interpersonal relationships. You have to find a way to help me find Yutong. Mr. Rong was dumbfounded and said bluntly, Cousin, can you wake up? She has a lame leg, and broke another leg when she jumped from the 2nd floor. She was also swept away by the typhoon. It is possible that she is still alive. The boss refused to accept the reality. No, I believe she must be alive. Okay. Give me the car first. My cousin was hopeless. And Mr. Roan decided to trick the car into his hands first. That girl named Yutong must have destroyed the earth in her previous life. So she had the bad luck to meet my cousin in this life. Oh! He even gave up looking for his girlfriend, who had all her limbs intact, let alone helping him find his disabled imprisoned doll. It is estimated that the typhoon has already blown it to the Pacific Ocean. The boss nodded. I can give you the car. But I am curious about who is so blind that dares to crash your Maybach into scrap metal. This question is exciting. Rong Sanshao slowly turned his head and smiled very meanly. Look! It was this sister who crashed it. The boss also turned his head, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The blind Jiangning smiled with a fake smile, and his tone was very gentle. Okay. Both of you. The boss was cold and arrogant. He turned his head and sat down without saying a word. On the other hand, young Master Rong was like a chicken with blood. When he saw Jiangning smiling at him, he was instantly possessed by the landlord's stupid son. Sister, I was wrong to accidentally hit your car last time. During this period, the more I reflect on myself, the more guilty I feel. How about giving me a chance to redeem myself? Jiangning was shocked at the time. Didn't I crash your car? It's even. No. 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 How can this be even? My family later called the police and frightened you. So I still have to compensate you. How about I treat you to a meal? No. Just stay away from us in the future. Yes. If you are worried about inconvenience, I can go to your house for dinner. Jiangning was speechless. Stay away. Okay. The second generation of slippers was hurt. Just give me a chance to make it up. As long as we are even, I will definitely stay away from you in the future. The domineering boss sitting upright. This cousin seems to have a serious brain disease. The owners' meeting ended. The weather became colder, and Jiangning got up and left quickly, afraid that Jiangning would get cold. Wei Yishan held her hand and put it in his coat pocket. The boss spoke without any scruples. Are you interested in her? The second generation of slippers was speechless. This cousin must be seriously ill. Which I can see that he is interested in Jiangning. No. He is indeed interested. But not in the kind of love between a man and a woman. Both of them are seriously ill. That is, there are many people at the owners' meeting. If it is outside the community, Jiangning will be surprised if he doesn't blow these two dog heads. As soon as he left, Jiangning noticed the prying eyes. It was Mrs. Chen from Building 39. And it was not the first time tonight. Jiangning pretended not to know, wrapped up tightly, and hurried home with Hui Yishan arm around her. It was so cold. As soon as she opened the door, the two came to greet her at the door. The heater was on in the living room on the second floor, and it was warm and comfortable. I was a little hungry, so I took out fried rice noodles and barbecue for supper, and drank half a bottle of beer to cheer me up. The two were full, and sleepiness soon came over them. They got into bed, and smelled so good. Wei Yishan was particularly sober, took clean pajamas, walked into the bathroom with Jiangning, and then closed the door. I had a dream at night. The domineering president showed a hideous face. First broke one of her legs, then locked her up with a dog chain, drank the raw water in the bathroom, ate toilet paper to fill her stomach, and finally raised a tang sword worth 5 million and chopped wildly. It's you. It's you? Give me back my things. The gold-rimmed glasses were splashed with blood. Chapter 281. Jiangning sat up in shock, only to find that he was dreaming, while the sun was still shining brightly outside the window. Hui Yishan woke up as well. What happened? The feeling of being chopped was too real. Jiangning's heart was pounding, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and said, I was dreaming. Hui Yishan was aware of something. Do you know the man who sat next to young Master Roan last night? I don't know him, but we have a grudge. Then he told about the materials he had collected from the office of the boss. The bad thing about being neighbors with rich people is that you don't even know whose nest you have robbed. It's not enough that the 3 top-level off-road vehicles can't be driven. Now even the tang sword and golf clubs can't be used. I can only say that this is really bad luck. In the end of the natural disaster, people are dying everywhere. But the boss is immortal. What can Hui Yishan say? They are all excellent players who bought for free. Just be careful when using them in the future. After breakfast, Jiangning took inventory of the space, gathered the weapons or supplies that could not be used temporarily, and locked them all up. so as not to take them out in an emergency one day. Lu Yu and the other 4 shared a walkie-talkie. Jiang Ning didn't know the specific distribution time, and was afraid of disturbing them at work, so he didn't take the initiative to contact them. Unexpectedly, the other party did not take the initiative to contact for several days. She picked up the intercom several times, but put it down after thinking about it. When Ma Guangnian came to class, Jiang Ning simply drove to Yuecheng to pick him up and sent him back after class. At the same time, she took out a scanning pen to scan the thick medical book page by page, and then copied it to an electronic device. The book was too precious, and she was afraid of accidentally damaging it, so it was better to return it as soon as possible. Not only did she return the book, but she also gave him a USB flash drive with scanned copies in it. Ma Guangnian was very happy. The natural disaster came suddenly, and many precious books and materials could not be transferred in time. And finally they were soaked in the flood. Many of them are unique, and if they are gone, they are gone. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. Teacher Ma, if you need it, I have a scanning pen in my hand. I can lend it to you. Ma Guangnian was not polite, hoping that the natural disaster would end one day and pass on the preserved civilization to the future, either in class or taking care of herbs. The medicinal fields in the space are constantly expanding, while the crops planted are getting less and less. The chickens, ducks and geese have really grown up a lot under Daodu's care. They gradually get used to the changing weather, and as their appetites grow, their mental state is also very good. Jiang Ning took another batch of chicken and quail eggs and continued to incubate new life in the incubator. The intercom rang, and Zheng Weili's voice came. Her condition has improved, and she wants to get another batch of herbs. From her voice, she seems to be a lot more cheerful. Jiang Ning was very happy, prepared the herbs, and took 5 kilograms of crushed corn kernels. Qin Chuan was at home and sent 2 over. Huishan accompanied Jiang Ning. The 3 of them were at work, and only Zheng Weili was at home. After taking antidepressants, and with the company of books and music, she felt much better. Jiang Ning not only gave her acupuncture, but also adjusted the medication. After 2 years, Zheng Weili was filled with emotion when she saw Huishan again. If he hadn't taught the 3 people a lot of defensive skills on the 18th floor, it would be hard to say whether she could survive to this day. Brother Shen didn't talk much, but he always quietly guarded aiming. The 2 of them supported each other all the way, which was really enviable. Looking at myself again, I made a mess of things. Depression is prone to overthinking. Jiang Ning sent Huishan away and comforted Zheng Weili. Actually, I envy you. Really? She did underestimate Lu Yu. She is an orphan. Huishan parents are dead. Daodu is young, and there is no family conflict when they get along. But Zheng Weili's family is very complicated. If she and Huishan were in each other's shoes, they might not be able to do Lu Yu's loyalty, or even have no complaints about Zheng Weili. People can only see the true character of others when they encounter big things. You don't have a big problem with your body. You need to overcome your emotions. Think positively when you encounter things, and you will get out of it. Driving back to the community, there was a rumbling sound above my head. It seemed to be the sound of propellers. Jiang Ning looked up and saw a helicopter. The Rong family drove a helicopter back and landed slowly on the rooftop of the villa. The whole community was in an uproar. The Rong family was still the Rong family. It was difficult for others to get a car, but they quietly got a helicopter back. It was brand new. How could I not be envious? Envy was useless. I was not destined to have that. After dinner, I took the dog out for a walk. As luck would have it, I ran into young Master Rong in a military coat again. He got a Tibetan Mastiff from somewhere, tied it with a gold-plated dog chain, and it walked with the wind. Sister, do you want to fight dogs? Oh, no bumper cars, but dog fighting instead. Jiang Ning was too lazy to pay attention. His dog was a dog, but her coat was a companion. However, the king did not meet the king. The Tibetan Mastiff and the horse dog bared their teeth at the same time, and the hair on their bodies stood up. The Tibetan Mastiff suddenly jumped forward, trying to pounce on the horse dog. Although young Master Rong was mean, he still held the dog chain tightly. But he didn't know that the Tibetan Mastiff suddenly pounced forward. He didn't let go. His body was pulled forward, and he fell heavily to the ground, and one of his slippers flew out, being held back by its master. The Tibetan Mastiff slowed down. The offensive in the world can only be broken by speed, And being slow will make you regret for the rest of your life. After 3 years of natural disasters, the horse dog has a large body, with well-developed muscles all over its body. It rushed out like an arrow from a bow, knocking the Tibetan Mastiff away with lightning speed. The dog follows the trainer, either not attacking or attacking to win. Before the Tibetan Mastiff fell to the ground and turned over, Kale threw himself and jumped more than 2 meters, accurately biting the Tibetan Mastiff's throat. As long as the shit shoveler gave an order, the sharp teeth could bite off the blood vessels of the stinky dog. Not only did Rong San Shao fall down, he was also dragged by the Tibetan Mastiff for a few steps, with scratches all over his hands and face. His face. He quickly turned over and sat up, hoping that the Tibetan Mastiff didn't make the other party bleed on the spot. Where's the dog? Where's his dog? Following Jiang Ning's gaze, Rong San Shao was shocked at the time. Damn! It's okay that people can't beat 50 buildings, but even dogs are killed instantly. Is there no justice? Don't let others live. His face. Hey, where are the slippers? Oh, the slippers are broken again. Young Master Rong was instantly defeated and simply sat on the ground without getting up. He didn't know why the end of the world treated him like this. He was constantly hit, getting up from nowhere and falling down from nowhere. Forget about the second and third generations of the military and political officials in the base. Who can blame them for reincarnation? Now even the owners of the community. Really? Sad? Want to cry? Just lie down and die. Jiang Ning looked down at him. My dog has already won. Are you still fighting? As long as he says he wants to fight again, the Rong family will have dog meat stew tonight. Young Master Rong was really embarrassed. Sister, I was just kidding. Do you think your dog is so serious? I was just kidding about my dog, too. Okay. It's not the first time I've been embarrassed. Young Master Rong got up in a panic, limping to put on his slippers. You won. What prize do you want? Jiang Ning was really rude, pointing to the roof of the Rong family without hesitation. You can lose it to me. Chapter 282. No. I dare say. You really dare to ask for it. Seeing her pointing at the helicopter, Rong San Shao's adrenaline surged instantly, and he said excitedly, I want to give it to you. The old man will beat me to death. This is what the old man spent a lot of materials and connections to get back. If it was before the natural disaster, he would be willing to give her one without any problem. But now, to put it bluntly, his value in the old man's eyes is not as good as the plane, and he would never dare to ask for it. Jiang Ning taunted mercilessly. If you can't do it, don't brag so much. You don't have to give up the plane. But if you keep making trouble, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he waved to the dog. Coke, come back. Coke let go. And seeing that the Tibetan Mastiff, which was threatened with death, didn't dare to fight back, he retreated to Jiang Ning cautiously. Your words hurt my self-esteem too much. Young Master Rong expressed his dissatisfaction. Except for the plane. I can get everything done for you. Feeling that the landlord's stupid son didn't understand what people said, Jiang Ning was also drunk. Okay. Then help me find a few sets of radiation protection clothes. No problem. No. What do you want the radiation protection suit for? Jiang Ning stared at him without saying anything. Young Master Rong didn't ask any more questions. Okay. Wait. With no face left, he was full of anger, took the Tibetan Mastiff and turned around and left. When he got home, he threw the dog chain to the housekeeper. Uncle Guan, we have dog meat stew tonight. Master, what's wrong with your face? What's wrong? It's all because of this useless dog. He threw off his slippers and sat on the sofa angrily. Just then, Master Rong came down from the study on the second floor, and young Master Rong didn't even raise his eyes. Dad, help me get a few sets of radiation protection suits. Master Rong frowned. What do you want the radiation protection suit for? It's not me who wants it. It's the people in Building 50 who want it. Master Rong skillfully flew the cane in his hand. Did you ignore my words? You really think I dare not break your legs? And you still have dealings with Building 50? If you get beaten outside, you will get beaten again when you get home. I asked you to help me. So what's wrong with you helping me? Young Master Rong was very depressed. Even Director Ling protects the people in Building 50. Their background must be not simple. How can they get radiation protection suits for no reason? Who knows? There might be a second earthquake later. which could cause a nuclear power plant leak in the coastal area. Dad, radiation protection suits are hard to come by. Since you asked for them, remember to ask for our share as well. Favors are like that. You get a little less each time you ask for them. You have to ask for them all at once. Mr. Roan frowned. He only wanted radiation protection suits. It didn't seem to be harmful to the Roan family. He could try the 50th building. What's wrong with your face? Nothing. I fell down when I was walking carelessly. How old are you? Your limbs are already degenerating. Young Master Roan ran away and went back to his room to save his face. Master Roan called the bodyguard on duty on the top floor. And then he knew the truth about the prodigal son's injury. The idiot was getting more and more courageous. And he was looking for death. Jiang Ning didn't expect that young Master Roan would actually find anti-radiation suits after a casual word. And there were 3 sets. It's a pity that there are no dog clothes. Otherwise I can still get them for you. Jiang Ning asked Qin Chuan to find them. But unfortunately the anti-radiation suits were kept by a special department. And he had no way to get them. Who knew that the Roan family could get it easily? She checked carefully and found that the radiation protection suit was intact. I have to admit that I have changed my opinion of the second-generation rich, Jiang Ning said. I can't take things for free. What do you want? Rong Sanshao waved his hand. I'm willing to accept the loss. And I don't need you to give me anything else. I didn't bet with you. And your dog has also learned a lesson. It's easy to be soft-hearted when you take something from someone. You can't take things that are open to the public without being clear. Otherwise you will be laying a mine for yourself. As long as he doesn't ask. Jiang Ning won't take it. Sister, you are so interesting. Young Master Roan was really impressed. What can my Roan family lack if you can provide it? Jiang Ning asked with a smile. Since you have everything, why do you still try so hard to get close to us? It's boring. We are all friends. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. I never make friends with unknown origins. Young Master Roan was choked and his face turned red. He thought for a while and spoke after a long while. I don't need you to give me supplies. Just think of it as a favor to the Roan family. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can pay it back. But it's okay if you don't. No. What if you want me to kill people or set fire to something? Rong Sanchao's blood almost spurted out. There are so many bodyguards in my Roan family. It's not your turn to kill people or set fire to something. Jiang Ning was cautious. So he closed the door and went upstairs to find Huishan. Huishan thought for a while. The Roan family probably doesn't know that you have space. They probably think we are very important. So they want to make friends with us and leave more room for themselves. The end of the world is very realistic. As long as you are capable enough. Naturally someone will try their best to get close to you. Sometimes a piece of news, or a little help from others, can benefit you or help you escape death. Jiang Ning thought so too. Do you want the radiation protection suit? Of course. Huishan analyzed. If you don't accept it, the Roan family will still approach you in other ways. It's better to accept it so that they can feel at ease, and you can have peace of mind. Okay. I listen to you. Otherwise, you really can't live a peaceful life. So Jiang Ning accepted the radiation protection suit and said to young Master Rong, Thank you. Rong Sanshao smiled. How should I describe this feeling? It was a bit refreshing. How should I describe it? I guess even he realized that every time he approached Building 50, something bad would happen. So after completing the human connection, he disappeared very quickly. But what made Jiang Ning depressed was that Rong Sanshao did not show up deliberately. But his dog came. The Tibetan Mastiff came every day and barked twice at the gate. There are many kinds of dog sounds. And it doesn't sound like a provocation, but more like a call. I really don't understand the dog language. So let them solve it themselves. Open the door and release the vicious dog. Kaylay rushed out instantly and threw the Tibetan Mastiff to the ground. The tall and big Tibetan Mastiff not only did not resist, but crawled on the ground with all 4 limbs. Jiang Ning was a little dumbfounded. Is it here to pay homage? It's the end of the world. Even people will form gangs. Let alone dogs who love to travel in groups. Huishan was thoughtful. I guess so. No matter how fierce Kaylay was, even rubbing it with his claws, the Tibetan Mastiff did not resist, and even showed its soft belly to show weakness. Jiang Ning understood this and expressed his submission. Alas, it's okay for young Master Rong himself. But I didn't expect that raising a dog would be like this. When it comes to fighting, Kaylay is not afraid. But the scene in front of him makes him unable to do it. Pushing the Tibetan Mastiff's belly with his paw. It still won't leave. Jiang Ning thought the Tibetan Mastiff had other ideas. So he took out a telescope to observe carefully. But found that it and Kaylay were of the same sex. Completely eliminating the possibility of opposite sex attraction. Just paying respects. Kaylay turned around and went into the house with a cold and noble look. Chapter 283. The Tibetan Mastiff was not discouraged and came every day. The dog had no shortage of minions, and was deeply brainwashed by the shit shoveler. Kola, you can't leave home without orders in the future. Be careful of being trapped or poisoned. Then you will have no meat to eat, and you can't play with us anymore. So, even if the Tibetan Mastiff persisted, Coke would move in the circle drawn by the shit shoveler, and occasionally make a few gestures with the Tibetan Mastiff. But he would stop at the right time, as long as the other party didn't act cheaply. It still had some martial virtue. On this day, Jiang Ning took the dog for a walk, and the Tibetan Mastiff followed him. It really used its life to interpret what a lackey is. Jiang Ning. A voice suddenly sounded behind him. Mrs. Chen was not far away, and her eyes were full of complexity. Jiang Ning frowned. What's wrong? Mrs. Chen took a deep breath and said nervously, Did you grow up in an orphanage and have a jade pendant on you? Jiang Ning stared at her, his eyes sharp and cold. Mrs. Chen felt very uneasy as his sharp eyes cut into her body. Woof! The dog bared its teeth and took an attacking stance. Woof! The Tibetan Mastiff quickly followed, 10 times more ferocious than the horse dog. Mrs. Chen was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she stepped back repeatedly. Mrs. Chen, some words have to be paid for once they are spoken. Jiang Ning shouted coldly, if you can't afford the price, some things are better to be kept to yourself forever. Mrs. Chen was shocked and couldn't even close her mouth when she looked at her. Jiang Ning was as cold as ice and strode forward without looking back. Mrs. Chen clutched her chest, feeling that the blunt knife was slicing her heart, and she couldn't even breathe. She watched the young shadow go away and disappear completely from her sight. Days passed by, and Jiang Ning gave Zheng Weili several more doses of medicine. Her condition improved slightly, and she went back to work. It was easy to get tired at work, and Jiang Ning wanted to suggest that she continue to recuperate. But thinking that staying alone in a cramped space would be extremely detrimental to depression, she simply didn't say anything. However, she still found Qin Chuan and found a way to get a pair of boxing gloves. When Zheng Weili saw the brand new boxing gloves, her long-suppressed emotions collapsed instantly, and she hugged Jiang Ning and burst into tears. Jiang Ning patted her shoulder. It's okay. We have to look forward. We will survive the natural disaster safely. I don't know if Zheng Weili survived in her previous life, but I hope she can hold on to the end this time. In the early stage, antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs were used in a two-pronged approach. And in the later stage, herbal medicine was used for conditioning. Zheng Weili's physical problems caused by miscarriage gradually improved. It is true that the herbal medicine is on account, but compared with the second-hand dealers, it is almost like giving it away for free. Lu Yu and others do not need to take a large amount of supplies to exchange for medicine. All the gray income from work is saved, and their tight life is quickly improved. The two families quickly moved out of the slums and moved to a better living environment, moving to a location close to the center of the new city. The rent tripled, but each family rented a house, which gave them some breathing space, so that the couples wouldn't hug and kiss under the eyes of the other couple, not to mention anything else. However, the houses rented by the two families were still next to each other, so they could take care of each other. Zhang Chao rang the intercom and said that he and Lu Yu were off work, and asked Jiang Ning to come out for a midnight snack. That's right. There are also midnight snacks in the end times, whether in official malls or private stores. This was a party at the orphanage. Jiang Ning had no plans to bring his family to attend, but he still mentioned it to Huishan. Huishan kindly reminded him, barbecue is expensive, especially the wine and meat. He had eaten it in his previous life, and it was Director Ling who invited everyone to eat, saying that they had worked hard in disaster relief and disaster relief. He wasted a month's salary on a meal, and it was a lonely meal, so he suggested that Jiang Ning could bring some of his own food, so as not to put financial pressure on Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, and the party would be happy. Jiang Ning thought it made sense, so he took out some barbecue from the space, fried potato and sweet potato chips, all of which were the varieties after the natural disaster, with a lot of gluten and a bad taste. There were also eggplants, leeks, and Chinese cabbage. The only meats were bacon slices and grilled dried squid. And they didn't dare to take out the fresh ones. There were also 3 bottles of beer. They put them in a large insulated lunch box and set off on their bicycles. Zhang Chao chose the official store. The two of them were very tired after get-off work, but they were still happy to meet with friends. Lu Yu was lucky today. He got more than 10 kilograms of sweet potatoes while chasing the robbers. Weili's illness can be cured, thanks to aiding careful treatment and precious medicine. I treat you to dinner today. Don't fight me for it. In fact, it wasn't just young Weili who was sick. Lu Yu was also out of breath. But men don't cry easily, so he kept it in his heart. Zhang Chao saw it in his heart. And apart from helping with materials, he was willing but unable to do anything else. Now that he was gradually relieved, Zhang Chao breathed a sigh of relief. It feels like Aining saved us again. When I was a child, it was the same. If I hadn't followed her, I might not have been able to earn my own tuition to go to college. After many twists and turns, I returned to Fengcheng and saw the light of life. And this light was brought by Jiang Ning. Lu Yu ordered a lot of food and was about to line up to pay the bill, but was successfully intercepted. Jiang Ning arrived at the critical moment. He took back all the bacon, salted fish, and dried squid. If you bring your own food to the store and don't consume it, you will be kicked out. Jiang Ning ordered a few vegetables and 2 fried noodles. It has been more than 3 years since the natural disaster, and rice noodles and river noodles have long been gone. There are only potato noodles and sweet potato noodles, which need to be spicy. The commission was intercepted, and the waiter looked at Jiang Ning as if she had killed her own father. Jiang Ning smiled at her and gave her a candy. Thank you, sister. The 3 of them sat down in a corner, and Jiang Ning took out the barbecue he brought with him. Have you forgotten what business I used to do? I don't have much on hand, but I can still take it out. Smelling the familiar barbecue smell, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao drooled. Aining, it has to be you. The taste before the natural disaster, the wonderful cumin, felt that the soul was instantly sublimated. The two looked intoxicated, as if they were on drugs. Jiang Ning gave each of them a big bag. Look at how little you have achieved. Ning, you don't understand. We haven't had a good life since we left the 18th floor. Jiang Ning painted a rosy picture for the two of them. Hold on. Take it step by step. And sooner or later you will have wine, meat, and a big house. Don't mention it. The two of them really have a plan. Zheng Weili's illness is getting better day by day. Being a security patrolman is more dangerous. But if you are lucky, the gray income you can earn in one time is more than what others earn in a month. It's true that we are renting now, but I hope to have the opportunity to buy a house in the future and settle down. I dare not think about a villa, but I still have to get a small house. Jiang Ning took out barbecue and beer, and the two of them almost popped their eyes out. Wine, beer. If you want to eat delicious food, you have to follow her. Just when the 3 of them were about to start, the door of the store suddenly opened, and a straight figure walked over. What a coincidence. You are here too? Chapter 284. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu stood up and stood at attention when they heard the voice. Director Ling. When people are unlucky, even drinking water will make their teeth ache. What you fear will come true. Director Ling is like a tied ring on his head. Jiang Ning roasted bacon is almost stuffed into his mouth. Director Ling nodded. You are? Jiang Ning? Jiang Ning smiled. Good, Director Ling. I didn't expect us to meet again. After saying hello, Director Ling, with a smile on his face, seemed to have no intention of leaving. What should I do if the leader doesn't leave? Zhang Chao reacted quickly and immediately moved a stool for him. Come on. Come on. Ling, take a seat. We are having a dinner with our childhood friends. If you don't mind, have some food and drinks? Will it not disturb you? Zhang Chao dared not tell the truth. No. No. Okay. Then I won't be polite. Ling waved to the waiter and ordered another round of barbecue. Zhang Chao took the cup and poured beer for the leader. Ling picked up the beer and smelled it. Well, this beer is good. It has not expired even after 3 years of natural disasters. Young Master Rong sent it to me as an apology. Jiang Ning had a heart attack, but his face was as calm as an old dog. I don't know what preservation method they use to preserve it so well. Director Ling smiled. Rhone wine. It's really good stuff. I have to try it. Zhang Chao noticed that Jiang Ning's expression flashed a little unnatural, and he immediately changed the subject. Director Ling, let's try the barbecue. The barbecue was a little damp in the insulation box, and it cooled down very quickly when it was taken out. But it still tasted pretty good. Director Ling praised while eating. Well, I don't know who baked it. It's more authentic than the takeout we ordered before the disaster. Aining baked it. Zhang Chao chatted with the leader. Aining is the best among the three of us. She used to work in restaurants, barbecue restaurants, and bakeries. She has a high talent for cooking, and the food she makes is no worse than that of a 5-star chef. Director Ling praised sincerely. She is really good. Even better in fighting. Who said she wasn't? When Aining was a child in the orphanage, someone bullied her, and she chased the person with a brick and ran around the orphanage 5 times. Zhang Chao was not afraid of making a fool of himself. Lu Yu and I were ignorant before, and we accidentally bullied her, and she knocked out our teeth. Jiang Ning smiled. Ha! No fight. No acquaintance. Who said it wasn't? Since then, Lu Yu and I have been hanging out with her. The waiter brought the barbecue over, and the difference in ingredients and cooking skills was immediately apparent, and his mouth was full of gluten residue. But the fried potato noodles are not bad. The cold-resistant potatoes have a lot of starch, and the noodles made are very chewy. There is nothing wrong with them except that they are expensive. Jiang Ning plans to get some when he goes back. Anyway, he has nothing to do, and it is perfect for hot pot. While eating and chatting, Director Ling spoke again. How is the community recently? Have they stopped bullying you? Thank you, Director Ling, for your concern. Jiang Ning's tone was full of gratitude. Since you brought people here, those people have been much more obedient and no longer dare to show their displeasure. Who? Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were a little confused. Who bullied Aining? They didn't hear it wrong. It has always been Ning who bullied others, who dared to mess with her. She is really stubborn. The two were indeed surprised, but they didn't ask in front of Director Ling, especially Zhang Chao, who kicked Lu Yu lightly under the table, reminding him that something was wrong and he should be alert. Director Ling didn't sit for long. He tasted everything and stood up to leave. There's still something to do at the police station. You guys eat slowly. I'm leaving first. Zhang Chao stood up and sent the leader to the door. Back to their seats. The two couldn't wait to ask. Ning, what's going on? Jiang Ning didn't hide anything and told him about being excluded and made things difficult by the rich. Lu Yu was speechless. It's been 3 years since the end of the world, and the bandits outside like to rob the rich the most. I don't know how many people die every day. They really think they are a piece of cake, and they just look down on others. Zhang Chao sneered. It's better for such people to stay out of the house. Otherwise, they will be chopped into pieces. After eating and drinking, Jiang Ning almost wanted to smoke a cigarette. After being punished several times, he is much more honest now. There was still a lot of wine, and the three of them continued to chat and talk about their own experiences. As they chatted, Zhang Chao suddenly came over. Aining, can you help me find some medicine? What medicine? Other things are easy to deal with, but medicine is getting harder and harder to get. Well, that aspect. That aspect? What aspect? Jiang Ning glanced at him, and quickly realized it. Showing sympathy. There really is no such medicine. You can just eat more leeks if you are fine. Zhang Chao almost choked. No. Who is she looking down on? Lu Yu was direct. Birth control pills. Oh. Just say it directly. Hesitating, making her think it was a special medicine. Aining, think of a way for Chao. Lu Yu felt a little sorry for his brother. He and Ding Qi were together for a short time. Wei Li had a miscarriage and didn't take good care of her. She has been suffering from illness until now, which scared him. Isn't that the only thing between men and women? But without protection, it can easily lead to death. He has lived with Zheng Weili for several years, but Chezi is still a novice driver, and he is uncomfortable every day because of his bad sex addiction. Not to mention Zhang Chao. Since Zheng Weili had a miscarriage, Lu Yu has also lost that kind of communication. Alas, it feels like there are several tons of explosives buried in my body, either exploding in silence or dying in silence. Day after day. It's boring. But Jiang Ning is different. You can tell she's not bad by looking at her condition. Oh, they are really in trouble. Jiang Ning is really a bit unkind. And couldn't help laughing. The two were so depressed. They really didn't know the hunger of the hungry. Just this matter. I thought the sky was falling. Jiang Ning readily agreed. Okay. I get it for you. There may not be many other things. But this is definitely enough. Thank Chairman Feng for the gift. The two were overjoyed. Especially Lu Yu, who was afraid that he would not have a share. And reminded, I want some too. There was no way. They were all men and women who wanted to eat. And Wei Li's illness was almost cured. After chatting for a while, Lu Yu got up to pay the bill. But the cashier told him that someone had paid the bill. Unexpectedly. Director Ling is so honest. Jiang Ning was a little surprised. But when he thought about what Huishan said, it was not surprising. He waved goodbye and rode his bicycle home. Not long after he left, the intercom in his bag suddenly rang. Aining? Are you still with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu? Zheng Weili's voice was very anxious. Ding Qi and I are injured. We are on Hongqi Road in the west of the city. Please ask them to come quickly. Yes. What happened to you? We were chopped by the gangsters. Jiang Ning immediately turned the car around. There is a police station in the west of the city. You find a way to contact them. Lu Yu and I will go there now. Zheng Weili gave the specific address. Don't contact them. Just come over. Jiang Ning pedaled his bike and quickly caught up with Lu Yu and the others. Weili and Ding Qi are in trouble. The mountain bike can't carry people. And you can't take out 4 wheels in broad daylight. I go over first. You follow. The two people's faces suddenly changed. And they ran away from behind. Chapter 285. The new city is not big. Less than 5 kilometers to the west of the city. Jiang Ning pedaled the mountain bike very fast and arrived in less than 20 minutes. The place is relatively remote. There are no signs of fighting around. Only a 50% new car. The two sat in the car. Ding Qi was shot in the arm. The bullet was still inside. And her face was pale due to excessive blood loss. Zheng Weili tied her arm to stop the bleeding. And she also had many scars on her body. And her clothes were covered with blood. But she was not in danger of life for the time being. There were 5 bodies piled up in the back seat of the car. All of them were men. It seemed that the two sides had a fierce fight. And Zheng Weili and Ding Qi won and drove away from the crime scene. The most important thing now was to remove the bullet and stop the bleeding for Ding Qi. Otherwise her life would be in danger. She had lost too much blood. And it would be risky to send her to the villa for surgery. Jiang Ning took off his backpack. I do carry some emergency medicines with me. But not much. Using the backpack as a cover. He took out simple surgical instruments. Disinfectant. Cotton and sutures. Zheng Weili was stabbed. But she had already done simple hemostasis treatment. My injury is not serious. You find a way to save Ding Qi. As a security patrolman, you will undoubtedly hang your life on your belt. And you will also carry some basic first aid medicines. But you didn't expect it to be so serious that cotton and bandages are not enough. Driving the car to a more secluded corner. Zheng Weili stood guard outside the car. And Jiang Ning performed surgery on Ding Qi in the car. Luckily, the bullet did not reach the fatal part. First disinfect the wound. Then perform anesthesia block. And use surgical instruments to remove the bullet. Running all the way. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu almost burst their lungs. Upon learning that Ding Qi was shot and unconscious, Zhang Chao's face turned blue, and he stood outside the car nervously. What happened? Zheng Weili was not fully recovered from her illness. So in order to take care of each other, the security team arranged the two of them in the same group. When patrolling, they encountered gangsters fighting each other. And a gunfight broke out between the two sides. Whether leading a team or eating alone. The law of the jungle is the hard truth of the end of the world. Seeing that there were a lot of supplies for gangsters, Ding Qi planned to intercept and make a big deal. Rich and noble are saved in danger. And there is nothing more terrible than poverty. The 4 of them are doing security patrols with their heads on their shoulders. Aren't they here to get rich quickly? The opportunity came. So why not take it? The two hit it off immediately. But they didn't expect the other party to be so hidden that he pulled out the gun at the critical moment of life and death. Fortunately, the two were good at fighting and won the bet with their lives. Zhang Chao waited for half an hour before the car door opened. He looked at Jiang Ning nervously. How is Aki? The bullet was taken out. But she lost too much blood. Whether she can get out of danger depends on her life. The hospital is gone. Otherwise she can still transfuse blood. Now it's up to fate. Zhang Chao was stiff and looked at Ding Qi worriedly. Jiang Ning had no time to comfort him, and was in a hurry to treat Zheng Weili's wound. Anesthetics are precious and ordinary people can't afford them. Zheng Weili gritted her teeth and said, "My wound is not serious. Aining, you can just disinfect and suture it." Jiang Ning checked the wound and really sutured her. She had limited supplies, and Hui Yishan wound was not much. There might be more dangerous external injuries in the future. Zheng Weili bit her handkerchief tightly. Her forehead was covered with cold sweat, and she didn't even cry out in pain. Lu Yu stepped forward and hugged her. "Don't be afraid, my wife." Thinking of his tolerance and care for more than 2 years, Zheng Weili didn't say anything and leaned on him quietly. The external injuries were dealt with, and the next step was to deal with the body. Several people drove to an uninhabited place and dumped the body into the forest. People died every day. Everywhere. Even if they were discovered. Who would come to investigate? Lu Yu opened the trunk. A box of medicines. A box of bacon. Rice. Flour. Salt and sugar. And half a box of cigarettes and alcohol. The medicines were divided into injections and Western medicine tablets. Judging from the dates, all of them were expired. But some Western medicine tablets could be used barely. But the efficacy was reduced. Bacon is also aged meat. Whether to eat it or not depends on your courage. Salt and sugar are good things. Especially sugar, which is better preserved and not spoiled. Jiang Ning took out a thermos cup and added sugar water for Ding Qi and Zheng Weili to replenish their energy. It is not suitable to stay in the wilderness for a long time. Lu Yu drove back to the residence. Jiang Ning helped to select the medicine in the car, picked out the ones that can be used, and put the rest aside. As for how to deal with the car, everyone has their own survival rules, and Jiang Ning is not stupid enough to ask. Zheng Weili took out a few bottles of medicine and 2 bags of sugar. "Aining, thanks to you today. This is to offset the consumption of anesthesia and other drugs. They are all non-renewable resources, especially anesthetics, but the few people can only give so much." Jiang Ning would not eat things like bacon and rice. Accustomed to their personalities, Jiang Ning did not refuse and took the supplies and put them in her bag. When she got to the bottom of the building, she told Ding Qi what to pay attention to when recovering from her injuries and to contact her at any time if there were any problems. She rode her bike home, while Lu Yu went to deal with the bike and expired supplies. It was already early morning when she returned to the community. The curtains on the second floor were half drawn. Hui Yishan had not slept yet, waiting for her to come back. Hearing the noise, Guzi went out to greet them. They agreed to come back before 10 o'clock. And Hui Yishan asked with concern, "Why are you chatting so late?" Jiang Ning told him what happened tonight. Hui Yishan did not comment, and went upstairs to run her a bath. "It's cold again. You feel better after taking a bath and soaking your feet." It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning when Jiang Ning got into bed, and found that Hui Yishan had even warmed up the quilt for her. They kissed, turned off the lights and went to sleep. Ding Qi was tough enough to hold on, and even Jiang Ning admired her tenacious vitality. After more than 10 days of nursing, Jiang Ning went to help her remove the stitches, and at the same time, he did not forget to give Zhang Chao and Lu Yu what they wanted most. He did not hide anything and told Hui Yishan the truth. Jiang Ning collected the things, and he had no opinion. He just needed to keep enough for himself. Jiang Ning did not understand these things, and kept all the things suitable for Hui Yishan, and took some of the others. Ding Qi was able to come back from the gates of hell, all thanks to Jiang Ning's help. The cold face of Ding Qi eased a lot. "Aining, thank you. You are not an outsider. No need to thank me." Disinfection and stitch removal were completed quickly. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were both at work, and Zheng Weili was not there either. So Jiang Ning had to give her 2 bags of things. A sister is a sister. And when she saw what was in the bag, Ding Qi looked very calm. "This is not easy to find. What can I give you in exchange?" She had tried to find it, but it was too expensive. Such a large amount could not be concealed. So Jiang Ning told the truth. "We were previously harassed by the evil forces, and almost had our bones and dregs blown away. So we wiped out their lair in a rage. This stuff is free. We can't use it up anyway. Just tell me if you need it in the future. The weather is extremely bad for preservation." So she only took half a year's supply. "The police don't know about this. Please keep it confidential. Don't worry. I'm not a gossipy person. Ding Chi did a lot of anti-gangster work when he led the team. And he was very sensible. The car has been dealt with. And a sum of supplies has been obtained. Ding Chi took out 2 large sealed boxes of Korean ginseng. It's not good stuff. You take this. Jiang Ning refused a few words and accepted it. Only give and take can last long. Otherwise, once a habit is formed, it will hurt each other. Chapter 286. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. And it was the Spring Festival. Haitian calligraphy was pretty good. So Jiang Ning asked him to write a few couplets and happily posted them on the door. Who knew that Qin Chuan saw it and asked for 2 more. The Tibetan Mastiff came every day regardless of the weather, and became a fan of the horse dog. The 2 dogs often competed at the gate of the courtyard. Now, it no longer regarded itself as an outsider dog, and it was getting closer and closer to Haitian. If it hadn't been searched before letting it into the courtyard, Jiang Ning would really suspect that it was a spy of young Master Rong. Finally, she gave it a couplet and took it away. Zheng Weili's gynecological disease has been cured, but depression has not been eradicated. She needs to pay more attention to her emotions. She rang the intercom and invited Jiang Ning and Haitian to have a New Year's Eve dinner. It was so crowded over there that there was no room to turn around. After more than half a year of getting along, Jiang Ning felt that they were gradually recovering their previous temperament. So he invited them. There are too many people over there, and you have to close the window to cook porridge. How about coming to my place? Zheng Weili and others happily agreed and said they would come early on New Year's Eve. The Tibetan Mastiff took the couplet away and brought back a bottle of red wine. Needless to say, who else could do this except young Master Rong? As long as he stopped doing the 50 buildings, Jiang Ning would not bother to care, so as to save him from getting excited. On the 28th day of the lunar year, the security team notified that someone was looking for him outside. Jiang Ning guessed that it was Mother Zhong who came. The Zhong family insisted on using food to pay for the medicine. This was the 3rd time they had to pay back the food. Grandma Zhong was really. Jiang Ning thought about it and caught a pair of rabbits for her, as well as 2 chicks that had hatched half a month ago, and pulled out several easy-to-grow herb seedlings. Of the first batch of chickens, 6 survived, 2 of which were roosters. Jiang Ning kept one as a breeder and slaughtered the other. The hen not only laid eggs, but the first brood of chicks was also born. Dowdu secretly wiped away tears when the chicken she had raised was slaughtered. As a result, when she ate chicken legs at night, she smiled with her dimples. Sister-in-law, the chicken is so delicious. After experiencing the test of extreme weather, the chickens tasted many times better than the chickens that were stockpiled in the market. Moreover, the chicks that hatched from the eggs laid by the hens felt much stronger. In addition to continuing to incubate, all the remaining fertilized eggs were stored in the space. Not only chicken eggs, but also duck eggs and goose eggs, which were stored while breeding. Mother Zhong brought 10 kilograms of food, but she didn't expect to bring back rabbit cubs and chickens. Although she was happy, why did she feel that she owed Jiang Ning more and more? Zhong Ping came with her. In 3 years, the original clarity is gone, and I feel that I have matured a lot, but I am too thin. But who is not thin now? The Zhong family has stable jobs and living environment, which should be much better than most people. Is Grandma Zhong in good health? Yes. She is very busy and has grown vegetables on the balcony. The research institute is fenced in, and the environment is much safer than outside. Every household is trying to survive. During the day, they put the vegetables in the pots downstairs to bask in the sun, and bring them back to the house when it gets cold. In short, they are trying their best to stay alive. After wishing each other a happy new year, the mother and son of the Zhong family waved goodbye. Qin Mu was a little unhappy when he learned that his uncles and aunts were coming to celebrate the new year at home. Dad, I want to celebrate the new year with my sister Dowdu. I promised her that we would have hot pot. Qin Chuan didn't even blink. You little brat. How can you go to someone else's house for dinner on New Year's Eve? But aren't uncles and aunts coming to our house too? Oh. His son has learned to talk back. Qin Chuan was very happy. The little guy finally became a little wild. Unlike before, he would never object to anything he said, and kept everything good and bad in his heart. Dowdu's family is going to have guests too. Qin Chuan coaxed his son. You see each other every day anyway. Why don't you invite them over for hot pot on New Year's Day? Qin Mu felt wronged. Well, I talk to Dowdu tomorrow. You keep talking about Dowdu. Why don't you find other kids to play with? The sharp-mouthed monkeys and the others all have children. But he never invites them. Could the brat have any ideas? He observed his son, and there seemed to be nothing abnormal. He probably just sat close to him. Dowdo is cute and adorable, and anyone who sees him will like him. He chose the right neighbor. There are chickens, ducks, geese, and quails at home, and eggs are collected every day. Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of the New Year's Eve dinner on the 18th floor. It's been almost 4 years since the natural disaster, and everyone can still celebrate the new year together. Isn't this a kind of happiness? Kill a chicken and a duck, and bake 5 or 6 pounds of quail eggs. Zheng Weili and others arrived just after breakfast. The security booth confirmed that they were all right before letting them in. Looking at the exquisite villas, several people suddenly felt that they were extremely shabby and almost turned around and ran away. Fortunately, the bunker building made everyone feel relieved. After not seeing each other for a few years, Guzi was stunned at first, but soon recognized the few people. Woof! Coke! Zhang Chao rushed over, hugged the dog head and took a sip. Good guy. You've grown stronger again. Dowdo came out to greet him, her 2 dimples charming and cute. Brother Zhang Chao. Brother Lu Yu. Sister Weili. Wow! Dowdo has grown so tall. She rushed into Zheng Weili's arms. Yeah. I'm almost 9 years old. Every day and the end of the world is difficult. But time goes so fast. For people came with gifts. A pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of white wine. The cigarettes are expired, but they can still be sold at a high price in the end of the world. And white wine is also in great demand. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were so conceited that they wore new clothes. Especially Lu Yu. Whenever conditions allowed, he would start to tidy up his face. Not to mention, it was indeed not as rough as when they first met, and it looked a little whiter and more vigorous. At the last barbecue party, the 2 guys were depressed and sad. But now they are in high spirits. It is probably because the umbrellas Jiang Ning gave them played a role, which sublimated their souls. Jiang Ning was really unkind and laughed. They were all carnivores, and the 2 guys didn't care about their skin at all, and laughed with her. Everything is self-explanatory. Inviting a few people in, fearing that they might not be used to being guests. Jiang Ning was not polite, and told them to work once they arrived. The job of slaughtering chickens and ducks was given to Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. She took out the soaked soybeans, put them into the wall-breaking machine to make pulp, and asked Zheng Weili to make tofu together. Aining, you did it on the 18th floor before, but I didn't expect you can do it now. I also sprouted bean sprouts and fried them for lunch. The atmosphere was very lively, and everyone was busy with their work, recalling the time on the 18th floor from time to time. After more than half a year, Zheng Weili's health improved a lot, and her flesh slowly grew back, no longer looking like a skeleton when they first met. Ding Qi still spoke little, but seeing everyone having fun, she couldn't help but feel touched. It's really precious to still have such friendship in the end times. Perhaps staying here and not wandering around anymore may not be a bad thing. Ding Qi looked at Zhang Chao, who was playing funny in the distance. Although he was not a big man, he could make her relax physically and mentally. Chapter 287. Everyone was busy preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. After lunch, Zheng Weili and others visited 2 glass houses during the break. Chickens, ducks, geese, quails, sweet potatoes, vegetables, and the Chinese herbal medicine shed on the rooftop. Several people were amazed. It was Ning who lived a good life in any environment. Lily, we will also build a villa here in the future, and strive to be neighbors with Aining and Brother Shen. We want chickens, ducks, cattle and sheep. Zhang Chao was not to be outdone, and hugged Ding Qi to express his attitude. Aki, I will also work hard. Jiang Ning wanted to laugh, but he held it back. Do you want chickens and ducklings? After dinner, I take a pair home to raise. No. Zheng Weili was still rational. We all have to go to work, so we don't have time to raise them. When we earn enough money to buy a villa, it won't be too late to ask you for it then. But you have to keep your chickens and ducks. We bring things to exchange for them when we get greedy. Okay. I keep them for you if I have them. Everyone continued to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Live chicken in a dried mushroom soup base. Ginger and spicy fried duck. Sausage fried with green peppers. Bacon stuffed with tofu. Eggs fried with leeks. And 2 baskets of vegetables. Just as she was about to clear the dishes and put them on the table, she heard a dog barking outside. The dog and the henchman, the Tibetan Mastiff, came again, dragging a cart. In the box was a lamb leg and more than 10 pounds of beef, so fresh that it smelled of blood. Legs! Keek's eyes lit up. There was also a card in the box, with big characters written in a flamboyant style, "Sister, Happy Chinese New Year." Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Young Master Rong was addicted to playing. The Tibetan Mastiff looked at her eagerly, drooling. Since he followed his elder brother, this guy seemed to have gradually become smarter, not as stupid as before, and knew to beg for food with a pitiful look. It was impossible to return the gift, as his tricks were still to come. Jiang Ning took out a knife and cut a large piece of meat for it. The Tibetan Mastiff looked at the big brother and swallowed it in one gulp after getting its permission. It smells so good. He brought the fresh meat back to the house and cut several plates of fat beef and fat lamb rolls, and stored the rest in the refrigerator. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the New Year's Eve dinner started. There was a lively table of people, and Zhang Chao and his friends drank the hot chicken soup and almost swallowed their tongues. It smelled so good, a taste that I hadn't tasted for 4 years, and I felt my soul was sublimating. Each of them had a bowl, and they felt warm all over. Zhang Chao always took care of his sister. "Aki, this is your hometown dish. Try it." The spicy taste of blood duck penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Ding Chi's eyes lit up. She didn't expect Jiang Ning cooking skills to be so good. Even if she was born and raised in this place, she couldn't compete with him. She finally understood why Zhang Chao and the other two always mentioned Jiang Ning with admiration in their words. He is indeed an interesting person. As they ate and chatted, Jiang Ning took a bottle of Wuliangye. "We found this wine in the office building before, but we never drank it. Come, wish us a happy spring festival, and a happy holiday every year in the future. Sister-in-law, I want one too. Only a small bite." "Woof. You can only take a small bite too." Everyone raised their glasses. Come on. Come on. Every year has this day. Every year has this day." After eating the main dishes, the hot pot started, and kelp, tofu, dried mushrooms, and green vegetables were put into the pot. The hot pot base couldn't be taken out, but Jiang Ning specially prepared homemade ones. The taste was very overbearing, not much different from the big brands. Everyone was sweating while eating. As they chatted, Zheng Weili mentioned the house. "Phase 3 has been completed, and we plan to buy a house to settle down. The memories of the base are not very good, no matter in the past or now. I feel that Fengcheng is more suitable for me, and I want to settle down and settle down. However, the houses in Phase 3 are more expensive than those in Phases 1 and 2. They are simply skyrocketing. Weicheng and Fengcheng are constantly merging. In the future, they will be managed in a back-to-back manner, whether in scientific research or public security. They are much better than other cities." The earthquake warning was timely, and countless survivors survived. At the same time, survivors from other cities are pouring in. Therefore, housing prices are rising steadily. The eternal night is coming, followed by smog and acid rain. If you rent a house, you may be evicted at any time. If you have the ability to buy one, you should try your best. Jiang Ning is very supportive. This is a good thing. You have to do it as soon as possible. Several people are good at making money, especially after Zheng Weili's illness was cured. She felt that life had opened the door to her again, with a new goal. There is a new atmosphere. Cheers! Eat and drink, and you will be full by 6 o'clock. Jiang Ning took the peanuts and melon seeds. These are all grown by Daodu. You can try them. Wow! Daodu is amazing. Daodu blushed with shame after receiving praise from his brothers and sisters, and wanted to hide behind Jiang Ning. In addition to praise, Zheng Weili and others also prepared red envelopes. New Year's money is no longer popular, and it is filled with candy. Not only Daodu got a share, but also Guzi. It has been a long time since he received a red envelope, and Daodu smiled with curved eyebrows. Jiang Ning found the Spring Festival Gala downloaded in the early years, and everyone relived the prosperous years in the past. After watching the Spring Festival Gala at 10 o'clock, Huishan drove the 4 people back home because he was worried about the safety of the road. Daodu cleaned up inside and outside, and Jiang Ning found a new set of clothes for her from the space. So she had to wear new clothes for the new year. Not only did her sister-in-law have some, she also prepared some for herself and Huishan. Just after taking a shower, she heard the sound of a car, and Jiang Ning prepared a bath for Huishan. After taking a shower and drying his hair, Huishan did not forget to close his sister's door. After returning, he dimmed the bedside lamp, hugged Jiang Ning and kissed her. Ning. Thank you. Jiang Ning was puzzled. Thank you for giving me a home and taking such good care of Daodu. In fact, Jiang Ning has a temper, and it is not small. But the two have lived together for so many years, and there has been almost no conflict. And the days are very harmonious. Love is a chemical reaction. In addition to the halo, Huishan is inseparable from his responsibility and tolerance. He is strict with himself, but never makes demands on Jiang Ning, and respects her decisions even if they disagree. Regardless of right or wrong, he will defend her in front of outsiders. These seem simple. How many men can do it? Jiang Ning knew that she had a sharp personality, and few men could stand it before the natural disaster. So Huishan should be thanked for doing this. However, a love magazine said that sometimes men cannot be praised, because they are prone to pride and complacency. Jiang Ning gave up decisively, hugged his neck with both hands, and her eyes were a little cunning. So, how are you going to thank me? Huishan kissed her and reached out to pull the bedside table to get something. How much do you want? No. He didn't seem to be so stupid before. When did he become useless? Jiang Ning woke up after sleeping until 9 o'clock in the morning. The brother and sister had already cooked breakfast and put on a handsome suit for Guzi. Before finishing breakfast, Qin Chuan came over with his son. Brother Hua, sister-in-law, Happy Chinese New Year. Boss Qin was very generous. And the beef jerky in the red envelope was for Daodu and Guzi, who knew that as soon as he sat down. Dahui and Xiaobai came over with their children and grandchildren, surrounded Boss Qin, and looked up at him. Ha ha ha. The red envelopes don't seem to be enough. I had a gathering with the monkey yesterday. Since the exclusion incident, Qin Chuan has completely given up the idea of making friends with the rich. He does business when there is business, and rests when there is no business. Supplies are becoming more and more scarce. He has channels to get goods, so he is not afraid of having no food to eat. Therefore, he did not plan to visit even during the new year. He took his son and brought a live fish to the next door for a meal. The fish is very big, about 7 or 8 kilograms. Jiang Ning was surprised. Where did you get the live fish? Chapter 288. I don't know who leaked it, but Qin Chuan knows that all the fish fry in the agricultural science department can be raised by those with connections. Qin Chuan exchanged it for supplies, and it was probably traded several times in the middle. So it was really not cheap. There is still some tofu made yesterday, and Jiang Ning plans to make a fish head tofu stew and a pot of pickled fish. Daodu is very diligent, and Qin Mu helps beside him, while Jiang Ning is not paying attention. He stuffed a handful of chocolate crisps into Daodu's pocket. There are too many snacks and they are too precious. Daodu doesn't want them. Daodu, I saved this for you. I have some at home. As he spoke, he peeled one and put it in her mouth. Is it sweet? Yeah. Daodu smiled at him. Xiaomu brother, you are so nice. Qin Mu was so happy to receive her praise that he whispered to her. I only gave them one. They, the uncles and children. Daodu was happy to be treated specially. Xiaomu brother, I will teach you boxing after dinner. Yeah. Qin Mu squatted beside her and followed her to pick vegetables and wash his hands. Daodu, the water is too cold. I do it. Tofu fish head, pickled fish, and stir-fried mutton with green onions. Jiang Ning made the pickled cabbage himself, using mustard greens grown in the space black soil garden. He made 2 large jars and stored them. It was handmade to ensure that there was no foot smell. The father and son were not good at cooking, but they were very happy to drink the rich milky fish soup. Dad, the fish head made by Daodu is really delicious. Qin Chuan corrected his son. Nonsense. It was obviously made by your Aunt Jiang. Daodu fried the fish head, and I helped cut the tofu. Really? You can cut tofu? My son is awesome. As they ate and talked, seeing Jiang Ning fair and rosy skin, Qin Chuan said, there are a few ladies looking for skin care products. Do you have a source? Don't mention it. There really are. There are quite a few in the space. What brand do they want? It doesn't matter what brand it is, as long as it has a fragrance and is not spoiled. Qin Chuan doesn't know much about women's skincare products. But it's been 4 years since the end of the world. And it's good to be able to find something that can be used. Don't look at the ladies' picky and disdainful words. But in fact, their bottom line has been falling. A few months ago, he sold a bottle of Debao. And everyone complained that it stinks more than shit. And in the end, they almost pulled each other's hair out. As long as there is stock, he can sell it at a high price. I have a few bottles. I show you later. I bought a lot of them in the supermarket. And another wave of them in the office building. No matter how many lifetimes she and Dowdy will use them. If they are not sold now, it will be even more difficult to sell them in the future. Can you get a batch of umbrellas? Qin Chuan continued to make requests. This is the most in short supply. Everyone wants it. In the past 2 years, many wealthy people tore off the shackles of morality and completely let themselves go. They played in all kinds of ways. But soon many of them got sick. If it was before the natural disaster, curing the disease would not be a problem at all. But where can we get medicine in the end times? So, they quickly learned their lesson. But it was too late to stock up. And now it is even more difficult to find. Ahem. Huishan was still too young. He didn't expect Qin Chuan to ask Jiang Ning for it at the dinner table. He almost got a fish bone stuck in his throat. His face was a little red. Qin Chuan glanced at him. Brother Hua was a little depressed. What are you shy about? Jiang Ning is good. The two should be the other way around. Jiang Ning said something shocking. I don't have this. I keep it for myself. Ahem. Ha ha. Qin Chuan almost choked as well. What my sister-in-law said is true. Brother Hua is amazing at first glance. Dowdu at the table was confused and asked curiously. Uncle, what are you talking about? This time, Huishan really choked. But luckily, he was eating pickled cabbage. In fact, it can still be sold. But it is estimated that it will not be exchanged for what Jiang Ning wants. So I think it's better to forget it. It's a blessing for Luyu and Zhang Chao. After dinner, Jiang Ning took out a few bottles of skin care products from upstairs. And they were not even unpacked. This is what we found when we went out to search for supplies before. Take it out and try it. If you can sell it, sell it. If not, forget it. Qin Chuan promised. I guarantee it will be fine. Even if it's a pile of shit. He can sell it. Jiang Ning also took down 2 packs of cigarettes. A friend gave it to me. I guess it wasn't preserved well enough. I feel the smell of cigarettes is a bit weak. Luyu and the others brought it yesterday. Huishan doesn't smoke. Besides, there are a lot of good stuff in this space. So there's no need to keep expired ones. Unexpectedly, there was a big harvest. Qin Chuan was very happy. What do you want? If there is fresh beef and mutton, I can get some. After not doing business for a few days, Qin Chuan felt itchy. So he left his son at Building 50 and left. Having nothing to do in the afternoon, Jiang Ning was thinking about taking the little ones out for a walk during the Chinese New Year. Huishan had no objection. It was still worth experiencing the Spring Festival in the apocalypse of natural disasters. So he took the 3 and drove out. Even during the Chinese New Year, you have to pay attention to safety and not go to dangerous places. A few people went to the municipal square. It happened to be sunny. And there were quite a few people out for fun. There were on-duty personnel patrolling here. And the evil elements did not dare to act recklessly due to deterrence. From a distance, 2 big red lanterns were seen hanging high at the door of the city hall. And there were also blessing couplets posted. The government has arranged an event to celebrate the Spring Festival. Dragon and Lion Dance. The dragon and lion costumes are a bit old. And the dragon dance team is also put together temporarily. The movements are far less gorgeous and thrilling than those in the heyday. But they are particularly eye-catching. The applause rang out from time to time. And the faces that were usually numb and indifferent were gradually soaked in warmth. But they started to cry while laughing. Dowdu was curious. Brother, what is this? This is called Dragon and Lion. It is a custom for the new year here. Many people will celebrate with Dragon and Lion Dance. When the whole family celebrated the new year, he accompanied his parents and took Dowdu to watch it. At that time, she was still riding on his neck. But she was too young to forget it. Qin Mu still had some impression. Dowdu, my father took me to dance when I was little. After watching the Dragon and Lion dance, the next thing was to take pictures. The dog locked in the car was sobbing. This is not fair. After taking a lot of pictures, Mu took out his mobile phone. Daodu. Can I take a picture with you? Sure, brother Xiaomu. The two took a group photo. And Mu quickly hid his phone. There was music in the square, which was actually an old-fashioned New Year song. And it really had the flavor of the new year. The square dance DNA engraved in their bones was awakened. And many people really started dancing at the sound, swaying their hands and feet. Jiang Ning saw a very familiar shadow, walked over and gently patted her shoulder. Grandma Zhong. She never thought that Grandma Zhong was once the leader of square dance. And the movements she made showed that she was a veteran. The other three people in the Zhong family stood shyly by the side waiting. Xiao Jiang. Grandma Zhong didn't expect to meet her, and excitedly shook her hand. You are too polite, child. We owe you supplies, but you give us more. They are really 2 pieces of wood. After giving many instructions, they finally brought back chickens, rabbits and herbs. It's okay. We just happen to have them. If we don't give them to you, we will give them to others. Grandma Zhong sighed and held her wrinkled hands tightly. Aining, you have taken care of us too much over the years. We are not grateful enough. Grandma, you don't have to be so formal. There are not many people who come out of Jinrong community. Just think of it as fate between people. Grandma Zhong is naturally optimistic. She is a little thin, but she is in good spirits. What makes her even happier is that Zhong Ping has a girlfriend. Chapter 289. Zhong Ping's boyfriend is also from the Research Institute, but he is an administrative staff. Although he looks gentle and handsome, he is much more flexible in dealing with things than 3 pieces of wood. Her income is not high, but all her relatives died in a natural disaster, leaving her to live alone. Once she met a gangster after get off work, and Zhong Ping happened to pass by, and he killed her with an electric baton. She has no family burden and looks like a down-to-earth person. She is quite suitable to be the granddaughter-in-law of the Zhong family. If she can live to see Zhong Ping get married, she will have no regrets when she closes her eyes one day. Grandma Zhong invited warmly. We have a banquet on the 15th day of the first lunar month. You and Xiaohui can come over for a simple meal when you're free. Jiang Ning readily agreed. Okay. After walking around the square, the weather gradually turned colder, and the few of them drove home. When they returned to the community, they saw several cars parked outside the Rong family villa, and bodyguards were coming and going, as if something had happened. Whatever happened had nothing to do with her. Jiang Ning, who was sitting in the passenger seat, regained her composure. As soon as she returned to the villa, she found a dead body lying in front of the door. No, to be more precise, it was a dog corpse. The Tibetan Mastiff was bleeding and fell to the ground. Gasping for breath, Kayley ran down, circling around the horseman to smell the scent, making anxious and sad sounds. Jiang Ning got out of the car to check and found several wounds on its body, including bruises and cuts, and its hair was stained with blood. Needless to say, a fierce fight had taken place. Judging from the wounds, it didn't look like a bite between vicious dogs, but was injured by a person lying at the door of her house. Either it didn't want to die, or it wanted to see its eldest brother for the last time before it died. Looking at its appearance, it probably didn't want to die. Dogs understand human nature. Besides, they have been extorted. Can we just watch it die? Jiang Ning bent down and carried it into the yard with Huishan. Take out the gauze and shave the wound to disinfect it. Anesthesia is very precious. So many wounds need several. Jiang Ning couldn't bear it. He tied the mouth and limbs of the Tibetan Mastiff with ropes and sutured them. The dog knew that the other party was saving it. Although it was in pain, it didn't struggle much. It whimpered and let Jiang Ning sew and mend it. After bandaging it, he fed it a few expired pills and left it to fate. Kayley dragged out half a basin of bones that he had treasured, pushed it in front of the Tibetan Mastiff, and said, Eat. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For the sake of his dog, he gave the Tibetan Mastiff another half basin of high-calorie food. It didn't stay after eating, and limped back to the C-position villa. Jiang Ning watched it leave, bolted the double doors, and went back to the house. It was cold and I didn't want to move, so I was lazy and ate the food stored in the space. Just as the food was placed on the table, the door was knocked. Miss Jiang. It was Uncle Guan, the housekeeper of the Rong family. Who came? Do you know medical skills? No. But didn't you sew up the dog? So? My third young master is injured. Can you help? Third young master is not a dog. There is nothing we can do about it. Surgeons are almost extinct, and those with good skills have gone to the base. Those with less skills haven't held a scalpel for several years. The Roan family has a family doctor, but he was robbed and hacked to death while walking on the road a few days ago. What happened to him? He went hunting in the mountains and encountered cannibals in the mountains. He escaped with a narrow escape. Miss Jiang, please help. Going up the mountain to hunt? The second generation's brain is indeed different from that of ordinary people. Jiang Ning was speechless. Has he been protected in the birdcage for too long? He must be desperate to find a sense of existence. Just about to refuse, but thinking of the 3 sets of radiation protection suits he gave, Jiang Ning changed his mind. I take a look first, but I can't guarantee that I can cure it. Uncle Guan was relieved. Then I trouble you. I'm afraid the third young master can't stand it. If we can't find a doctor again, we can only fly to the official base. But the Roan family has left the official base. You can't go back whenever you want. Even if you go back, you still have to communicate with the upper level. The operation can't be done immediately if you want to. After the communication, I'm afraid the third young master has died of blood loss. Hu Yishan was worried and accompanied Jiang Ning to the Roan family. The Roan family was in a mess. Before he even stepped into the hall, he heard the third young master Roan howling like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! Ouch! Ouch! His voice was full of energy, and he didn't sound like he was going to die. This was the first time Jiang Ning stepped into the Roan family. Inside and outside the door were 2 completely different worlds. The 5-star high-ceiling decoration showed luxury everywhere. There was a huge crystal chandelier above his head, and jade sandalwood solid wood flooring under his feet. Jiang Ning was so dazed that she felt her feet would stain the noble floor. There were more than a dozen people standing in the living room. Almost all the Roan family members were there. Men, women, young and old, and with different expressions. Young Master Roan continued to howl like a pig. But the Tibetan Mastiff that had just been sutured shook its head and tailed to greet Jiang Ning. No wonder the housekeeper came to the door. It turned out that the Tibetan Mastiff betrayed her. Seeing Jiang Ning coming over, young Master Roan became even more dignified. Hey, sister, save me. Save me quickly. After a slight nod to the Roan family, Jiang Ning walked straight over. What are you howling for? If I had come later, your wounds would have healed. Hearing her tone, the Roan family frowned. But thinking that she still needed to save the person, they didn't say anything. Young Master Roan was cut twice. One on the arm and one on the leg. It is estimated that he dodged in time. So the cut was not deep, and he had already received first aid to stop the bleeding. But the boss next to him was covered in blood. Eyebrow bone, shoulder, arm, several cuts in a row. The boss is the boss. Even though he was cut like this, even though his face was pale, he pursed his lips tightly and didn't say a word. Jiang Ning asked, Do you have medicine? Yes, we have everything. Uncle Guan quickly asked people to get medicine, including various sutures, surgical instruments, anesthetics, surgical gowns, etc. The richest man is a tycoon, and the medicines at home are more complete than those in private clinics. Jiang Ning checked the anesthetics, which turned out to be imported new anesthetics with a validity period of up to 5 years. She asked for a clean room. Then the question came. Should she choose according to the urgency or according to personal feelings? Thinking of the domineering president locking his girlfriend with an iron chain and breaking her legs, she decisively pushed Rong Sen Shao into the room. Although the second generation is not a good thing. After all, I once bought it for free, so I have to repay the favor of the radiation protection suit. Disinfection. Anesthesia. Seeing him opening his mouth to howl, Jiang Ning warned, If you howl again, be careful that my shaking hands will poke your aorta. Rong San Shao immediately fell silent. When you drove the bumper car, you didn't even blink. He was fierce enough in the fight, but now he is like a grandson. That's different. The pain of the wound is one thing, but in fact, he was frightened by the scene in the deep mountains today. If it weren't for the bodyguards, he might not have survived. Demons. All of them are unblinking demons. Thinking of the scene he witnessed, his stomach churned. It was a simple external wound suture, which took half an hour to complete. Jiang Ning patted his shoulder. It's okay. You can go into the mountains to hunt. Rong San Shao was depressed. Sister, I almost died, And you are still laughing at me? What are you afraid of? It's just a group of ogres. It's not a problem for you. Rong San Xiao. To fight 100 alone. Chapter 290. Sister Zhang's mouth is like a knife that stabs people. Young Master Rong covered his face. He was going crazy. He wanted to go hunting in the mountains to relax. Who knew that the deep mountains and old forests were full of demons? He was too lazy to pay attention to him and asked someone to push the boss in. The boss was still cold and noble. Like a sculpture. Young Master Rong couldn't bear it. Cousin, don't think too much. That girl just looks a little like Yutong. In fact, she is not. Think about it yourself. Her legs are broken, and she was blown away by the typhoon. How could she still be alive? The soulless boss had no desire to live. And still didn't say a word. Jiang Ning couldn't understand the boss who chased his wife to the crematorium. He tortured her to death when she was alive. And finally tortured her to death. So he tortured himself to death. Since he was so powerful, the anesthetic was wasted on him. So, he was stitched alive. Hiss. The boss took a breath and stared at him with murderous eyes. Oh! It hurts. That's not right. It is said that when the boss loses his love and wants to make up, he either cuts his pulse with a knife or clamps the wound that has just been stitched with his fingers. It will never hurt. Jiang Ning stared coldly. Do you need anesthesia? The boss took a breath and said with a twitch of his mouth, yes. I need some. It's just an external injury. The pain is not even 1% of a broken bone. The boss was bleeding all over and had to be stabbed by the doctor. It took more than an hour to sew and mend it. The Rong family is not short of medicine. Jiang Ning also prepared the Tibetan Mastiff. And then got up and left. The head of the family, Master Rong, said, Miss Jiang, I really trouble you this time. No trouble. Jiang Ning smiled politely. I owed the third master a favor before, and I have to pay it back for both moral and legal reasons. Mr. Rong understood, but still said thank you. In any case, if a suitable doctor is not found in time, it will be necessary to send him to the official base. Thicky buildings are indeed not ordinary people, and it is worth spending so much effort to make friends with them. Uncle Guan personally saw them out, and his attitude was completely different from before. Miss Jiang, take care. After seeing the two off, Mr. Rong closed the door and beat his son. Dad, don't hit me. Ouch. Not long after I got home, there was another knock on the door. Another person came to seek medical treatment. It turned out that it was not only the boss and the second generation who went into the mountains to hunt, but also other second generations in the community. And several of them were injured. When they learned that building 50 new medical skills, someone came over immediately. It was the servant of the Xiao family who came, saying that their young master was also injured, and hoped that Jiang Ning could help treat him. The Xiao family? The son of Mrs. Xiao, the vice chairman of the property management committee. Jiang Ning thought it was funny. She was the one who took the lead in ostracizing Building 50. Where did she get the face now? I didn't care. I just sat down to eat a feast. Braised pork elbow, hairy crab, braised prawns. The servant left, and then Mrs. Xiao came again. Unfortunately, the doors and windows were soundproof, so no one paid any attention. The next day, the dog-spirit Tibetan Mastiff came again, not only bringing dry food, but also bringing his own medicine. There were a few more medicines, including anesthetics and antibiotics, probably as a thank you gift to Jiang Ning. Looking at the Rong family's situation, they want to continue to be on good terms with Building 50. Jiang Ning thought about it and accepted it all, although she didn't want to interact too much with others. It was undeniable that the Rong family had power in Fengcheng. As long as they didn't harbor any evil intentions towards Building 50, it was still okay to interact with them appropriately. Who knows? One day, she might be able to fly a helicopter? Jiang Ning was a little curious. Can you fly a helicopter? Yes. No. He is not some kind of divine special police. Is there anything he can't do? This is not Huishan pride. The unit will select outstanding talents from time to time and conduct all-round training. Jiang Ning threw melon seeds at him. Look at what you can do. Without the two, Huishan has nothing to be embarrassed about. I am so outstanding that I can be attracted to you. Doesn't it just prove that you are even better? Jiang Ning couldn't help but said. Huishan, you are so coquettish. After successfully sneaking into Building 50, The Tibetan Mastiff not only came every day, but also dragged the wheelchair-bound Rong Sanxiao over. Jiang Ning frowned. You are so injured, but you still jump around in the community every day. Aren't you ashamed? Sister, you are the only one in the community who doesn't give me face. Not wanting to talk. Seeing that his wound was fine, Jiang Ning removed the stitches and told him to get out. Rong Sanxiao looked at the wall structure of Building 50. Sister, I heard that Yongyi is coming. Do you think my family should build a wall? What does it have to do with me whether it is built or not? Don't be so cold and heartless. You have saved my life once. Maybe you can save my life again? Jiang Ning asked. What's the benefit of saving your life again? Rong Sanxiao was a little hurt. You are so realistic. Unrealistic. Do I have to talk about feelings with you? Seeing that he was so shameless, Jiang Ning still reminded him. If we don't build it, it may not be able to prevent the outside. And if we build it, can we prevent the inside? Rong Sanxiao was smiling. But after chewing it over and over again twice, his smile froze. What she meant was that Yongya would be in chaos. And the number of servants and bodyguards in the Rong family was not small. I dare not think too deeply about this matter, or I will break out in a cold sweat. He smiled stiffly and left in a hurry. In the evening, Qin Chuan came over, carrying more than 10 kilograms of beef and half a sheep. It's easy to make money from rich wives. A few sets of skin care products were almost fought over, and 2 packs of cigarettes were sold even faster. It's just that fresh meat is hard to find, and he spent a lot of effort to exchange it back. At the same time, he also brought back news. I heard that Yongya may be coming. We have to be prepared. Jiang Ning pretended to be surprised. Who told you that? When I came back, I saw the municipal government installing streetlights. What else could it be but the eternal night? No wonder the business was so successful. Jiang Ning admired his insight. I also heard that it is very likely to happen in the next few months, thanks to the almost 2 years of polar day. Although the climate is still very bad, the survivors still have a chance to breathe. The municipal government has recruited technical talents to build garbage power plants and large biogas pools. Many units have already used them. But the technological civilization and related materials have almost disappeared in rounds of natural disasters and cannot be promoted on a large scale. If there is lighting, it can have a certain deterrent effect on combating the evil of the eternal night. Qin Chuan couldn't help but worry. If the eternal night really comes, what should we do? Jiang Ning reminded him kindly. Stock up on food. Build high walls. Sharpen knives. And try to go out as little as possible. These are not difficult for Qin Chuan. Even if he doesn't do business, the supplies on hand are enough for his family to eat and drink for 10 or 8 years. But what about the sharp-mouthed monkeys? No. They have to be notified to prepare in advance. By the way, I have a way to get fish fry and lambs. Do you want them? Chapter 291. Not knowing how long the eternal night would last, Qin Chuan felt that he needed to learn from his son and start growing vegetables and raising chickens and ducks to achieve self-sufficiency as much as possible. You have the conditions to raise them, but I don't want them. The last thing Jiang Ning lacked was fish. And he also stocked up dozens of sheep. The temperature difference during the polar day is so big. I'm afraid the eternal night will be even bigger. So I won't waste my time. Qin Chuan planned to ask for some. Anyway, he didn't go out during the eternal night. And he was idle anyway. So, he asked Jiang Ning for a lot of vegetable seeds, planning to use the backyard and rooftop. If you don't know how to grow crops, you can ask the monkeys to come over and share the leftovers with them. After he left, Jiang Ning turned on the intercom to contact Liu Yu. I got news that Yongya is very likely to come in the next few months. You should remember to stock up some food and reinforce the doors and windows. If Yongya really comes, it is estimated that many criminals will breed. You should carefully consider whether to continue working. Liu Yu suddenly became serious. We see when we get to work. We just booked a house, and it will be delivered in more than a month. By then, we will probably only have a few bottles of wine and a few kilograms of brick sugar left. Can you help us keep an eye out for food? Okay. I keep an eye on the food for you. If there are extra green vegetables here, I dry them into dried vegetables for you. Thanks. Ning. Don't be polite to me. Be careful. The official announcement has not yet been made. But those with channels have already learned about it in advance. And they immediately became nervous. Sharp-billed Monkey and his men came with their wives. The women not only planted cold-resistant potatoes and green vegetables in Qinchuan's backyard and rooftop, but also in the front yard. The men helped to add electric fences to the high walls, and also helped to install them on 50 buildings. Jiangning didn't know when the eternal night would come, so she installed the power grid in advance to be prepared. To thank them, she gave them 10 kilograms of corn powder and asked them to install the diesel generator at the same time. She knew how to dismantle this thing, but it was not easy to reinstall it. Qinchuan had talented people, so it would be a waste if they were not used. There was no shortage of electricity in the space, so it was not necessary to have a diesel generator. But the electricity had to be used from a source. When the eternal night really came, it would be okay to turn it on occasionally. The operations of buildings 49 and 50 were seen by other households in the community, and they immediately became nervous. Those who didn't have a diesel generator came to Qinchuan to get one. The price naturally went up when they had to cram at the last minute. Besides, Qinchuan couldn't find so many goods at once, so he came to ask Jiangning. The 2 units found at the Furniture Expo were used. There were 4 units at the Qinggang base, 2 of which were new. However, the generator was a consumable. If it broke, it would have to be scrapped without parts. If they were lucky, it could last for decades. Only a fool would sell it. No. I also spent a lot of effort to change to a second-hand one. Qinchuan had to think of a way himself, and he actually found a few of them, slaughtering them severely, all for food. Although he didn't have the force of 50 buildings, Qinchuan's IQ was still okay. He secretly summoned the sharp-mouthed monkey and others, dug a basement in the villa, and sealed all the food. Remember, you are not allowed to tell even your wives. If anyone can't control his mouth, I will beat your dog head. After scolding his brothers, Qinchuan gave each of them a bag of food and reminded them, I don't know how long the eternal night will last. If it really comes one day, you can't go out to do business anymore and save food. You all live together, so stick together when you encounter danger. The police station is across the street, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. If you can't stand it any longer, all of you can move in with me. Got it, boss. At the same time, the community held another owners' meeting to discuss Yongya's safety. It concerns the safety of every household, so all the families came. Yongya is blind. In order to protect the safety of the community, it is recommended that every household install electric lights in front of their doors. This will facilitate security patrols and deter evil forces to a certain extent. Although his life and death had nothing to do with her, Jiangning still made a suggestion. It's not safe to install it in front of the door. If a criminal comes in, a stone can knock down the light bulb. I suggest installing it under the eaves of the second floor and protecting it with a cover. However, it didn't matter, since she didn't treat her son's illness and almost killed him. Mrs. Xiao didn't ridicule him in public, but just pretended not to hear it. On the contrary, young Master Rong agreed with both hands. Sister Jiang is right. Just do it. Mrs. Xiao almost vomited blood. As soon as the owners' meeting was over, Yang Jie caught up with the two. Coach Hua, Sister Jiang. Jiangning turned around. What's wrong? Yang Jie greeted the two in advance. Captain, he said that the eternal night is coming soon, and suggested that we resign and go back to guard the building. Jiangning was surprised. The salary and food provided by the community are not low, and the work is relatively easy. I don't know how many people outside envy this job. I didn't expect He Tianming to suggest them resign. There were no outsiders. So Yang Jie told the truth. Captain, he said that the community is safest during the polar day, but the eternal night is the opposite. The criminals may target here first. He asked me to remind you to protect yourself. No wonder the people of Aoyuan and obey He Tianming unconditionally. He is indeed farsighted and has a pair of wise eyes that see through human nature. Jiangning was curious. Does Captain He still live with you? No. He moved to the municipal compound. But as long as there is something in our building, he will solve it as soon as possible. In fact, they are reluctant to give up this job. But food is far less important than life. Besides, everyone has worked together for more than a year and has stored some food. Young people go out to work to earn food. Who will protect their families? They had to go back and make a defense plan to prevent evildoers from robbing and burning in Yongya. If the time deviation is not too big, Yongya should still have 2 or 3 months. Jiangning asked with concern, when are you leaving? According to the rules, it's half a month. But the captain said that he will let us go only after we recruit the right people. I estimate it will be about a month. Indeed, not everyone can be a security guard in the rich area. In addition to having no problem with skills, the background must also be investigated. If you attract evil wolves, it will be troublesome. After a series of twists and turns, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao finally became homeowners. It was still a two-bedroom subdivided flat, with the two families living next to each other. Even if they could make money, they almost spent all their money on the house, so they couldn't afford to renovate it. Even the doors and windows were second-hand ones that Jiang Ning picked out from the space. It was about 60% new, but it was strong and durable. At the same time, each family had 10 kilograms of crushed corn and cut and dried sweet potatoes, as well as several kilograms of dried vegetables, as gifts from her and Huishan to the two families. The new family dinner was at Lu Yu's house, cooked by Zheng Weili and Ding Qi, and it was a simple meal. Aining, Brother Shen, our two families have simple meals, not as rich as yours. Please don't be disgusted. Jiang Ning flattered the two families. You can buy a house in such a short time. There is no one else in Fengcheng except you. And in another year or two, living in a villa is not a dream. Zhang Chao said happily. Wait, I will be neighbors with you and Brother Shen in the future. After dinner and chatting for a while, the two went home. As soon as I entered the community, I found that there were more trucks coming in and out of the Rong family villa, as well as busy workers. I don't know how the third young Master Rong persuaded the old Master Rong, but they actually started to build a wall. Even the Rong family, which has a bodyguard team, has to build a wall, and other families are panicking. Chapter 292. They had laughed at Building 49 and Building 50 for their unfounded worries before, but now they were so envious. The 3-meter-high stone wall was surrounded by an electric fence, which looked extremely safe. Many people immediately came to Qin Chuan to get building materials for the wall. Unexpectedly, Qin Chuan changed his usual behavior and said, Everyone, I'm sorry, but all the building materials that can be found have long been taken away by the government to build the new city. I really don't have any channels in this regard. How about you look for other companies? He was not stupid. If every company was built as solid as a rock, what would happen if the thugs attacked indiscriminately? Besides, he really didn't lie. There are more and more people in Fengcheng, and building materials are indeed getting harder and harder to find. I was half asleep in the morning, and my hands and feet felt colder and colder. I pulled the quilt over me, but it was still chilly. Jiang Ning turned on the bedside lamp and found that it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Dizzy, I overslept again. It felt darker in the room than usual, so she pulled open the curtains. But it was dark outside. Jiang Ning was stunned. And the eternal night came earlier. It came more than 2 months earlier. Huishan woke up. What's wrong? It's easy to sleep in cold weather. And we had a deep conversation last night, so we both overslept. The eternal night is coming. Take out the thermometer. The temperature inside is already 0 degrees. The house was kept warm when it was renovated, and the temperature outside is estimated to be more than 20 degrees below 0. Huishan got up quickly and went to Daoda's room to add a blanket. Brother, why is it dark? Huishan turned on the light. Don't be afraid. The eternal night is coming. Daoda was wearing a constant temperature suit, and only his hands and feet were cold. Will Brother Xiaomu and the others be cold? Huishan was stunned. You care about Xiaomu a lot? Daoda thought for a moment. He's very good to me, obedient, and helps me with work. What if he gets sick from the cold? Use the intercom to contact him. Daoda put on his socks and immediately took out the intercom. Huishan put on his clothes and turned on the lights on the second-floor balcony as agreed by the community, dispelling some of the darkness in front of the villa. He took the flashlight and went to the backyard to check on the poultry. Animals also have biological clocks. It was blindingly bright every day, but now it was pitch dark, and they huddled together uncomfortably. The glass shed is not as warm as the room, and the poultry are shivering with cold. Huishan turned on the lights and spread the wheat straw prepared in advance in the shed. Jiang Ning followed and felt that it was still not warm enough, so he took out a lot of wooden boards and thickened glass from the space. As for the vegetables in the planting shed, they were all put into the space and put away, and it would not be too late to take them out when needed. After finishing the work in the backyard, the two went to the rooftop to deal with the planted herbs. Standing on the rooftop, you can hear the rumbling sound of the engine, and the lights of the villas are lit one after another. The light was not very bright, and it looked extremely dim and small in the pitch-black night. The security guards were still patrolling, and flashlights were lit from time to time on the road. There was a knock on the door, and it was Yang Jia and a few others who came. All from Aoyuan. Little sister Jiang. We are leaving. Yang Jia did not expect Yongye to come so quickly, and had to go home quickly. Jiang Ning frowned slightly. Have you recruited people to replace you? Captain Gang said that he has recruited them. Okay. You listen to Captain He and go home quickly. Go back in groups. And be careful on the road. Yang Jia nodded, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Jiang Ning was puzzled. What's wrong? Yang Jia pulled her aside and said in a low voice, Little sister Jiang, I don't know if I am too suspicious. I always feel that the security captain and his men seem to. He didn't know what to say. He felt that he was excluded during this period of time, and the group of people who were on good terms with the security captain would gather together from time to whisper. But they would soon disperse. That's right. Small groups also form cliques. There was no problem before. The security captain was even very nice to them. But his attitude changed 180 degrees during this period of time. But Yang Jia and others wanted to resign. But they were delayed in getting approval. They were very picky when interviewing new people. But suddenly agreed today. Jiang Ning listened for a while before speaking. People leave and tea gets cold. Isn't it always like this? Don't think too much. Get your salary and food and go home quickly. Little sister Jiang. You and instructor Hui should also pay attention to safety. We are leaving. After seeing them off, Jiang Ning's face immediately darkened. She posted a warm reminder, then powered on the stainless steel door and the power grid, and then connected the heavy wooden door with 5 bolts. Back in the house, Dowdu had already cooked breakfast. Seeing her serious expression, Hui Shen asked, What's wrong? Jiang Ning expressed Yang Jia's suspicion. Yongyi came suddenly. Logically, in order to ensure the safety of the community, the security captain should not let him go at this time. Are you worried that the security team has other ideas? Jiang Ning thought for a while. If it were you, would you do it? It's not that she is suspicious, but that people's hearts are unpredictable. She has seen more than once that the young second and third generations have spoken wildly to the security team. Many of them do not abide by the rules of entry and exit, and the security guards are insulted when they enforce the rules. And some are even slapped. To put it bluntly, who is nobler in the end times? If it is not for earning wages, who is willing to endure humiliation and trample on personality? I remember the conflict when the alpaca spitted, and the security captain came to mediate. But the young man slapped him back and cursed the guard dog. 1 or 2 conflicts would be fine. But in the past year or so, there have been not only several conflicts, but even the servants of the rich families are bossy. And the security guards are asked to do the dirty work of moving and lifting. There are even more extreme ones, calling people over to take out the garbage, and asking them to walk their pets. There is a huge gap in status. But the security captain is very good at dealing with people, and he always greets them with a smile no matter how many difficulties they face. After being in this environment for a long time, is there really no psychological problem? If there is a chance to turn things around in front of him. Of course, all this is just Jiang Ning's speculation, and it is not ruled out that there is some malicious intent. Hui Shen said, We have no evidence. What if the other party has no malicious intent? And no one will believe it if we tell others. Compared with the security guards, those people are more vigilant about building 50. Jiang Ning thought the same. Let's take care of ourselves first, regardless of others. But he still reminded Qin Chuan not to open the door easily, even if the other party was an acquaintance. Jiang Ning said at first, Don't ask me to open the door. I will never open it. Qin Chuan laughed. I said I would ask you to come over to play mahjong. But I should have opened a door in the courtyard wall, so that our 2 families could come and go freely. We are all smart people, so we should stop at the right time. The dog is not used to the dark night after seeing the sun every day. It feels a little anxious and walks back and forth from time to time. The eternal night arrives, and the world seems to have suddenly paused. Villas, buildings, factories, roads, survivors, crops, everything is swallowed up in the darkness. And humans have an innate fear of the unknown in the darkness. Natural light and lighting. Both are light. But the feelings they give people are completely different. When the sun is shining, You can see everything by opening the curtains. But lighting cannot. When you open the curtains, there may be a ghost face or a villain with a knife outside the window. Chapter 293. Pull open the blackout curtains and turn on all the lights. You raise a dog for 1,000 days. But you only use it for a moment. From today on, Kale will be responsible for the sentry duty. He must always pay attention to the movements outside the villa. It was very quiet outside the window. Even though the lights in the house were as bright as day, it still made people restless. Jiang Ning picked up the intercom to contact Zhang Chao and the others. Ding Qi answered the phone. She was patrolling with Zheng Weili. They were all adults. They insisted on working all night. I guess they had thought it through. Jiang Ning chatted for a few words and reminded them to pay attention to safety before hanging up. Friends are real. But there is a huge gap in living standards. If there is a choice, no one is willing to take the risk. It is better not to talk without any pain. After reading the medical book for 2 hours, and then practicing with Huishan, she felt much better after sweating all over. She took out the hot spring from the space and poured it into the bathtub, adjusted it to the constant temperature mode, and soaked for 40 minutes. Huishan was not idle. First training his sister, then training the dog. The lights in the glass shed in the backyard were always on. The rabbits had experienced the extreme cold mode and did not feel much about the cooling. The chickens, ducks and geese were all huddled together to keep warm. Doubt felt a little wrong. Brother, they won't lay eggs today. Huishan comforted her. It's too cold and there's no sunshine. They get used to it after a while. No matter how cold it is, they still need to be fed to resist the cold. And they can't save on grain feed. He made a heating tube and hung it in the air on the glass shed. When the weather gets colder at night, he can open it to keep them warm through the long night. Yongya likes to get into bed early when he has nothing to do. Jiang Ning was just about to go to bed when the intercom suddenly rang. Sister, just wondering where the monkey got the intercom. Who knows it is young Master Rong. Jiang Ning was puzzled. How do you know the channel? Don't worry about how I know. I know it anyway. Rong's voice was smug. And young Master Rong was sitting on the other side, crossing his legs and playing with slippers. Sister, are you short of food and drink? Or I can send some over? No need. I'd be grateful if she didn't bother me. How about you come over to play mahjong? Rong was so idle that he counted his foot hairs. I can take Ah Bin over. Ah Bin. That stupid Tibetan mastiff. If it hadn't protected its master, young Master Rong would have been torn to pieces by the cannibals in the mountains. Jiang Ning really didn't know what to talk to him about. Can you stop bothering me? No. It's boring. I'm almost bored to death. Yongye couldn't go out. His family saw him everywhere, and they disliked him more than shit. The second generation of the community could only flatter him. And his cousin was constantly self-abusing because of his emotional injury. He was so bored that he wanted to hang himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have flirted with Sister Jiang. Anyway, Yongye didn't go out. She couldn't just rush into the Rong family and beat him up. Right? Sister, thanks to your reminder. The high wall of my house was just built yesterday. But who knew that the eternal night would come today? Jiang Ning gave a hint. And he discussed it with the old man in time. The old man really had a way, donating a batch of food to the police station. And the police station agreed to send 2 police officers to the Rong family to guard. They were just 2 police officers, and their skills were not even as good as bodyguards. But the Rong family wanted deterrence. To give everyone a warning. The Rong family is the primary protection target of the government. And anyone who is not afraid of death and dares to make a plan can try it. Jiang Ning thought. The Rong family built a high wall, but other families didn't, not wanting to listen to his nagging. He was about to hang up the intercom, but he hesitated. Don't open the door easily. Even if it's the security guard patrolling the community. The favors are used more and more, and the 3 top-level off-road vehicles have been almost deducted. Besides, Gozi's henchman Aben is still in the Rong family. Compared to the polar day, the days of eternal night are much more difficult to endure. During the polar day, you can just draw the curtains. As long as you don't leave the community, there is no risk. But the eternal night is completely different. Evil is like the omnipresent night. You don't know when the danger will jump out from which corner. Even one day, the person who usually greets you with a smile will reveal a hideous face in the dark and raise a butcher knife without hesitation. Mental depression makes people extremely tormented. Zhang Chao turned on the intercom. Aining, are you and Brother Shen okay? There was a noisy sound of smashing and looting, far and near, and it seemed to be everywhere. I'm fine. How about you? Be careful. Don't come out if you don't have anything to do. Zhang Chao was very anxious and kept panting. It's all chaos outside. Smashing and burning everywhere. In just 3 days, the spread speed is comparable to the zombies in the movies. At first, it was just the gangs and robbers. But soon, those who were beaten and robbed by the gangs put on masks and picked up kitchen knives to chop at the same suffering people as them. The eternal night completely liberated the darkness and brutality of human nature, and the speed of spread was faster than the virus. The fastest outbreak was in the slums, where a large number of people rushed out continuously, smashing street lights, breaking light bulbs, swinging iron bars to smash street shops, and rushing into residential buildings one after another. The police station had already taken precautions, but they were willing but unable to do so. They recruited a lot of police officers and security patrols, but when faced with the surging thugs, they were like duckweed in a storm and were instantly submerged. Never wear a uniform. Otherwise you will be the first target of attack. How many people fell in a pool of blood and could never get up again? Jiang Ning felt uncomfortable with a heart attack. What about you? It's important to save your life. Don't be stubborn. We're fine. Zhang Chao warned. The police station can't take care of it, and the thugs will probably rush to you soon. So be careful. Before he finished speaking, a shrill scream rang out. Jiang Ning stood up instantly and walked to the rooftop. Aining? What's wrong? It's a mess here too. Jiang Ning hurriedly hung up the intercom. There are high walls and electric fences, so even if the thugs come, they won't dare to rush to my house right away. Put on night vision goggles and rush to the rooftop. The scream came from building 32, which was still very far from building 50. Jiang Ning took out the binoculars and saw more than a dozen thugs rushing out with weapons in their hands. And they were actually wearing security uniforms. The girl in lace pajamas escaped barefoot, but the next moment she was dragged in by the man by her hair. Jiang Ning had some impression of her. She seemed to be Qin Yanfei's best friend, and she was the most harsh on her during the alpaca incident. By the way, it was her brother who beat the security captain. A woman screamed in the house, and several men were dragged to the front yard, including the arrogant young man. The captain walked in with a step that didn't recognize any relatives, surrounded by several security guards. There was no trace of his usual courtesy and attentiveness, and his face was full of ridicule and murderous intent. He took the baseball bat from the security guard and swung it at the young man several times. He was not satisfied with beating him until his head was bleeding, and he forced him to crawl under his crotch like a dog. The young man cried and did as he was told, but the captain still didn't let him go. He broke his hands and feet one after another, and then let several security guards drag him into the room. Chapter 294. Supplies were moved out of Building 32 and loaded onto the truck. After the truck was fully loaded, the security guard drove the truck and knocked down the wooden fence. Next, it was Building 33 next door, which also had no high walls, only beautiful artistic fences. In the eyes of the thugs, it was just like a paper-made one. The night was long and sleepless today, but no one dared to rush out. They hid in the house and shivered, praying to the Bodhisattva, God, and Ba for protection, and praying that the thugs must not come to their homes. The rooftop lights of Building 49 were on, and Qin Chuan also rushed to the rooftop, looking nervously into the distance. How are you? He saw Jiang Ning and quickly picked up the intercom. My family has dug a basement. Do you want to come over? Qin Chuan was not good at fighting, but the supplies were definitely useful. If Wu Yishan and Jiang Ning could come over, the safety of both families would be guaranteed. I'm fine here. You and Xiaomu should pay attention to safety. If the thugs rush in, you should hide in the basement and don't try to fight them. The security guards were just a prelude. The thugs were on their way with knives. It was too far away. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and stopped paying attention to the tragedy in Building 33. She was just a mortal body, not capable of being a savior. The next thing to do was to protect Building 50 from falling in the riot. Hu Yishan and Jiang Ning worked together to push the sprayer to the rooftop near the front yard. As long as the glass window was opened, gasoline could be sprayed out. Qin Chuan next to him followed suit and pulled the canvas to reveal the sprayer. Jiang Ning was dumbfounded. He must have copied homework to the depths of his soul. Not only did they renovate the house according to their own, They also got a set of equipment for themselves by using the sprayer sold by the sharp-nosed monkey. I guess the monkey was beaten again. The crime continued. The 33rd floor fell in less than half an hour, and the security team turned around to rob the 18th building. Such discipline shows that this group of people had a conspiracy long ago. The targets of the robbery are usually those who look down on others, like to shout and yell, do not treat the security guards as human beings, and trample on their dignity. They act like dogs and grandsons in the polar day, seemingly working like cows and horses for the owners. But in fact, they have already figured it out, and are just waiting for the arrival of the eternal night. Now, they showed their vicious side, and they would avenge those who trampled on them 1,000 times. Not only did they want to kill people, they would not let go of men, women, old or young, especially young celebrities and rich men. Bang! Gunshots rang out in the dark night, but soon disappeared. Robbery and murder continued. They had scouted the place in advance and were accurate in every move. They not only robbed supplies, but also retaliated, even if the owner's door was locked. They were too lazy to kick it, and directly took out the key. A devil's game. Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel lucky that her family was vigilant enough. The patrolling security team saw the two people bringing things back several times, and they came forward enthusiastically to ask if they needed help. Every time, she refused. Unlike other families, the security guards were more diligent than servants, helping to take out the garbage and walk the pets. And the house was thoroughly explored, and they didn't even know that the keys were copied. Building 50 didn't have much contact with the security guards, and didn't openly take any valuables home. Even the clothes they wore were the shabbiest in the community. In addition, there were high walls and electric fences, so they were not the first target of the rioting security team. Huishan didn't want Jiang Ning to have wild thoughts. Let's go. Sleep. The riot will last for 3 years. The security team is just the first wave. There will be a steady stream of thugs behind. The two are just flesh and blood. It's good enough to be able to protect themselves in the end times. Back in the room, he covered Dowdu with a blanket. Don't be afraid. Sleep well. Brother will call you if there is anything. Dowdu nodded obediently. Brother, I'm not afraid. The dog loves to run around. Huishan puts a bulletproof vest on it, and then gives an order. Protect Dowdu. Kaylay dragged the doghouse into the room and quietly stayed in the room. The villa was well soundproofed, blocking most of the sounds, whether wailing or revelry. Jiang Ning tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. How did you get through your last life? The tragedy of more than a decade ago happened again. Huishan didn't want to talk about it too much, but he still felt it necessary to tell her. The earthquake killed many people, including police and soldiers. Although the mountains and rivers were devastated and people suffered, it is undeniable that survival resources were far less scarce than now. In the eternal night, everything was in disorder, with looting and burning everywhere. The police and soldiers sacrificed more, and in the end, they can only be suppressed by tough measures. But the mob is like a tiger out of a cage, and the night is their best shelter. The initial suppression was effective, but as time went on, they became better at disguising themselves. One moment, they were demons with knives, and the next moment, they fled into residential buildings. They were unarmed victims. When facing criminals, police or soldiers may not even blink, but when facing innocent people, they hesitated with the guns in their hands. But it was this hesitation that caused their own death. A moment of distraction or negligence, and a sharp knife will pierce the heart. Under the oppression of many natural disasters, the devil's heart has long been twisted. At first, he was happy, but later, he took pleasure in torturing the military and police. Jiang Ning's heart suddenly tightened, and he subconsciously held Huishan's cold hand. Were you also arrested by them? No. Huishan didn't want Jiang Ning to know about the bloody past. He and his companions chased the thugs into the alley. Because Yongye couldn't see clearly, the thugs took off their masks. One group pretended to be the perpetrators, and the other group pretended to be the victims. With a bloody knife against the child's neck. The child was about the same age as Dowdu. Huishan was touched and agreed to let them go. But the little girl stabbed him with a dagger. They escaped with serious injuries. But some of their companions were forever, having slept in the same bed for many years. Jiang Ning was not a piece of wood, and could tell from his body movements. He must have experienced countless blood-related cruel things to be able to remain calm on the surface today. Turning over and hugging his neck, Jiang Ning sighed deeply. We are not saviors, It's good enough not to drag down the authorities. Go to sleep. They said they were sleeping. But in fact, no one was asleep. When the gunshots were heard outside, they were a little dense. Jiang Ning counted in his mind. A full 16 shots. If he guessed correctly, it should be the Rong family who took action. The Rong family villa is 4 stories high, and each floor has a best shooting point. There are police and bodyguards inside, not to mention weapons and so on. Even if you don't leave the house, it is not a problem to deal with dozens of security guards. Although the third young master Rong is careless, he is actually not bad at shooting. He used to invite his friends to shoot skeet, and he is also a senior member of the shooting club. It was finally quiet outside. I didn't know when I fell asleep, and when I turned on the light again, it was already past 8 in the morning, and it was still pitch black outside. After breakfast, just as I turned on the intercom, the ghostly voice of Rong Sanshao rang out. Sister, I didn't scare you last night. Did I? I chased those people away. Yeah. Sanshao is really awesome. Chapter 295. So perfunctory? Hearing her emotional voice, Rong Sanshao was quite surprised. I called you so many times, but you didn't respond. I thought you were taken away by them. Don't worry. Even if you were taken away by them, I can't do that. I'm telling you. I shot 6 of them one by one, and scared those bastards so much that they drove away at night. She kept nagging and showing off herself. Sister, the community is safe now. You can go out and take a walk without worrying. Jiang Ning's ears were calloused, so he switched to other channels. In fact, it wasn't young Master Rong who was so powerful, but the security team, except for those who resigned or didn't want to go along with the crowd, had only more than 20 people in total. They robbed several houses in a row and gained a lot of supplies. Of course, they had to run away quickly. Otherwise they would really force the people in the community to join forces to resist, and they would not get any benefits at all. You know, many owners have guns at home. It's true that they robbed a lot of supplies, but at the same time, several accomplices died, plus those shot dead by the Rong family. It is estimated that at least 30% of the people were lost. If we don't run now, when will we run? What if the thugs rush in? We can't let our guard down. Hui Yishan said seriously. They are too familiar with the community. Even if the thugs don't rush in, I'm afraid they will gather their forces and come back. Guangming New City is a piece of fat meat. So fat that it's greasy. It's impossible that no one will come to bite it. Jiangning also thinks so. After breakfast, the two began to practice sparring to keep their physical fitness in the best condition. The two were not idle either. Dowda punched the sofa, and Guzi hung in the corridor. Around noon, Zhang Chao contacted again. Aining, are you okay? We are fine. How about you? It's okay. I just got some minor injuries. Zhang Chao was relatively quiet. He should be in a safe place. Thinking of Hui Yishan's identity in his previous life, Jiang Ning couldn't help asking, how is your police station? Many people were injured, but overall it's okay. Facing the eternal night, the police station and the army had a plan. The Military Base Research Institute in Huicheng invested in research and development 2 years ago, not only supporting a large number of ammunition in various cities, but also bulletproof vests, anti-slash and anti-stab clothing, and the latest night vision goggles. All 4 of them were given equipment. The security patrolmen did not have pistols, but they had high-powered electric batons and anti-slash and anti-stab clothing. The night vision goggles were great. Although they could not see as clearly as in the daytime, they could see people very clearly in the dark. And the thugs had nowhere to hide. But the thugs were still too powerful. When they rushed over like a tide, it was still difficult to resist. Jiang Ning was a little excited. These were things he had not had in his previous life. With the support of the military base, the military and police in major cities no longer had to fight hand-to-hand when they ran out of bullets, and finally fell down tragically. You and Brother Shin don't have to worry. The police station has prepared a lot of equipment. Pepper spray, dazzling strong lights, and I heard that military reinforcements will arrive soon. After hanging up the intercom, Jiang Ning told Hui Yishan the latest situation, and leaned his head gently on his shoulder. You don't have to blame yourself. Many things are different this time. Atrocities will continue to happen, but they will not be as tragic as in the previous life. Although he never said it, Jiang Ning knew very well that the difference this time was changed because of him. The 4 looked at each other, and Huishan was about to speak when a shrill voice came from the distance again. The two walked to the balcony and saw countless torches emerging from the darkness, pouring into the community. Here they come. The thugs are coming. The dog realized that the atmosphere was not right, and his hair stood up, and he growled in his throat. The three people and the dog quickly put on bulletproof vests and helmets and went to the rooftop. Under the night vision goggles, groups of refugees poured in like a tide, holding knives, forks, sticks and clubs, and they poured into each villa. Hit, smash, kick, and bump, screaming, crying, wailing. Countless sounds intertwined, like hell on earth. The first to be hit are the people in the C-position villa. The richest man in Fengcheng. Right? He eats and drinks delicious food every day, rides in cars and flies planes. Let's kill them first today. The thugs banged on the door and were electrocuted by the gate. They climbed up the wall with ladders, but were electrocuted by the electric grid and fell down one after another, falling from a height of 3 meters. They couldn't get up. At the same time, gunshots rang out in the villa. Unfortunately, the villa was too far away from the gate, and with the high wall blocking it. The killing effect was not good, but it was enough to deter the thugs. After surviving for 4 years in the apocalypse, the thugs were smarter than ghosts. They decisively changed their targets and attacked other villas fiercely. After observation, Jiang Ning found that the thugs were organized. There were several groups of people in the group. They quickly divided up the community area and did not allow any robbery to cross the boundary. Huishan also saw it. There are evil forces among these people. Some are from the same village. Some are from the slums. And some are robbed and then commit crimes. One building is a team. They were arranged before the action. There were only 50 villas, and they were quickly divided. More than 100 people rushed to the villa at the back. Soon, a large number of people gathered in front of the 50th building. They were smart and lifted dry wooden stakes to hit the door and threw stones at the window glass. Fortunately, the glass is bulletproof and can't be smashed at all. Woof! The dog on the rooftop roared. There's a dog. This house has a dog. The thugs below shouted excitedly. Those who can afford to raise dogs must have abundant resources. Charge! The continuous roar of the vicious dog attracted more and more thugs. Some bastard got a ladder and wanted to climb up the wall to knock down the power grid. The other thugs screamed like chicken blood. The wall was built so high. The resources must be amazing. I thought it was useless, but it turned out to be a hot commodity. Jiang Ning did not turn on the light, but quietly turned on the sprayer, pressed the start button, and the gasoline sprayed out like mist. It was freezing cold, and the air was like a cold knife. The thugs were dressed very thickly, with scarves and masks. They were so excited that they did not notice that gasoline was sprayed on their bodies. When they smelled something wrong, they had already been sprayed with a lot of gasoline. Oh no! There is gasoline! As soon as the voice fell, torches suddenly lit up on the dark rooftop. The torches were thrown down from the air and flew into the crowd. In an instant, flames jumped up in the darkness and spread rapidly with a bang. The screams came one after another, and the thugs on fire were like headless flies, and soon gathered into a sea of fire. Gasoline alone could not shock these thugs. Huishan took the explosive pack, lit it, and threw it hard at the crowd, accompanied by a deafening sound. Many people were blown away. Huishan did not stop, and threw another one immediately. This time it was a fuel bomb. It was more lethal. The burning thugs rushed around and set more people on fire. Fuck. That's awesome. Standing on the rooftop of the Rong family villa, Rong Sanxiao, holding a telescope, almost dropped his eyes. I knew that building 50 was not easy to deal with, but I didn't expect it to be so hard to deal with. Luckily, I changed my words and called her sister in time. Otherwise, I would have died without knowing how. This kind of person is so strong that all the bodyguards of the Rong family are no match for her. Chapter 296. 2 consecutive explosions shocked the revelers. What happened? It exploded? Jiang Ning did not rest. Took out a small Bluetooth speaker and threw it to the road outside the high wall. Soon, the sharp and piercing sound of police sirens cut through the sky. The excited thugs were dumbfounded. They had just rushed in less than 15 minutes ago. How come the police came? Damn. Bombs and police. Some of the timid ones grabbed some things and ran away. Those who were too crazy about looting and smashing could not control themselves at all. They completely released the devil in their hearts and swung and smashed with sticks. It's just the police. There are only a few people. What's there to be afraid of? Damn! This is a rich area. One job is enough to live for several years. Where else can you get such an opportunity? Everyone who lives here. 996 is a bullshit blessing. All capitalist vampires. Who else can you rob if not them? So many people rushed in. The police station only had a few people and a few guns. He didn't believe he would be so unlucky. And the bullet hit him. So, the $0 shopping carnival continued, madly releasing the mood that had been suppressed for many years, and waving it at the glamorous rich people. However, no one dared to approach the end of the burning villa area. The riot continued, with wailing and revelry, and gunshots from time to time. Rice, flour, oil, bacon, ham, silk quilts, whatever they saw was robbed. Even their own people robbed each other. The whole community was a tragedy. The rich really have abundant supplies. Robbing 10 commercial buildings is not enough to rob a villa. Many people were covered in blood. But they left the community with smiles on their faces and holding supplies. As soon as I went out, the shrill sirens and strong lights swept over. You have been surrounded. Please put down your weapons and surrender immediately. The horn sounded, accompanied by a majestic and sonorous voice. 2 trucks rumbled over, and well-trained soldiers jumped down with guns, surrounding the gate of the community. However, those who fled, and those who were passionate rushed over. The dense sounds rang continuously, like the festive New Year's Eve firecrackers. The bullets had eyes and shot into the thugs accurately, scaring them back to the villa area. But no matter how secretly they hid in the darkness, the military and police rushed over like lightning, and they were like blind people. The strong lights lit up in the villa area, lighting up most of the sky, and the villas were full of holes, and the supplies were stained with blood everywhere. Some died, some were injured, and some were arrested. The riot was completely suppressed. As the horn sounded, the door of the Rong family slowly opened, and Rong Lajia came out with his son to greet them. Director Ling was not in a hurry to go in. His eyes fell on the place where the fire was still burning in the distance. What's going on over there? Young Master Rong couldn't help but feel a little proud. The thugs tried to charge the villa, but the owners threw gasoline to resist, and burned a large number of people. 50 buildings? Yeah. Just gasoline? Young Master Rong was slightly stunned, then said yes. Director Ling ignored him, and drove the police car to Building 50. Young Master Rong hurried over. Good guy. There were charred corpses everywhere. The space was filled with irritating and unpleasant smells, and a big hole was blown out of the cement road. Director Ling looked up and looked at Building 50 standing in the dark. Young Master Rong couldn't guess what he was thinking, but he knew that the Rong family was allowed to carry guns because of their special relationship. So he touched his nose and said, in fact, if they hadn't killed a chicken to scare the monkey, there would be more casualties in the community. Director Ling was a little surprised. This second-generation idiot drove a bumper car to Building 50 before, but now he was eager to speak for them? Who is the chairman of the community's property management committee? Young Master Rong was proud of it. Unfortunately, it happens to be me. Director Ling arranged a task for him. Now is a special period, and unrest is happening everywhere. I hope you can lead the owners of the community, give full play to the responsibilities of the property management committee, and mobilize people to clean up the community and maintain daily safety. Of course, if you encounter difficulties, you can contact the police station, and we will rush over as soon as possible. As he said this, he patted Rong San Xiao's shoulder heavily. The thugs did all kinds of evil, but the military force allocated to Fengcheng was limited, and they had to maintain the safety of the entire city. The community was temporarily out of trouble, and they were in a hurry to go to other parts of the city to work, and they had no time or energy to spend in Guangming New City. Rong San Xiao wanted to ask them to leave someone on duty, but he swallowed the words when they came to his lips. If it were other people, it would be easy to say. Director Ling would never use public power for personal gain. He suddenly felt that the burden on him was a bit heavy. Okay. Thank you, Director Ling, for arriving in time. The military police did not stay for long. They patrolled the community and drove away to the next place that needed rescue after confirming that there were no hidden thugs. As soon as they left, Rong Sanxiao discussed the safety of the community with his father. The lips and teeth are cold. And it is true that the Rong family has bodyguards. But if the surrounding areas fall, it will be their turn sooner or later. Looking at the many owners who escaped death, Master Rong felt a great responsibility. Convene the owners to a meeting first. So, on the fourth day of the eternal night, Guangming New City held the third owners' meeting, and the loudspeakers sounded in the darkness. Half an hour later, the owners walked out of their homes one after another. Some were seriously injured. Some were in disarray. And some disappeared forever. The meeting was chaired by Master Rong, and each family reported the number of survivors first. There were 6 owners who had no survivors, and they all died at the hands of the security team. When young Master Rong learned which families they were, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his family didn't usually enslave or humiliate the security guards, and was quite polite to the servants and bodyguards. According to the reports from various families, more than 40 people died in the community in total. This was because the thugs still had a conscience and were more interested in looting supplies, unlike the security team, who were annihilated in revenge. But there were countless injuries, and some were frightened and mentally ill. What surprised Jiang Ning was that Mr. Chen from Building 36 died, and Mrs. Chen and Chen Yanfei were both injured, perhaps because they were too bossy. Even their own servants took advantage of the situation and stole the supplies at home and ran away with the thugs. Now the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly, and Mrs. Chen choked on the spot. Master Rong, how do you think we, an orphan and a widow, will live in the future? How to live? Mr. Rong almost twitched his mouth. What does this have to do with him? But Chen Yanfei looked at Mr. Rong with tears in her eyes, as if she was pinning her hopes on him as a hero riding a white horse. Mr. Rong was speechless. What does she have to do with him? She still has to rely on the old man to live. Turning her head, she greeted Jiang Ning from a distance. Chen Yanfei's teeth were about to break. Mr. Rong gave Mrs. Chen verbal comfort. Please rest assured. The safety of the community is the responsibility of the Property Management Committee, and all the owners will not ignore it. As expected, he is an old fox. What he said is as good as nothing. After determining the number of casualties, Master Rong went straight to the point. The first thing is to clean up the bodies in the community as soon as possible. Leaving it alone will cause plague, which is extremely detrimental to the living environment. The second is to reorganize the security patrol team to ensure the safety of the community. With the previous experience of the security team's rebellion, Master Rong proposed to establish a security team formed by the owners, with one person from each family to be responsible for the safety patrol of the community. The suggestion is good, but the widow of the Chen family has another opinion. How can we, an orphan and a widow, participate in the patrol? Chapter 297. Seeing that Mrs. Chen repeatedly didn't give the old man face, young Master Rong couldn't stand her bad behavior and said sarcastically, "What era is it now? Men and women are equal, and women can hold up half the sky." This statement, many people present cough, although the words are a bit rough. But now is the end of the world. Each family can't even clean up the snow in front of their own door. How can they have the spare energy to help others? Mrs. Chen cried with tears in her eyes. But unfortunately no one present showed sympathy for her, and they didn't even know if they could save their own lives. The minority obeys the majority, and most of the owners have no objection. There are 44 households in the community, and a total of 44 people can be selected, divided into 2 shifts of 22 people each, patrolling 24 hours a day. And the light bulbs in front of each house are on. In addition, each family will temporarily clean up the bodies in front of and behind their own houses, gather them all together and burn them with gasoline. And the relatively relaxed owners will form a team to contract the families that were wiped out. The rich even have someone to wipe their butts when they go to the toilet. When have they ever done such hard work? I have opinions in my heart, but I dare not raise them. The Rong family is the most powerful in the community, and the safety in the future depends on them. But facing the blood everywhere and the horrible dead bodies, everyone vomited the overnight food. Hu Yishan and Jiang Ning were not hypocritical. The task of the two was heavy. After all, the most people died near Building 50. After returning home, they put on protective clothing and went out to work. The two did not slack off, dragging and dragging. Building 49 was also affected, and was easily solved by Building 50. So Qin Chuan joined the cleanup work. Qin Mu was indeed afraid, but when he saw Dao was also involved, he plucked up the courage to come out. "Dad, I come too. The brat is almost 11 years old. And he can't be a greenhouse flower forever. It's time to train and grow up. Well, be careful. There were too many dead people. And it was really hard to move them to the incineration site. The two families solved it directly on the spot, carrying them all to the open lawn, burning them with gasoline and setting them on fire. It burned for several hours, and there was no residue left. The two families dug a pit and buried the ashes in the pit. From dust to dust, from ashes to ashes. I wish to be reincarnated and never have the apocalypse again. Qin Chuan is the only adult in Building 49, and he has to participate in patrol work, so he can only ask Building 50 to help take care of the baby. In the disaster, Jiang Ning did not refuse, fearing that Qin Mu would be afraid to live alone on the first floor, and asked Gozi to live with him on the first floor. If it weren't for the patrol, I wouldn't know that Qin Chuan is also equipped with strange equipment. Bulletproof vest and helmet, pistol, stun baton, and even leather shoes with extremely powerful pointed toes. Jiang Ning almost laughed. Be careful. Hui Shim was going on patrol, so the family decided to adjust their biological clocks to live in line with his rhythm. So, Jiang Ning read books and exercised. Dao taught Qin Mu boxing, and the dog sneaked away to accompany the trainer on duty. Seeing the boss so majestic, the Tibetan Mastiff Aben also came out to join in the fun. Who knew that he was stopped by the domineering president? Now there are only 2 dogs in the community that can play a role, and Aben was assigned to another patrol shift. Rong Sanxiao was a little disappointed. Why didn't Sister Jiang come? The domineering president pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. You still say you are not interested in her? Young Master Rong exposed his scars. Cousin, don't you miss Yutong? The sadness of the domineering boss instantly turned into a river. I lived just to find Yutong. Young Master Rong hair stood on end. Then you have to live well. Who knows when the typhoon will bring Yutong back again? It's a pity that the mental hospital is closed. Otherwise my cousin could stay there for a while. Just after training, Jiang Ning, who was sweating all over, was about to drink water, when a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning. The woman voice was a little familiar. Jiang Ning didn't want to pay attention, but the other party didn't seem to give up, and kept shouting stubbornly. Putting on her military coat, she opened the door. Mrs. Chen? What can I do for you? Mrs. Chen looked at her. The sadness in her eyes could not be concealed. Aining? Actually, I went to the orphanage to see you. Jiang Ning looked calm. To make myself feel better? Mrs. Chen choked. I'm sorry. It's my mother. Shut up. Jiang Ning interrupted her coldly. Don't insult these 2 words. I'm sorry. I really had no choice at that time. If only. Since you have been to the orphanage, you should know how I grew up. What made you mistakenly think that I was longing for family affection? Jiang Ning showed no mercy and tore off her disguise. You gave birth to me only because you were in poor health. A miscarriage could easily lead to infertility, and you would lose your value and not be able to marry into a wealthy family. You came here now only because your husband died, and you and your widow could not make a living, so you wanted to find someone to rely on. Madam Chen, don't you feel pathetic? I am just an abandoned baby that no one wants. But I can survive. But you, a living person, want to be a parasite? What gives you the confidence to think that I will be willing to let you suck my blood, using the so-called blood and flesh relationship? Oh, it's nothing to me. I have never been grateful to come to this world. If you had aborted me, I might have admired you a little. Now I just want to say one thing to you. Get out of here as far as you can. And don't dirty my eyes. Without feelings, how can there be forgiveness? If she cared about the illusory family affection, she would not have given the jade pendant to Yang Wei-sung casually. Every time she saw it, she would think that she was abandoned. After suffering so much, how could she have any thoughts about the so-called relatives who left the jade pendant? They were happy for a while, but they brought her endless mental torture. Later, after suffering so much torture, her mood gradually became calm, and it was her limit to not hate or love. Only when she met Mrs. Chen did Jiang Ning confirm that the jade pendant was not hers, but the man who was very likely to make her pregnant. Having experienced 2 cruel apocalypses, she has seen too much darkness in human nature. Even the one she raised around her can be eaten. Not to mention those who were abandoned at birth. How can you expect her to have any feelings? The trick is not good. And she just treats others as fools. Mrs. Chen blushed at Jiang Ning's words. And she wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. But she didn't forget the purpose of coming here. And couldn't help crying. Ning, it's not what you think. Listen to my explanation. Sorry. I don't believe in tears since I was 3 years old. After saying this, he slammed the door shut, leaving Mrs. Chen to explain in the biting cold, while Jiang Ning went upstairs to soak in the hot spring, humming a song. After completing his duty, Qin Chuan carried his sleeping son home. Jiang Ning prepared hot soup and quickly asked Hui Shen and Gozi to drink a bowl, and then quickly took a bath to get rid of the bad luck. When he came out, he served the steaming hot food. Jiang Ning asked with concern, how was the duty? The first team had a lot of work to do. Half of them patrolled, and the other half cleaned up the villas of the extinct families and collected the scattered supplies looted by the thugs. All the supplies and medicines found were confiscated and used to bandage the injured. They are all rich people or second generations who have never worked. When there is no man in the family, the rich wives can only take over. What can they do while crying while wearing high heels? A group of spoiled masters suddenly lost their backbone. It is understandable that they are trapped in sadness. It depends on whether they can get out of it. Otherwise, they will sooner or later become a disaster or a drag on others. Chapter 298. Jiang Ning didn't say anything about Mrs. Chen's visit, because she really didn't think it was necessary. The truth was not hard to guess. She felt relieved when she met someone like Mrs. Chen. It was just selfishness. Who wouldn't? In fact, she was afraid that the other party had a last resort and was holding her morally hostage. Family affection in the last days could not stand the test, let alone a sophisticated egoist like Mrs. Chen. Hui Shen, do you think I'm selfish? Her question surprised Hui Shen. Why do you ask that? Jiang Ning smiled. I just wanted to ask suddenly. She would not ask questions for no reason. Hui Shen seemed to be thinking. You said that we are human beings, not gods, and we should just do what we can. It is true that there is space, but it is just a drop in the bucket for this world. Besides, she has already informed the authorities of the natural disaster in a secret letter. How many people survived because of it? And she also left so many supplies to Director Ling twice. And there are also people from Aoyuan. It's enough. Don't drag the authorities down. Just live well, and let the rest of your life take its course. Hui Shen, thank you. If she hadn't met him, she might have lived a more self-centered life. Hui Shen rubbed her head. Don't let your imagination run wild. Days passed by, and the community temporarily became quiet. It's not that there were no thugs plotting, but Rong San Xiao was thick-skinned enough to pester Hui Shen to make a firebomb. Brother-in-law, those who are capable will take the responsibility. And our entire team recommends you to be the team leader. That's right. He got transferred through the back door, and he had to be associated with Hui Shen. The firebomb is so cool. Hui Shen didn't buy it, but he still made a few incendiary bombs because Rong San Xiao contributed gasoline and kept talking about his brother-in-law. Qin Chuan contributed a few backpack pesticide sprayers, filled them with gasoline, and sprayed wherever needed. Just remember to ignite them in time. There are also 2 dogs who are the main force, and no movement can escape their eyes or ears. There is no doubt that the Rong family has connections, and they actually got a batch of the latest equipment from the military base. Not much. Only 10 sets. Young Master Rong betrayed the family and stole 2 sets of houses, giving them to Hui Shen and Jiang Ning. After learning the truth, Master Rong almost beat him to death with a big stick. What's your last name? Dad? Do you understand the principle of the loss of lips and teeth? Young Master Rong was not convinced after being beaten, and muttered while touching his swollen head. 50 buildings can do more than the entire community. Who else can we support? You are also confused. What did you say? You bastard. Say it again. The domineering president pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. Uncle, my cousin is right. 50 buildings should be supported. These 2 bastards. Get out. It's impossible for Jiang Ning to spit out something that's already in his mouth. Not to mention, the latest equipment developed by the military base is good. The bulletproof vest has better performance. The night vision goggles are clearer than the ones he has stored, and they will automatically switch to thermal imaging if you can't see clearly at a distance at night. The electric baton is also top-notch. I love this equipment. Give it to 50 buildings. Master Rong is still willing. The key is that the idiot is extravagant, and he will give it to others one day? Even though he fought, he still took out 4 sets of equipment, 2 sets for each class, and picked all the loyal and dedicated people, and the rest were for emergency use. After this battle, the strength of Building 50 could no longer be hidden. The owners hated it before, but now they want to lick it. Unfortunately, Huishan was serious. Mrs. Chen persisted and came several times, but Jiang Ning treated her as heir and didn't even open the door, let alone make peace with her. She finally understood Jiang Ning's hard heart. After returning home in despair, Mrs. Chen made a decision to leave. Qin Yanfei was shocked. Mom, are you okay? Where else can we go if we leave here? It's more dangerous outside. It's dangerous outside. But I can still take a gamble. If she stays here, she will have to go out for patrols for 12 hours every day. Food and medicine are getting less and less. Sooner or later, she will run out of food and wait for death. Your father has hidden a batch of supplies outside. As long as we find a way to reach the military base, everything will be fine. Qin Yanfei was stunned. Mom, I know that Dad's death makes you very sad. But the military base is not something you can enter just by saying so. Dad used all his connections to help, but it didn't work. Don't joke with me. They can't even enter the Roan family. How can they have a chance? As long as you listen to Mom, you will have a chance to enter. Mrs. Chen made up her mind, held her daughter's hand, and said firmly, but you have to remember a few things. Otherwise you will fail. Can go to the military base? Qin Yanfei couldn't help but get excited. Mom, tell me, you are not just 22 years old, but 23 years old, and you have a jade pendant. Qin Yanfei was stunned, and took her hand back after a while. Mom, is Jiang Ning your daughter? Yanfei, whatever Mom does, it's for your own good. She is your daughter. Qin Yanfei was instantly excited. You gave birth to a bastard with someone else. Don't lie. She has been looking for Jiang Ning recently, and I secretly follow behind. No wonder the two look so similar. No wonder every time Jiang Ning is mentioned, my mother tells me not to provoke her and stay away from Jiang Ning. Mrs. Chen stared at her willful daughter, with pain in her eyes. So, do you want to go to the military base? No matter how resentful you are. Who doesn't want to survive? Young Master Rong is obsessed with Jiang Ning and doesn't like her at all. Qin Yanfei quickly calmed down. As long as she could enter the military base, she didn't mind turning herself into Jiang Ning. However, there are 2 younger brothers at home. Do you want to take them with you? Mrs. Chen said coldly. They are not my biological children. Taking them with you will only drag us down. They may not be able to stay in the military base. The Chen family is dead. Why should she raise his illegitimate children? All these years of humiliation are enough. Mom, we have to leave secretly, and we can't let them know. Mrs. Chen took a deep breath, hugged her daughter, and took a deep breath. Yanfei, I only have you as my daughter. When we get to the military base, whether we can stay and live a stable life depends on you. Qin Yanfei gritted her teeth secretly. Don't worry. Mom, I will let you live a good life. Jiang Ning had no idea what happened in the Qin family. In addition to staying at home, she learned about the outside world through the radio or intercom channels. The night is not quiet. From time to time, sirens and gunshots can be heard in the darkness. The sound is sometimes far away and sometimes near. Sometimes you can see the light of a fire. The darkness will not stop, and crime will not be eliminated. The military and police equipment has improved, but the IQ of the thugs has improved. There is no large-scale riot, but they quickly reacted from the iron-blooded suppression and carried out cunning guerrilla tactics. Make a lot of money and evacuate quickly before the patrolling military and police arrive. It's like a hunting game, and it's the kind that blooms everywhere. Even the best hunting dogs will be exhausted. Jiang Ning didn't expect that the house that Li Yu and others just bought was also occupied. Chapter 299. The thugs rushed over. If the 4 people were not strong and tough, the supplies would have been robbed. The key is that the thugs come in waves. You come today, and he comes the day after tomorrow. Everyone is worried about when the danger will come again. Jiang Ning frowned. The house they bought is the 3rd phase, which is no longer in the center of the new city, but is about to border Yuecheng. The military and police forces of Fengcheng are mainly concentrated in the center of the city, and some of them have to be transferred to protect important units and factories. There is a huge shortage of manpower, and the surrounding areas have suffered the most. Jiang Ning thought again and again, and said, I bought 2 houses opposite the police station, thinking that if the villa falls one day, I can live there for refuge. It is still safe here for the time being, and I can make a room for you to stay. Other things will be planned after this wave is over. Opposite the police station? It is indeed the safest place. When they bought the house, they also considered that area. They walked around the surrounding area repeatedly, but they couldn't find a second-hand house. Ning. Thank you. Liu Yu and others didn't know how to thank him. He saved them again at a critical moment. Otherwise, they would have to go to work and guard against thugs, and they would have died suddenly or been hacked to death. The key was in Jiang Ning's hand, but it was too dangerous to go out all night. She believed in Liu Yu's lockpicking skills. You can just go there. Those people living in that building are all old acquaintances. Tell me and Huishan names, and they will let you in. Qin Chuan gave the monkey a walkie-talkie. They often contacted each other. I heard that they got along well with the people of Ayuan. Under the leadership of Yang Weiman, the building was guarded quite safely. So, Liu Yu and others took supplies and weapons and went to the opposite side of the police station. 2 hours later, the voice of the sharp-mouthed monkey came from the intercom. Sister, for people reported your name and want to live in. Is that true? Yes, that's right. Jiang Ning reported the names, heights, and appearances of Liu Yu and others. They are my lifelong friends. Thank you for your help. Confirming that it was correct, the sharp-mouthed monkey and others let them in. Sister, don't worry. Your friends are our friends. When Huishan came back from duty, Jiang Ning told him about it. Huishan had no objection. He bought the 2 houses just in case. It would be best if they were not used. Now it was a good thing to help Liu Yu and the others. During the meal, he mentioned, Mrs. Chen and her daughter from Building 36 seemed to have passed away, leaving only 2 boys at home. They were injured by thugs and had no medicine to treat them. The patrol team saw that no one was on duty at the Chen family, so they went to the house and found that the child had died of illness. Jiang Ning didn't say anything and ate quietly. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. If Mrs. Chen wants to save them, she should still be able to get the medicine. The natural disaster is cruel, and people die every day. Her feelings are pitiful and can only be shared with a few people. 1 month into the eternal night, good news came from the Agricultural Science Institute. Pengcheng Agricultural Science Institute has successfully developed plants that can grow with only a small amount of light. Fengcheng has arranged personnel to pick them up, and they can be distributed in 3 days. The government advocates not to go out easily during the eternal night. Survivors come to collect supplies in communities and need to travel together to pay attention to safety. After discussion, the community decided to collect the supplies. This was unexpected to Jiang Ning, but it was not difficult to understand. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and the rich will not put all their eggs in one basket. The supplies are stored in secret bases. The villas can only store them for a year or 2 at most. Many owners have lost a lot of supplies due to thugs looting. The landlords have no surplus food. They don't know how long the eternal night will last, and everyone is panicking and tightening their belts to live. But it's too dangerous outside, and how to get the supplies back is a big problem. So they all put their hopes on the Rong family. The Rong family had a hard time speaking out their pain. The RV was too conspicuous. It would be torn to pieces if it went out. However, young Master Rong was smart and found Huishan with a joking smile. Brother-in-law, how about we go to get supplies? Huishan refused. Don't be so stingy. Young Master Rong was very smart. Your Hummer is bulletproof and explosion-proof. It's very safe to go out. Unlike my Land Rover, the glass and tires are made of tofu dregs. When it comes to car modification, he is a professional. Brother-in-law's Doomsday chariot is very tough. Alas, I don't know which bastard stole my plunder. Otherwise, how could I ask you, my brother-in-law, for help? I can crush the thugs into pieces with just 1 step on the accelerator. I can't think about it. My heart hurts. The corners of Huishan's mouth twitched. Finally, under the persuasion of Rong Sanshao, Huishan agreed reluctantly to go out to collect supplies and rest for 3 days, knowing that only he and Rong Sanshao were going. Jiang Ning really didn't believe this playboy. I go with you. He left the 2 at Qin Chuan's house and went out fully armed. Young Master Rong was even more exaggerated. Not only was he equipped with a bulletproof vest, a helmet, and night vision goggles, but he also had 7 or 8 guns and several grenades tucked into his military coat. Jiang Ning rubbed his temples and said nothing. Young Master Rong was so excited that he touched everything in the car. Just like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. Seeing Jiang Ning rolling her eyes, he was not ashamed. Sister, I haven't touched such a nice car for a long time. If my predator hadn't been stolen. Are you annoying? Jiang Ning was angry with him. It's lost. So why do you keep talking about it? Do you think you are capable? Rong Sanxiao, who was already sad because he lost his car, was stabbed in the heart and lungs. Woo. I won't say it anymore. The car drove out of the community and drove fast in the dark. Don't say it. The danger is everywhere in the dark. Thugs with weapons rushed out from both sides of the road from time to time. But it's a pity that two legs can't catch up with four wheels. There are even more hateful ones. Picking up stones from a distance and throwing them. Huishan wore night vision goggles and turned the steering wheel in an S shape to dodge. And the stone didn't hit the car window. These clumsy tricks were already common to the two of them. But Rong Sanxiao in the back seat was so angry that he pulled out his gun. Oh! My temper. Soon we arrived at the Fengcheng Agricultural Science Institute, where many people had gathered to collect supplies, all wearing pod helmets and holding weapons. Groups were on guard against each other, looking around cautiously. Don't get close to me. Rong Sanxiao had a gun license, and he showed his gun openly, and the others instantly stayed away from him. After waiting in line for more than an hour, it was finally Guangming New City's turn. The Agricultural Science Institute actually developed edible moss. Black in color. It felt rough to the touch, but it was extremely cold resistant and shade loving. It could grow as long as there was a little light, and it grew relatively fast, and it could be transplanted to rotten wood or soil. The staff on site explained with a loudspeaker that the black moss should be placed in the room and kept at a proper humidity. Guangming Xinxing received 2 large snakeskin bags and stuffed them all into the trunk. Rong Sanxiao was addicted to speeding, and his hands were itchy and wanted to control the steering wheel. But the two ignored him at all. However, Jiang Ning went to the school on purpose. The station of the Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine was temporarily closed, and it was dark inside. 3 years of eternal night means that this place will also be closed for 3 years. Fortunately, Ma Guangmian once said that if Jiang Ning had any problems, he could come to Yuecheng to find him at any time. There are riots everywhere, and there are too many butterfly effects. I hope he can be safe. On the way back to the community, they suddenly encountered looting and smashing, and hundreds of thugs were reveling. After the robbery, they rushed out of the building and happened to meet the police on duty. The police didn't even have time to open the car door and were trapped in the car by the thugs rushing over. Chapter 300. The iron rod hit the car window glass madly. Bang! Several gunshots in succession failed to stop the thugs from climbing onto the police car and swinging around. The violence was completely activated, and they rushed up to flip the police car. With a loud bang, the police car was turned over. Several policemen were dragged out, covered in blood. Huishan suddenly braked. Director Ling is inside. Jiang Ning was stunned. Without the deterrence of the army, the thugs were not afraid of the police at all. She was immediately entangled. It was still in time to leave now, but it meant that these policemen would die. By then, the police station would have a new leader to take over. Would he still be as loyal to his duties as Director Ling? If it weren't for Director Ling, the report letter would not be taken seriously. The Dragon Slayer Society would not be wiped out. And who knows how many people would have died. Moreover, he returned the food that was confiscated twice to the people without reservation. Fuck. Is there still law? Young Master Rong, who had memorized half of the criminal law, cursed and took out a weapon from his military coat. He just raised his butt and found that the two were sitting still. He was stunned for a moment. How about we pretend we didn't see it? There were only 3 people. If they rushed out like this, they would undoubtedly fall into the tiger's mouth. Not only would they not be able to save Director Ling and the others, but they would also lose their own lives. Ahem. Impulsive. Just as he was about to put the gun back, he saw Huishan suddenly lower the car window, raised his hand, and pulled the trigger at the thug swinging the iron rod. Damn. It was so accurate. 3 heads were blown up in a row. Rong Sanxiao's eyes popped out in shock. If he was a second slower, Director Ling's head would have exploded. The gunshot woke up the thugs, and they saw a car parked in the distance, and they swarmed over like zombies in an instant. In a flash, Jiang Ning, who was in the passenger seat, ignited the fuel bomb, rushed out of the car, and threw it hard at the thugs who were running towards him. The fuel bomb exploded. Sparks flew everywhere, and it burned fiercely among the thugs, with shrill screams rising and falling one after another. The burning thugs were in so much pain that they flew around like headless flies, and those who were not splashed by gasoline retreated quickly. Rong Sanshao got out of the car, unbuttoned his military coat, and showed his weapons. He shouted with both hands holding the gun. "Come on! Come if you are not afraid of death." Damn! Not only did everyone have a gun, but they also had grenades. "I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. I retreat quickly." The thugs instantly turned into birds and beasts and scattered. The three of them didn't care about the burning thugs, and hurried to the police car to save people. They were lucky because they were far from the explosion site, and were not splashed by gasoline. But they were too badly injured and covered in blood. They were already unconscious. The thugs could jump out of the darkness at any time. The three of them had no time to think, and quickly got the 4 injured police officers into the car. They stepped on the accelerator, and rushed to the community. Huishan drove, and Jiang Ning focused on the road ahead. When they were about to turn the corner of the community, she suddenly warned, "Be careful. There is a roadblock ahead." It was a nail board. It was estimated that the thugs thought that the car would come back, so they waited and put the nail board. Fortunately, the road was wide enough, and there was only one nail board. So Huishan drifted around the corner and flew over. Young Master Rong almost dropped his jaw in shock. Awesome. After returning to the community safely, the car drove to the security building, and Jiang Ning called the patrol guards. "Quick! Give me a hand." After lifting several people onto the bed, Jiang Ning told them to heat up the room and boil some water, then looked at young Master Rong. "Do you have any medicine?" "Yes." When collecting medicine from the few families that had lost their families, he found some medicines here and there, but it was still far from enough. He took out the intercom and quickly asked the housekeeper to send it over. All the police officers, including Director Ling, were seriously injured, but fortunately they were protected by bulletproof vests and did not suffer any serious injuries. But they had multiple cuts on their hands and feet. Not knowing whether the thugs' knives were rusty, Jiang Ning asked again, "Do you have a tetanus vaccine?" Uncle Guan didn't bring any, so young Master Rong went to get it himself. The Rong family had some. When they first received the news of the natural disaster, Master Rong arranged for people to stock up a lot of medicine. After learning that Director Ling was injured, the Rong family wanted to maintain their relationship with the authorities, so they agreed to take it out, and it was imported. But it had been 4 years since the natural disaster, and no matter how well it was preserved, it would still expire. Jiang Ning bandaged and sutured them, and replaced the tetanus vaccine while the Rong family was not paying attention. "We can only try now. If we are lucky, there may not be any adverse reactions. The space is fresh." And she quietly replaced it with her own stockpile. Mr. Rong asked, "Are their lives in danger?" "Too much blood loss. But it shouldn't be a big problem." Mr. Rong weighed the pros and cons and quickly said, "The security room is too simple. Let Director Ling stay at the Rong family. I will arrange for someone to take good care of him." Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Ning could not fail to guess his plan. "Okay. Then I trouble Master Rong. If you have any questions, please contact me at any time. As long as Director Ling and his men can get the best care, they don't care about the social etiquette. If they make friends with the authorities, the community may also benefit. So why not do it?" So, Director Ling and his men were arranged to stay at the Rong family. And Jiang Ning was also tired of the tossing, so he took his share of black moss, and went back to the villa with Huishan to rest. The car was full of bloodstains, and the two spent a lot of effort to clean it up, turning off the lights and lying on the bed. I couldn't calm down. If there were more waves of crazy thugs like today, I'm afraid the police station would be overwhelmed sooner or later. In the final analysis, the number of military and police is too small. Even if they work around the clock, they can't handle it, while the thugs are endless. Jiang Ning even wondered if there had been no official warning at the beginning, and more people died, there would not be the current level of riots. Of course, she admitted that she was extreme. Don't think too much. If there was no warning, not only the thugs would die, but also the military and police, scientific researchers, and many innocent survivors. They would all die. It's a bit chaotic now. But the authorities will find a way to deal with it. As expected, the authorities soon had a response plan. It's not enough to rely on the military and police alone, and everyone must take action. The authorities divided the districts and went deep into each building to carry out grid management. The district joint defense person, the community manager, and the building manager of each building all must unite to protect their lives and supplies. Whenever a thug is found, the gongs and drums will be beaten immediately, and the community will be surrounded. We are all flesh and blood. No one is not afraid of death. But if you wait for the military and police to rescue you, you will undoubtedly hand your life over to others. At first, they will be scared. But once they are forced into a desperate situation, even rabbits will jump up and bite people, let alone survivors who have nothing to lose except their lives. Not only did the people unite, the government also implemented a high reward system. Anyone who reported the rioters and verified that they were correct will receive a generous reward. One rioter will receive half a pound of food. The more reports and verifications you make, the more rewards you can get. Although it is only half a pound, the key is that rioters appear in groups, ranging from a dozen to hundreds. If you are lucky, you don't have to worry about survival supplies. If you catch the rioters and hand them over to the military and police, each will be rewarded with 2 pounds of food. Wow! Can this be a business? The survivors whose supplies were robbed and who were half starved to death quickly got up and formed a team. Starving to death is death. Being hacked is death. And what if you are lucky enough to catch the rioters? It's death anyway. Let's fight. Chapter 301. A big reward will always bring courage. Never underestimate the power of the masses. They will either become Jiang masses or form a bounty hunter group. Most thugs are armed with sticks or kitchen knives. As long as they dare to risk their lives, it is not certain who will be afraid of whom. Liu contacted excitedly. Aining. Our building has formed a 50-person bounty team. We caught more than 20 thugs nearby in one day and actually got the reward. We are all flesh and blood. In fact, there is nothing to be afraid of, as long as the number and momentum are absolutely crushed. Many thugs can only surrender. Liu and Zhang Chao came from an orphanage and had to live by the looks of others since they were young. Later, one fell in love to make a living, and the other was bullied everywhere while running a business. Tianzai also worked as a security patrolman. Their acting skills are excellent. Besides, the people of Aoyuan are united, and there are 2 people who teach acting skills and experience. And the sharp-mouthed monkeys are even more movie emperor level. Once they encounter thugs, they all show their bravery, holding weapons and shouting and rushing up, as if thousands of troops are rushing to attack. I just want to ask you if you are afraid? Jiang Ning was curious. How will the thugs be dealt with after being sent to the police station? In times of chaos, severe punishments are used. Those with serious crimes are given peanuts and then sent to the garbage power plant. Those with less serious crimes are sent to do hard and dangerous work. Liu admired her vision. It was relatively safer to buy a house near the police station. The young people of Aoyuan also received the true teachings of Brother Shin. The sharp-mouthed monkeys were not as good at fighting, but they were smart and had many tricks. The 2 groups of people got along harmoniously. Unlike the house he lived in before, he had to put a knife under his pillow when he slept, always on guard against being attacked. Jiang Ning warned, the riots will probably not be quelled for a while, so you should pay attention to your safety. You and Brother Shin are the same. Many people in the villa area have guns. Ordinary thugs may not dare to attack you, but the evil forces may not. This is also what Jiang Ning is worried about. Since the high-pressure suppression by the army, coupled with the sea of fire tactics of 50 buildings, many thugs have indeed learned that the villa area is not easy to mess with, and they dare not act rashly for a while. But there are always some who are ready to move, or think they are powerful, and sneak it over the high wall. As a result, before they even touched the door of the villa, they were either bitten to death by dogs or had guns pointed at their heads by patrolmen. They were not policemen. Since they came in vertically, they had to go out horizontally. After killing more than a dozen waves, everyone gradually adapted to it and was no longer as panicked as when the eternal night broke out. Whether rich or poor, they are constantly adapting to natural disasters in order to see the light of day again. Ling Ju and others were recuperating at Rong House, which finally gave Rong Sen Xiao a reason to bomb Jiang Ming. He became a chatterbox, harassing me every half an hour. Sister, Director Ling is awake. Sister, Director Ling seems to have farted. Sister, Director Ling is a little slow to react. Won't he be beaten into dementia? Oh, so boring. We are short of one. Can you come? Jiang Ning couldn't stand it anymore. Would you like to eat oil cakes? Young Master Rong had no choice. It was too uncomfortable to stay at home. He was shocked by the toughness of Jiang Ning and Huishan, and suddenly felt that the second generation was weak. Playing with them was simply a disgrace to his status. Nothing can stop him. He wants to get closer to the heart of the strong. He bet his own character. The relationship between the two and Director Ling is definitely not simple. That feeling is like an invisible bond involving the three of them. Young Master Rong can't touch it. So anxious. The Rong family found a new family doctor, and Jiang Ning didn't want to have too much contact with Director Ling, so she didn't ask about it these days. In fact, what she didn't know was that Director Ling had confirmed that the police officer was not in danger of life as soon as he woke up, and insisted on notifying the police station to pick him up despite Master Rong's retention. There is still a lot of work waiting. If he rests here, will the thugs stop committing crimes? Young Master Rong did not hide anything and told the truth about his rescue experience. When he learned that it was Huishan and Jiang Ning who saved him from hundreds of thugs, Director Ling was not too surprised. Before leaving, he praised the Rong family a few words. The community security patrol is well done. If other communities have your awareness, the thugs will not be so rampant. Please continue to be vigilant. After he left, young Master Rong fell on the sofa and lay dead. Dad, what do you think is the relationship between Director Ling and Building 50? On the day when the mob attacked the villa, he rushed to Building 50 as soon as possible, which was obviously out of concern. He was neither surprised nor grateful for saving his life, and it was clear that he did not regard Building 50 as an outsider. You said that Building 50 would not be an undercover agent of Director Ling, who wanted to secretly control the rich area. You must have something wrong with your brain. Mr. Rong thought he was stupid. What undercover agent have you seen who would not hesitate to make an enemy of the entire community? You are old, and you still don't admit it. Do you understand the anti-routine of young people? The father and son looked down on each other, and young Master Rong didn't control his mouth for a while. If Building 50 behaved the same way as other rich people, would I look down on them? In short, it is definitely not simple. The smell coming from the two people is not right. How to say it? It is that kind of. Young Master Rong can't explain it clearly. Anyway, it is unusual. Master Rong is used to beating, so he hit him with his crutch. Stinky boy. You have become too powerful. Right? When I was conquering the world, you were not even a slag yet. If you have the guts, get out of this door. It is better to give him a piece of barbecued pork than to give him a raw one. Jiang Ning picked up a few wooden boards from the space, propped them up with an iron frame, and placed them in the room on the first floor. He wet the wooden blocks with water, and then spread black moss on them sporadically. For comparison, I took out a few more planting pots. I took a low-wattage light bulb and only gave it light for about 3 hours a day. The black moss has a well-developed root system. In just a few days, it has already tightly attached to the wood and soil and started to grow continuously. In less than half a month, it can be cut with a sickle. Jiang Ning put a piece in his mouth and tasted it. It didn't have any special taste, but it was easier to chew than guanine soil. It can be stir-fried or boiled, and it won't be poisoned if eaten raw. Afraid that the two would not like it, Jiang Ning washed the moss and chopped it up. Beat 2 eggs, stirred them, and fried them in a pan. Don't mention it. The two stayed at the stove without moving. The fried eggs tasted good, and a large plate was quickly eaten. Jiang Ning planned to make glutinous rice balls or bread. In short, the two should experience hard life from time to time, and they should not be picky, not only for their own food, but also for the poultry. For the poultry, as long as they were full, there was light every day, and occasionally music to listen to. They began to work hard to lay eggs after adapting to the endless night and severe cold. The night was endless, and the lives of most people were stagnant. Even the rich were worried about their future livelihoods. They hid some supplies outside, but they were not sure if they were stolen by the thugs, and the supplies hidden in the villa were getting less and less. So they all asked Qin Chuan about raising some poultry. Even though they were separated by a high wall, their hearing became more and more sensitive in the eternal night, and they still heard the sounds of chickens, ducks and geese in 50 buildings. Chapter 302. Black moss grows very fast, and can be used to feed poultry. So there will be meat to eat. Of course, eating black moss all the time is not a good idea. It would be better to have green vegetable seeds. But they dare not ask for money from Building 50. So they have to go to Qin Chuan in a roundabout way. Who is Qin Chuan? He is a shrewd and calculating middleman. Although he usually speaks politely to the rich, the situation is completely different now. Seeing them groveling and saying nice things, they no longer have the high and mighty manners they once had. Brother Qin, I really need you to help us. You really need to be careful about this matter, Qin Chuan said in a pretentious tone. I try, but I can't guarantee that Building 50 is willing. After all, you used to. Well, it's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. All people are born equal. We respect Building 50 very much. It's just that the wives in the family are ignorant and have been bewitched by others to mess around. We have already severely punished them. People in the business world have always been flexible. They accept reality and quickly adjust their mentality. As long as we can live a good life, dignity is nothing. Besides, the ability of Building 50 is there. Making friends is beneficial and harmless. Even young Master Rong is licking it vigorously. As long as they are given a chance, they will definitely lick it better, Qin Chuan really told Jiangning. Now the community is relatively safe. He brought his son to Building 50 to eat hot pot. Cold weather? Hot pot. Don't mention how comfortable it is. Delicious food really needs to be shared. And after 2 sips of white wine, it is so delicious that it is almost floating. We can't give it to them when they want it. We have to grind it slowly. If we get it too easily, no one will take us seriously. In terms of grasping the mentality of customers, if Qin Chuan is the second, no one dares to claim to be the first. Do you believe it or not? When the eternal night ends, they will turn against each other faster than turning the pages of a book. Jiangning also thought so. After 3 years of the eternal night, he still had to stock up on meat and eggs. So how could he be the first to give them? However, it is not realistic not to give them. Other families eat bran every day. But you eat meat every day. Can their mentality not change? Something will happen sooner or later. Jiangning had a plan in mind. But he said to negotiate, Brother Qin, how do you say to give it? I won't give it to you yet. I asked them a few times. But I do want to ask you for some. The monkeys in that building are very united. And the black moss grows fast. So there's no need to worry about the poultry having nothing to eat. The monkeys want it. And Jiangning can't refuse. But it's a commercial building after all. The chickens and ducks will easily be discovered by others when they call. And they will be targeted by thieves. And the poultry will eat a lot. I give them a few pairs of quails. They grow fast and lay a lot of eggs. The female quails make a quiet call. And the smell is not strong when they are raised. Qin Chuan laughed. My sister-in-law is really thoughtful. Jiangning caught 4 female quails that can lay eggs and gave 1 male quail. She didn't favor one over the other. After they hatched, they were shared among the whole building. And members of Ao Yuan also had a share. If everyone has meat to eat, there will be no internal strife. As for whether Liu Yu and others want it or not, Jiangning told him anyway. Just choose for yourself. In fact, she also has ruddy chickens. When she bought fertilized eggs, the boss gave her 20 pieces. They are only the size of coins when they are just hatched, and are smaller than quails when they grow up. But they are healthier. They are just starting to lay eggs now. It won't be too late to send them another batch when more eggs hatch later. Qin Chuan notified the sharp-nosed monkey to come and get them. The monkey did not hide anything and took the entire bounty hunter team out, vowing to successfully get the quails back. With the joint efforts of the military, police and civilians, the large-scale riots of the mob did not last long. Some retired from the underworld. Some fled into the mountains after getting supplies. And some were scattered guerrillas, which was not much different from the previous robbery. Danger is still everywhere, but the overall situation has stabilized. After pushing it a few times, the community slowly gave them away. Forget about chickens, ducks, and geese. They could only give quails. They didn't give them away for free. And they gave them strategically. They gave them to those who were more friendly to Building 50 and didn't like to cause trouble first. Qin Chuan said mysteriously. There are only a few in total. Building 50 knows that you are a good person, so they specially moved a pair for you. But you can't tell others. There are not enough to share. The other party was so touched. It seems that Building 50 is not that difficult to talk to. You can't follow others and make trouble. If you stand on the wrong side, you will end up in trouble. Several pairs were sent out in total. As long as they are well fed, the problem of eggs and meat can be solved. But they cannot be fed too well. Doudou celebrated her 10th birthday in Yongya. The first time we met, she had a soft face and timid eyes. I didn't expect that 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The little girl had grown a lot taller and her body had begun to shrink. However, she was still sweet and cute. The Hua family has good genes. Not only is Hua Yishan cold and handsome, but Doudou's facial features will also make her a beauty in the future. Being beautiful in the end times is not a good thing. It attracts too much attention. If you want to protect yourself, you have to be several times stronger than others. With adequate nutrition, children grow up quickly. But Hua Yishan is not well prepared. And Doudou has no clothes to wear. There are a lot of clothes in the space, but the styles don't seem to be suitable for Doudou. Jiangning found some cloth and tried to make new clothes for her. Although her craftsmanship is not very good, she still made the clothes. Doudou was very happy and tried them on for a long time. After the birthday, Hua Yishan took his sister on patrol. A 10-year-old child is still qualified to act like a spoiled child in peacetime. But in the end of the natural disaster, he must try to be independent. Otherwise he will suffer in the future. If you are not careful, you may even lose your life. Jiangning felt a little bit sorry, but chose to respect Hua Yishan education. Qin Chuan is indeed a master of copying homework, and he took his son out for a walk without saying anything. You are 2 years older than Doudou. From today on, you have to be a real man. Dad will still count on you to protect me in the future. Not to mention, since playing with Doudou, his son's personality has become much more lively. He practices boxing every day, and his body is also strong. Unlike before when he was sick every other day. Finding the right neighbors is really a hassle. The weather was freezing, but Qin Mu was still very happy. Doudou, wait for me. It was rare for 2 children to follow their parents out on patrol. Some people had seen Doudou kick a security guard in the chin, but they didn't dare to look down on the little girl. And some even envied her. Comparing goods to goods will lead to throwing them away. And comparing people to people will lead to death. Think about the children who are raised in the honey pot at home, who are now sleeping soundly in the warm quilt, while their fathers are out on patrol at risk. If I had known this, I would have made a piece of barbecued pork. The next day, there were several more people on duty. Many of the billionaires, who were once worth billions, kicked their sons and daughters out of bed. They lost control of their emotions after a long period of depression and pointed at their children and scolded them. Go and see the 50 buildings. Not to mention the 10-year-old girl. You are not even as good as their dog. From today on, if you don't train yourself to improve your survival skills, you will be slaughtered by the thugs. The children I raised are not pigs that only know how to eat and wait to die. Chapter 303. Parents who love their children will plan for them in the long run. From now on, they will be like wolves. No longer indulge their children, and force them to grow up quickly, no matter how much it costs. As a result, more and more second generations are thrown out and continue to be abused in the cold night. The socialites used to wear Chanel and eat cakes, but now they feed quails with chicken coop hair and pick up eggs covered with quail feces. It's really disgusting. Not only that, considering the plastic friendship in the past, Rong Sanshao also organized bodyguards to train the second generations. Running, sit-ups, boxing, martial arts. For a while, the second generation screamed in pain, while the wolf-like fathers were like chicken blood. Practice to death. The spoiled ones don't even look at the third young master, whose family background and status are stronger than anyone else. But he still comes out to patrol, and his skills are not bad. Without practice, there is no success. All the rich people are praising the third young master, wanting him to show off his skills to the bastards. The third young master Rong was really rude. Who wants to come up and fight with me? Third master. I do it. The beautifully dressed socialite raised her hand. You don't mind if I do it? Knowing that the third master was going to patrol, she dressed up specially, stepped on the stage with a graceful step, and said delicately, "Please show mercy. Third master, this kind of hellish life is really enough. And now I have to be forced to come out for training. It's simply crazy. The third master is unmarried. If I can take the opportunity to marry him into the Rong family, wouldn't it be good to eat and drink delicious food every day?" She put on makeup and sprayed perfume, and even walked with a graceful manner. Unexpectedly, Young Master Roan grabbed the lady's arm and threw her to the ground with a beautiful shoulder throw. The lady was knocked unconscious and her brain was in so much pain that she couldn't even scream. Damn it. He is such a loser that he doesn't even know how to be gentle with women. He is not a real man. Everyone is not stupid. How could they not see the lady's intention? They laughed at her. The lady's father was so embarrassed that he almost fainted. Although young Master Roan is the stupid son of a landlord, he is really good in physical fitness. Rich people know everything. Bumper cars, golf, tennis, frisbee, shooting, and everything else. Not to mention that he is surrounded by beautiful women. So his physical fitness must be good enough. Third Master. You. The socialite lost her dignity and cried in desperation. Third Master Roan said nonchalantly, I have no problem showing mercy to you. But I'm afraid that the thugs in the future won't know how to be gentle with women. The socialite covered her face and ran away crying. Jiang Ning was bored staying at home every day, and Huishan couldn't bear the pressure of life alone. She decided to take turns with Huishan on duty so that he could also get some rest. 12 hours is too long. Huishan didn't agree at first. But Jiang Ning didn't want to stay at home all the time and let her delicate body not be able to keep up with the natural disaster. After discussion, the two took turns. Huishan and his sister worked for 6 hours. And then Jiang Ning and Gozi took over. This way, they wouldn't be too tired and they could get exercise. It was just that Rong San Shao was too annoying. He kept coming up to her like a dogskin plaster. Sister, it's too cold. We don't need you for patrol. How about we go inside to eat hot pot and play mahjong? Seeing his rogue look, Gozi bared his teeth decisively and stood in front of Jiang Ning. If he came half a step closer, his legs would be bitten off. The night was long, and all the survivors endured it, living a hard and depressed life. Some robbed and burned. Some were robbed. And some had mental breakdowns and jumped off buildings. But the vast majority of people persisted. Darkness has come. But perhaps light will not be far away. Day after day, a big thing suddenly happened in the community. Young Master Roan was kidnapped. The kidnappers demanded 10,000 kilograms of food, 5,000 kilograms of meat, all the medicines of the Roan family, and 50 guns, otherwise they would kill him. Jiang Ning was resting at home, and the news was brought by Qin Chuan. He was just courting death, driving out for no reason, and only one person came back. Jiang Ning then learned that the third young Master Roan, who was originally on duty, suddenly drove out with the boss for some reason. Only the boss came back, with several cuts on his body and one arm broken. There was also a threatening letter, saying that if the police were called, he would be killed. Master Roan had been in the business world all his life, and he knew that if he paid the ransom quietly, his son would really not come back. The specific reason for going out is not known yet, but Director Ling brought police officers here. The truth cannot be hidden, and the news spread quickly. Young Master Roan was implicated. The boss suddenly got the news about Yutong, and he rushed out to find her regardless of the late-stage brain cancer caused by love. Young Master Roan was still loyal to his cousin, thinking that it was too dangerous for him to go out alone. So he accompanied him out of righteousness, fearing that Master Roan would stop them if they knew. They didn't even tell the bodyguards and drove out secretly. Qin Chuan shook his head repeatedly. Do you think these two are mentally ill? It's the end of the world now. They think they are playing a game and think they are lucky enough? The military, police and civilians jointly enforce the law, and ordinary thugs have nowhere to hide. Moreover, the eternal night has lasted for a year, and even if the survivors have some food reserves, they have almost consumed them. If they come out to smash, loot and rob again, not only will they not be able to rob much material, but they will also take great risks. Therefore, most thugs have stopped thinking. But the evil forces have not stopped, and they are targeting fat sheep to slaughter. If they slaughter the Roan family, they will not have to worry for most of their lives. Jiang Ning was also speechless. It is true that the tyrant will not be destroyed, and the end of the world will not end. The brain has been eaten by a dog. What is the chance that a white moonlight with 2 broken legs and skinny as a piece of paper can survive after being swept away by a typhoon? Even if she survived by chance, could she survive the 5-year natural disaster? Alas, normal humans really cannot understand the brain circuit of the domineering president. Knowing that it is a trap, he still jumped into it without hesitation, not only torturing himself to death, but also harming the stupid son of the landlord. At night, Jiang turned off the lights and lay in bed. He was not sleepy, and was really bored. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who do you think kidnapped the third young Master Rong?" Hui Yishan said calmly. "It's probably one of our own." "One of our own?" Jiang seemed to be thinking. "Are you saying there's a traitor in the Rong family?" "It's impossible for him to be a member of the Rong family. But it could be a bodyguard or a servant." Knowing that he's good at this, Jiang poked his armpit. "Tell me about it." 10,000 jin of grain. 5,000 jin of meat. These are easy to say. The Rong family can definitely provide them. The doubt lies in the 50 guns. This is a country that bans guns. And it's harder for ordinary people to get a gun than to climb to the sky. Even if the order is disrupted by natural disasters and the end of the world, the rich can't get more guns. A family with 1 or 2 guns is the best. Even if the Rong family is the richest, having more than 10 or 20 guns is incredible in the eyes of outsiders. But the kidnappers asked for 50 guns. There must be something fishy. Jiang thought for a while. Maybe the other party asked for a high price. And the Rong family can bargain. If they asked for a high price, they could ask for tens of thousands of kilograms of food. And I believe Mr. Rong can also take it out. But food is not good. And taking too much will easily expose it. It is better to ask for guns. Hui analyzed, don't forget. The boss's beloved has been blown away by the typhoon for 5 years. It is illegal to imprison others. If they are not very close to him, it is impossible to know that he still cares so much about that woman. Chapter 304. The kidnapper knew that although young Master Rong was playful, it was not easy to make him leave the community impulsively. So he set his sights on the boss. He was betting on his madness of not caring about life and death for love. Although they disliked each other, the relationship between the cousins was really good. So young Master Rong, who was worried about the safety of the boss, was anxious. And he drove away from the community with him out of loyalty. What could Jiang say? The stupid son of the landlord wanted to die. And even the gods couldn't stop him. Director Ling is here. It should not be difficult for him to guess that there is a ghost in the Rong family. Hui Yishan nodded. This is not difficult for Director Ling. But as long as the other party does not make the next move, it is not easy to find the person. Yongyi took almost a year to carry out the kidnapping, which shows that the other party is not an impulsive person, and has a detailed plan. The one who can target the Rong family is definitely not an ordinary thug. Just beating the boss half to death and breaking an arm is enough to show that the other party is a ruthless character. In addition to being ruthless, it is also a warning to the Rong family that if they do not cooperate, the third young Master Rong will be killed. Jiang is curious. Master Rong has called the police. Will he pay the ransom? Hui Yishan really couldn't guess. After all, Master Rong was an old fox who was well versed in the business world. Besides, it was the end of the world now. 10,000 kilograms of food and 5,000 kilograms of meat were fine. But the other party wanted 50 guns and all the medicines. Even if he handed it over, what was the possibility that his son would be released? You couldn't bet the lives of dozens of people in the Rong family on this thing that cost the family money. Without teeth, can a tiger still be a tiger? It's just a cat. Jiang sighed. I don't think Master Rong would be an impulsive person, but he might struggle to make up for his uneasy conscience. Putting aside his business nature, Master Rong has to consider other family members. It seems that young Master Rong is in danger. This is how the end of the world is. If you don't have strong skills, you will end up dead. Hui Yishan, if I am kidnapped one day, just take care of Daodu and Kailei. And don't come to me. Don't talk nonsense. Hui Yishan blocked her mouth. The two guessed correctly. For an experienced policeman like Director Ling, it was easy to guess that there was an insider in the Rong family. But the Rong family is the richest family after all. And the quality of their treatment of servants and bodyguards is still acceptable. Especially after the training of the official base. The Rong family has a very respectful attitude towards them, and has never deducted their treatment or verbally or mentally humiliated them. There is no unhappiness, let alone grudges. And according to the Rong family's recollection, the servants and bodyguards have not behaved abnormally during this period. Director Ling and the police officers talked separately, and they also did not find any suspicious people. So they could only wait for the kidnapper's next move. After sending the police away, Master Rong sat on the sofa, his face livid, and he remained silent for a long time. The other members looked solemn. The eldest and second sons didn't say anything, but the clues could still be seen on the daughter-in-law's face. Mrs. Roan waved her hand and asked them to leave. She couldn't help crying and choking. "Master, what do you think we should do now?" Mr. Roan was so angry that his heart ached. "What should we do? Let him die. He is your own son. You can't just ignore him." "How to manage? The eldest and second sons don't need to live. And your grandchildren don't need to live?" Mrs. Roan begged. "If it doesn't work, you have to put pressure on the police station and ask them to increase their efforts to find him." "The police station is run by the Roan family?" Mr. Roan swallowed a few blood pressure pills. "Director Ling has given us enough face by coming here today. Do you still expect him to dispatch military and police teams to turn Fengcheng around? The military and police are in urgent need of manpower. They can barely maintain the safety of the city. If the team is withdrawn and countless thugs attack the city again, who will bear the responsibility? Not to mention, this bastard ran out to kill himself. Even if Director Ling agrees, the official will never agree." Mrs. Roan was heartbroken. "Are you going to let your son be killed?" Mr. Roan didn't sleep all night, sitting in the study to think calmly, and finally made a decision to offer a reward. As long as the dog can be rescued, he is willing to pay 10,000 kilograms of food as a reward. As soon as the news came out, it caused a sensation. How many people can be fed with 10,000 kilograms of food? Director Ling, who learned the news, did not comment. But many bounty hunters heard the news and signed up to apply for the job. Mr. Roan was exhausted, so he asked the boss to bring bodyguards to test their IQ and skills. Jiang Ning had just returned from duty when Ding Qi's voice suddenly rang through the intercom. "Aining, are you there?" Ding Qi took the initiative to look for her. "The sun really rises in the west." "Yes. What's the matter?" Ding Qi's voice was cold. "I have a ticket business here. What do you want to do?" Jiang Ning was stunned. "What business?" "I found a group of thugs robbing a lot of supplies while patrolling the other day. I followed them all the way and found that their lair was in the mountains. The group of people had guns and the team was relatively large. But there were a lot of supplies hidden in the cave, all of which were robbed after the natural disaster. The supplies inside should be enough for several people to eat and drink for a long time, so they can enjoy it to their heart's content. But if there are only 4 people, they are far behind in both ability and weapons." So Ding Qi asked Jiang Ning, "As long as she participates, Huishan will also come in. 6 people fight, and the bicycle becomes a motorcycle." Jiang Ning was silent for a long time, thinking about how to reply to Ding Qi. Fortunes are sought in danger. Ding Qi and his family have no family background, so it is understandable that they want to take a chance. But she and Huishan are not like that. They have no shortage of supplies, and have 2 furry children at home. She couldn't afford the gamble, nor did she need to gamble. There was no need to take the risk. "Did you find me yourself? Or did Zhang Chao ask you to find me?" Ding Qi said truthfully, "I found you without telling him." Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. "Can I talk to Zhang Chao?" Ding Qi was not a bad person, but she was not Jiang Ning's friend, so she couldn't speak from the bottom of her heart. The intercom was hung up, and about 20 minutes later, Zhang Chao called over, excited and guilty. "Aining, this is our own business. Ding Qi was worried about our safety and wanted to invite you to join. You and Brother Shen are living a good life, so there is no need to take this risk. I apologize to you on her behalf, and I hope you don't take it to heart." Jiang Ning said calmly, "Is this action Ding Qi's decision or the decision of the 4 of you?" Zhang Chao was silent for a moment. "It's our joint decision." "For food?" Zhang Chao sniffed. "For a better life. Have you considered what the success rate is?" 50-50. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. "Shen has a sister, and Kala also needs to be taken care of. So the 2 of us can't participate. I advise you to think carefully. If it's just for food, we can think of a way. If it's for wealth and glory, in short, you should think more and don't make a decision easily. No matter what the result of your consideration is, remember to tell me in advance. Otherwise you will consider me as your friend." Huishan came back from duty and saw Jiang Ning sitting on the sofa in a daze, and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Jiang Ning was a little annoyed and told him the truth. He asked calmly, "Are you angry?" I don't know whether it is due to the influence of Ding Qi or the situation of Lu Yu and Zhang Chao in recent years. Their gambling nature has become very strong. It's crazy to dare to bet with a 50-50 chance. Chapter 305. Huishan was calmer. Everyone has a gambling nature. Weren't you gambling when you stocked up cruise ships and yachts? I'm different from them. Jiangning rubbed his temples. I have a cheating space. I can hide when I encounter danger. But they only have flesh and blood. This is simply courting death. But this is their own decision. Huishan said calmly. Ding Qi originally did this business. Zheng Weili experienced a huge change in family affection. And Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were also suffering. For people doing security patrols are already gambling their lives. And this time, they are just gambling even more. They work so hard but can only live in slums. Step by step to buy their own houses. Live in cramped subdivided flats every day. But are attacked by the night thugs and cannot go home. For people are squeezed into your house. While we eat meat and drink in the villa. How can they be calm? It's not about envy, jealousy or hatred. But they are all ordinary survivors. After 5 years of natural disasters. Who doesn't have some mental illness? When you are at your wit's end, you will indeed gamble with your life. If you lose the bet, you will die. If you win the bet, you will be rich and prosperous. Huishan is right. Jiangning doesn't understand them. So he will stop them directly instead of asking them to think carefully. In the end, it is still out of concern for friends. But this concern is so weak. You can't eat meat and drink wine yourself. And then tell them that you can just drink porridge and don't gamble with your life tomorrow. This is easy to say. But if you really have to watch your friends who grew up together gamble their lives, they are very likely to die. And they feel very uncomfortable. Aining. Everyone has their own way of living. Huishan held her hand. As friends, we certainly don't want them to gamble their lives. But if they really make a decision, we have no right to stop them. If his life had come to this, he would also want his family to live a better life and would not miss this opportunity. After 2 days of anxious waiting, Zhang Chao dialed the intercom. Aining. The 4 of us went into the mountains to find out. There are more than 50 people there. We have carefully considered and made plans, and decided to do this job. He paused and smiled. If we can't come back, we will accept the loss. Just as the other party was about to hang up the intercom, Jiangning said, wait. She would not participate. But as a friend, she could provide some help to increase the chances of winning. I find a way to get a few sets of bulletproof vests. Huishan can make bombs and incendiary bombs. You can find a way to come and get them. Remember, you must survive at all costs. Zhang Chao was silent for a while. We have bulletproof vests. But we are indeed short of guns and ammunition. Consider it a loan from us. If you win, you can pay it back with supplies. If you lose, if there is a next life, we will return it to you. After hanging up the intercom, Jiangning rubbed her face vigorously and took a deep breath to calm down. Just as she was about to prepare lunch, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Standing on the balcony, it turned out to be the Rong family's Rolls-Royce. And Uncle Guan was standing next to the car. The Rolls-Royce belonged to Master Rong. What were they doing here at this critical moment? Jiangning went downstairs and opened the door. Uncle Guan opened the car door. Miss Jiang, my master wants to see you. Master Rong came here in person. Jiangning was puzzled, but still got into the car. I wonder what Master Rong is doing here in person. Master Rong looked haggard, and felt that he had aged several years. As the soul of Fengqing's business community, and the former richest man in the country, despite the 5 years of natural disasters, his temperament and cultivation were still there. Miss Jiang, do you know about the kidnapping of the third brother? I heard some news, but I don't know the details. The Rong family has recruited many bounty hunters. As long as he is rescued, he can get 10,000 kilograms of food. I know that Miss Jiang and Mr. Hua are both capable. I wonder if you are interested in this mission. Jiangning apologized. Thank you, Master Rong, for your high regard. I feel deeply sorry for the kidnapping of the third young master. But I believe that the third young master is a man of great luck. Under the leadership of Master Rong, he will definitely return safely. 10,000 kilograms of food is indeed very tempting. But our ability is limited. So we will not hinder Master Rong rescue operation. If the bounty hunters we recruited were really capable, Master Rong would not come to visit us in person. Miss Jiang, there is no need to be modest. If you feel that the reward of 10,000 kilograms of food is not enough, you can ask for more. As long as I can give, I can satisfy you. It's not a question of remuneration. But we only have this much ability. And we have children to raise at home. People can only do as much as they can. Jiang Ning is very clear about how much he and Huishan weigh. Besides, they don't lack food and drink. So they won't take risks unless necessary. Listening to her words, Master Rong was beaten again. How come you don't learn from the maturity and stability of building 50 every day? Master Rong sighed deeply. It seemed that this was the fate of the idiot. The natural disaster took his life. But he killed himself. After seeing Master Rong off, Jiang Ning went home to prepare lunch. The three of them and the dog started eating. She mentioned at the table that Zhang Chao and the others had decided to take action. Hui thought deeply. More than 50 people live in the cave. With the looted supplies and prisoners. The cave is probably quite large. It is very likely a karst cave with a complex internal structure. There may not be only one exit. Throwing bombs and burning from outside the cave will not have much power. Jiang Ning also felt a headache. Zhang Chao and his team were taking too much risk. I make some tear gas bombs to see if they can help them. Jiang Ning didn't expect Huishan to know so much. But he did have several boxes of chemicals stored in the corner of the space. She found all the things and let Huishan mess around. It took half a day to make a total of 20. She kept 10 for herself in case of emergency. And gave the other 10 to Zhang Chao and his team. Give them everything you can. Whether they can survive depends on their own luck. Adults should be responsible for their own decisions. Jiang Ning didn't want to regret their decision when they continued to live a hard life because of his obstruction, which would lead to dissatisfaction and rift. At night, the two drove to the gate of the community. Not long after, four people came in the dark, holding property certificates and important supplies such as tea, cigarettes, alcohol, and medicine bottles. This is all their assets. If they really can't come back, they can use them to offset the weapons borrowed from Jiang Ning. Ding Qi called Jiang Ning to the side. I had a selfish motive when I came to you that day. But it has nothing to do with Zhang Chao and the other three. I hope you don't misunderstand them. Since they met, Zhang Chao had obeyed her in everything, taking care of her and compromising in every way. Unexpectedly, he had a big quarrel with her because of this. It seems that she really underestimated the friendship between the two. Jiang Ning gave her 4 guns, fuel bombs and tear gas bombs. I didn't take it seriously. Otherwise I wouldn't lend you weapons. She also said that the cave might be a karst cave. Are you planning to attack by force? Ding Qi made a careful plan. We observed for a few days, and found that they were kidnapping people. Both men and women. The men should be from rich families. And the women should be young and beautiful. She has a good figure, and can be dressed up to show off. She can let them kidnap her first. And then act according to the situation to cooperate with the outside. Rich family? Jiang Ning frowned. Are you sure? Chapter 306. Ding Qi is in this line of work. You can tell whether he is a rich kid by his clothes, and the weight on his body. No doubt. They tied one up the day before yesterday. And then dragged them all out. Not only did they beat and humiliate them, but they also fed them pig food. Made them lie on the ground and bark like dogs, and take turns to get into someone's crotch. Those who refused to obey were beaten half to death. She had a thorough understanding of the surrounding area of the deep mountains. The gang brought back a lot of supplies yesterday. And they all looked good. But there was no large-scale riot in the city yesterday. How many people went out? How many came back? It took less than 3 hours. It was definitely a kidnapping for extortion. But they didn't take the hostages out. So there was a high possibility that they were killed. Jiang Ning pondered. Could it be that young Master Rong was kidnapped by them? She described young Master Rong's appearance, height, dress and hairstyle. Have you seen him? Ding Qi recalled carefully. Wearing slippers? Yes. Slippers are young Master Rong's symbol. What a coincidence. Ding Qi really saw him. After eating and drinking, these people enjoy humiliating the kidnapped. The person you are talking about is unruly. Not only did he not cooperate with the game, he also dared to resist. He almost kicked the leader's balls to pieces. He was beaten with blood. If someone hadn't come out to stop him in time, he would have been killed on the spot. The injury is very serious. Whether he can survive depends on his fate. Jiang Ning never expected that Master Rong mobilized his forces to turn Fengcheng over. But there was no news about the third young Master Rong. It's really hard to find it. But it's easy to get it. Wait a minute. Jiang Ning called Huishan aside. The two walked to a corner. Huishan frowned. Do you want to participate? Do you want to save young Master Rong? Or can't let go of Zhang Chao? Liu and the others? Jiang Ning told the truth. Young Master Rong is asking for death. I don't want to save him. But the Rong family has something I want. Huishan stared at her. You want a helicopter? Yes. Jiang Ning really wants it. Compared to the collision of plates, the eternal night of smog and acid rain is simply weak. Mountains collapsed. Plates shattered. Mulberry fields turned into seas. How did they live? It is true that there are cruise ships in space. But a big collision will trigger a tsunami. And even the largest cruise ships are made of paper. Only by flying in the sky can you see the full picture of the plate collision and find a safe refuge as soon as possible. Relying on the equipment stockpiled before. You can live well now. But what about the future? Huishan thought for a long time. You stay at home with Daodu and Kailei. And I will go. Jiang Ning disagreed. If you really participate in the operation, you will inevitably need Kaylei's help. Night vision goggles are limited by distance. But dogs can see as clearly as day at night. Not to mention their extraordinary hearing and sense of smell. If you want to live long, you have to fight. Thinking of the great collision of plates he had experienced, Huishan finally agreed. Jiang Ning talked to Ding Qi. The man I asked just now is actually the kidnapped third young master of the Rong family. The Rong family has issued a bounty order. Whoever can rescue his son safely can get 10,000 kilograms of food. Ding Qi knew about this and joked with Zhang Weili and others at the time, saying that if they could rescue third young Master Rong, they would not have to worry about their lives. 10,000 gene of grain attracted all kinds of talents. Ding Qi was just talking. At that time, all her energy was focused on eating dirty things. Unexpectedly, the blind cat encountered a dead mouse. If she rescued him, she could get an extra 10,000 gene of grain. This vote was even more worth fighting for. Jiang Ning offered a condition. Grain is not easy to preserve. If you take it, it will easily become fat meat in the eyes of others. Let me discuss what I want from the Rong family. Ding Qi had no objection. Saving the third young Master Rong was originally a side job. If she couldn't save him, it would not be a loss for her. She could negotiate with the Rong family, and the stolen materials would be divided equally among the people. After all, with two people joining, the chances of winning would be much higher. Zhang Chao and Liu came over and pulled Jiang Ning aside. Aining, we didn't think carefully about this matter, and we shouldn't have dragged you into it. You and Brother Shin don't need anything. There's no need to take this risk. Whether in the past or now, she has given enough help. Seeing that the two were under psychological pressure, Jiang Ning smiled and said, How do you know I don't need anything? I don't know how long the eternal night will last. Without supplementary lighting equipment, we can't grow crops. There are news channels in the rich area. I heard that there will be different disasters in the future. The villa may not be habitable one day. We have to plan for the future. I won't hide it from you. I risk my life to join, because the Rong family has what I want. And you don't need to be burdened. In terms of eloquence, the two are not Jiang Ning opponents at all. So they decided. Jiang Ning didn't find other reasons, and went directly to the door to comfort Master Rong. Uncle Guan still had some foresight, and immediately arranged for her to go to the study, while he stood guard outside. Jiang Ning got straight to the point. If you can rescue the third young master, I don't want 10,000 kilograms of food, but the things on your rooftop. This was something Master Rong had never expected. And he immediately laughed in anger. Miss Jiang has such a big appetite. Jiang Ning did not hide it. With your ability, even if you lose this one, you can still get a new one back. But there is only one third young master. And if he is gone, he will be gone forever. That's because Bian Duzi is not here. Otherwise Master Rong will beat his dog head off. A prodigal. He is not worth a helicopter. Not even a propeller. But Master Rong finally agreed. He must be alive. Jiang Ning not only wants a plane, but also 100 tons of aviation fuel. What's the point of having a plane if there is no fuel? Master Rong almost vomited blood. He didn't want this son anymore. Don't let him see Bian Duzi breathing. Otherwise he will beat him to death. Okay. Master Rong suddenly looked more than 10 years older. Jiang Ning opened his mouth again. In addition, what else do you want? Mr. Rong was really angry. Be content with what you have. Don't be so greedy. Jiang Ning smiled. Mr. Rong, this is a deal we both agreed to. We risk our lives to save the third young master. And no one knows how many people will die. If you think it's not worth it, you can just give up. Mr. Rong had a headache. What else do you want? Tell me. Please prepare the supplies the kidnappers want according to their requirements. Master Rong almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. What do you mean? Make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Jiang Ning told the plan. There is a traitor in your Rong family. This person knows your relationship with the Fengchun officials. But he still dares to kidnap you so arrogantly. It can be seen that their power should not be underestimated. You pretend to trade. As long as you have the ability to prevent them from discovering the trick. It doesn't matter if you exchange the food for sand and stones. As long as they come out to trade. The defense of the thieves' den will be reduced. And the possibility of rescuing the third young master will be higher. Master Rong thought about it for half an hour. Do you know where their lair is? Chapter 307. Facing Master Rong question. Jiang Ning certainly wouldn't tell the truth. I don't know. But since I dare to take this task, I have my own confidence. Master Rong agreed. Tomorrow is the day agreed to pay the ransom. The address was given. But it would definitely not be that simple. And there would be some troubles at that time. When Jiang Ning left, he did not forget to wake up. Master Rong, the third young master needs to be rescued. But don't forget to catch mice. He has 2 sons. What if they take turns? It's better not to mention it. Master Rong's blood pressure is high again. And once the calf is rescued, the father-son relationship will be severed immediately. After leaving Rong house, Jiang Ning took the 4 people back to the villa and mentioned the need for a plane and fuel. The 4 people were surprised. What do they need a plane for? Although it is cool, they can't afford it. Jiang Ning said frankly. Food and meat are easy to get. But we don't know what disasters will happen in the future. We have to think about the future. If there is another more severe earthquake one day, when the land is unavoidable, we may be able to fly a plane into the sky. Different classes have different perceptions. Ding Qi has no objection. It's not bad to have a plane. You can go wherever you want. As long as this vote can be won, it will be cool for a long time. This is an unexpected gain. Zhang Chao and Liu have no objection. It has been a long time since I fought side by side with Aining and Brother Shen. The memory of the 18th floor is revived. But it is a pity that they were too weak at that time. When they encountered danger, Aining took the lead, and Brother Shen covered the bottom. It is really shameful to think about it. I hope they can realize their potential this time. Hui Shen was a special police officer, and there is no one better than him in terms of combat plans. He rejected Ding Qi's plan. Those who can grow and develop in the end times, and make a living by kidnapping and extortion. Don't underestimate their cruelty and skills. Ding Qi and Zheng Weili pretended to be caught. They would be searched and all their weapons would be taken away. No matter how hard their fists were. They could not be as hard as guns. They might even be drugged in. There were too many possible accidents. If they resisted or were caught, they would be alert and their lives might even be in danger. Ding Qi insisted. If you don't go in, you can't find out what's going on inside. Hui Shen asked. Even if you go in, you don't have weapons and can't communicate. Even if you figure out the layout inside, you can't contact the outside immediately. Information can't be shared synchronously. Instead, you are suddenly restrained with your bare hands. What if they catch you and threaten the people outside? Jiang Ning told the agreement with Master Rong. The Rong family will use supplies to ransom people. And they will definitely send some people out at that time. With such a large base, if we can find a way to catch a sentry and torture him, we should be able to find out the situation in the cave. And then block the other entrances and exits. Ding Qi knew that the 2 were powerful. So he did not raise any objections, and they cooperated sincerely. With less than 24 hours left before the ransom was paid at Rong home, Jiang Ning suggested setting off early and exploring the surroundings of the cave first. The dog must be brought along. As for Daodu, he can only be left next door. In terms of skills, Daodu is no worse than Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. But, even if she is disappointed, she still has to smile on her face. Brother and sister-in-law, don't worry. I wait for you to come back. Hui Shen touched her head. Don't worry. We will come back safely. After leaving his sister behind, the group drove off, thinking that there were many supplies in the cave. The Hummer couldn't hold much, and if the noise was too loud, it might attract the military and police. Jiang Ning gave the Hummer to the 4 people. We have a truck stored somewhere else, and we will find a place to hide at the foot of the mountain. So, Ding Qi drove the car to wait at the intersection of the suburban road. and Jiang Ning and Huishan went to get the car. Half an hour later, the two drove the truck over, afraid of being discovered. Several people wore night vision goggles and did not even turn on the lights. They stopped 3 or 4 hills away and found a hidden place to hide the car. After putting on protective equipment, Ding Qi led the way, and several people carried weapons and went into the mountains. After climbing several mountains in the dark and quietly approaching the evil lair, everyone became more and more vigilant. Huishan is good at reconnaissance. Under the new high-definition night vision goggles, he can identify the number of people and roads that the other party often enters and exits based on the traces left in the mountains and forests, and decisively bypass the roads where people may be encountered. Ding Qi didn't say it, but she really admired him in her heart. There are many sentries in the mountains, and she was lucky not to be discovered twice. She had to touch it several times before she could fully understand the situation. But he only needed to take a few glances to identify it. She pointed out the locations of several sentry posts. It was still early for the agreed transaction time, and the sentry posts had to change shifts. If they were killed at this time, it would easily arouse suspicion. Several people chose to bypass it. It took more than 2 hours to sneak to a place more than 200 meters away from the entrance of the cave, and took out binoculars to observe carefully. There was a sentry post on the hidden side of the right side of the cave entrance, with a total of 3 men with weapons. Jiang Ning observed the terrain of the mountain and guessed where the other entrances and exits might be. Considering that Ding Qi was more familiar with the area, Jiang Ning suggested, "You keep an eye on it here, and Ashen and I will find other entrances and exits." Fearing that the two of them were not safe, Li wanted to go together, but Huishan refused. "We can just take Coke with us. Too many people will make us more exposed. No matter where the cave entrance is, as long as someone walks, there will be traces left. Coke has a good nose, and can just smell the human smell. Besides, if there is an accident, they are all very skilled. And at worst, there is still space cheating." So under the cover of night, the two people and the dog quietly set out and searched along the mountain. Fortunately, the forest is not steep. Otherwise it would be really dangerous. Jiang Ning gave the dog instructions to follow the human scent. Kaylai shuttled through the forest, stopping from time to time to wait for the two. It took more than 2 hours to cross the mountain and take a detour. The dog smelled the scent and crawled alertly. The two followed and lay down, looking around with high-definition binoculars. The vision was not good at night, and Jiang Ning looked repeatedly in the direction of the wind, and indeed found a cave next to the bushes. Someone leaned against the cave, with only half of his head exposed. From the action, it seemed that he was drinking. It was more than 30 degrees below zero, so I really needed to drink a few sips to keep warm. The two people and the dog hid in the grass, taking turns to watch the cave entrance. Huishan was afraid that Jiang Ning would be tired. "You take a nap first. I watch." Jiang Ning didn't refuse, and took out the tasteless white flour buns and hot water for him. "Fill your stomach first." After eating a little, Jiang Ning took out his mink coat and wrapped it around himself, hugged the dog, and closed his eyes to rest. Half asleep and half awake. About a few hours later, Huishan gently woke him up. They changed shifts. There are 2 people in total. Jiang Ning looked at his watch. There were still 12 hours before the ransom was paid. They were most awake when they just changed shifts. We had to wait until they were sleepy before we could start. They returned along the same route and met up with Ding Qi and others in front. Zhang Chao and others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the 2 of them return safely. "You were so worried about us. Did you find another exit?" Jiang Ning explained the situation. "We found one. It's quite secret. The entrance is not that big. It should have been smashed out by humans as a backup." Several people discussed the battle plan and suggested to act separately. Chapter 308. The main cave entrance is relatively large, which makes it convenient for the enemy to enter and exit and fight. Forcible attack is disadvantageous. Jiang Ning and Huishan will start at the small cave entrance to attract some of the people in the cave. However, the most important thing now is to find out the situation in the cave. After waiting for more than an hour, the cave entrance suddenly lit up. 10 men with weapons walked out in a lively manner. The flashlight was shaking, and the sound was getting closer. "Third brother, the Roan family has called the police and promised to pay the ransom. Is it a scam? The Roan family is so arrogant that they thought they could rescue their son by calling the police. What kind of world is this now? The police can't even protect themselves. They went to the wrong family, just for the sake of formality. There was no serious investigation at all. Don't worry. The boss has already said hello to Skarchong. They will cooperate with us to make some noise in the city, and make sure that the military and police will be fooled. Even if it's a fraud. What can we do? Third brother is right. Let's take a few laps around the Roan family, and make sure they really brought supplies before showing up. Ha ha ha. The richest man's supplies are so damn easy to earn. Whatever he wants is given to him. But that stupid idiot, if I say, is not even worth peeing in. The Roan family is really willing to waste supplies to exchange for him. Once we get 50 guns, we will recruit some more people, rush into the villa area and shoot them all, chop off their heads and use them as urinals. This dog dared to kick me. I will kill him when I get the supplies back. The group walked farther and farther away, talking arrogantly, not noticing the danger lurking in the dark woods. After the others walked away, Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan quietly approached the sentry post. The weather was so cold that their hands and feet were frozen. Just then, a cold wind started to blow. The sentry covered his coat and stamped his feet to keep warm. It would be much better if I could get into bed in this damn weather. You miss women again? Uh-huh. Don't you? I caught a few good-looking ones these days. I can take them out to play with them when I change shifts. The three of them talked about everything. And from time to time, they took a sip of wine to keep warm. After half an hour, someone shivered. You two keep an eye on me. I'm going to pee. The two didn't care. After all, there was a sentry in front, and outsiders couldn't get in. Lazy donkeys pee a lot. Most likely they are looking for an excuse to find a place to sleep. Who made him the team leader? The two couldn't say anything. The man carried a gun and hurried to a sheltered place in the distance, thinking of having a good sleep after peeing. He lowered his head to unbutton his pants, and his neck was suddenly clamped from behind, and his waist was hit and hurt. Hui Yishan was responsible for arresting people, and Jiang Ning held a knife to his heart. Don't move, or I kill you. The man couldn't move his whole body, and nodded quickly in fear. How many people are there? 6. 68. How many guns and other weapons do you have? 30 guns. Explosives. Grenades. Jiang Ning asked about the terrain distribution of the cave, the kidnapped people, etc. There are very few karst landforms along the coast, and the caves are not large. Most of them are dug by humans, with only 2 entrances and exits in total. The other one was found by Jiang Ning. The man was honest and even told him what signs were next to the cave entrance, just asking the other party to let him go. The people digging the cave were all captured refugees, working day and night, and thrown into the ravine when they died of exhaustion. There were 6 other kidnapped rich kids, and as long as any of them paid the ransom, they would be killed if they were no longer useful. There were even more women for entertainment, and so far there were more than 30 alive. In this way, there were at least hundreds of people in the cave. After getting the information he wanted, Hui Yishan broke the man's neck and dragged him to the bushes to hide. The two came back to discuss the action plan. Jiang Ning took out a glass bottle from his backpack and gave it to Ding Qi. This is ether. When you tie it to the fuel bomb, the high temperature can accelerate the volatilization and cause people to faint. You have to pay attention to it. The ether was found in Chairman Feng's study, and there were only 50 liters, so it had to be used sparingly. Gas masks were relatively large, and the backpack could not fit so many. So Jiang Ning could only wear filter masks for the 4 people. The time for action was agreed upon, with a difference of 15 minutes. The 2 of them returned to the back mountain with the dog to wait again. When the agreed time came, Jiang Ning took out the submachine gun and threw stones at the cave entrance. The sleepy sentry was startled, picked up the weapon and rushed out. Hui Yishan had an excellent feel, and he found the right opportunity to shoot one by one. The sound of gunfire echoed through the forest in the darkness. In less than 3 minutes, footsteps were heard and 4 or 5 men rushed out. Hui Yishan did not take action, but left it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took advantage of the night vision goggles and fired several shots in a row. 2 of them were not killed by 1 shot, but Hui Yishan shot them with 2 arrows. Then another 7 or 8 people rushed out, holding torches and machetes, looking for the invaders everywhere. In order to save bullets, the 2 men used crossbows instead, and it took 2 or 3 minutes to kill them, probably realizing that the difference in strength was too great. No one rushed out rashly, But listen to the noise in the cave. When the time was up, gunshots were heard from the other side of the mountain. The people in the cave panicked immediately. Damn! They were being trapped. Jiang Ning saw the right moment and threw a grenade into the cave. The loud noise was accompanied by screams. Ordering Guzi to wait where he was, the two rushed into the cave entrance to finish off those who were not dead yet. Put on gas masks and threw a fire bomb tied with ether deep into the cave, and then blew up the cave entrance, leaving them suffocated for a while. The entrance of the cave was blocked, and the two picked up the weapons dropped by the other party and quietly left with the dog. When they came back, Ding Qi not only dealt with the sentries, but also dealt with the outer sentries that rushed back and had thrown incendiary bombs and tear gas bombs inside. The few people were not in a hurry to rush in. Those who rushed out were dealt with, and those who didn't come out were kept inside. A total of 12 people rushed out, and they were all dealt with neatly by the few people. After waiting for 20 minutes, the 6 people walked in fully armed. It's better to be safe than sorry. They didn't turn on the lights and relied on night vision goggles to move forward. Some of those who were close were knocked unconscious by ether, and the few people showed no mercy and sent them to reincarnate as human beings. After walking 100 or 200 meters, there was a sudden movement in the darkness. Jiang Ning took advantage of the equipment and quickly sent them away. They advanced cautiously all the way and soon went deep into the hinterland. Several rooms were carved out inside, some for living, some for entertainment, and some for storage. Alcohol, cigarettes, vacuum-packed rice and flour, medicines, oil, salt, sugar, dried seafood, rice, wheat, etc. Lu Yu and others were tempted, but they did not take it lightly. Jiang Ning found a luxuriously decorated room with a strong smell of cigarettes and alcohol, and the quilt was still slightly warm. All the things that needed to be solved in the cave were solved. Hui Yishan successfully found the imprisoned rich young men and recognized Rong Sanxiao at a glance. The one who was beaten was miserable. Not only was his body covered with wounds, but his face was beaten into a pig head. I'm afraid his mother wouldn't recognize him. All of them were lying on the ground, all unconscious with ether. Counting, there were 9 of them lying down. It's a trick. Chapter 309. Jiang Ning waved her hand to let Ding Qi and others step back, and she raised her hand to shoot 3 shuttles. Want to trick her? No way. They were smart, knowing how to strip the rich boys' clothes to disguise themselves. But in a hurry, they forgot to change their pants and shoes. Wearing a dragon robe doesn't look like a prince, and a big-tailed wolf pretends to be a little lamb. Screams rang out, and the 3 turned over and raised their guns to shoot. But Hui Yishan movements were faster and shot through their arms directly. The gun fell to the ground. Jiang Ning thought of what the kidnappers who went to collect the ransom said, that they had business cooperation with the thugs. So, he took out a handkerchief soaked in ether and covered them with it, choking them unconscious. They couldn't wake up for 12 hours. Their hands and feet were tied tightly, and they couldn't struggle no matter how hard they tried. Not only them, but also the rich boys were covered with it to avoid any trouble. The room where the women were imprisoned was quickly found, and there were indeed 30 of them after counting. Jiang Ning not only didn't let them out, but added 2 locks to the iron fence, and it wouldn't be too late to open the door after moving the supplies. Ding Qi and others came for the supplies. After patrolling the cave and making sure that everyone who should die was dead, they decisively put the guns and other weapons in their pockets. Several people carried the valuables. Tea, salt, wine, sugar and medicine were the first choice, followed by rice, which would not go bad for 3 to 7 years if well preserved. While the sealed rice flour was likely to have gone bad, they could not carry much on their shoulders. So several people found ropes and sticks to carry the valuables, and tried their best to pile them up. There were only 4 people, and Hui Yishan carried the unconscious 3rd young master Rong. This was a helicopter, and it was coming for him. Jiang Ning just filled his backpack, and was responsible for clearing the way and keeping sentry. Gozi was guarding Jiang Ning, keeping an eye on all directions and listening to all directions. The person who took the ransom probably ran into trouble and never came back, carrying the supplies on their shoulders or hands. The people loaded the supplies onto the car and drove it to a secluded place at the mountain pass to hide it. Jiang Ning was in charge of watching the car, while Hui Yishan and Gozi accompanied Zhang Chao and the others back to the cave to move the supplies. Who knew that after just 5 or 6 trips, There was a rumbling sound of a car in the distance. Jiang Ning was alert instantly and took out a telescope to observe. He thought it was the kidnappers who came back, but it turned out to be the army, driving a large truck. They came to pick up the bargain again. Jiang Ning didn't dare to confront the army head-on, so he hid far away and didn't show up. With the alertness and skills of Huishan and others, they should be able to successfully avoid them. After waiting for about half an hour, several people came back carrying rice. It was probably the first time they were intercepted. And Zhang Chao, Lu Yu and others were very depressed. There were still a lot of supplies in the cave, and they had only moved less than 1/3. But who knew that someone who picked up the leak would come? If all the supplies were moved and the kidnapped rich boys were rescued, they might be able to get a generous ransom, which would only be a wedding dress for the government. Jiang Ning lowered his voice to comfort. It's already good. We took so many supplies, enough to feed and clothe us for several years. Hurry up. If we are discovered, I guess all the supplies will be confiscated. There is no other way. Hurry up and retreat. It's not safe to come to the city tonight. Where should we hide so many supplies? It's not realistic to put them in the subdivided flat. Even if you carry a broken snakeskin bag back, there will be countless eyes staring at you. A villa is not okay either. It may not matter before Yongya came, but now many rich people use black moss to fill their stomachs. Don't test the evil of human nature. No matter rich or poor, they can do anything if they are hungry. You have to trust us. We will find a place to keep the supplies for the time being, and we will share them out after the storm has passed. If there is anything we don't trust, we will risk our lives together. Besides, Aining truck has been hidden for so long without being discovered. It must be a secret place. So, the two cars went back to the city in the night and separated at the intersection. When they drove to a deserted place, Jiang Ning put the car into the space and walked back when it was almost time. Everyone took the Hummer back to the city. There was indeed unrest in the city, but fortunately no casualties were caused. The Hummer drove to the opposite side of the police station. Jiang Ning held the key of another room in her trouser pocket. After thinking for a while, she finally did not take it out. After watching the few people enter the building, she glanced at the second generation of Pighead, who was still fainting in the back seat, and couldn't help shaking her head. Alas, it is estimated that Master Rong was a villain who destroyed the galaxy in his previous life, so he gave birth to such a bad son. Tonight, the whole city is in a sensation because of him. Driving back to the villa area, Rong House was brightly lit. Seeing the 50-building Hummer coming back, she quickly opened the door to welcome them out. Master Rong was anxious and angry. Did he get out? Jiang Ning opened the car door and let him come over to see for himself. Seeing her serious expression, Mrs. Rong, who was extremely worried, hurried over and saw the disfigured third Master Rong in the back seat, and cried out in grief. My son, you died so tragically. She rolled her eyes and fell on the spot. The cane in Master Rong's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and he was about to fall. Jiang Ning was dumbfounded. He was not dead. Could it be that he really died from an overdose of ether? It's over. It's her plane. She was so scared that she quickly bent down and reached out to touch Yudo's face. He was still breathing. Jiang Ning said happily. He's not dead. He's still breathing. Mr. Rong came over quickly, opened his eyes, and looked for a long time before he was sure that Shu-Tu was his son. How did he become like this? The plane was still in his hand, and Jiang Ning tried to say something nice to Shu-Tu. The third young master is a member of your Rong family. He swore to his death that he would not be insulted by the evil forces, so he confronted them head-on. And that's why he got hurt. Master Rong felt a little better. The bones of the shriveled calf were still strong. The servants and the housekeeper came over and carried the unconscious pig head up. Doctor, hurry, hurry. Master Rong and his wife were still happy that the pig head was back, but the look in the eyes of their children and grandchildren was quite intriguing. Jiang Ning saw everything and pretended not to know. If he were the eldest or second son, he would feel uncomfortable. His son was beaten up, and Master Rong was in no mood to talk about other things. Please rest assured, Miss Jiang, I will definitely fulfill my promise. Please wait for 2 more days. Jiang Ning understood. The Rong family couldn't escape anyway. The two drove home. As soon as they stopped the car and turned off the engine, the gate next door opened. Daodu ran out and threw herself into the arms of the two, brother and sister-in-law. Are you okay? Jiang Ning rubbed her head. No. After hugging the two, Dowda hugged the excited dog. Cola. I was worried about you guys. Woof. The dog rubbed against her enthusiastically. Qin Chuan came out with his son, and the two families greeted each other lively. Dowda waved. Brother Xiaomu. I'm going home. Enter the courtyard and close the door. Tired Jiang Ning took out the hot spring from the space and took a good bath to relieve his fatigue. After taking a comfortable hot spring bath, he felt much more energetic. Put on clean clothes and treat yourself to a big meal. Stir-fried beef, clay pot lamb, braised pork, salt and pepper shrimp, pork soup, and green vegetables. All of them were prepared in advance and stored in the space. Just let Huishan take them out from the kitchen. The two were drooling with greed, and their eyes were full of light. While eating and chatting, Jiang Ning saw that Dowda was very greedy, and couldn't help but say, How are you at Qin's house? Chapter 310. Brother Xiaomu made meat buns for me. Dowda answered honestly. But Uncle Qin is not good at making dough, so I helped to ferment it. There are bacon and dried vegetable buns, beef and sauerkraut buns, but the taste is not as good as ours. People's hearts are unpredictable. Jiang Ning has more thoughts. Dowda. Did they ask about your family situation? No. While eating braised pork, Dowda suddenly felt unhappy. I was on duty for my brother, and several people deliberately talked to me and asked what supplies were at home. 10-year-old children may not be sensible in peacetime, but Dowda has witnessed countless cruel scenes under the tireless teaching of Jiang Ning and Huishan. Although her life experience is not rich enough, she is already fully sensible. She knows who is good and who is bad. Not only did she not get the truth from those people, but Dowda used the reverse trick to figure out everything. Buildings 12, 19, and 23. These three are mean. Stay away from them in the future. The little girl is smart, with a soft and cute face. It is estimated that she will be the only one to deceive others in the future, which is reassuring. Huishan peeled a shrimp as a reward for her, which made Dowda very happy. Woof. It takes two to coax it. Jiang Ning laughed beside him. Well, our cook is great, and he is the hero of this mission. Guzi quickly pushed the food bowl over, filled the shit shovel quickly. After eating and drinking, turn off the lights and have a good sleep. Lying in the warm quilt, she was too lazy to get up. Dowda was diligent. In order to let her brother and sister-in-law rest more, she insisted on working independently. Huishan agreed. The sooner the children in the last days become independent, the higher the chance of survival. He told his sister to keep warm clothes and shoes, and to be friendly, but keep a distance and be vigilant. Dowda remembered. Brother. I know. After getting up after a good sleep, Huishan took care of the poultry in the backyard, while Jiang Ning checked the medicinal fields in the space, harvesting what should be harvested and continuing to plant and divide plants. There is no shortage of food for people and animals for the time being, and Jiang Ning is concentrating on expanding the medicinal fields, mainly planting medicines that are beneficial to the liver and lungs. Huishan gave the prophecy letter, and the relevant departments should make corresponding preparations. But natural disasters have a butterfly effect, and the more survivors there are, the more scarce resources are. Diseases are different from other disasters, and the right medicine can only be prescribed. Without a case, the doctor could not study the symptoms in advance. The only thing she could do now was to plant as many as possible and expand the varieties of herbs that could be selected. After finishing the medicine field, the two closed the door, took out the materials from the cave, and carefully counted them. Jiang Ning made a list, even recording the expiration date and production date. In 5 years, most of the materials have expired, and some have even gone bad. But now is a special period for people who are starving, let alone spoiled food. They are afraid that they can swallow rat poison. A box of aged bacon. Light ones can have smooth intestines. Heavy ones can have afternoon tea in the underworld. Jiang Ning carefully examined it, and even gave medical advice on whether to eat it. As for whether Zhang Chao and the others listened to it, that was another matter. The last 2 trips were to move rice, estimated to be more than 1,500 kilograms, which was really risking their lives. It was well preserved. Jiang Ning happened to have a small rice mill in stock, which could be shared. After 3 days of rest, Uncle Guan knocked on the door outside and said that Master Rong wanted to see him. After entering the Rong family's gate, they found several large trucks parked in the front yard. and the trucks were piled with metal oil drums. Jiang Ning didn't take a closer look, probably because they were helicopter fuel. The two were invited into the study. Master Rong looked tired, but he always maintained his demeanor and stretched out his hands to Jiang Ning and Huishan. This time, it's really thanks to you too. Thank you. You're welcome. You have paid. Jiang Ning shook hands with him. How is the third young master? Don't mention the idiot. My blood pressure can't stand it. Master Rong quickly took the anti-hypertensive medicine. If it happens again, he will be dead. The plane is on the rooftop and can be flown away at any time. Mr. Rong admired the two young people very much. Do you need me to find someone to teach you how to fly a plane? No need. Huishan politely refused. I can do it. Mr. Rong was surprised, and then laughed. Young people are formidable. You two are incredible. After the kidnapping, he was more certain that the identities of the two were not simple, and deliberately tried to test them. The day before yesterday, Director Ling came over and said that the army found a cave in the mountains and rescued several kidnapped hostages. But my son was not among them. He asked me how I found and rescued him. Jiang Ning knew that he was testing her. I wonder what you said. After a lifetime in the business world, Master Rong was best at observing people's words and expressions. He keenly felt that Director Ling had a special relationship with the two. But this relationship did not seem to be what he had thought before. Director Ling was testing her, and it seemed that he was trying to verify something. Master Rong did not understand for a moment, but out of his usual caution, he did not tell the truth, and only said that the bounty hunters found it. As for how they found it, according to the rules of the underworld, he could not ask. The other party brought the person back, and he paid the full amount as agreed, and the matter was settled. They were all old foxes with thousands of years of experience, and no one got the upper hand after a lot of back and forth. So the matter was left unresolved. Unfortunately, Master Rong did not see the clues from the faces of the two young men. They were both experienced. So he decisively stopped asking and asked Uncle Guan to take the two to the rooftop. Unexpectedly, Huishan really didn't lie. He could fly a plane. He understood the aircraft instruments, understood the operating interface, and the propellers started to sound. This was definitely Huishan's highlight moment. Jiang Ning wondered, could this be God's compensation for her? She looked at the plane. The Rong family never sold anything cheap. The cabin could accommodate more than 10 people, so it was considered relatively large, worth at least 200 or 300 million. Don't blame people for being evil. If the third young Master Rong was kidnapped a few more times, it would probably take her place as the richest man. The helicopter took off slowly and gradually disappeared into the darkness. Jiang Ning looked down at the ground, but it was pitch black and she couldn't see anything. Huishan was concentrating on flying the plane. Where are we going to park it? Getting the plane is one thing. Parking it is another. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. Let's go to the place where we hid from the earthquake last time. The place is big enough and very remote, so it is unlikely that there are people there. Fengcheng is not big, and the plane is very fast, so it will reach the destination quickly. Jiang Ning took out a telescope to observe the opposite side, while Huishan controlled the plane to land slowly. After landing safely, the two did not rush to collect the plane, but repeatedly observed the surroundings through night vision goggles. Only when there was no danger did they collect it into the space and park it on the cruise ship. All land, sea and air are available, which really makes people feel safe. Coming here is not a problem, but going back is a problem. For safety reasons, Jiang Ning took out the land beast predator that split the mountain and opened the way. Thinking the young Master Rong was still breathing, he was prepared for the worst, so he put on a fast sakini to ensure that even his mother would not recognize him. The predator was on the road, and the earthquake shook the mountains. Jiang Ning's worries were right. The old city has become a paradise for evil forces, and there are dangers at any time in the dark. It was only half an hour after we got on the road, and bullets flew towards the car window. Chapter 311. Unfortunately, for the looters, it was no different from scratching an itch, and not even a trace was left, unable to penetrate the glass. They angrily shot at the tires. Damn it, they couldn't even penetrate the tires. Where are the armor-piercing bullets? Where are my armor-piercing bullets? Jiang Ning didn't care about their incompetent rage, and drove away rumbling. There was a fearless idiot who raised his gun and rushed up. But he didn't even cherish his own life. So who would care? Jiang Ning rushed forward, knocking down people and walls. and ran over the broken bricks and tiles, and moving forward bravely. All obstacles are no longer obstacles. It is so cool to drive recklessly in the dark. After passing through the old city, the situation is much safer. Although thugs jump out from time to time, they are still scared when they see the huge size of the looters. They can go to the vicinity of the new city without any obstacles. The two changed cars again. It seems too ostentatious to leave by plane and drive back by car. The two wore bulletproof vests and helmets and rode donkeys home. After walking around, I realized that the new city had been cracking down for the past 2 days, and no thugs dared to come out to cause trouble for the time being. Jiang Ning had expected this. Otherwise, he would not dare to ride a donkey. After the military and police seized the caved-in, they would surely strike while the iron was hot and interrogate the 3 injured men to find out which gangs of thugs in the city they had dealings with, and then destroy them with thunder and lightning. High pressure and severe crackdown. Just ask who dares to run into the muzzle of the gun. Anyone who runs into the muzzle of the gun will be thrown into the garbage power station, burning my body and lighting up the eternal night. The light will never go out. Jiang Ning was not in a hurry to collect the fuel after hiding the plane. If he collected it too quickly and too obviously, it would be easy for the Rome family to calculate the route and location, and it would be troublesome to send a few smart people to follow. 1 car was collected a day, and it took 4 days to complete the collection. It's true. Someone followed me just after I left the community. I was confused by the 2 people's twists and turns, and I was killed without anyone noticing. The Rome family didn't do anything wrong. They were just small-time thugs who specifically followed the villa area to pick up bargains. Instead of getting a bargain, they were killed. Jiang Ning's heart finally fell after the bag was put in her pocket. From now on, she is also a child of a plane. The stolen goods are still in the space. It's time to divide the pork. Jiang Ning used the intercom to contact Liu Yu and asked them to come over. Several people came over quickly. Feeling happy, Jiang Ning took out the account book. I have counted the supplies and recorded the quantities here. Do you think there are any mistakes? Supplies are related to life. We are all people who have been struggling in the end times. No one is stupider than anyone else. We all know the number. He knew the number after just one glance. Jiang Ning did not hide anything. The helicopter and 100 tons of fuel given by the Rome family have been obtained. Do you want to divide them equally or exchange the supplies? Zhang Chao thought for a while. Aining, what are your plans? I definitely want the helicopter. If you want it, we can share it. If we really encounter an unavoidable disaster, we may have more ways to survive. If you don't want it, I will find a way to exchange it for equivalent supplies for you. Several people estimated that the supplies they could get, such as tea, salt, wine, and medicine, could be exchanged for food, plus 1,500 kilograms of rice, which would be enough for a few years. The 4 looked at each other, and then Ding Qi spoke. Aining, we don't plan to take the helicopter. Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment, then said, okay, you see what supplies you need. I will find a way to exchange them for you. No need. Ding Qi was firm. We greatly underestimated the enemy's firepower this time. If you and Brother Shen hadn't joined, let alone getting helicopters and fuel, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have a chance to come back alive. Even if they could come back alive, they wouldn't be unscathed. Not to mention that friends should help each other. Brothers should also settle accounts clearly. Not to mention that the two have helped each other many times over the years. Otherwise Zheng Weili and Ding Qi might have died. One by one, the two families were unable to repay when they were in trouble. But they all had a debt in their hearts. Ding Qi's heart was not made of iron. Her knowledge of Jiang Ning and Huishan almost came from the oral description of Zhang Chao and the other two. Although she had met them a few times, they were not close friends. She only knew that the two were very capable and lived a good life. But she had no idea how rich they were. But she felt that at least they were not at the level of the Rong family. The reason why Ding Qi privately found Jiang Ning when Zhang Chao and others disagreed was not only to increase her chances of winning, but also because she thought that the two had done something shady before. So why not give it another try now that they had the chance? After all, who would complain about having too many supplies in the end times? But after this incident, she realized that there was a huge gap between her and the other two. Jiang Ning had everything, and her original proposal was absurd. After returning, the four of them reflected deeply that this was not an equal partnership. Even though the value of the helicopter and 100 tons of fuel was thousands of times greater than the supplies in the cave. It was obviously unfair to divide them equally. Not to mention that Jiang Ning and Huishan went there for this. What was even more commendable was that Jiang Ning and Huishan did not propose to take the lion's share of the benefits because of the disparity in quality. They didn't mention it. That was their business. It didn't mean Ding Qi and the others could pretend to be stupid. Not to mention that since returning to Fengcheng, the two had helped a lot, and they had their own account in their hearts. But Jiang Ning didn't lack what she could give. And after thinking about it, she felt that it would be more appropriate to give up the helicopter and fuel. Jiang Ning was a little surprised by their decision. She definitely wanted the plane. But after all, they had their own families, so they still had to do the superficial work. No, you will suffer too much if you do that. Zhang Chao and others had a clear attitude. Aining, this is our joint decision. We are all family, so there is no need to be so formal. Airplanes and fuel are very expensive. But no matter how expensive they are, we don't think they are more valuable than our lives. Whether it was on the 18th floor in the past, or in the past few years, since we returned to Fengcheng. We know how much you and Brother Shen have helped us. If you don't accept it, we will feel really bad, and we can't be friends anymore. Jiang Ning secretly observed the expressions of the others, and said in a very firm tone. No. No. They pushed and shoved each other back and forth. And both of them were very determined. Almost blushing. Finally, Jiang Ning reluctantly said, okay. Then I will take it. But if you need it in the future, just ask. The plane and fuel far exceeded the supplies in the cave. And she knew it in her mind. We take the plane, and the supplies taken out of the cave belong to you. No. We will split it equally. Several people knew very well that if Jiang Ning hadn't come forward to negotiate, the Rong family would not be willing to spend so much money. Even if they rescued the third young master Rong. At most, they would have 10,000 kilograms of food. Jiang Ning really didn't want it. And after pushing and shoving, he was almost angry. So Zhang Chao and others stopped insisting. Some things were not said to each other, but they felt relieved. Now that they got the plane and fuel, they still had to treat them. Jiang Ning picked 2 3-pound fish from the space and planned to treat them. I exchanged fish with someone. How about having a pickled fish dinner to celebrate today? Zhang Chao and others drank corn residue porridge every day, and their mouths were so dry that they could taste birds. When they heard about the fish, their eyes lit up, and they immediately helped to kill them. The pickled fish hot pot is sour and spicy. I kept adding bean sprouts, tofu and black moss to it. It was so refreshing to eat in the cold weather. It was like returning to the 18th floor. Relaxed, simple, but refreshing and comfortable. Whether it is real or illusory. In this end of the world where people are cold and alienated, people can't help but want to grab something. Chapter 312. Lu Yu discussed with Jiang Ning. Aining, there are too many people over there. Can we leave the supplies here temporarily? Come back and get them when we find a place to put them. Even cooking porridge over there requires closing the window, let alone eating meat. Jiang Ning had no objection. Okay. There are still many ways here. If you want to eat meat, tell me in advance, and I will exchange it for you when I can. Everyone was happier when they heard it, and felt that there was a new hope in life. After eating almost, Zhang Chao announced the business. Aining, we plan to quit our jobs as security guards. If there is no shortage of supplies, who would risk their lives? Jiang Ning was happy for them. This is a good thing. The eternal night is too dangerous. It's not too late to set off after this disaster. After eating, they played with Coke for a while and planned to leave. Jiang Ning exchanged some mung beans and soybeans for the two families, which could be used to sprout bean sprouts. You can't always drink corn grits porridge. Change the taste appropriately. In addition, she took out the key from her pocket. The villa is relatively safe, and there will probably be no unrest for the time being. The other house is empty anyway, so you can live there first and talk about it when the time comes. If nothing else, just because of their attitude today. If the villa area is really going to fall one day, I believe they will vacate the house when she needs it. Who knows? Zhang Chao refused. Thank you. But it's too much trouble for you. And now we have enough money. We will find a bigger house later. After closing the door, Jiang Ning went back to the house and sat quietly on the sofa. Without the smile and enthusiasm just now, there was a little more confusion in his expression. Huishan came over. What's wrong? Jiang Ning thought for a while. The value of the plane and fuel is high. But I want them all. Do you think it's unfair? We were originally going for the plane and fuel. If we split it all equally, what if this happens again next time? Some words might make Jiang Ning unhappy. But Hui Yishan still felt it was necessary to say them. Aining. Whether it's Zhang Chao and his friends or us. We are actually changing all the time. We can't say we are selfish or greedy. But our needs and interests are different. In the past, on the 18th floor, everyone was a community of interests. So we naturally had the same ideas. But now it's not the case. Zhang Chao and his friends are a community with Ding Qi. I believe that your friendship with Zhang Chao and the others has not changed. And their friendship with you has not changed. But the world has changed. And the goals of our lives have changed. He didn't think Zhang Chao and Lu were wrong. But their living standards were different. And it was no longer suitable for them to stock up supplies together like on the 18th floor. But he didn't think Jiang Ning was greedy. If you insist on sharing equally, it will make them realize that friendship also has boundaries. Once you develop a habit, you will most likely become the second Zheng Weili. And they will become Zheng Weili's brother and sister-in-law. Unfair distribution of benefits will make them calm down and reflect on themselves. I believe this is also the reason why Jiang Ning finally asked for the plane and fuel. In fact, she also realized it. But she was still a little confused. Hui Yishan's words made Jiang Ning feel relieved. In fact, when Ding Qi said it, she was very worried and was afraid that what she saw on their faces was just polite words. If this is true, it means there is no future. Hui Yishan is right. Friendship has boundaries and needs to be carefully considered. Fortunately, after this incident, she and Zhang Chao and others reflected on it. Jiang Ning suddenly understood, and then stared at Hui Yishan. You have already had opinions in your heart. Why are you still so tolerant of me? You are my wife. Who should I tolerate if not you? They could not get married in the end of the world. But in Hui Yishan's heart, Jiang Ning had long been his real wife. If it weren't for the end of the world, the two might even have children. She has her own problems and temper. But they are all within a reasonable range, as long as it is not excessive to the point of being outrageous. There is nothing wrong with occasionally being a little bit petty. He was also worried that he was too dull, and would make her feel bored. Hui Yishan. Thank you. Jiang Ning leaned on his shoulder. If I lose control in the future, you can tell me in time. Don't keep it in your heart. It was rare for her to show her soft side. Hui Yishan suddenly became interested. How are you going to thank me? How do you want me to thank you? Hui Yishan said meaningfully. Call me brother? Jiang Ning burst out laughing and bit his ear. Brother Shen. The two were still playing downstairs. Hui Yishan, who was full of enthusiasm, picked her up and said, We got a big plane. Let's celebrate. Close the door and turn on the lights. After the crackdown, it became much quieter outside. No thugs were found climbing over the high wall of the community for several days. The owners of the community also adapted to the long darkness. They all developed a pair of sharp ears. Sometimes they could tell who was walking just by the sound of footsteps. The footsteps of people of different heights, weights, and sizes were different. The footsteps of men, women, young and old were different. The footsteps of different styles of shoes were also different. Not to mention the difference between the main business and the thugs. Some owners, who are looking for fun and hardship, even make bets while on patrol, playing a game of guessing by listening to footsteps. The loser can hand out cigarettes or peanuts. It was pitch black, and a familiar dog barking sounded outside. The dog stood up instantly, feeling a little excited, and its tail wagged. It seems that the dog still likes Ah Bin, the lackey. Jiang Ning let it out for fun. As usual, it can only move around in the circle. When I opened the door, I realized that Ah Bin was not alone, but dragged a wheelchair. Sitting in the wheelchair, a white mummy. When Jiang Ning shone the flashlight over, he realized it was young Master Rong. He almost burst out laughing. What happened to you? Sister, do you still have any humanity? Young Master Rong was so aggrieved that he cried. I was beaten like this. Jiang Ning was surprised. Your hands and feet are broken? When I rescued him, it didn't seem that serious. Young Master Rong was depressed. That little injury has healed long ago. I was beaten by the old man. Oh, he really deserved it. Young Master Rong was here to settle accounts. And he was particularly angry. Sister, you are so cruel. Asking for a helicopter right away. If she had asked for less, he wouldn't have been beaten like this by the old man. It's really sad. Jiang Ning calmly asked back. Young master, is your life so cheap? It's not even worth a helicopter. Bullshit. Of course not. Young Master Rong was so angry that he was speechless. His face flushed and his neck thickened. And he said, then you can't ask for 100 tons of fuel right away. She didn't ask for a plane. She was asking for his life. Jiang Ning was speechless. Without fuel, how can I put the plane on display for fun? He didn't care. He was hurt anyway. Who knew Jiang Ning would be even more ruthless? When will you go out again? I might even ask for another plane. Rong Sanshao almost vomited blood. Jiang Ning didn't comfort him, who had a fragile heart, and asked curiously, did you find Yutong? Chapter 313. What are you looking for? Not even the bones or the residue are there. If the doctor hadn't diagnosed my cousin, he would have suffered from mental paranoia and would have been beaten to death by my aunt. My aunt came from a chaotic era when gold was everywhere. She was a female entrepreneur who grew up in the great waves. She was busy with work in her early years and neglected her family. But she was better because my cousin was ambitious and had excellent business talent. She retired early, handed the business over to her son, and traveled around. Her son did live up to everyone's expectations and took the business to take off again. But who knew that it would fall on a woman? The man had been dead for many years, but he was stuck inside and couldn't get out. He was used by the robbers, who disguised themselves as bodyguards, and was tricked out with a forged letter. Rong Sanshao tried to persuade him, but it didn't work. In a hurry, he followed his cousin out, because he was worried about his cousin's safety. He thought the Rong family was well known in Fengcheng, and there were police on duty at home. Unless the thugs were really brave, they had to give face to the Rong family. Now think about it. I don't know who gave me the courage. Once I was kidnapped. The whole city knew about it, knowing that the cousin was responsible for the trouble. The furious aunt refused to show any mercy. She waved her hand and slapped the cousin a dozen times, and ordered him to be detained. If you run again, your legs will be broken. Jiang Ning was shocked. He didn't expect that the boss would have such a day, and only the boss's mother could cure him. Does he really have mental paranoia? Who knows? Anyway, he was forced to take medicine, having a cousin with a mental illness. Rong Sanshao felt that he was really unlucky. Fortunately, the aunt took the responsibility and insisted on finding another plane to compensate the old man. Otherwise his brain would not be saved. There was no reason to spit out what had come into Jiang Ning's mouth. She comforted him for the sake of face, and then asked Ah Bin to drag the mummy back. Out of sight, out of mind. Although he was annoyed, he was his own child after all. So Master Rong was still measured in his actions, and did not beat him to death. After raising him for 10 days and a half months, the second generation was alive and kicking again. This time, the embarrassment was too great, and young Master Rong was much more low-key. After resting enough, Jiang Ning continued to work. The family of 3 sent out 4 hours of duty each, and took turns to go home to rest, while other families were envious. They followed suit. Any child who dares to say no will either be slapped or die outside the villa. The harsh environment makes family affection more and more shallow. They gradually tear off the cultivation package by suits and red wine, and show their impatient side to their family members. Even Master Rong was willing to be his son. So why should they be reluctant? Therefore, the villa area often staged scenes of loving fathers and filial sons. The rich people who used to be dressed in suits and leather shoes now chased after them in slippers with brooms. While the second generation ran in front with messy hair, Jiang Ning just ate melons and watched the show. And she didn't hide her joy. Patrolling with a flashlight, she stopped walking and looked at the quiet villa in deep thought. She remembered that Building 25 seemed to have a papillon dog, and the whole family was killed by the security team during the eternal night. And the house is still empty. The quality of the house is beyond doubt, and all the materials used for decoration are good. It feels a bit wasteful to leave it empty like this. Zhang Chao and others looked around and didn't find a safe house near the police station. So they asked the sharp-mouthed monkey if there was any house available. The sharp-mouthed monkey had no resources, but he reported it to Qin Chuan, who knew that Qin Chuan accidentally drank a few more cups and missed some for Jiang Ning. Rong Sanshao still held the title of the owner's committee, and Jiang Ning found him in the shelter. There are 6 empty villas in the community. Do you have any ideas? Rong Sanshao instantly became alert. What? What are you planning? One villa is not enough for her to live in. And she wants to change one every day? Since he was heartbroken by his sister, his attitude is not as attentive as before. Jiang Ning suggested. The house is empty anyway. Why not rent it out or sell it? Young Master Rong almost choked. She was so bold. The ownership of the house belongs to the owner. If there is no heir after death, it will be taken back by the authorities according to the rules. It's just that Yongya is too chaotic. The authorities are busy and put all their energy on public security. Who has the time to pay attention to the house? In addition, Fengcheng is already overcrowded. The communities and commercial buildings are not stupid enough to report. As long as there is no one in the house, it will be occupied by the first come first served. Jiang Ning is not kidding. It is true that Zhang Chao and Liu have supplies, but the place they live is cramped. They can't even eat meat. Considering that they gave up the plane and fuel, she was willing to help without harming her own interests. Don't rush to refuse. Security guards rebelled. Bodyguards turned against their will. Families were worried about this, and fired many servants and bodyguards. If all these people were removed, the remaining people would be the ones who didn't do anything. Do you expect these people to protect the community? Eternal night is dangerous. Even if the servants and bodyguards have no ulterior motives, the property is not theirs. If the thugs come back one day, will they work for the master? I guarantee they will run away faster than rabbits. So, we have to absorb fresh blood, so that they can have a place to stay and treat this place as their own home. They will defend it to the death if they are in danger. Young Master Rong stared at her, and she was not the one who would suffer any loss. She used to be indifferent to him, but now she is talking non-stop. Is it because the sun rises from the west? Or because she has received benefits from others? He was very suspicious. Who do you want to give the house to? Your Ah Bin is almost staying at my house and won't leave. Don't you know who I should find a house for? Young Master Rong didn't pretend. Those 4 people? Yes. They have a life and death friendship with my family. They have many years of experience as security patrolmen. One of them is a former Sonda champion. They are all very skilled. Any one of them can easily kill your bodyguard in seconds. She didn't need to say it. The old man sent someone to check and found that they were really good. It's just that he felt uncomfortable. He took out his heart, liver, spleen and lungs. But his sister still ignored him. But was so nice to others. Humph. But what Jiang Ning said was indeed true. Except for his family and Building 50. The others were hopeless. If something really happens, it would be a blessing if they don't hold us back. How dare we point fingers at them? The eternal night has only lasted for a short time, and the families are almost tortured to collapse. It's time to absorb some fresh blood. But they must know their roots. Sister, you won't cheat me, right? Jiang Ning rolled his eyes. Look at what you said. Can I still bring a wolf home? Young Master Rong hesitated. I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to get the old man approval. He was really scared of being beaten. And he didn't want to be imprisoned like his cousin, forced to take medicine every day. However, he was still loyal. I ask for you. After returning from duty, Jiang Ning mentioned his plan to Huishan. Young Master Rong was still quite loyal, and he really discussed it with Master Rong. Master Rong knew that Building 50 was able to take down the nest of evil forces and rescue his son. And there must be helpers behind it. It was necessary to agree. Recruiting capable newcomers would be beneficial to the long-term development of the community. And it would also be considered giving face to Building 50. But he looked at the matter more comprehensively. And this matter had to be handled in a formality, so that people would not think that the Rong family had the final say. So he asked his son, the pig-headed son, to convene an owners' meeting and bring it to the table for discussion. Vacant villas can be rented out, but an interview is required and a guarantor is required. The income will be shared by the owners of the community. Young Master Rong was very active in doing things for his sister, and his brain was very sharp. He spoke passionately on the stage. Everyone. It's creepy to leave the villa empty. And everyone is tired from being on duty every day this year. Recruiting new tenants with new strength can reduce the patrol pressure for the community. Then we can work in 3 shifts. And we can also generate unexpected income. This is a good thing for everyone. After speaking, young Master Rong smiled at everyone. Who is in favor? Who is against? Chapter 314. The Rong family has spoken. Who dares to object? They are the leaders of the community's security. Besides, It can generate income and reduce the duty time. Only a fool would disagree. If the new tenant really wants to make trouble, there is still a guarantor. So, it was passed unanimously. Jiang Ning gave him a thumbs up. And Rong Sanxiao's heart was sweeter than drinking honey. Considering Huishan reminder, she deliberately took a detour and did not go directly to Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, but to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was a person who she understood at once. Haha. You are so popular, sister-in-law. I have approached young Master Rong before, but he refused immediately. You had to do it. Not long after, Lu Yu's intercom called. Aining, Zhang Chao, and I want to move to a bigger house. Brother Qin said you have one. Is it suitable? They just wanted to find a bigger house. But they didn't expect Qin Chuan to buy a villa. It should be good. But someone has died there. Jiang Ning smiled. If you don't mind, you can come and choose a house when you have time. We have already resigned and will be here soon. The rent is definitely not cheap. But you can look at the house first before making a decision. Half an hour later, the four people arrived at the community, and Jiang Ning took them to see the unused villa. At the beginning, they just dragged the body and burned it. But the house was not cleaned up. It was a mess everywhere. And even black bloodstains could be seen. If it was before the natural disaster, people would not live in an unlucky house where someone had died even if they paid money. But now it's different. Who cares about these things? The living are much scarier than the dead. After looking through all the unused houses, the four did not choose the largest one. After all, the rent here must be expensive. And secondly, it is difficult to guard a large house. A few chose Building 42, which has a similar layout to Building 50. The two families still live together. This house has a half-built wall, which can be continued after the eternal night is over. After they chose the house, Jiang Ning did not participate in the rent negotiation. But Qin Chuan volunteered. Young Master Rong said, 100 kilograms of rice or noodles. Qin Chuan pulled him aside and whispered, Young Master, they are Jiang Ning friends. You have to consider the Buddha's face even if you don't consider the monk's face. Young Master Rong rolled his eyes. We used to need about 20 kilograms of food to support a security guard. But now we rent a villa. And 100 kilograms is only given because of your face. It's the eternal night now. And both families can send one person to patrol at the same time. Don't use the polar day as an excuse. Young Master Rong thought for a while. 50 kilograms? Qin Chuan's mind was quick. Jiang Ning rarely speaks up. You lose 50 kilograms? How much did you say? Qin Chuan thought for a while. 20 kilograms of food per month during the eternal night. And buy more later if it's appropriate? Okay. It's my sister who asked. Remember to ask her to treat me to a meal. He didn't care about a few pounds of food at all. Just wanted Jiang Ning to owe him a favor. Both parties drafted the contract on the spot and signed and sealed it. After signing the contract, Rong Sanxiao winked. Sister, remember to treat me to a meal. Jiang Ning only then knew the truth, and had the urge to beat Qin Chuan's head off. Qin Chuan was righteous. Sister-in-law, as long as you ask for this matter, you owe Rong Sanxiao a favor. Why not maximize the benefits? Your friends move in, and anyone who dares to take advantage of us in the future will have to think twice. Isn't this good for you? Me and everyone else? Jiang Ning was speechless. Food was precious, so she suggested using tea, cigarettes and alcohol to pay for the rent. In the end, she gave 3 kilograms of tea, which paid for 1 month's rent. The house was robbed, but the furniture, kitchenware and other daily necessities were still there, and even the owner's clothes. As long as they cleaned up, they could move in with their bags. Compared with the subdivided flat, even if it was the dark night, this place was already a paradise on earth. The four hugged and cheered. And they finally lived in the villa. They didn't have much stuff, so they moved it all in one trip. There are gardens in the front and backyards, a spacious house, and a soft and comfortable big bed. You can just fall on it and roll around. After discussion, Lu Yu and Zheng Weili lived downstairs, and Zhang Chao and Ding Qi lived upstairs. There are vegetable seeds, corn and peanuts. As long as the light source is solved, they can be grown and eaten or pressed for oil. Then change a few poultry, and life will get better and better. From the subdivided flat to the spacious villa, the suppressed and irritable mood is released. Qin Chuan didn't say it, But several people knew very well that Rongsan Xiao was willing to rent the villa at such a low price, just for Jiang Ning and Huishan's sake. To thank the two, they discussed to share the stolen goods equally. Jiang Ning didn't expect the mistake to be so obvious. How about this? Huishan and I take one. And the extra one is your housewarming gift. She didn't lack supplies, so she just took one symbolically, so that both of them would know. There were 6 empty villas in the community, but the rich people in the community were full of tricks, especially when they were facing the cold and hunger. Their tricks were as many as thieves. On the surface, they were still dressed in suits and leather shoes, but in fact, they secretly took the ownerless diesel generators or solar generators, stole them home for their own use, or took them out to exchange for supplies. The landlord's stupid son was slow to react, and by the time he realized what was happening, they had already been dismantled and disappeared. They were all well-known figures, and the Rong family didn't lack these things at all. No one said anything, and the matter was left unresolved. So Liu and others urgently needed to solve the lighting problem. Otherwise they would be blind and unable to supplement the light to grow food. Solar generators are useless in the eternal night, but diesel generators are incredibly expensive. Even if you spend most of your fortune to buy them, there is no way to solve the problem of diesel. The authorities had predicted the eternal night and had taken a series of related measures, including a simple generator. The few people had been working there for years, so they were quite familiar with the new technology products that appeared in the authorities. The simple generator actually converts mechanical kinetic energy into electrical energy. Strictly speaking, it is not a high-tech product. The 18th floor had already used it, pedaling a bicycle to generate electricity. At that time, one of the two was weak, and the other was easily beaten by aiming. After the improvement, the simple generator is not only easier to pedal, but also has a higher power generation efficiency. If you work harder, there should be no problem with daily lighting and supplementary lighting for animals and plants. Simple generators are good in every way, except that they are expensive. The 4 of them scraped the materials they could get and gritted their teeth to buy one. After years of wandering and countless frictions of life and death, they were exhausted mentally and physically. They wanted to settle down in the villa area and plan their future life well. Jiang Ning had no idea about the plans of several people. Everyone has their own life. They can help appropriately in the general direction, but they will not participate in the details. In the end of the natural disaster, supplies are the life of the survivors. Jiang Ning followed the latest decision and worked with Huishan to divide all the supplies into 6 parts, including the weapons seized from the cave. The two drove the car and delivered the supplies for the 4 people. I have poultry chicks and some grain seeds. If you need them, you can come and exchange them one day. I used a rice mill to grind 100 kilograms of rice for you, and the bran can be used to feed poultry. Zheng Weili thanked him and took out 2 bags of rice and the keys to the subdivided flat. Aining, this is the rent and the keys. If it weren't for you and Brother Shin taking care of us, we might have been homeless long ago. The rent was too much according to the market price, but Jiang Ning didn't hesitate and just accepted it. Life is your own. Friends can only help you when you need it or add icing on the cake. She didn't want to interfere too much in the lives of the 2 families, and went home to bed after handing over the supplies. The 2 families divided the supplies again, and Ding Qi suddenly said, Jiang Ning takes good care of you. Zhang Chao was packing up the supplies nearby. Who said it wasn't? Don't look at a Ning cold face. In fact, her heart is very warm. She has been protecting me and Liu since we were young, especially after the natural disaster, whether it was on the 18th floor or now. If it weren't for her help, maybe we would have died long ago. Ding Qi sighed. It's great that you can make such a friend. Zhang Chao knew that she had been stabbed in the back by her companions, and more than once, and there were many shadows in her heart. Otherwise she would not choose to be a lone wolf. But people are different, and Aining is absolutely trustworthy. It's not that she will never change, and Aining exudes a strength that seems to never let herself fall into despair. Zhang Chao knows the evil of human nature, but as long as she doesn't reach the point of desperation, she will not hurt her companions. Chapter 315. Ding Qi looked at Zhang Chao and said sincerely, I envy you. You have been so firm in friendship after so many years of natural disasters, and the partners you met are so reliable. In fact, Zhang Chao is used to seeing people who are deceitful as a salesperson. There are many colleagues and customers, but his friends are always Liu Yu and Jiang Ning. Looking back on the past 20 years, except for being deceived countless times in love. I really haven't made many mistakes. Ding Qi occasionally said that Zhang Chao was simple, and he dared to use medicine to save people without knowing whether she was a human or a ghost. Every time he didn't refute, just smiled. Ding Qi was just hurt so badly that she completely closed her heart. In fact, after going around for a few years, many people wanted to team up with him and Lu Yu, but they were rejected without exception. Or in terms of the good and evil of human nature, the two had seen too much in the orphanage, and the memory would be even deeper. So if they didn't understand the soul deeply, they would never agree to team up. But Ding Qi was different. She was born in a warm family and had her own abilities. She originally teamed up on the principle of survival together, but she was repeatedly stabbed in the back. But Zhang Chao grew up in a different environment. He knows when to be strong and when to be weak. If he doesn't have an emotional weakness, he is smarter than a monkey, but he knows how to be restrained. Everyone has their own secrets. Lu Yu has, Sheng Weili has, Brother Shen has, and Jiang Ning has more. But they didn't hurt themselves, and even had good intentions. Why not? After hiding their own supplies, the four of them discussed taking tea, cigarettes, alcohol and bacon, and went to the official trading hall to exchange for a simple generator. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were on duty, while Ding Qi and Sheng Weili were at home operating a simple generator. There was a patrol team outside, so the safety of the community could still be guaranteed. This was the most peaceful sleep they had since leaving the official base. While on duty, Jiang Ning happened to meet Qin Chuan, and he smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, if I rent a villa, do you think young Master Rong will give me a discount?" Jiang Ning smiled. "Brother Qin, are you going to rent one for Xiaomu?" Qin Chuan thought, "I want to rent it for Ho and the others, but I don't know if the people in the community are willing." No wonder he was so active in negotiating the rent with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. It turned out that he was paving the way for the sharp-mouthed monkey and his friends to move into the villa. The middlemen are more cunning than thieves. However, the sharp-mouthed monkey and his friends had conflicts with the security guards of the community before, so Jiang Ning really didn't dare to express his opinions. This matter is decided by the owner's committee. Who is Qin Chuan? His mind is full of lubricants. He immediately went to find Rong Sanshao. I don't know how he negotiated, but Rong Sanshao really agreed and rented out 2 more villas. The area is much larger than 42 villas, and the monthly rent is also 20 kilograms of grain. Jiang Ning was surprised and talked to Wei Yishan during the meal. The sharp-mouthed monkeys have wives and children to support, and even if several families share the cost, they can't come up with so much food. Wei Yishan was not surprised. I guess Qin Chuan paid for them. It's one thing to be good to your brothers, but you should be clear with your brothers. The rent and food will be deducted from the future share. On the one hand, it can ensure the safety of your subordinates and make them grateful and more loyal. On the other hand, there are dozens of more people in the community, and they are all his people. Who among the rich people will dare to look down on him in the future? His guess was correct. Qin Chuan did just that. Other rich people disagreed in their hearts, but they had to nod their heads due to the reality. They had no shortage of supplies before, even in the end times. But compared with the survivors at the bottom, their lives were simply too comfortable. But with the arrival of the eternal night, after the supplies were robbed by the mob, they truly felt the harm of natural disasters. It was too hard. Not enough to eat and not warm to wear. And they had to go out on duty every day, not seeing the sun for a long time. And their health became worse and worse. They urgently need others to share the burden so that they can survive the endless night without seeing the sun. Qin Chuan knew their mentality and rented 2 villas at once on the condition that each family would send a male to work. He first provided food, and then deducted the share from his brothers after the endless night. It is true that it is quite safe opposite the police station, but it is really uncomfortable for a family to squeeze in a subdivided flat. The rent here is a bit higher, but it is relatively spacious. Not only can you raise livestock, but there is also a place to grow food. The middlemen are the best at calculating, so how could they not agree? Besides, if they really can't make ends meet one day, the boss won't watch them starve to death. With the addition of the middlemen and 42 villas, the community officially operates in 3 shifts, and each shift can reduce 4 hours. Everyone is relieved. Rong Sanshao pesters Jiang Ning every day. Sister, when will you treat me to a meal? Thinking of his great help, Jiang Ning readily agreed. Tonight, Okay. If you treat someone to a meal, you have to treat them like a treat. You can't be confrontational. But Jiang Ning couldn't stand his servile look, and Hui Yishan was not good at talking. So he invited Qin Chuan as well. He was the best at creating an atmosphere. The father and son were not good at cooking, so they had to try the big meal. Qin Chuan brought 2 of the biggest fish over. Sister-in-law, today it depends on your cooking skills, Jiang Ning said happily. Do you want pickled fish or boiled fish? The space had a lot of seasonings and side dishes, and Hui Yishan fish cutting skills were already perfect. Qin Chuan believed in her cooking skills and didn't pick and choose at all. It's all right. Jiang Ning weighed the several kilograms of fish in his hand. You raised them with fry. Right? The fish that grew in the dark were not very different from those before the natural disaster, except that they were much slimmer and a little whiter. That's right. Qin Chuan was a little embarrassed. Not long after I got the fry back, the eternal night came. It took a lot of effort to raise them. I took care of them carefully every day. I didn't even have to worry so much about raising my son. Qin Mu followed behind him and said politely to Jiang Ning, Sister. Qin Chuan corrected his son. Don't be disrespectful. Call her Aunt Jiang. Unexpectedly, Qin Mu ran to find Daodu. He took out a thermos cup from his school bag. Daodu, I just squeezed the goat milk and brought it here when it was hot. Come and try it. Brother Xiaomu, goat milk is too precious. I can't take it. Qin Mu stubbornly stuffed it into her hand. It's okay. I feed it every day. Every day. The dog follows the master. It would be fine if young Master Rong came by himself. But Ah Ben was even more shameless than him. It brought a gift. A bone with meat on it. As a gift to the eldest brother. This made Coke, who ate a lot of fish and meat every day, very disgusted. And he pushed the bone back without hesitation. But he still accepted the kindness. After gnawing the bone, Ah Ben served as a sandbag for the eldest brother to practice with. And the 2 dogs played in the yard. Rong San Shao stole the old man Mutai. Sister. Mutai from 1982. The year is older than my mother. You haven't seen it, right? Jiang Ning smiled. I really haven't seen it. 5-star brand. Yellow glazed porcelain bottle. Before the end of the world, it was as high as 150,000 per bottle. And now it is even more expensive. She has 10 bottles in her space, all of which belong to his overbearing cousin. And she can't tell him even if she is beaten to death. Chapter 316. The Mandarin Duck Hot Pot. With boiled fish on one side and beef roll, mutton roll, and pork roll on the other. There were also side dishes, including beef balls, wheat balls, fish balls, mushrooms, bean curd, bean sprouts, and tofu. Before the natural disaster, young Master Rong would never touch any hot pot that cost less than 5 figures. But now when he smelled the spicy aroma of the red oil hot pot, he felt that his dead memories were reviving. Sister, you are so awesome. Jiang Ning asked everyone to sit down. Come and try the stir-fried ingredients I made myself. Qin Chuan is indeed a middleman, boasting to young Master Rong without beating his tongue. Jiang Ning's ears were quiet, and he ate hot pot comfortably. Oh, young master, you are too polite. This is not wine. It is simply a treasure of art. Qin Chuan praised him while opening the 1982 Mutai, fearing that he would regret it the next moment. Come on. Let's all taste the taste of art. A 150,000 yuan wine. A small sip costs several thousand. It is really extravagant to make people tremble. The wine has a strong aroma, a mellow taste, and a lingering fragrance. Jiang Ning drank 2 glasses with tears in his eyes, and finally drank it. Qin Chuan continued to flatter. TSK, TSK, TSK. It is indeed the national wine. Lafite is so weak. If you drink a few more sips of this, you will feel like you can become an immortal. He can brag. But who knows that young Master Rong is even better? What's the big deal? I used to rinse my mouth with it. Sure enough, if you don't brag, you will die. However, when Jiang Ning drank the sky-high priced Mutai, the face of the domineering boss appeared in his mind. It was probably because he felt guilty for taking dozens of boxes of Mutai from him. So he pretended to be concerned and asked, How is your cousin's illness? You can't stop taking the medicine. While sighing in sympathy, young Master Rong kept stuffing meat into his mouth. It's confirmed. Deep mental paranoia. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. How could such an excellent cousin fall in love and torture himself to death? It is probably because Yutong died tragically. So he didn't let him go even as a ghost, and tortured him like this. Jiang Ning couldn't understand. Can it be cured? Since you don't value your life in the end times, you might as well go to the Pacific Ocean to accompany Yutong. In fact, I would rather my cousin not take medicine. Taking the medicine will make you more alert, but you will only suffer more. However, the eldest aunt is strong and unyielding. Perhaps being heartless is the luckiest. Just look at the look on the face of the third young master Rong. While he feels pity for his overbearing cousin, he eats every bite of meat. Jiang Ning glanced at him. Third young master. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Sister, you don't understand. It was so spicy that my soul left my body, and the feeling of sweating was simply too good. The old man eats light food, with little oil and salt, and he doesn't put a drop of oil or salt on the vegetables. I am tortured every meal. The whole family has to eat whatever the old man eats. He did mention it before, but the whole family looked at him coldly, and the old man walking stick was thrown at him. Thinking of this, he stuffed a spoonful of dipping sauce into his mouth. Great. Sister, the chili sauce you made is really delicious. Give me 2 bottles. It was not a negotiating tone. It was like treating them as one of our own. Not only did the second generation of slippers enjoy the meal, but Ah Ben was no exception. And the rice bowl that was bigger than the wash basin was emptied in seconds. After eating and drinking, Rong San Xiao refused to leave. Jiang Ning had no choice but to give him the chili sauce because he stole the 1982 mouth eye. Who would have thought that within 2 days, he would come again? Sister, the old man said the chili sauce is good. Give me some hot pot ingredients. Knowing that she was a blood-sucking leech, young Master Rong did not want it for nothing, and gave her 2 sets of surgical instruments and alcohol. The Rong family stockpiled them. Definitely branded goods. Jiang Ning was rarely generous, and gave him a can of hot pot ingredients. Enough for several meals. Zhang Chao and Liu settled down, brought cigarettes, tea and wine, and each of the poultry brought a pair of cubs, as well as vegetable seeds and other things. Jiang Ning took it and did not pass it on, but threw it into the space. It has been 5 years since the natural disaster, but the space is fresh. Too good quality can easily arouse suspicion. She took out the supplies from the space and stored them in the villa. She would put them there for a while, and put them out when she needed to be seen by outsiders. The eternal night continued, and every day was torture. The 3 empty villas were rented out in half a year, all with guarantees from the owners. Although the third young master of the Rong family seemed to be careless, he was actually investigating behind the scenes. And at the same time, he did not forget to make himself felt in front of Jiang Ning. Sister, when you and your brother-in-law are on duty, help me keep an eye on the 3 new families. If something really goes wrong, it would be strange if the old man didn't come to settle accounts with me. Jiang Ning agreed. If nothing else, the lips and teeth are in danger. She may not be professional enough, but Huishan is quite capable, and Zhang Chao and Liu have also learned their trade. After observing for several months, no unusual behavior was found. Facing the new members, the rich were initially terrified, but after being tortured by the eternal night for a long time, they gradually adapted to the hard days, and gradually let go of their superior mentality, and even learned to have fun in the midst of hardship. Sometimes they would even joke with 50 buildings. They belonged to them. And Jiang Ning always remains vigilant. Unconsciously. 2 years of eternal darkness. After the unremitting efforts of the military, police and civilians, the lights on both sides of the road are on again. There are discoveries during robberies, and there have been several thefts over the wall in the community, either discovered by the duty team or chased to death by the Tibetan Mastiff. Don't think that Ah Ben has no temper just because he is stupid in front of the big brother. He is absolutely overwhelming with his momentum. Try it with the thugs who climbed over the wall. They will bite off your fingers, and they will not forget to bring them to the big brother to take credit. 3. Bloody. Coke put his paw on the big stupid head. Well done. While public security is gradually improving, the pace of reconstruction has not stopped. Jiang Ning did not go out, but with Rong Sanshao as the loudspeaker, he always got the news faster than others. The official glass factory has been completed and has started production. Whether it is equipment or talents, it is not comparable to before the natural disaster, but it will get better slowly. Countless times on duty, Roan Sanshao stood in a dark corner, staring at the rooftop of Building 50 in a daze. Triangular glass house. It seems to be growing medicinal herbs. But is it really for medicinal herbs? He always felt that the official glass factory had some kind of connection with Building 50. Did my sister not only know the prophecy, but also believed it firmly? So she built the glass house in advance to prevent the villa from being corroded by smog or acid rain? Not to mention the distant past. The wall built by the Roan family before Yonya has brought a lot of security to the family in the past 2 years. Mr. Roan is the one who pays the most attention to official trends. As soon as he learned that the glass factory was put into production, he had already considered taking materials to build it on the rooftop. Although this would damage the status and image of the Roan family, he actually followed behind Building 50. After these years of tossing, he knew that saving the lives of his family was the most important thing. Face is just a cloud. Don't confine yourself to a prison. Although the glass factory is running, there is a shortage of materials and machines, and the output is very scarce. Even if Master Roan comes forward, he still has to wait in line. They have to give priority to the Agricultural Science Institute, and need to build more greenhouses to prepare for the next possible natural disasters, and provide food for the survivors as much as possible. The eternal night is terrible, but as long as you have enough food and clothing and exercise well, you can live even if the atmosphere is depressing. Jiang Ning is afraid of smog, which carries unknown viruses that can make people cough out of their lungs. As time is approaching, she can no longer face liver and lungs normally, and she will never eat pig liver and pig lungs. Just when she was about to ask what caused the smog, the voice of the duty team came from the intercom, saying that someone was looking for Jiang Ning at the gate of the community. Chapter 317. Just when she was about to ask what caused the smog, the voice of the duty team came from the intercom, saying that someone was looking for Jiang Ning at the gate of the community. Strange. Who would come to see her in the night when she would risk her life to go out? It must not be a simple matter to come to her at this critical moment. Fearing that it was unsafe, would Ishan accompany Jiang Ning out? She thought it was someone from Ayuan, but it turned out to be Grandma Zhong and Father Zhong. Grandma Zhong was so anxious that she was at a loss. When she saw Jiang Ning coming out, she hurried over to her. Xiao Jiang, can you deliver a baby? Jiang Ning was stunned by the question. It is true that she has studied Chinese medicine and simple surgical operations in recent years, but she has never thought about knowledge related to pregnancy and childbirth. When she woke up after rebirth, she thought she would only survive with her dog. Later, even when she met and fell in love with Huishan, she never thought about getting pregnant and giving birth. In the end of the natural disaster, it is difficult for adults to survive. If a woman gets pregnant and gives birth, she will undoubtedly hand her life over to the devil. There is no way to solve the problem of food and clothing. Many women have gone through menopause. Even if they have not gone through menopause, if the nutrition is not enough, the child is likely to be deformed. And in the end, it is still the woman who suffers. Zheng Weili is a living example. She was once so strong, but after a miscarriage, she was tortured by illness and became a skeleton. Even though she was cured later and has been recuperating for the past 2 years, her body can no longer recover to its peak. Grandma Zhong is such a smart and open-minded person, but it seems that she has not escaped the curse of passing on the family line. Of course, there may be other reasons, but these are their family's choices. And Jiang Ning is not convenient to ask. Grandma Zhong, I studied Chinese medicine, and I didn't learn much after only 1 year. I can treat headaches, but I really can't deliver babies. Grandma Zhong was so anxious that she held her hand tightly. Xiao Min had a difficult delivery, and we couldn't find a doctor for a while. Xiao Jiang, can you help? Grandma, please, Father Zhong explained. We have been looking for a doctor who knows how to deliver babies for the past few months, but we couldn't find one. After asking around, we finally found an experienced midwife, but she turned out to be a liar. She didn't know how to deliver babies at all, and she had a difficult delivery again. Seeing that the two were so anxious, Jiang Ning felt complicated and didn't know how to refuse for a while. Over the years, familiar faces disappeared one by one, except for Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. The Zhong family was the closest to Jiang Ning. She knew Grandma Zhong's temperament very well. She would not easily ask for help if she had a way. I really don't know how to deliver a baby, but I can help you. In the end, she still didn't say no. Grandma Zhong's voice choked. Xiao Jiang, Thank you. Jiang Ning and Huishan went back to get the car. Grandma Zhong hid her forehead in frustration in the cold wind. It's all my fault. This old man. Why did I talk to young people about having children? If Xiaomin really has something wrong, I will not be able to face her parents in my grave. Mom, this is not your fault. Father Zhong quickly comforted her. You just mentioned it. Actually, we both knew that it was dangerous to have a child in the end times. So we didn't plan to have one. We are young. And the pregnancy is just an accident. Don't take all the responsibility on yourself. You don't understand. Zhong Ping is the most filial child. And his relationship with Xiaomin is also good. If something really happened, I would have to send the young one to his grave. Mom, it really has nothing to do with you. It was just an accident. No one wants this to happen. Jiang Ning returned home and took the surgical instruments, surgical drugs, and herbs for postpartum care. Daodu is already 11 years old and has the ability to protect herself. Ordinary adult men are no match for her. Brother, sister-in-law, I can take care of myself and Kaylee. You can go without worry. She refused to leave herself in the Qin family, because if she really met a bad guy, he would have weapons in his hands. Over the years, Huishan has taught Daodu all his skills. And she is not only smart and hardworking, but also very talented. Although she is only 11 years old, even the Rong family bodyguards dare not look down on her. Not to mention that she has accepted Qin Mu as her apprentice. Therefore, Jiang Ning and Huishan chose to respect her decision. Sooner or later, she will become an adult and independent. The two drove to the gate of the community to pick up Grandma Zhong and Father Zhong. The city is not big, and it takes a long time to drive to the research institute. There are soldiers on duty in front of the gate. The car drove into the family building of the research institute. As soon as it stopped at the bottom of the building, Grandma Zhong hurriedly got out of the car and walked downstairs. Zhong Ping's room is on the second floor. Xiaomin was in great pain before, but now it is very quiet, with only the faint cry of Mother Zhong. She panicked immediately. Xiaomin. Xiaomin. Father Zhong quickly supported her. Mom, be careful. Jiang Ning and Huishan followed with their bags. As soon as they reached the door of the second floor, a strong smell of blood came from the room, and the sound of Zhong mother crying in grief. Pushing the door open, Zhong Ping was sitting by the bed, holding a thin woman with blood all over her lower body in a daze, and his tears wet his scratched glasses. Mother Zhong was crying beside her. What's going on? Grandma Zhong almost fell down. Xiaomin. Grandma brought the doctor back. You will be fine. Mom. Xiaomin just died. Grandma Zhong staggered twice and almost fell. Father Zhong quickly helped her up. She didn't believe it, pushed her son away, and walked over to touch the tip of her granddaughter-in-law's nose. After a long while, she cried out sadly, Xiaomin, open your eyes. Grandma brought the doctor back. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If I had been faster and had come back a few minutes earlier, there was a charcoal fire burning in the room, so it wasn't particularly cold. Jiang Ning went forward to feel Xiaomin's breath. She was indeed dead, but her body was still soft. She must have died not long ago. I remember that she came to the wedding when they got married, although there was no wine, just plain food without oil, and not many people attended. Xiaomin was a smart and smiling girl. She praised her sister-in-law and said respectful and nice words. She was smart and good at making friends. During the Chinese New Year, she accompanied Zhong Ping to the villa area to deliver gifts. The young couple looked very sweet, and she made Dong Ping smile. Unexpectedly, she was gone. She had a small frame and was relatively thin, so her belly looked particularly big, which looked a bit scary. Jiang Ning looked at the scene in front of her and felt her scalp tingling. When a woman gives birth, she is really fighting for her life with the god of hell. The relationship between husband and wife must be very good, so a woman would risk her life to give birth in the end times. But all this is not important anymore. She quickly came back to her senses and reminded, how long has Xiaomin been dead? Mother Zhong was stunned for a moment and said sadly, it's only been a few minutes. Jiang Ning didn't know how to deliver a baby and had never dissected a corpse, but she was willing to give it a try. The child may still have a chance. Are you willing to try? Grandma Zhong reacted quickly. Xiao Jiang, do you mean to have a cesarean section to get the baby? Chapter 318. Grandma Zhong reacted quickly. Xiao Jiang, Do you mean to have a cesarean section to take the baby? Jiang Ning nodded. Grandma Zhong was anxious. Yes, of course. This is the child that Xiaomin risked her life to give birth to for the Zhong family. However, Jiang Ning said something ugly in advance. Xiaomin's difficult labor took so long, and she didn't have a prenatal checkup during pregnancy. The baby may not be healthy, and if she suffocated for a long time, she may have died, or the brain may be deprived of oxygen for too long, and there is a risk of dementia. You should think carefully. Grandma Zhong didn't hesitate at all. This is the child of the Zhong family. As long as there is a breath left, we will not give up. Unexpectedly, Zhong Ping said in a hoarse voice. I don't agree. Xiaomin is already dead. Why do you have to operate on her? She loves beauty and is afraid of pain, so she must be uncomfortable. Grandma Gong knows that her grandson is sad, but now is not the time to give up on herself. Ping, I know you are very sad, but Xiaomin even lost her life for the child. She must want the child to come into this world. This is the child she protected with her life. You can't make a decision for her. Zhong's father and mother tried to persuade him. Zhong Ping was so sad that he couldn't get out of it, and held Xiaomin's body tightly. Grandma Zhong was anxious. She didn't want to wait for Zhong Ping to wake up and regret it. So she asked her son and daughter-in-law to pull him away. Zhong Ping held onto her and refused to let go, no matter how the couple pulled. Zhong's mother was anxious and slapped her son in the face. Wake up and think about Xiaomin's last words. Xiaomin said that she had to keep the child no matter what. You promised her. She kept hitting her son and cried. You promised it yourself. You can't break your promise. You can't let her go without peace of mind. Zhong Ping cried and slowly loosened his hand. Zhong's father took the opportunity to pull him away and waited in another room. Zhong's mother hurried to boil water. Grandma Zhong, who had no taboos at her age, helped by the side. What they were fighting for was time. Although Jiang Ning was a big girl getting married for the first time, she was still very familiar with the structure of the human body. In the past few years, he had practiced with pork. He took a deep breath, lifted Xiaomin's clothes, and cut the bulging belly with a knife. After a lot of effort, he finally took out a bloody thing. Grandma Zhong took it over quickly and cleaned the blood and dirt from the child anxiously. The child was very small, weighing only 3 or 4 pounds, and his face was red and wrinkled, and his face was purple. Grandma Zhong looked at the child's nose and said in panic, No, he's not breathing. Jiang Ning had no experience, but she thought about it and took the child over. The foreign objects in his mouth were cleaned up, and his body was still warm. She turned the child upside down and spanked him. I learned this from watching TV, so I give it a try. Snap, snap, snap. After 6 or 7 slaps, just when Jiang Ning was about to give up, the child suddenly moved and cried weakly. Weaker than a kitten. Alive! Alive! Grandma Zhong was so excited that she burst into tears. Xiaomin. The child is alive. God has opened his eyes. The child was handed over to Grandma Zhong and Zhong's mother to take care of. Jiang Ning helped Xiaomin sew up the wound again out of respect for the deceased. The Zhong family father and son rushed over after hearing the news. Zhong Ping looked at the child in the cradle and felt very complicated for a while. Xiaomin. The child is alive. But you will never come back. The task that should be completed has been completed. Jiang Ning does not know how to take care of the baby, but believes that Grandma Zhong has experience. She packed up and left, leaving a bag of dried wormwood behind to bathe the children. It should be effective. The Zhong family still had a lot of things to deal with. Everyone was sad and tired. It would not be too late to thank Xiaomin after she dealt with her affairs. After sending the two away, Grandma Zhong had no time to grieve. She told her daughter-in-law how to take care of her great-grandson, and then discussed Xiaomin's affairs. The world is too chaotic. People are buried every day, but they are secretly dug up. Xiaomin can't suffer this. Grandma Zhong asked her son to bring food back tomorrow to exchange for some gasoline or firewood. Speaking of grief, her grief was no less than Zhong Ping's. She was buried up to her neck in the dirt, and finally met a granddaughter-in-law who was very satisfactory in her lifetime, and spent 2 years cultivating her with great effort. Even if she closed her eyes one day, her granddaughter-in-law could continue to walk with these 3 pieces of wood. She never thought that her granddaughter-in-law would be gone just like that, and there would be another hungry child to feed. When will this natural disaster end? Hui Yishan was driving. But he couldn't calm down. He had experienced countless life and death, but he had never been as scared as today. When he saw Xiaomin's death, he subconsciously thought of Jiang Ning. If it was her, what would he do? Hui Yishan held the steering wheel tightly. Ning, it doesn't matter whether we have children or not. The most important thing is that we live well. Jiang Ning thought so too. If adults can't live well, don't let children suffer. However, she didn't rush to give an answer. Do you want a child? Having Dao is enough. It doesn't matter whether he wants it or not. There is a big age gap between him and Dao. Although she is his sister. What's the difference between raising his own child? I was worried all day. Worried that I couldn't take good care of her. Afraid that she was too naive. And afraid that she would learn bad things. In short, raising children is very exhausting. And Coke. Hui Yishan held her hand. We just need to take good care of them. Jiang Ning thought about it and said, yeah. Love doesn't have to have fruition. If you don't even cherish your own life and try to face the end of the world with luck, then natural disasters will definitely make you die faster. Just like Zhong Ping. There is nothing wrong with falling in love and getting married in the end of the world. But you must consider contraceptive measures. It's okay if the man is careless. Even Xiaomin. The reason for the difficult delivery is the abnormal position of the fetus. She discovered it during the cesarean section. The fetus was in a very serious position, and it was 100% difficult to deliver. But I don't know whether the Zhong family didn't find it, or they had no experience, or they couldn't find a doctor, or Xiaomin wanted to take a gamble. If it had been discovered a few months earlier, and if an experienced doctor had been found in advance, or if an abortion had been performed to save the adult, Xiaomin would have had a great chance of surviving. Now Xiaomin is gone, and the Zhong family has another child to feed. If the natural disaster ends here, it won't be difficult to raise a child, but it will only get harder and harder in the future. Not to mention the ordinary survivors. Even if she has the space cheat, she doesn't feel how easy it is, which shows how difficult it is for people at the bottom. Jiang Ning sighed deeply in her heart, hoping that the Zhong family could get through this. When they got home, they both felt heavy in their hearts. Dao had excellent eyesight and hugged Coke obediently without disturbing them. After taking a shower, Jiang Ning sat on the bed and looked through the information on the tablet. There was really no information related to pregnancy and childbirth. When they went to bed at night, Hui Yishan hugged her tightly. Jiang Ning thought he wanted it, and was about to say that he was not in the mood. But he just hugged her. She was drowsy in her sleep, and suddenly felt a little suffocated. She found that Hui Yishan was dreaming and almost broke her waist. Her expression was painful and depressed, and she murmured but could not hear clearly. Chapter 319. After sleeping together for so many years, it was the first time that Jiang Ning found Hui Yishan in a nightmare. So he pushed him a few times. Hui Yishan suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, and his consciousness seemed not very clear, confused and painful. Jiang Ning waved her hand in front of him. Shin? Hui Yishan finally woke up, and then suddenly hugged her tightly in his arms. Ning, don't leave me. He was always calm and composed, but now he was panicked and helpless. It seems that he also has the shadow of the end of the world, but he just didn't show it before. Jiang Ning wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Dream? Probably frightened by the scene of Xiaomin's death in childbirth. Hui Yishan really dreamed. Dreaming that Dao was still a white skeleton. He met Jiang Ning, and they loved each other. But she died of childbirth because of him. It's just a dream. Good things will work. Bad things won't. Jiang Ning would not disregard her own life. But life is unpredictable. Accidents are always unexpected. What if she accidentally gets pregnant one day? When Zheng Weili had a miscarriage, Jiang Ning was not with her, so the impact was not that strong. But Xiaomin's death hit her deep in her heart. She lived with Hui Yishan, and Dao was growing up. The long-term sense of crisis told Jiang Ning that she still had many shortcomings and needed to make up for the knowledge in this area. Otherwise, if she really encountered it, she would not even have the chance to cram. After washing and eating breakfast, the latest news came from the radio. The night market opened. After 2 years of silence, the market reopened. Because it was the eternal night. The official was a bit silly and simply changed the name to the night market. This was beyond Jiang Ning's expectation. He didn't expect that the government would actually implement a night market policy, encouraging survivors to go out and exchange for needed supplies. But it is best to go out in groups, not alone. The government dared to open indicating that the security environment of Yunya has greatly improved. This time, Jiang Ning was still quite touched. The lights on both sides of the road were on, and there was no robbery on the way back and forth. It can be seen that the policy of treating thugs as walking 500,000 people is quite successful. Existence is reasonable. In the past 2 years, many bounty hunter groups have spawned, and some of the powerful ones even live a comfortable life. I heard that some smart people even set up companies to recruit like-minded bounty hunters and conduct various business training. But they were finally forced to stop by the authorities. In special times, private armed organizations are not allowed to be established. Otherwise they will be treated as walking 500,000. The latest policy made everyone in the community excited, especially the rich who had been suffering in the eternal night for 2 years. And they were so happy that they cried. An old man in his teens cried like a child. They can finally get the supplies hidden outside, and no longer have to live on black moss, living a life worse than dogs. Ha ha. Ha ha. I finally made it. The whole family hugged each other tightly, crying and laughing, laughing and crying. Our good days are finally going to be restored. Jiang Ning was not very interested in the night market, but she wanted to go to the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute in Yuecheng to see if she could find relevant information on gynecology and obstetrics. She was not the only one with psychological trauma. Huishan was also stuck in the quagmire. I go with you, even if it was an eternal night. The government did not give up infrastructure construction. The construction of the edges of Yuecheng and Fengcheng had been opened, and there were military and police on duty at the junction of the two cities. Safety is still guaranteed to a certain extent. They left as soon as they said they would. The two who stayed at home, Jiang Ning and Huishan, drove out in a Hummer. Before leaving, she did not forget to bring a gift, and filled the car with medicinal herbs, which should be given to the research institute according to the planting contract signed at the beginning. Considering the liver and lung diseases in a year, the medicinal herbs given were no more than enough. The street lights were dim, but they spread along the road, giving people the courage and hope to move forward. Huishan drove, and Jiang Ning sat beside him to be on guard. They encountered 2 groups of patrolling soldiers, and also encountered thieves blocking the road. Finally, they arrived at the Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine safely. After more than 2 years of absence, there are more soldiers on duty in front of the door. No one is allowed to enter the research institute without official approval. I didn't expect it to be so strictly managed. But Chinese medicine research is a special unit, so strict management is understandable. Fortunately, Jiang Ning came prepared. We are delivering medicine according to the contract. Please help me contact Professor Xia Ma. He opened the trunk of the car, and it was full of medicine. After reading the contract and the medicine, the soldier on duty made an exception and took out the walkie-talkie to contact the person involved. After completing the registration procedures and waiting for about half an hour, Ma Guangyan hurried out in a military coat and greeted him enthusiastically. Xiao Jiang. They were so happy that they hugged each other after a long separation. Yongyi was so chaotic that the Chinese Medicine Research Institute was attacked by thugs several times. And several times the medicinal fields were almost destroyed. So the government sent the army to be on duty. Ma Guangyan was worried that Jiang Ning would be in danger. After all, her family was very well off, and she must be a braised pork in the eyes of the thugs. Thank God. Both of them were safe and sound, and they looked good. Jiang Ning also sighed. In the past 2 years, she didn't know if she had aged, but Ma Guangyan had aged and become thinner, with white hair on his temples. When he learned her purpose, Ma Guangyan said happily, "The Research Institute has books on pregnancy and gynecology. You can copy them and study them." In addition, the Western medicine system was destroyed, but the Research Institute accepted several Western medicine doctors who switched to traditional Chinese medicine. One of them was a surgeon. He had been busy in the past 2 years in Yongya. While studying traditional Chinese medicine, he did not forget to compile surgical knowledge textbooks. No one knew whether the natural disaster would end. If that day unfortunately came, even if he could not make it to the end, it would be a precious treasure for future generations to work hard to restore civilization. Ma Guangyan knew that she knew some surgical knowledge and believed that she had not given up learning in the past 2 years. He was happy to introduce her to his colleagues. Jiang Ning was very happy and took out the herb she brought with her. "Teacher Ma, this is the share that should be given to the Research Institute according to the contract." The herbs were light, but the bag was packed tightly, and it looked like it weighed 200 or 300 pounds. Ma Guangyan opened it for inspection, and did not expect that what she planted was better than that of the research institute. It was enough to show that she took good care of it. Unlike other contract growers, the ones she planted were not good or even adulterated. With the arrival of the eternal night, they simply cut off contact completely. Only she insisted on delivering the medicinal materials according to the contract. As time goes by, he called his assistant to move the medicinal materials, and took 2 people to the research institute. The research institute only has 1 office building, and the rest is used to grow herbs. In the darkness, there are only a few glass sheds with lights on, which are full of various herbs. In order to maximize the utilization rate, the glass sheds are planted in layers. All the glass sheds add up to less than 3 acres. Far less than the space for Jiangning to plant. Planting requires maintaining an appropriate temperature. And the growth environment and temperature of many herbs are different. In short, it is a big project that burns a lot of money. It is not easy to persist until today. But if they don't persist, I don't know how many people will die in the future. Looking at the glass shed with a faint light, Jiangning's heart is filled with admiration for Ma Guangyan and others. It is their perseverance, even risking their lives to find medicine, that finally conquered the smog virus. Chapter 320. Ma Guangyan's office is very simple. His clothes and quilts are all there, even a little messy. It can be seen that he usually treats the office as his home. Jiangning not only brought herbs, but also a gift. A box of aged pu'er. This tea will not expire as long as it is well preserved. But she deliberately used sandpaper to grind the iron box to make it look old. Afraid that he would not accept it, Jiangning even found a reason. Teacher Ma, I didn't give you a gift last time, so I'm going to give it to you now. You must not be shy. Although tea leaves cannot fill one's stomach, they are spiritual food. Ma Guangyan knew that this thing was not cheap, so he was not willing to accept it. Jiangning didn't care. It's not a bribe, but a gift from a student. You can use it to refresh yourself when you are tired from work. The gift box was not small. With 2 kilograms of tea leaves, not only could it refresh him, but he could also share it with his colleagues to taste. Ma Guangyan couldn't argue with her, so he finally accepted it. Don't mention it. I haven't smelled this smell for many years. This brand was not cheap before the end of the world, let alone in the end of the world. He drank tea from his teacher 2 years ago, and it was still very cheap and rough tea. This time he got good tea, so he had to give it to him as a gift. Ma Guangyan took the 2 to the data room to copy the data. The natural disaster came suddenly, although a large part of the precious data was rescued at the beginning. As the natural disaster continued to escalate and intensify, the data was almost lost. It was thanks to the scanning pen given by Jiangning that the electronic files were saved. But the computer was in a dilapidated state, and it felt like there was a risk of downtime at any time. It was rare to meet someone who was willing to learn without worrying about his livelihood. So Ma Guangyan would give whatever he could. The more copies he made, the more hope he had of keeping them. Jiangning came prepared, bringing several USB flash drives with large capacity. As long as they were willing to give them, she would take them. The broken computer had been stuck for a long time, but she finally filled up the USB flash drive. To express her gratitude, Jiangning took out an 80% new laptop from her bag. Teacher Ma, I asked someone to find this for me. It runs pretty fast, and I thought you might need it, so I brought it here. The research institute really needed it. So Ma Guangyan happily accepted it, and then took her to see Lao Hu, a colleague who knew surgery. Lao Hu was not old, in his 30s, and was called a fat angel by his colleagues in the hospital. Surgeons have irregular work and rest schedules. When they encounter emergency surgeries or more difficult surgeries, or several surgeries in a row, they have to endure for 10 to 20 hours. And their meals are irregular, so no matter how they lose weight, it is useless. Now, she is as thin as a flash of lightning. When Lao Hu learned that Jiangning was self-studying surgery, he immediately became interested and talked to her about the profession. Laymen watched the excitement. Experts watched the doorway. When he learned that she sutured external injuries, removed bullets, and performed cesarean section to remove babies, Lao Hu almost gasped. She was really a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. She knew a lot about the profession, but not much. It seems that she didn't make any big mistakes, which shows that she is bold and careful. Lao Hu tested her on the spot on suture and gave her a piece of cowhide. It was so chaotic outside. And the surgical emergency medical instruments were carried with them. Jiang Ning actually took them out and sutured on the spot. After sewing pork for several years, she was so familiar with it that she could sew with her eyes closed. And the stitches were beautiful. Seeing her skillful technique, Lao Hu was very satisfied and agreed to accept her as his disciple on the spot. Knowing that she lived in Fengcheng and that it was risky to travel to and from Fengcheng, Lao Hu gave her 2 textbooks he had compiled, which contained various precautions for first aid of trauma and postoperative treatment. The textbooks were printed on both sides of A4 paper, with small and crowded fonts, which showed how precious the paper and ink were. Jiang Ning thanked him and also gave him a box of pu'er as a gift. There was a gynecologist in the research institute who knew more about abortion and fetal care. With Ma Guangyan's help, Jiang Ning spent half a day communicating with him, with a recording, and benefited a lot. With so much information, it will take several years to study. Jiang Ning was in a good mood and drove back to Fengcheng. Just after entering the community, when passing by Building 28, there was a cry of grief from inside. In the end times, there are separations of life and death every day. Jiang Ning didn't think much about it and drove back to Building 50. Just as he was about to close the door, he happened to meet a patrol on duty. "Miss Jiang, you are back?" Jiang Ning was stunned. "Yeah. If you had come back a few hours earlier, Lao Liao might have been able to save him." Lao Liao, the wealthy businessman in Building 28? Gossip is human nature. And since the other person had already opened his mouth, Jiang Ning followed up by asking, "What happened to him?" Old Liao hid a lot of supplies outside. He didn't dare to go out when the eternal night came. The whole family lived in the villa for 2 years and had to eat coarse food. After the security finally improved, he excitedly went out to move the supplies. But who knew that the hidden supplies were swept away by someone? What kept Old Liao going was the batch of rich supplies, which were said to be enough for the whole family to have food and clothing in the end times. But Old Liao, whose spirit was broken like a bowstring, couldn't withstand the blow and collapsed all of a sudden. He couldn't even find rat poison to commit suicide. So he ended up using a knife. And his wrists were cut to pieces. He lost too much blood. And there was no medical care or medicine to save him. Hearing that Jiang Ning from Building 50 was a great doctor, Mrs. Liao ran over and knelt on the ground to beg. Jiang Ning frowned when he said that. "Who said I'm great? Kneeling on the ground to beg?" When the two left, the guards on duty at the gate of the community knew about it. The other party felt that the atmosphere was wrong, and quickly laughed and said, "We don't know either. We just happened to see Mrs. Liao coming to you when we were patrolling." After saying that, he hurriedly followed the duty team. Dowda came out with a dog to open the door. "A little unhappy," Jiang Ning said happily. "What's wrong?" Dowda was very depressed. "Sister-in-law, someone said bad things about you." "Aren't there enough people who said bad things about her?" The whole community used to regard her as an enemy. Dowda was on duty at the time, and someone came to find her and said that someone in Building 28 had cut his wrists and committed suicide, and wanted Jiang Ning to help save people. She told her truthfully that her brother and sister-in-law had gone out for something, and would probably be back a little later. Who knew that not long after, a woman came over and acted like a play. Soon, the rumor that Jiang Ning did not save the dying person spread like wildfire. That's it? Seeing her face puffed up with anger, Jiang Ning was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Their mouths are on their bodies. Can they be sewn shut? We just need to have a clear conscience. After entering the house and going upstairs, Jiang Ning took the opportunity to teach her a lesson. "Dowda, do you know why Mrs. Liao knelt in front of our house?" Dowda thought for a moment. "Forcing my sister-in-law to come forward to save people? But I've already told her you're not here." "Well, her behavior is called moral kidnapping," Jiang Ning explained to her. "She probably didn't believe you because she was bewitched by someone else, who said I was at home, but I just hid and watched her die." As for who was fanning the flames behind the scenes, Jiang Ning knew it was just those few people who didn't dare to openly oppose Building 50. So they could only do it in secret. What should we do now? The more she interacted with outsiders, the more Dowda felt that people's hearts were complicated. She didn't want others to say bad things about her sister-in-law.